Chapter 1. Cast Down the Mountain. This work is the author's original malicentric narrative, Femilicentric Tales. Begone. Please refrain from engaging with your intellect. Zhao Xian, come here and face your demise, an elderly gentleman exclaimed from his rocking chair. His breaths were rapid, one hand pressed firmly against his chest, gasping for air. To an uninformed observer, it might seem he was suffering from asthma, but in truth, he was merely vexed by Zhao Xian. The reason for his ire was that Zhao Xian had spent over a decade learning the craft under his master, Gu Long, at the renowned Yaoshan Valley. Bored with the monotony of mountain life, and having mastered all he could, Zhao Xian, who excelled in both medicine and martial arts, frequently amused himself by teasing the female disciples of the valley. Today, while several inner disciples were grinding herbs, Zhao Xian mischievously swapped their meticulously prepared medicinal powder with flour. He feigned a look of heartfelt sorrow as he reprimanded the female disciple, accusing her of not applying herself and substituting flour for genuine medicine. The disciple, feeling unjustly treated, pouted in frustration, thinking to herself, perhaps you should plant a few more trees of self-reflection in your heart. Yet, despite her inner thoughts, she dared not retort. After all, Zhao Xian's antics were not new, and as one of Gu Long's favored disciples, his status far outweighed that of a mere inner disciple. Nevertheless, this did not prevent the female disciple from seeking out Gu Long to lodge a complaint, hence the initial scene. Master Gu Long had two favored disciples. The first was senior sister Qin Suxin, a woman of breathtaking beauty and a kind heart, who dedicated her life to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine, often offering her services free of charge to those in need. Occasionally, she would even subsidize treatment costs, leading many to masquerade as impoverished patients seeking her help. Although she was aware of their ruse, she chose not to expose them, focusing solely on her mission to alleviate suffering. Due to her remarkable medical skills, stunning appearance, and compassionate nature, she was affectionately referred to as the divine healer Suxin, earning respect from both noble families and high-ranking officials alike. The second disciple was none other than our protagonist, Zhao Xian. Standing at 6 feet tall, his physique was robust, a testament to his dual training in medicine and martial arts. Despite his impressive build, he also possessed an undeniable charm, albeit of a roguish variety. In stark contrast to his senior sister, Zhao Xian's demeanor bore the hallmarks of a cheeky scoundrel. While not overtly arrogant, he often resembled a ruffian, disregarding the decorum expected of a disciple of Yaoshan Valley. You are now of age. I have imparted all that I can teach you. Your senior sister has embarked on her medical career, and it is time for you to descend the mountain and forge your own path, Gu Long admonished, gazing at the youthful rogue before him with a mixture of disappointment and concern. He thought to himself, the female disciples of Yaoshan Valley are nearly exhausted from your antics. It is high time you face the trials of the world. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian promptly inquired, Master, I have done nothing heinous. Why must you send me away? Gu Long, contemplating the inevitable frustration Zhao Xian would cause him if he remained, replied, Sending you away? I merely wish for you to gain experience and perhaps meet your 7 betrothed wives. 7? Zhao Xian exclaimed, Do you not fear for my stamina? His attention quickly shifted from the prospect of being sent away to the revelation of having 7 fiancées. Gu Long cast a disdainful glance at the young rogue and continued, Many affluent families have sought my assistance for their ailing patriarchs. You are aware that the higher one's status, the greater their fear of death. During my visits, they mentioned their lack of heirs, and given my circumstances devoted solely to the pursuit of medicine with no offspring, they turned their aspirations toward you and your senior sister. Your senior sister, unwilling to be a mere tool in a wealthy household, has chosen to travel the world, healing the sick while searching for her own match. With her gentle nature and beauty, I have no doubt she will find a suitable partner. As for you, Sai, Master, what does that sigh imply? Are you truly concerned I will remain a bachelor for life? Furthermore, when did you arrange my betrothal while treating others? I grew up by your side. How can I not recall such an event? Zhao Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Gu Long chuckled softly. When I ventured down the mountain to treat patients, you were still in swaddling clothes. His expression grew serious as he continued, The matter of your betrothal is secondary. Do you not wish to uncover the truth of your origins? Do you not wish to know why you were abandoned? Who cast you aside? When I found you, you were but a few days old, discarded not at an orphanage, but beside a refuse bin. The thought of his abandonment always caused Zhao Xian's heart to tighten. Why, if they did not wish to raise him, did they choose to bring him into existence? Had he truly been an accident? Chapter 2. Am I a member of the Zhao family in the imperial capital? With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Xian began to pack his belongings that in truth, he had little to pack, merely 2 changes of clothes and a set of silver needles he carried with him. Zhao Xian had also deliberately tucked an empty wallet into his pocket. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he bore an innate aura of a rogue, convinced that this wallet might attract trouble. Provided him an opportunity to extort a fare for himself, that he made his way to the courtyard where Gu Long often basked in the sun that moment. Gu Long was reclining on a rocking chair, soaking in the sunlight. Though his eyes were closed, years of martial training had rendered him acutely aware of his surroundings. Without opening his eyes, he inquired, "Are you all packed?" Zhao Xian replied, "Yes, all set," though there wasn't much to pack. Considering how impoverished the Medicine God Valley is, you, having lived for most of your life, should be more aware than I doubt upon hearing this. Gu Long's expression twitched, yet he found himself unable to refute the truth of the statement. Despite his unparalleled medical skills and decades of martial arts training, he found himself in a position of destitution, having resigned to a life of seclusion in the Medicine God Valley. That it was only after he took Qin Suxin as his disciple that he realized how costly it was to raise a child. Although he had endured hardship for much of his life, he managed to scrape by treating villagers in nearby towns. Later, he was invited to the imperial capital to practice medicine, only to find himself picking up Zhao Xian by a trash bin on the way back. This elderly man, who had never had children of his own, now had the burden of supporting both Qin Suxin and Zhao Xian, making his life even more arduous. Eventually, unable to afford their upkeep, he resolved to establish the Medicine God Valley, initially hoping to collect a modest tuition fee. Yet this unintentional act led to the valley's name becoming renowned worldwide. When he arranged Zhao Xian's engagement, he secretly harbored the hope that Zhao Xian would care for him in his old age. "Do you know why I named you Zhao Xian instead of Gu Xian?" Gu Long suddenly asked. Zhao Xian momentarily paused, realizing his master might have discovered his lineage, though he was not entirely certain. Zhao Xian promptly inquired, "Is my biological father surnamed Zhao?" "Indeed," Gu Long confirmed, "and he is the head of the top family in the imperial capital, the Zhao family." Zhao Xian was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Goodness, I am a scion of a wealthy family. The Zhao family, being a prestigious clan, surely could not abandon a child." This incongruity gnawed at him, causing his brow to furrow. "De Jiu Long, having lived for so long, understood Zhao Xian's turmoil, that I know what you are pondering, but for the specific reasons, you must investigate for yourself," he advised, producing a delicately crafted longevity lock adorned with crystals. The longevity lock was small, likely prepared for him at birth. Its base bore the character Zhao. Upon seeing it, Zhao Xian felt an instinctive recognition of its immense value. No ordinary family would possess such a precious item. It seemed increasingly likely that he was indeed a young master of the Zhao family, which was rather exhilarating. However, realizing that his master had raised him and Suxin through such hardship without ever considering selling the lock for money brought a sting of emotion to Zhao Xian's eyes. Seeing his disciple in such a state, Gu Long shook his head in resignation and said, "Do not be so morose. The Zhao family already has an adopted young master. Focus on establishing yourself within the Zhao family first. Once you descend the mountain, strive to thrive. I look forward to you supporting me in my old age, that if you truly cannot make it, you may always return." Hearing these words from his tough yet tender-hearted master, Zhao Xian knelt before Gu Long, his eyes brimming with tears. With a trembling voice, he declared, "To me, you are the most important person in my life. You have toiled through your golden years to raise both Suxin and me, and I will never forget your kindness. Rest assured, if I fail to make something of myself, I do not deserve to be your disciple. I will ensure you are cared for in your old age." With that, he bowed 3 times in reverence to Jiu Long, nearing 70 and having weathered many storms, felt his own eyes moisten at the sight of his pupil. After all, he had raised Zhao Xian as if he were his own grandson. Yet, like a golden-scaled fish that cannot remain in a pond forever, he knew he had to let Zhao Xian venture forth into the world. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to humble himself for Zhao Xian's sake. He then presented Zhao Xian with 7 marriage contracts. These are your 7 marriage contracts that I have imparted all that I can teach you in both medicine and martial arts. I am certain you will carve out your own path and make your name known to the world. Gulong had unwavering faith in his disciple. While Qin Suxin was also a direct disciple, her naivety left her blind to the world's treacheries. In contrast, though Zhao Xian appeared carefree, he was shrewd and adaptable, making him more suited to navigate society. Support one another and take care of Suxin and yourself. I understand. Master, I shall take my leave. Zhao Xian replied to go on, go on. Gulong urged, Master, I truly am leaving now. Zhao Xian reiterated. Off you go, Gulong replied. Master, I really am leaving. Zhao Xian insisted. Get lost, Gulong exclaimed. Chapter 3. A Thief. Playing mind games with me. After emerging from the Medicine God Valley, Zhao Xian felt somewhat adrift. It was not that he was unsure of his destination, but rather how to get there. Because he was broke, frankly, Zhao Xian felt fortunate to have made it this far in life. He had always subsisted on vegetables he grew himself, having never tasted the fare from outside, nor could he afford it. With only a few coins in his pocket, the prospect of reaching the imperial capital seemed daunting. Regardless of the mode of transport from the nearest village to the imperial capital, it was bound to be a substantial expense. Even the cheapest bus fare escalated as one approached the city, underscoring the adage that consumption drives development. With this in mind, Zhao Xian steeled himself and headed to the bus station. The Medicine God Valley lay far from the city, nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by remote and impoverished villages. The security here could not compare to the opulence of the imperial capital, resulting in more frequent incidents of robbery and theft. Gazing at the meager sum of money in his hand, Zhao Xian pondered how to sustain himself while also making his way to the city. The more he thought about it, the more his stomach protested that he needed to find a way to earn some money quickly. Otherwise, reaching the imperial capital would be a gamble. At that point, not only would he be unable to reclaim his place in the Zhao family, but he might even be turned away at the door, he mused. Suddenly, Zhao Xian's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned around, snatching hold of a hand that was rummaging through his backpack. How audacious to steal in broad daylight, he thought. Just as he contemplated how to earn some fare, he felt a blade slicing through his backpack from behind. Having trained in martial arts for over a decade, Zhao Xian was keenly aware of the subtle sounds around him. The thief struggled to free his hand from Zhao Xian's grip, but it felt as though his wrist had been ensnared in steel. The onlookers cast scornful glances and whispered criticisms. The thief simmered with frustration, thinking, after years in this profession, I have never encountered such a situation. Yet, for reasons unknown, this brash young man possessed incredible strength. The thief's wrist felt as though it might break. He drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged toward Zhao Xian's wrist. However, the thief had no intention of truly harming him. He merely sought to intimidate Zhao Xian into releasing his grip, planning to flee the moment he did. Yet although Zhao Xian had grown up in humble circumstances, he was no pushover. With a deft motion, he twisted the thief's wrist and pivoted to the side, causing the dagger in the thief's other hand to veer off course. A swift knee strike to the abdomen sent the thief crashing to the ground, clutching his belly in agony. How unfortunate. This guy knows what he is doing, the thief thought, despairing as he knelt helplessly on the ground, besieged by the jeers of the crowd and Zhao Xian's firm grip. But he thought to himself, this is how my life ends, isn't it? Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xian's gaze was akin to that of a ravenous wolf eyeing an unresisting lamb. When the thief met Zhao Xian's fierce eyes, a pang of fear shot through him, and he thought, goodness, he must be interested in more than just my money. However, Zhao Xian was oblivious to the thief's thoughts. His intense stare was merely a reflection of his eagerness to seize his first windfall. Releasing the thief's wrist, he exclaimed, "You wretched thief! How dare you steal from me in broad daylight? If not for my martial skills, you would have succeeded today." With that, he retrieved the empty wallet from his bag. Feigning outrage, "Where is the 2,000 yuan that was in my wallet? That money was everything my family scraped together to send me to university." As the onlookers overheard that the funds were for Zhao Xian's schooling, they quickly conjured up a narrative of his impoverished background, of a diligent student who had gained admission to a city school, with his family sacrificing everything to support his education. Each person felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Xian, expressing their indignation towards the thief with fervent exclamations. How despicable! The lad is so young, relying solely on his studies for a brighter future, and yet you dare to steal from him. The wretched thief deserves to rot in jail. One elder added ominously, "You best return that money to the boy, or I swear I shall haunt you," as the crowd rallied in their outrage. They declared that such scoundrels ought to be dealt with harshly. Zhao Xian, listening to the crowd defend him, immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Dear brothers and sisters, thank you. My family is impoverished, and I have worked so hard to gain admission to university. My family even sold our plowing ox to fund my studies. I can hardly bear to think of what would happen if I lost this money." As he spoke, he dramatically wiped away non-existent tears. Yet the corner of his mouth betrayed a smirk more potent than an AK. The thief, growing increasingly anxious, protested, "My wallet was empty to begin with. I didn't even open it when I took it out. There's no money inside. He's deceiving you." His desperation was evident, as his expression of grievance overshadowed even Zhao Xian's feigned sorrow. Some irate spectators, upon hearing the thief's refusal to return the money and his blatant lies, rushed forward to deliver a torrent of punches and kicks, shouting, "How dare you? Do you have the audacity to commit such an act without facing the consequences?" Meanwhile, Zhao Xian pretended to intervene, calling out, "Stop! Please don't continue. No more violence." Yet inwardly he mused that a little more force would suffice. After all, such light blows wouldn't incapacitate anyone that if not for his status, he might have joined in with a kick or two himself. Ultimately, under the crowd's overwhelming pressure, the thief, tears brimming in his eyes, reluctantly handed over 2,000 yuan to Zhao Xian. The spectators contemplated escorting the thief to the police station, but Zhao Xian, sensing his unwarranted fortune, declined. With a solemn face, he declared he has already faced his punishment. Surely he will think twice before stealing again. Let us grant him a chance for redemption. This magnanimous display of virtue swayed the crowd, who praised Zhao Xian's generosity that he, in turn, expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their support. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving the thief with a despondent expression, battered and bruised, bloodied and beaten, as he trudged home like a soulless husk. Chapter 4. The Thief. Don't come any closer. The thief, dejected and disheartened, made his way home, unaware that Zhao Xian was shadowing him closely. The thief wore an expression akin to one who had consumed a foul dish. Blood long dried on his face, and his nose hastily stuffed with crumpled tissues. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. After years of thievery, remaining vigilant was second nature. He perceived footsteps closely trailing him. When he paused, the footsteps ceased. When he walked, they resumed. That moment, he realized he had been targeted. In a panic, the thief quickened his pace towards home, but the faster he ran, the more fervently the footsteps pursued him. Overwhelmed with fear, he glanced back, only to be met with Zhao Xian's predatory gaze, now mere meters away. Terror gripped him, and he cried out, "Please don't come any closer." Fearful thoughts consumed the thief. Could this young man genuinely be after him? Money was expendable, but if he were to be harmed? The thief sprinted as if possessed, while Zhao Xian remained unperturbed, calling out, "Why are you running? I mean you no harm. That I'm a doctor, merely wishing to treat your injuries. Considering you so kindly funded my education with 2,000 yuan, that if you keep running, I may have to break your legs." The thief felt as though life had lost its meaning. Was this truly a matter of life and death? Did Zhao Xian recognize that the money was his? Why did he not intervene when the crowd assaulted him? Now he faced the absurdity of having his legs threatened. Resigned, the thief halted, sitting despondently on the curb. Elegantly lighting a cigarette and gazing skyward, a tear escaping his eye, that he turned to face Zhao Xian, who was approaching, and said, "Come then, I am ready." He closed his eyes, embodying the spirit of one prepared for sacrifice. This unexpected display bewildered Zhao Xian. He had merely wished to offer treatment after witnessing the thief's suffering. Yet here he was, facing someone who seemed to have given up entirely. Zhao Xian said nothing further. Recognizing that the thief's capitulation would make it easier to administer his treatment, as Zhao Xian approached, he retrieved a silver needle case from his pocket, extracting several needles. The thief, previously calm, now felt a surge of anxiety. "Surely he doesn't intend to harm me," he thought, trembling as he held a cigarette. Zhao Xian reached the thief, stating, "You have several bruises. Let me administer a few needles to expel the blood. And with a simple dressing, you will heal within a few days." Otherwise, walking will become a burden that he proceeded to pierce the thief's acupoints, promoting blood circulation. Throughout, the thief trembled, fearing Zhao Xian might harbor malicious intentions. After completing the treatment, Zhao Xian sat beside the thief, lighting a cigarette of his own. You see, you stole my money, yet I harbor no ill will that I allowed you to escape police custody, and I even followed you here to help with your recovery. Shouldn't you feel a twinge of gratitude? Gratitude? I can barely move, the thief replied. I fear if I stand, you might twist me into submission. Zhao Xian, ever the considerate host, treated the thief to a meal. After all, although the thief had attempted to rob him, he had ultimately failed and had been coerced into giving Zhao Xian 2,000 yuan, all while being assaulted. This imbalance weighed heavily on Zhao Xian's conscience. After ordering a lavish spread, he indulged in a feast that would normally cost a mere 200, yet he managed to consume nearly 1,000 yuan worth of food, with the thief footing the bill. When asked why, Zhao Xian quipped, I'm treating you, but if you don't pay, it would be dining and dashing that I'll report you for theft and dining and dashing. Thus, the thief was compelled to pay. As they left the restaurant, Zhao Xian cast a mischievous glance at the thief, causing him to tense up once more, that I think. Zhao Xian began, but was interrupted by the thief's panicked exclamation, You will not come any closer. Chapter 5. A man must stand tall the following day. After emerging from the thief's abode, Zhao Xian made his way to the bus station, having thoughtfully pilfered 1,000 yuan from the thief, justifying it as a means to reclaim what was rightfully his. After all, Zhao Xian was benevolent enough to consider the thief as predicament, despite having been wronged. After waiting for several minutes, the bus arrived. As the elderly rushed forward, a young girl, no older than 17, was nearly trampled in the chaos. Zhao Xian, concerned for her safety, swiftly scooped her up in his arms, leveraging his height and years of martial arts training to forge a path through the throng. Initially startled, the girl clung to him tightly as he maneuvered through the crowd. Amidst the cacophony of grumbling seniors, he secured the last available seat. Would he offer his seat to the elderly? If I were to give way to one of them, the others would undoubtedly harbor resentment, and perhaps even the person who takes my place would be subject to their ire. What if someone with a volatile temper were to lash out, leading to a confrontation over a mere seat? Hence, Zhao Xian remained seated, motionless, for he possessed a kind heart. That moment, he had entirely forgotten about the young girl nestled in his lap, whose face had flushed crimson up to her neck. He longed to rise, yet the bus was teeming with passengers, leaving her with nowhere to stand even if she were to get up. Thus, she continued to sit awkwardly on Zhao Xian's lap. The girl, however, was acutely aware of the various scrutinizing gazes surrounding her, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Not knowing where to avert her eyes, she shyly glanced at Zhao Xian, only to discover that he was undeniably handsome. It dawned on her that perhaps she wasn't at a disadvantage after all. The thought that Zhao Xian had managed to navigate through a throng of elderly passengers while holding her made her perceive him as a radiant beacon of light, so dazzling. The girl found herself enchanted by Zhao Xian. Throughout the bumpy ride, she remained obediently perched on his lap, yet she began to feel an unexpected discomfort beneath her. The realization struck her, and her already flushed face seemed as if it could produce water from embarrassment. Should I stand up? But if I do, where would I stand? Moreover, there were still several hours of travel to the school. Sitting was quite pleasant. Yet, remaining seated felt increasingly awkward. After much internal conflict, she timidly spoke. Big brother, something is pressing against me. Zhao Xian was acutely aware of the situation. Initially, he had simply been concerned for the girl's safety, not thinking too deeply as he held her and squeezed into the crowd. When the bus doors closed, the interior was packed with passengers, leaving no space for her to find her footing. Given that she did not resist, he felt justified in holding her securely. Awkwardly, he replied, A man must stand tall. Thus, for nearly 4 hours, Zhao Xian endeavored to ignore the sensation beneath him, while the girl kept her head down, blushing and silent. Even when a seat became available after some passengers disembarked, both of them, recalling their earlier embarrassment, tacitly chose to remain silent. The girl eventually got off at her school, thanking Zhao Xian politely and expressing a desire to exchange contact details. Zhao Xian, recalling the outdated mobile phone in his pocket, reluctantly declined. Upon disembarking, it was already noon that he randomly selected a small eatery for a simple meal and received a phone call from his mentor, Gulong, which he exchanged a few pleasantries with before hanging up. After his meal, he lit a cigarette, lamenting, "I still have to transfer 5 more buses. It's incredibly far." With that, he boarded a bus, closing his eyes to rest until he reached the terminal. Chapter 6. The Poisoned Elder as Zhao Xian made his 3rd transfer to Jiang Province. An unexpected event unfolded. After exiting the bus station and planning to find a snack shop for lunch, he overheard passers-by discussing topics like escape, poisoning, and pursuit. Initially, he paid little attention, as he appeared to be an impoverished youth fresh from the mountains, likely eliciting sympathy even from beggars. Aside from his striking appearance and kind nature, he held little of interest to others. He was also a martial artist, carrying his prized possession, a butterfly knife, hidden in his pocket. Indeed, although Zhao Xian practiced traditional medicine, he preferred wielding his butterfly knife over using silver needles. Were it not for concerns of misunderstanding, he would have been eager to demonstrate his skills. This preference led even the disciples of the medicine god Valley to regard Sister Qin Suxin as more amiable. However, Zhao Xian's medical expertise surpassed hers, though his demeanor and behavior often made her seem more admirable. Nonetheless, Zhao Xian remained indifferent, believing that a rogue who couldn't wield a butterfly knife was not a worthy doctor. After finishing his lunch, Zhao Xian was walking toward the bus station when he suddenly halted, sensing a pungent odor of blood. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket to grasp his prized possession, not to be misunderstood. It was indeed his butterfly knife. Following the scent, he moved stealthily and swiftly, soon spotting an elderly man lying lifelessly in a thicket a few meters away. Just as he was about to approach, a voice boomed, "Halt! Who goes there?" Turning, Zhao Xian saw a burly bodyguard clad in a suit. The bodyguard, noticing Zhao Xian's lack of response, continued, "Stop! Who sent you? What do you want?" Zhao Xian, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by. Saw this elderly gentleman lying here, and intended to check on him. That I'm a doctor. Would I possibly harm an innocent old man? I am far too kind-hearted for such actions. You a doctor? Spare me the nonsense. You're so young. You'd probably tremble just trying to give an injection. Stay away from the old man, or else." The bodyguard's warning was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Xian's assertion that the elderly man had been poisoned. And quite severely at that. With at least 5 different neurotoxins combined, that it appeared that the perpetrator aimed to take the old man's life. The bodyguard narrowed his eyes, frowning that it was indeed true that the old man had been poisoned. But how did this young man know? Was he genuinely a doctor, or was he the one who had administered the poison? However, if he were the culprit, why would he appear in person? The bodyguard found himself at a loss. Observing the bodyguard's furrowed brow and silence, Zhao Xian pressed on. "Are we going to save him, or let him lie there? I can counteract this poison. Whether he survives depends on your belief." Without waiting for a response, Zhao Xian stepped forward and lifted the old man. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, but eventually assisted Zhao Xian. Together, they carried the elderly gentleman toward a nearby upscale hotel. According to the bodyguard, the old man was a significant figure, though he did not elaborate on his identity. Still somewhat distrustful of Zhao Xian, that he merely mentioned that after transferring control of his company to his son, the old man had retired. However, the disappearance of his grandson had long weighed heavily on him. Consequently, he had informed his family that he was going out to search for his grandson, but after only a few days in Jiang Province, he fell victim to poisoning. Clearly, someone sought to eliminate him while he was away from the capital and lacked influential allies. The elderly man had not disclosed this poisoning to his family, suspecting that someone within his circle was behind it. The news of his poisoning had been kept under wraps, but somehow it leaked, attracting the attention of several desperate individuals. Fortunately, a few bodyguards had risked their lives to escort the old man to safety, diverting the assailants before he could be killed on the spot. That in his weakened state, the old man had collapsed during the escape. After dealing with the attackers, the bodyguard retraced his steps to search for the old man. And he was one of those who had drawn the assailants away. That on the bodyguard's arm, a noticeable 4-centimeter long wound was evident, though it had ceased bleeding, indicating that he had likely administered first aid himself. Once inside a presidential suite, Zhao Xian immediately checked the old man's pulse. Upon feeling the pulse, his brows furrowed deeply. The bodyguard, witnessing Zhao Xian's expression, grew anxious. "Young brother, how is the old man?" "Not well at all. The poison has spread to his internal organs, and it won't be long before it reaches his heart. When that happens, cardiac arrest will follow, and even divine intervention won't save him, that I need to use silver needles to seal the old man's heart meridians to temporarily halt the poison's advance. You must find someone to procure a few items for me, and do it swiftly, Zhao Xian instructed. Chapter 7. I am your grandfather Zhao. Xian quickly inserted silver needles at several acupoints near the old man's heart to prevent the poison from entering. Shortly thereafter, the bodyguard returned with the requested items, which consisted of common Chinese medicinal herbs and 5 packets of straightforward poisons. Poison? What the hell? The bodyguard finally grasped the situation and urgently inquired. Young brother, is this poison also meant to save him? Fearing they might misunderstand, Zhao Xian clarified, all things are interdependent. Sometimes, poisons can counteract one another. That my intention is to use poison against poison, allowing the conflicting toxins to dilute each other. Then I'll prepare a nourishing medicine to restore the old man's health. His condition is dire. His internal organs are all poisoned, and he will soon be at the end of his life. In extraordinary circumstances, only extraordinary methods will suffice. With that, Zhao Xian disregarded the bodyguard's consent, poured the 5 packets of poison together, mixed them with water, and directly administered it to the old man. The bodyguard watched, trembling, his expression shifting like a chameleon. Should he intervene? What if Zhao Xian truly could save the old man? The old man's condition was critical. Delaying could lead to disaster for them all. But if he did not intervene, Zhao Xian was giving the old man a concoction of poisons, 5 toxins combined into one lethal brew. Should the old gentleman succumb to the poison, our fates would undoubtedly be sealed. The torment of this waiting is far more unbearable than the act of taking their lives. However, this anguish did not endure for long. After administering the poison, Zhao Xian began to insert needles into the old gentleman's body, filling him with silver needles, a sight that would invoke terror in even the most stoic observers. The final needle was deftly placed at the old gentleman's jiue acupoint, and within moments, his eyelids began to tremble. Witnessing this, the surrounding bodyguards were rendered frantic, flailing their arms, yet silenced by fear of disturbing the old man. With a sudden retch, the old gentleman expelled a copious amount of dark blood, and his once ashen complexion gradually regained its hue. Before long, he stirred from his stupor, his eyes meeting the visage of an unfamiliar youth. This glance, though strange, felt oddly familiar to him. Weakly, he inquired, "Young lad, was it you who saved me?" "Indeed, despite my youth, my medical skills are exceptional," Zhao Xian replied, unabashedly acknowledging his prowess. The old gentleman nodded in acknowledgement, reminiscing, heroes emerge from the young that I too, at your age, was filled with vigor and brimming with confidence in all my endeavors." Zhao Xian, opting for silence, presented a bowl of restorative herbal medicine before the old man. Speaking casually, "Old sir, your encounter with me today was destined. Your life was not meant to end. As the old gentleman sipped the concoction, he queried, "What is your name, young one? Where do you reside? I must repay you for saving my life." Although young, Zhao Xian discerned the underlying intent of the inquiry. Should he divulge his name and address? The old gentleman, with his formidable influence, would surely investigate any connections between him and those who had harmed him, that if a link were found, the old man would not hesitate to apprehend and interrogate the true culprits. It was evident that the old gentleman, having established the Zhao family as the foremost clan in the capital, was no stranger to the darker aspects of life. Conversely, if there were no connections, the old man might seek Zhao Xian out of gratitude. This question demonstrated a keen acumen, indicative of a seasoned individual. Nonetheless, Zhao Xian was unperturbed by the prospect of being investigated. He responded, "I am Zhao Xian, an orphan raised by my master, living in the mountains until a few days ago." Upon hearing his name, the old gentleman paused, his interest piqued. "Does your guardian also bear the surname Zhao?" he inquired eagerly. Zhao Xian, taken aback, thought, "Why the excitement? It's as if I were your long-lost grandson." "No, my master's surname is not Zhao, but he found me wearing a longevity lock around my neck, inscribed with the character Zhao. Thus, he named me Zhao Xian," he explained candidly. Observing the old gentleman's demeanor, Zhao Xian surmised he was a wealthy man and contemplated the possibility of leveraging the old man's gratitude, given he had just saved his life. "Longevity lock? Is it a crystal one adorned with diamonds?" The old gentleman's breath quickened, his voice still weak yet laced with urgency. "How do you know of it? Have you seen it? Do you know who its original owner is?" Zhao Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, retrieved the longevity lock from his bag. Upon sighting the lock, the old gentleman became visibly agitated, urging Zhao Xian to present it to him. Zhao Xian complied, and the old man examined the lock closely, tears welling in his eyes. Witnessing the old gentleman on the verge of tears, Zhao Xian felt a mix of confusion and exasperation. "Old sir, do you recognize who gave me this lock? If so, speak up. At your age, crying seems rather unbecoming." Zhao Xian silently critiqued. "That Xianer, my dear grandson, I have finally found you," the old man exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright and embracing Zhao Xian at the head of the bed. Weeping profusely, his tears flowing freely. The bodyguards nearby were taken aback, pondering whether Zhao Xian had truly become the old gentleman's grandson. "Then am I truly your grandson?" Zhao Xian queried. "Indeed. I am Zhao Guozhu. Your father is Zhao Tianda. And this longevity lock was given to you at birth by your grandmother. After you were lost, she mourned endlessly, succumbing to grief not long after. Her final thoughts were of finding you." Chapter 8. I am the disciple of the god of medicine. I never imagined it would be my grandson who would save me. It seems I am fated to live on, Zhao Guozhu lamented amidst his tears. Yet despite his sentiments, he obtained a strand of Zhao Xian's hair and another from Zhao Tianda, instructing his bodyguards to conduct a paternity test. For the lineage of the family was paramount, and should Zhao Xian be an impostor, the consequences could be dire. Under the Zhao family's influence, the paternity report was swiftly processed as Zhao Guozhu held the report. His hands trembled, and the tears he had managed to suppress cascaded once more upon reading the glaringly red 99.99 confirmed biological relationship. He embraced Zhao Xian again, weeping loudly. The bodyguards, too, held their breaths, unsure whether to cry for the reunion of the grandfather and grandson or for their own salvaged lives. Ultimately, the outcome was undeniably joyous. Although Zhao Xian did not weep, his eyes glistened, and his heart ached. The coincidence of saving a man who happened to be his long-lost grandfather was remarkable. Yet, he recognized that the old gentleman's joy and the depth of his emotions were genuine, not feigned, prompting Zhao Xian to embrace him in return. Once calm, the old gentleman gazed upon his returned grandson, noting his handsome stature, confident demeanor, and well-built physique, all of which endeared him further. It was evident that Zhao Xian's guardians had cared for him well, ensuring he had not known hunger. "Xianer, who are your guardians? I wish to express my gratitude to them," Zhao Guozhu inquired sincerely. Previously, Zhao Xian would have suspected this to be a test, but now it was clear the old gentleman genuinely wished to thank his master. "Grandfather, I have no guardians, but I do have a master who raised me. Though our lives were modest, he selflessly imparted everything he had to me, including his medical and martial skills to me. My master is as significant as you are. The most important person in my life. His name is Gu Long," Zhao Xian replied earnestly. "Gu Long, the god of medicine?" Zhao Guozhu gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, grandfather, I am one of his direct disciples. He has two direct disciples. Aside from me, the other is known as the divine Dr. Su Exen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozhu was utterly astonished. He had long intended to contact Su Exen in hopes of arranging a union between her and his grandson, given her renowned beauty and grace. Yet he realized he had overthought the matter. Su Exen had grown up alongside his grandson and shared a close bond. Moreover, his grandson was also a disciple of the god of medicine. Such news would undoubtedly be the talk of the town. With this thought, a smile began to grace the old gentleman's previously weary face, transforming his appearance from one of frailty to one of renewed vigor. "Grandfather, do you know who is behind this plot against you?" Zhao Xian queried, breaking the joyous atmosphere. The old gentleman and his bodyguards, now somber, furrowed their brows, their eyes growing cold with resolve, eager to confront the culprit. Sighing, the old gentleman replied, "At present, we remain unaware. The mastermind is cunning, employing only those desperate enough to take risks. Transactions are conducted in cash, with the employer placing the money in plain sight for the mercenaries to collect, making it nearly impossible to trace their connections. Most troubling, these mercenaries, realizing their fate is sealed, often take their own lives, rendering any interrogation futile." Chapter 9. What a remarkable grandson. After hearing the old gentleman's words, Zhao Xian fell into contemplative silence. Observing his grandson's earnest concern, Zhao Guozhu felt a swell of pride. Thus, he comforted Zhao Xian, saying, "Xianer, Do not dwell on this matter. If we cannot uncover the truth, it matters not. The most important outcome is that you have returned to me. Once we return to the Zhao family in the capital, I trust the mastermind will think twice before acting against us again. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement. Understood, grandfather. With me around, you need not worry about any future attempts on your life. As for your safety, I find these bodyguards commendably loyal. Though their combat skills may leave something to be desired, their bravery is undeniable. The bodyguards felt a swell of pride upon hearing the young master assert his fearlessness and trustworthiness. However, their spirits dampened when they unexpectedly overheard a remark regarding his lackluster combat prowess. Some of the guards were itching to spar with Zhao Xian on the spot, but they quickly suppressed that impulse. After all, this young master was the one the Zhao family had struggled for years to reclaim, and he might inherit the family fortune. It was wise not to provoke him. The old master chuckled and nodded. Then turned to the head of the bodyguards, Wang Daniu, the same man who had previously assisted in bringing him back, that he instructed, "Make preparations. We shall set off for the capital tomorrow." The bodyguards respectfully nodded in acknowledgement and promptly left to arrange the itinerary for the following day. Yet, Zhao Xian did not share in the immediate joy of returning home. Instead, he wore a grave expression. Noticing this, the old master inquired, "What troubles you, my dear Xian? Is it difficult for you to accept me as your grandfather? Or are you simply unaccustomed to the idea of returning home so soon after meeting?" Zhao Xian, upon hearing his grandfather's question, voiced his concerns. "Grandfather, Brother Wang mentioned that your bodyguards have been with you for over a decade, unwaveringly loyal and reliable. Therefore, it is likely that your movements in Jiang province are being monitored, with an attack planned just after your plane lands. This indicates that the mastermind is someone who can track your whereabouts at any time. Likely a person close to you from the capital." The old master felt a surge of satisfaction at his grandson's astute analysis. He had genuinely begun to recognize this eldest grandson, placing him above all others, including his daughters and adopted son. The family fortune would undoubtedly be passed to Zhao Xian, as for the adopted son. He was merely a rat in the gutter, cunning yet unrefined, and far from deserving the family's legacy. The old master cast a comforting glance at Zhao Xian and remarked, "You are indeed correct, but we must not dismiss the possibility that someone from Jiang province intends to harm me. What do you think?" The old master posed this question to Zhao Xian, eager to gauge his grandson's thoughts and to test his acumen. Zhao Xian, upon receiving the question, couldn't help but think, "What a character my grandfather is. He praises me while simultaneously probing my thoughts. Does he fear I might not be able to safeguard our family's wealth?" Nevertheless, Zhao Xian responded politely, "You are right. Grandfather, we shall ascertain tonight whether it is indeed someone from Jiang province who seeks to harm you." "Oh." The old master looked at Zhao Xian with keen interest, thinking to himself, "This child is impressive. He demonstrates such sharp insight at such a young age." Zhao Guozhu felt immense pride and planned to announce Zhao Xian as the lost heir of the Zhao family, ensuring that the family fortune would rightfully belong to him. However, he maintained a composed exterior and continued to inquire, "And how do you propose we determine this?" Zhao Xian explained, "Since Brother Wang is making arrangements for our return to the capital, the outside world is unaware of your departure tomorrow or that I have cured your poison. They still believe you are in hiding. Given the previous high-profile assassination attempts, the authorities are likely keeping a close watch. And they would not dare to act again in the coming days that if they attempt to strike tonight, it suggests that someone has leaked your whereabouts, revealing that you plan to return tomorrow, leaving them with no opportunity to act. Alternatively, it could imply that Brother Wang has betrayed you. Regardless of the reason, it indicates that the mastermind is someone close to you in the capital." Zhao Xian relayed his analysis to the old master, who nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with his grandson's insight. Zhao Xian then administered another injection and prepared some medicine for the old master, assuring him, "Rest easy tonight. Even if they come, I will ensure your safety." Naturally, Zhao Guozhu trusted his grandson's words. After all, Zhao Xian was a disciple of the legendary medicine god, and his skills were undoubtedly formidable. After taking the medicine, the old master fell asleep shortly thereafter. Chapter 10. Indeed, they have come in the dead of night. Numerous figures clad in black began to appear outside the hotel where Zhao Guozhu was staying. They wore masks, and at the forefront was a burly, rugged man with a fierce gaze and a menacing demeanor that a prominent scar ran from the corner of his brow down to his chin. Among the group, Only he was unmasked. After all, what kind of leader would operate in secrecy? The real reason was that Scarface was the underground kingpin of Jiang Province. Although he did not control all the illicit businesses, he was notorious as a local bully, causing many potential hotel guests to flee in alarm upon spotting him. Brother Feng, according to information from Mr. Chen, Old Master Zhao is currently in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Mr. Chen mentioned that the Old Master plans to return to the capital tomorrow, and we must eliminate him tonight, or we will miss our chance, one of the minions reported to Scarface, bowing and scraping. Expecting praise from his boss, the minion instead received a slap from Li Feng, who coldly replied, "Do not repeat what I already know, that if someone overhears and things go awry, it will be on you." He then disregarded the minion's expression and signaled his subordinates to move toward the hotel. The front desk attendant, witnessing the ominous group brandishing steel pipes and knives, initially contemplated calling the police. However, she quickly abandoned the idea after being threatened by Li Feng's minions, who effectively intimidated her into submission. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian, who had been sleeping in his room, sensed the commotion outside and promptly dressed before heading to his grandfather's room. To his astonishment, he found the old master not asleep, but sitting upright on the sofa, his previously pale face now fierce and resolute, radiating an air of lethal intent. "Grandfather, they have come," Zhao Xian calmly announced as he took a seat beside him. "I've lived many years. What sort of scenes have I not witnessed? These miscreants think they can take my life. They are not worthy. But how did you know they would come tonight?" The old master, upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, softened his previously cold demeanor, replacing it with a look of paternal affection. "Surely, you must have guessed the identity of the mastermind," Zhao Xian replied, refraining from answering the old master's question. "Indeed, I have a few suspects in mind. However, their methods are too clumsy, allowing us to narrow down the possibilities significantly. Do not worry, grandfather, that as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Once I return to the Zhao family, the mastermind will likely become desperate, especially now that you have survived and regained your grandson. The more desperate they become, the more likely they are to reveal their weaknesses." Hearing Zhao Xian's words, the old master burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you are my grandson, Zhao Guozhu. You remind me of my younger self. Once you return, do not hesitate to make a scene. I will protect you from any trouble." As Zhao Xian and the old master exchanged banter, the bodyguards took their positions, forming a protective circle around them. Suddenly, Zhao Xian announced, "They are here." The doors were subsequently burst open, and a throng of black-clad figures attempted to rush in. However, they froze upon seeing Zhao Guozhu seated calmly in the room, their confusion palpable. "And weren't we told this old man was bedridden from 5 different poisons? Who is this seemingly frail figure sitting here?" Zhao Xian rose from the sofa and stepped forward, with the bodyguards closely following behind to ensure the safety of the elder they had only just found. The bodyguards positioned themselves near Zhao Xian, ready to protect him at a moment's notice. Zhao Xian, exuding an air of calm, brandished a butterfly knife, skillfully displaying his proficiency. Both the bodyguards and the black-clad intruders were taken aback. It seemed this young man was no novice. However, the arrows were already knocked, and there was no turning back. With their cover blown, they had no choice but to charge forward. There was no way they could simply admit to a mistake and expect the old master to spare them. That was out of the question. This old man had likely shed more blood than all of them combined. With tensions mounting, both sides prepared for confrontation. Chapter 11. Now that they have come, let them stay. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, neither side made a move. Zhao Xian halted his display with the butterfly knife and fixed his gaze on Li Feng, calmly stating, "There is an ancient saying in Huagua. Now that they have come, let them stay." With that, Zhao Xian lunged forward, his butterfly knife in hand, leaving the bodyguards and black-clad intruders momentarily stunned. "Isn't it supposed to be now that they have come? Let them be at peace? What is this let them stay nonsense?" As Zhao Xian charged into the throng of black-clad figures, the bodyguards snapped back to reality. The head of the bodyguards, Wang Daniu, shouted, "Protect the young master! Take them down!" Subsequently, they rushed forward, with the bodyguards closely trailing behind. That a fierce clash ensued within the confines of the room. Fortunately, the room was spacious enough, being a presidential suite that occupied an entire floor, despite their smaller numbers. The bodyguards exhibited remarkable prowess, skillfully taking on multiple adversaries and swiftly incapacitating foes with precision even while facing armed opponents. What was most astonishing was Zhao Xian, the young master of the Zhao family, who, despite being besieged by over a dozen men in black, maneuvered with remarkable ease. The butterfly knife in his hand moved with the grace reminiscent of a halberd, striking with lethal intent, each thrust targeting vital points. His youthful composure while dispatching foes was truly unexpected for all present. After neutralizing the assailants surrounding him, Zhao Xian transformed his grip on the butterfly knife and charged directly at Li Feng. Due to the swiftness of his maneuver, even the seasoned gangster Li Feng found himself forced to block with his machete raised above his head. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Xian would have feigned an attack before exploiting an opening to strike, which would have been the optimal strategy. Yet, Zhao Xian defiantly struck the machete head-on with his butterfly knife. A resounding clang echoed as Zhao Xian's blade shattered Li Feng's machete into two pieces. A straight gash ran from Li Feng's forehead to his chin, bleeding profusely. Until his last breath, Li Feng could not fathom how Zhao Xian had not only severed his weapon, but had also dealt a fatal blow to him. The once mighty gangster overlord, a titan of the underworld, was thus dramatically felled by a mere youth with a single stroke. All around, onlookers were left in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting the life-and-death struggle at hand, as the impact of Zhao Xian's strike was overwhelmingly incomprehensible to them. The first to regain his composure was Wang Daniu, who exclaimed in awe, "Young master, you are incredible." In an instant, the bodyguards, fueled by Zhao Xian's remarkable feat, became invigorated, adopting a strategy of exchanging injury for injury. Conversely, the men in black, witnessing their leader's demise at the hands of a mere boy, lost their will to fight, and casualties among them began to mount. Many of the black-clad figures contemplated fleeing, but Zhao Xian targeted those attempting to escape, cutting them down without hesitation. The black-clad men were in disarray, realizing they were doomed whether they fought, fled, or surrendered. One of Li Feng's subordinates, previously humiliated by a slap, now transformed into a vengeful specter, charging recklessly towards the elder Zhao. The bodyguards nearby rushed to protect him, but became entangled with several black-clad men, all acutely aware that their only chance of survival lay in seizing the elder as a hostage. Yet, Zhao Guozhu, the elder, remained composed, sitting calmly despite the imminent threat. He fixed his gaze upon the charging subordinate, for he noticed a faster figure approaching from behind, his most beloved and trusted eldest grandson. Just as the assailant's blade was about to descend upon the elder, Zhao Xian arrived at his right side, executing a swift right kick that struck the subordinate's abdomen, forcing him back half a meter and sparing the elder from harm. Following the kick, Zhao Xian did not pause. Instead, he seized the moment as the subordinate bent forward from the recoil, swiftly transferring the butterfly knife to his left hand and slicing upwards at the subordinate's right wrist. The pain forced the subordinate to relinquish the machete, and Zhao Xian, leveraging his body's momentum, executed a spinning side kick that sent the subordinate flying 2 meters away. Only then did Zhao Xian nonchalantly inquire if his grandfather was unharmed. Zhao Guozhu was immensely proud of his grandson, thinking to himself that even if there were injuries, he would first praise his grandson before addressing any concerns. "Well done, Xianer. You truly live up to being the disciple of the divine doctor. In my youth, I could scarcely compare to your prowess." Zhao Xian mused, "As the direct disciple of the divine doctor, I am only slightly more formidable than you were in your youth. Why does age seem to diminish one so?" The bodyguards quickly dealt with the remaining adversaries. Despite suffering some injuries, none of them fell in battle. On the contrary, the bodyguards now regard Zhao Xian with an overwhelming sense of reverence. Previously, when they heard Zhao Xian criticize their combat abilities, they were quite indignant. However, at this moment, they have resigned themselves to being the young master's loyal dogs that in the eyes of the bodyguards, Zhao Xian has suddenly ascended to a lofty stature. In the future, when he inherits the Zhao family, those of us who fought alongside him will undoubtedly rise to prominence. The bodyguards silently give Zhao Xian a thumbs up in their hearts, praising him as exceptionally formidable. Chapter 12. Current circumstances. After a night of diligent effort, the bodyguards have thoroughly cleaned the room of corpses and blood. Were it not for the scattered remnants of damaged furniture, one would scarcely believe a fierce battle had recently transpired. As for compensation, the hotel owner dares not demand payment from this distinguished elder of the capital, As long as the old gentleman does not place blame upon him, all will be well. Due to the turmoil of the previous night's skirmish, Zhao Xian had a rare, deep sleep, only to be roused by his grandfather when the sun had already risen high in the sky. Originally, there was an 8 o'clock flight back to the capital, but seeing Zhao Xian sleeping soundly, the elder refrained from allowing the bodyguards to disturb him. After all, this was a precious grandson he had painstakingly recovered, deserving of indulgence. Consequently, they kept rescheduling the flight until noon. When the elder finally summoned Zhao Xian to awaken down on the plane, the elder introduced Zhao Xian to the family situation. It turns out that Zhao Xian has 4 elder sisters. The eldest, Zhao Xuemei, serves as the executive president of the family business. The eldest daughter. She was expected to begin learning the ins and outs of managing the enterprise from a young age, a customary practice among affluent families. Zhao Xuemei stands at 1.70 meters, with long, straight black hair, adorned with rimless golden glasses, and clad in a fitted pencil skirt complemented by sheer black stockings, embodying the image of a beautiful president. The second sister, Zhao Nilan, graduated from the police academy and now works at the police department in the capital. Thanks to her rigorous training, Zhao Nilan possesses the most impressive physique among the 4 sisters. Often donned in tactical attire with a high ponytail, she is known for her decisive demeanor, unafraid to reprimand even her own sisters when they err, embodying the characteristics of a strict policewoman. The third sister, Zhao Yanju, is a graduate of medical school. Due to their mother's frail health, an issue that led the Zhao family to prioritize recovering Zhao Xian over having another child, Zhao Yanju resolved from a young age to become an exceptional doctor, aspiring to restore her mother's health. Often seen in her white coat with a meticulously styled bob, Zhao Yanju is serious and dedicated, serving as the youngest surgical director. The youngest sister, Zhao Xiaojun, is currently a third-year student at the prestigious Capital University, recognized as the best university in the nation. Notably, Zhao Xiaojun gained admission solely through her own merit, rather than relying on the family's status, establishing herself as both a campus beauty and an academic star. Like Zhao Xian, she is known for her bold demeanor, though due to the Zhao family's reputation, many at school are hesitant to provoke her. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaojun is open-hearted and has maintained numerous amicable friendships that, of course, being a beauty, she attracts admirers. Yet she has long made it clear that she is not interested in clingy affections, refusing to be the kind of person who takes advantage of attention without reciprocation. Their mother, Su Yun, came from a modest background, and like her own mother, she struggled with health issues, having faced complications during childbirth. Su Yun's health mirrored that of her mother, and she met Zhao Tiando while working at the company. Despite her frail condition, she was determined to bear a son for the Zhao family, even after having 4 daughters. Ultimately, she did conceive Zhao Xian, and when he went missing, Su Yun was devastated, nearly collapsing under the weight of her sorrow. Acutely aware that her health would prevent her from bearing more children, Su Yun is gentle and kind, meticulously nurturing each of her children with diligence and care, embodying the archetype of a virtuous wife and mother. This includes her adopted son, Zhao Chun, whom she raises as if he were her own, though she remains cautious, knowing that an adopted child can never truly replace her biological son, who is merely lost, not deceased. Even if she cannot find her son, the family estate would ultimately be inherited by her 4 daughters, ensuring that her adopted son would only be guaranteed a life free from want. P.S. Zhao Chen's personal circumstances will be introduced when Zhao Xian returns to the Zhao family and encounters Zhao Chun for the first time, because the elder and his wife yearn for a grandson. Zhao Xian was predetermined to be the heir right from his birth. However, their joy was short-lived, as Zhao Xian mysteriously vanished from the hospital shortly thereafter. The reasons remain unclear to this day, with the only source being the nanny, who inadvertently revealed this information. Coincidentally, the hospital surveillance system had malfunctioned that very day, and no one would believe this to be mere coincidence, and thus the elder's fury ignited. He spent considerable resources searching for his missing grandson while covertly offering rewards for information on those responsible for his abduction. Not everyone is foolish. No one wishes to become embroiled in the affairs of such a prominent family. Therefore, aside from the elder's own connections, others hired to assist in the search approached the task with indifference, resulting in no leads after 18 long years. Later, Zhao's matriarch, enveloped in melancholy, passed away, her final hope being the recovery of her beloved grandson. This prompted Zhao Guozhu to delegate authority to his son, Zhao Tianda, while he took it upon himself to search the world for his grandson. Having lived a long life, the elder was always cautious. And despite relinquishing some control, he firmly retained his shares and established a will stipulating that if his grandson remained unfound or if he himself did not return alive, all family assets would be bequeathed to the state. Naturally, he only confided this to Zhao Tianda, intending to warn him against any underhanded schemes, lest he find himself empty-handed. Zhao Tianda held a mixture of fear and respect for his father, having witnessed the elder's iron-fisted strategies that elevated the Zhao family from obscurity to prominence. Thus, he dared not oppose his father's wishes. While the elder searched for his grandson, Zhao Tianda diligently managed the family's enterprises, though the details of the elders will remain a secret, which is why the elder found himself targeted for poisoning and assassination. Chapter 13. Airport Reception. The story truly begins as we witness Zhao Xian confronting his scheming brother, for a brother will always remain a brother. On the plane, the elder provided Zhao Xian with an overview of the family dynamics and the current state of relations among the affluent families in the capital. Upon landing, Zhao Tianda, his wife, the eldest sister Zhao Xiumei, and the adopted son Zhao Chen were all waiting at the airport. The third sister was occupied with a surgical procedure. The second sister, being a police officer, was unable to leave her post, and the youngest was still in class, leaving only Zhao Chun and Zhao Tianda as couple to greet the elder. When Zhao Chun learned of the elder's return, he insisted on joining his parents and sister to meet him. Zhao Tianda, aware of his father's disdain for this adopted son, initially resisted. However, Zhao Chen's persistent pleas, combined with the potential awkwardness of having all family members present except the adopted son, eventually swayed him to allow Zhao Chen to accompany them. In truth, Zhao Chen's true motivation was to assess the elder's health, given the elder's previous severe poisoning and the threats against his life. Zhao Chen harbored hopes that if the elder were to succumb, he, as a member of the Zhao family, would inherit the family fortune. Unbeknownst to him, he resembled a jester, for not only had Zhao Xian been found, but even if he had not returned, the family business would never be entrusted to an outsider. Upon encountering the elder at the airport, the family first noticed the bodyguards, each sporting bandages, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over them, fearing for the elder's well-being. Then they beheld the elder himself, surrounded by the bodyguards. That moment, Zhao Guozhu appeared rejuvenated, walking with vigor, speaking with conviction, and exhibiting a healthy complexion, entirely contrary to that of a dying man. Upon observing the elder's robust condition, the family collectively exhaled in relief. However, Zhao Chen's countenance darkened, his eyes briefly flashing with malice, as a torrent of thoughts raced through his mind, contemplating alternative strategies. Yet that fleeting expression of hostility did not escape Zhao Xian's discerning gaze, who recognized Zhao Chen as a pretender, cunning beneath a facade of fragility, yet ruthless in action, a quintessential hypocrite. As the saying goes, it is better to provoke a true villain than to engage with a false one. Zhao Xian mused, "Let this genuine rogue confront you, this hypocritical scoundrel, and ascertain the purity of your intentions." At that moment, the elder called out, "Come, come, let me show you whom I have brought," as he spoke. He gently nudged Zhao Xian forward to face the Zhao family. Initially, they paid little attention, exchanging superficial pleasantries with Zhao Xian, inquiring about how he met the elder, his origins, age, and educational background. However, Su Yun's growing astonishment did not escape Zhao Tianda's notice, prompting him to ask what was amiss. Trembling, Su Yun pointed at Zhao Xian and said to Zhao Tianda, "He resembles you so much, truly strikingly alike." The Zhao family, perplexed, inquired of Su Yun what she meant by strikingly alike. Su Yun insisted, "Look at this child. He bears at least a 70% resemblance to your younger self." Upon hearing those words, everyone was taken aback, except for the elder Zhao, who looked at Su Yun with a sense of satisfaction. Thoroughly pleased with his daughter-in-law, Zhao Xiumei and Zhao Chun had naturally never encountered the young Zhao Tianda, but upon Su Yun's remark, Zhao Tianda scrutinized Zhao Xian closely, and indeed, the resemblance was striking. He then inquired of the elder about the identity of this young man. By this point, everyone had more or less pieced together the truth, yet it was imperative that the elder confirm it with his own words. The elder, without hesitation, declared, "He is my eldest grandson, your biological brother, the younger brother of Xiumei and the others." Upon hearing this, Su Yun could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed over, tears streaming down her face, and tightly embraced Zhao Xian, exclaiming, "Zhao Xian, I am your mother, your biological mother. My child, you have finally returned." Zhao Tian had turned away, tears welling in his eyes as well, while Zhao Shumei covered her mouth, weeping. Even the elder, who had cried several times, had moist eyes. Only Zhao Chun stood there with a blank expression, clearly taken aback by the fact that not only was the elder unharmed, but he had also brought back the true heir, adding yet another person to contend with in the future. After a moment of sobbing, Zhao Tianda addressed Zhao Xian, saying, "Son, my name is Zhao Tianda, and I am your biological father. This is your elder sister, Zhao Shumei." Zhao Shumei wiped her tears and welcomed Zhao Xian, saying, "Brother, welcome home." Zhao Chun feigned enthusiasm, adding, "Welcome back, brother." Zhao Xian was not one to weep easily. He addressed his father, mother, and sister in turn, but when it came to Zhao Chun, he asked, "Do you sincerely welcome me back?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen's eyes reddened, and just as he prepared to utter some sarcastic remarks, Zhao Xian interrupted, saying, "Grandfather, father, mother, sister, we are all adults now, part of a prominent family. There is no need to cry at the airport for fear of being photographed." The elder readily agreed, stating, "Shinner is right. We are all grown-ups, yet behaving like children, crying and wailing that if you wish to cry, do so at home, and do not hinder me from bringing my grandson home." With that, he took Zhao Xian's hand and led him towards the Rolls-Royce that had come to pick them up. The others followed suit, while Zhao Chun lingered behind, his expression as grim as if he had eaten something foul. Finally, he had an opportunity to make a good impression, yet it felt as if his trousers had been yanked down and he was left exposed. Zhao Chen's mind began to churn with thoughts of how to eliminate Zhao Xian, for the latter's return had already secured the elder's support, and the elder had even claimed that Zhao Xian had saved his life. The pace of his schemes needed to accelerate. "Zhao Xian, Zhao Guizhu, you already have a path to demise." Chapter 14. I can heal you upon returning to the Zhao family villa. Before anyone could extend their warm greetings to Zhao Xian, he approached Su Yun with a somber expression. Initially, Su Yun feared she had inadvertently upset him, but before she could speak, Zhao Xian took the initiative, asking, "Mother, have you been unwell for a long time? Experiencing frequent dizziness, sleepless nights, and often accompanied by numbness in your limbs?" Su Yun was taken aback. She thought to herself, what a startling revelation. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, as her condition was not new, and the family had long been aware of her frail health. She had continuously taken tonics from the Zhao family to bolster her health, and with the assistance of her third daughter in managing her condition. She feared that without such support, she might have succumbed long ago. "Mother, what are you saying? My brother has just returned, and you speak of such dismal matters." Zhao Shumei interjected, shifting the conversation to Zhao Xian. "Did you hear this from grandfather? I observed it myself. I am a doctor." Zhao Xian replied earnestly that mother's condition has persisted for too long, but now that I have found you, I have no regrets. Su Yun said, "Mother, do not be so pessimistic. I can heal your illness, and I assure you it will be cured," Zhao Xian stated firmly. "You can't be joking, can you? Mother has been unwell since childhood." "This isn't a recent development," Zhao Shumei replied skeptically, noting that even her third sister, a doctor, could only manage their mother's condition but lacked confidence in curing it. Zhao Xian rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, do I look like I'm joking? Truly, I can heal. I possess a type of elixir that can strengthen the body, which I can concoct. However, I need someone from the family to procure the necessary herbs. For now, I will perform acupuncture on Mother. I guarantee she will sleep soundly tonight and will not experience numbness in her limbs. However, this is a long-term process, as traditional Chinese medicine primarily focuses on body regulation. And given the duration of Mother's condition, we must proceed gradually. Everyone fell into contemplation upon hearing this, that it was indeed touching that Zhao Xian, having just returned, was already concerned for his mother's health. However, with Su Yun's frail condition, it was risky to allow Zhao Xian to experiment on her. What if something went awry? Let him give it a try. The elder broke the silence. The poisons afflicting me were also resolved by Shinner. He can handle the mixtures, and I believe there will be no issues with acupuncture. Seeing the elder's support, Su Yun obediently settled onto the sofa, awaiting Zhao Xian's acupuncture. Yet, Zhao Xian chose an unconventional approach. He thought, so much for the notion of a loving family. You don't believe I can cure mother, do you? He then began to demonstrate his skills in front of the Zhao family, retrieving a pouch of silver needles from his pocket. With a swift motion, he sent each needle flying towards the acupuncture points he intended to target. The onlookers were left in astonishment, wondering why he couldn't simply perform acupuncture in a conventional manner. Had his mother wronged him in some way? Su Yun was so moved that she dared not move. Fortunately, the feared mishap did not occur, and the silver needles landed precisely where Zhao Xian intended. Everyone was taken aback, with Su Yun herself the most astonished. What kind of sorcery was this, that he could aim so accurately? Zhao Xian explained to the stunned Zhao family. This technique is called flying needle sealing acupoints, one of the 3 great secrets of traditional Chinese medicine. He kindly elaborated, in ancient times, imperial physicians treated the emperor's concubines. Since they were the emperor's women, the physicians dared not touch them. Thus, the practice of pulse diagnosis through suspended threads emerged. The same principle applies. If touching is not an option, how can one administer acupuncture? Hence, the technique of flying needle sealing acupoints was developed. The crowd listened half understanding, and once Zhao Xian concluded his explanation, he proceeded to remove the silver needles from Su Yun's body before their astonished eyes. Is that it? Can this be effective? Or are you merely showcasing your so-called flying needle technique? They wondered. Yet Su Yun appeared elated, feeling that her breathing had improved significantly. The sensations of chest tightness and shortness of breath seemed to have dissipated. This son of mine, indeed, is my flesh and blood, Su Yun thought as she gazed at Zhao Xian's spirited demeanor, believing wholeheartedly that he could heal her. Zhao Xian handed a list to the family steward. Fu Bo, detailing the herbs needed to nourish Su Yun's health, instructing him to gather the necessary materials. Initially, Zhao Chun had volunteered, intending to sabotage the herbs to create a problem for Su Yun, thereby discrediting Zhao Xian and portraying him as a fraud for claiming he could cure her. The more everyone despised Zhao Xian, the more opportunities Zhao Chun would have. However, Zhao Xian was not oblivious to his schemes. He outright declared that he did not trust Zhao Chun, instructing Fu Bo to gather the herbs and present them to him for inspection, that if any issues arose with the materials, Zhao Chun's decades-long service as steward would be at an end. Fuming, Zhao Chun felt as if his teeth might shatter. So, this was how it was going to be. He readied himself to put on a show, feigning emotional distress. Just as he lowered his head, preparing to play the victim, Zhao Xian promptly interrupted him. Before Zhao Chun could utter a word, Zhao Xian declared, "As the true heir has returned, you, the adopted son, ought to fade away quietly. I have yet to expel you. So you best conceal your ulterior motives and refrain from causing disturbances in my presence. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall strike you to do you understand, brother?" Zhao Xian added. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun thought, "What gall? This is not just pushing boundaries. This is an affront." He suppressed his anger and feigned innocence, saying, "I apologize, brother, I do not know what I did to upset you or make you dislike me. I never intended to infringe upon your life, that if you find me bothersome, feel free to strike me, as long as it appeases you and you no longer harbor hatred towards me." Zhao Xian thought to himself, "How curious that after all this, you still refuse to mention moving out. Are you afraid that once you leave, you will lose your claim to the family fortune? You continue to perform this charade. And yet, I find it utterly distasteful. Since you refuse to leave, I hope you will never again mention it." Chapter 15. Whose child is so arrogant? Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, everyone fell into a state of speechlessness. Was he truly attempting to dominate the scene so soon? He had only just returned home. However, Zhao Chun had been raised in the Zhao family for 18 years, and even raising a dog for that long would elicit some affection. Thus, Zhao Shumei spoke up, "Brother, Chun'er is not the person you think he is. You were not in the Zhao family before. It was Chun'er who accompanied our family for 18 years that I asked the elder brother. You should not be so harsh on him. Indeed, little Chun has always been a well-behaved child, respectful to everyone, that he often says that as an adopted son, he does not wish to bring shame to the Zhao family. And he is cautious in all his actions, never seeking to provoke anyone, that I believe there is merely a misunderstanding between you and little Chun." Only Zhao Tianda and Zhao Taiju sat silently on the sofa. Their faces darkened. They thought to themselves, women are truly emotional beings. After all, their son and brother had finally returned. Yet Zhao Chun had monopolized Zhao Xian's life for 18 years. The first thing Zhao Xian did upon returning home was to seek a cure for Su Yun's illness. Now, after merely exchanging a couple of words, they were already rushing to defend Zhao Chen that if Zhao Xian were to leave in anger, would they go after him to coax him back? Zhao Xian mused. How quickly they have taken sides. Did they not notice the gloomy expressions on the faces of the two men on the sofa, as if they were about to drip water? However, Zhao Xian chose not to explain himself. Instead, he turned to his grandfather and asked, Grandpa, have you informed the other sisters to come home? They should be arriving soon, right? Upon hearing this, the old man affirmed that they would be arriving shortly and suggested they wait for all three to return before having dinner together. During the wait, Zhao Tianda and Zhao Xuemei engaged in discussions about work, while Zhao Chun, feeling disgruntled after being reprimanded by Zhao Xian, retreated to his room. The old man basked in the sun in the courtyard. And Su Yin took the nanny to tidy up Zhao Xian's room, leaving Zhao Xian alone in the living room. Bored, Zhao Xian lit a cigarette. Before long, Zhao Xian's three sisters returned home. The youngest, Zhao Xiaojun, walked in and immediately spotted Zhao Xian lounging on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Goodness, Zhao Xiaojun believed herself to be quite audacious as the youngest daughter of the Zhao family. Often indulged as the saying goes, the youngest is favored. Yet upon witnessing Zhao Xian, she felt a pang of inferiority. She thought she was bold enough in the Zhao family, but this person was even more audacious. Who was this child? Zhao Nilan, the second sister, and Zhao Yezhu, the third sister, also regarded Zhao Xian with disdain, thinking how uncultured he was to be smoking at such a young age. That in short, Zhao Xian left a rather unfavorable first impression on his three sisters. Who could they blame? It was their father, Zhao Tianda, who had called the sisters back home without clarifying that Zhao Xian had returned. While the sisters assessed Zhao Xian, he too was observing them. Indeed, their father's genes were remarkably potent. Each sister was stunningly beautiful, and it was evident that they were full-blooded siblings born of the same mother. Zhao Nilan, unable to contain herself, confronted Zhao Xian, saying, Hey, who are you? Which family do you belong to? How can you be so ill-mannered in the Zhao family? How did your parents raise you? Zhao Xian's displeasure was palpable. You can speak to me. Brother Xian is quite pleased. But I do not appreciate your attitude. That he gazed at Zhao Nilan with interest and teased. A policewoman indeed speaks with such fire that I truly had no parents to educate me. My family is nothing but a bad lot. What, do you have a problem with that? He leaned back on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, legs propped on the coffee table while scrutinizing Zhao Nilan. Zhao Nilan felt uneasy under Zhao Xian's mocking gaze, and coupled with his tone and demeanor, it ignited her anger. She immediately moved to apprehend Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Zhao Xian smirked. So quick to lose your composure? Is this your basic quality as a police officer? He stood up to confront Zhao Nilan, who furrowed her brow, considering that Zhao Xian might be skilled in combat. As a police officer, she was not afraid of him. But she worried about potentially harming her two defenseless sisters. Zhao Yezhu and Zhao Xiaojun also appeared tense. Who was this child who dared to act so brazenly in the Zhao family? Did he not know that the last person who had been arrogant in front of the second sister was still picking soap in the station? What are you all doing? A sharp voice interrupted the heavy atmosphere among the four. Chapter 16. Reunion dinner. The speaker was none other than their grandfather, who had followed Zhao Nilan and her sisters into the courtyard. Upon entering, the sisters greeted the old man, who was basking in the sun, before heading into the living room. Once everyone was present, the old man instructed the servants to prepare for dinner. Having recently recovered from poisoning, the old man walked slowly, knowing that the children would not dare to eat without him. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the tension between Zhao Nilan and her three sisters and Zhao Xian. The old man said nothing and simply instructed the household to gather everyone for dinner. Gradually, the Zhao family members gathered around the dining table. The old man took the head seat, with Zhao Xian beside him, while Zhao Tianda and his wife, Zhao Xuemei, remained silent. Zhao Chen wore a facade of envy, secretly fuming that Zhao Xian was receiving such attention from the family. Why should this person, upon his return, garner such importance? Was bloodline truly that significant? The second, third, and fourth sisters could hardly contain their agitation. Who was this person daring to sit next to the old man? The only one who used to sit there was their grandmother, and now that she had passed, the seat was always left vacant. Who gave this interloper the audacity to occupy that space? Zhao Xian met the furious gazes of Zhao Nilan and her sisters with one of his own. neither side willing to back down. The old man spoke up. Some of you may know him, while others may not. Allow me to reintroduce him. His name is Zhao Xian, the true young master of the Zhao family who was lost back in the day. My eldest grandson, the biological son of you two, and the brother of you four sisters, the sole heir of the Zhao family. The old man emphasized the words biological and soul, intending to subtly remind certain individuals not to covet what did not belong to them. Upon hearing this, everyone present, being astute, understood the implications. Zhao Chen was being warned not to vie with Zhao Xian for the family inheritance. Simultaneously, it made it clear that the old man recognized Zhao Xian as the only heir. If anyone offended him, they should expect to endure it, for the old man would stand by Zhao Xian. Zhao Chun, infuriated, could hardly eat, realizing that the old man disdained him. Yet he never anticipated that after 18 years in the Zhao family, he would still be treated as an outsider. Nevertheless, he maintained a harmless facade, offering no rebuttal to the old man's words, fearing that a single word of dissent might result in his expulsion from the Zhao family due to Zhao Xian's whims. Zhao Nilan and her sisters, upon learning that Zhao Xian was their biological brother, the very grandson their grandmother had cherished before her passing, and with the old man's backing, felt a wave of shame wash over them at their earlier judgments. What did that make their previous remarks? Today, they were officially introduced to Xianer, and the old man expressed his hope that they, as parents and sisters, would treat their own brother well and make amends for the 18 years of regret. Now, Xianer has finally returned, and today is a reunion dinner. Everyone, please lighten up. As the gathering sat in contemplative silence, each person engrossed in their own thoughts, the elderly patriarch broke the tranquility with his voice. Each family member harbored their own concerns. The old man and Su Yun busily served Zhao Xian with dishes, while Zhao Xuemei and her three sisters savored their meals independently. Zhao Tian pondered the current state of Zhao Xian, so carefree and frivolous that he doubted the young man could endure even 10 minutes in a vice-presidential role at the company. It seemed imperative for him to privately arrange for Shui Mei to mentor Zhao Xian in the intricacies of management. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat with a stoic expression, silently eating from his bowl, devoid of appetite as the food tasted bland. Yet they all dared not put down their chopsticks as long as the old man continued eating. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, found joy in the feast before him. He had never before encountered such a lavish spread of delicacies, having previously relied on hunting in the mountains, hoping for the chance to bring back a wild boar. It was clear that Zhao Xian relished the meal more than anyone else. He mused to himself, marveling at the opulence of his newfound family. He had never imagined that such a banquet could exist, let alone be available to him. Contemplating the fulfilling days ahead, his appetite surged. Observing the table filled with empty plates, the family members exchanged glances, bemused by the stark contrast between their modest consumption and Zhao Xian's hearty appetite. Only Su Yun and the old man regarded Zhao Xian with sympathy, lamenting that this casual meal was a luxury the boy had never before experienced. The three sisters, meanwhile, were caught in a dilemma, not over Zhao Xian's voraciousness, but rather the tension that had just arisen between them. They feared that if they did not find a way to mend their rapport, Zhao Xian might one day take offense and arrange a marriage for them, which would spell disaster. They needed to find a way to ease the sibling dynamic, especially since they had only recently met Zhao Xian, having spent no more than an hour in each other's company. Su Yun, however, was not troubled by such thoughts. Her own status as matriarch of the Zhao family remained unaffected by who would inherit the family fortune. She merely observed Zhao Xian's indiscriminate appetite, noting that he seemed easy to please, regardless of the flavors presented. Chapter 17. This rascally boy has some substance. After the meal, the old man decisively announced that they would publicly disclose Zhao Xian's return tomorrow, proclaiming him the sole heir of the Zhao family. This decision had been made after careful consideration. After all, placing such a heavy burden on Zhao Xian upon his return was a significant risk, especially since the Zhao family had long felt his absence. However, the old man felt compelled to pave the way for Zhao Xian while he still had the strength to do so. At the very least, his son Zhao Tian would not be overwhelmed by concerns regarding Zhao Xian's inheritance. It was evident that Zhao Xian's current demeanor and capabilities were ill-suited for managing a company. Furthermore, since Zhao Xian had gone missing years ago, other prominent families had sought to arrange marriages with the Zhao family's 4 daughters under the guise of familial goodwill, recognizing the Zhao family's lack of an heir. With Su Yun no longer able to bear children, the family's fortune would likely be divided among the 4 daughters, making any marriage to one of them tantamount to acquiring a quarter of the Zhao estate. Who among the wealthy elite could be deemed Na'vi? In the past, when the late matriarch was alive, she had promptly rejected any proposals for her granddaughters, and the old man had followed suit in declining. Now, with the matriarch gone and no heir in sight, the sisters would eventually need to marry. It was unrealistic to expect them to remain single for a lifetime. Thus, those families began to scheme, claiming genuine affection for the daughters. Yet their intentions were transparently self-serving. The plan was to announce Zhao Xian's return swiftly, thereby thwarting any thoughts of marriage alliances, while the old man was still alive and could rely on his son Zhao Tiande and granddaughter Zhao Xuemei to help Zhao Xian manage the family business. Given Zhao Xian's current state, it was likely he would struggle to maintain control over the company if he inherited it. Prior to this discussion, Aunt Lu, the cook, had taken Zhao Chen to shop for ingredients for Zhao Xian's meals. Under the pretense that since he had enjoyed his brother's life for 18 years, it was only fair for him to buy groceries for Zhao Xian. This was a clever ruse to distract Zhao Chen. While he found the manipulation infuriating, he had no choice but to comply. Aunt Lu, like Uncle Fu, had been with the Zhao family since the old man's youth, having watched the four sisters grow up. She understood the old man's intentions and deliberately prolonged their grocery shopping by haggling over every item, much to Zhao Chen's annoyance. The thought of being sidelined from the Zhao family filled him with despair. He had only just returned home, yet he felt as though he was being pushed out, all while his parents and sisters remained silent. They were undoubtedly aware that should Zhao Chen be ousted, they too would face repercussions from their grandfather. Zhao Xian, on his part, had no objections to the old man's plans. With no shame to speak of, he embraced his identity as the Zhao heir. Ready to confront anyone who dared to challenge him, if matters escalated, he mused, he could always offer one of his sisters as a bargaining chip. How benevolent of him. Indeed, his sisters expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Zhao Xian. Once the arrangements were complete, the old man declared his need for rest and retreated to the old villa behind the main residence. The Zhao family estate, known as Wanshan Villa, was situated atop a hill, comprising several large villas. Each family member had their own residence, except for Zhao Chun, who had only been provided with several properties in the capital. The original villa, where the old man resided, was a 20-minute drive from the others. He favored tranquility and rarely did anyone disturb him there. Zhao Tiande and his daughters returned to their respective duties, while Su Yun took Zhao Xian shopping, indulging him without regard for the price. Purchasing whatever caught his fancy with a lavish flourish, as Zhao Tiande and his daughters approached the entrance, they overheard the security guards whispering among themselves, discussing Zhao Xian's audacity. When Zhao Tiande inquired about their conversation, the guards immediately lowered their heads, fearful that their idle chatter might displease him. Rather than reprimanding them, he asked for clarification, and the guards recounted the tale of Zhao Xian's heroic defense of the old man against an assassination attempt in Jiang province. This story had spread among the bodyguards, many of whom remained skeptical. Yet even the head of security, Wang Danyou, spoke of Zhao Xian with utmost respect, having served the old man for over a decade. Zhao Tiande and his daughters gasped in astonishment. It seemed Zhao Xian was not to be underestimated. Chapter 18. A biological brother, merely a target for bullying, particularly for the second sister, Zhao Nalan. The thought of having just contemplated a confrontation with Zhao Xian filled her with trepidation. What if he disregarded their familial ties and severed their relationship? The very idea sent chills down her spine. But then a thought struck her. She was his biological sister. How could he truly dare to harm her? Moreover, as a police officer, he would surely hesitate to attack her, as assaulting a police officer is a serious crime. The more she pondered, the less assured she felt. Perhaps she could use the opportunity to bond with Zhao Xian, seeking his guidance on self-defense. While cleaving a person in two might not be particularly impressive, splitting a sword in half certainly was. Meanwhile, the third sister, Zhao Yizhu, was preoccupied with Zhao Xian's earlier feat of neutralizing 5 types of nerve toxins. Even she could hardly fathom how to accomplish such a feat in a short span of time, let alone simultaneously. Zhao Xian's method of employing poison to counteract poison suggested either an extraordinary confidence in his medical skills or a reckless disregard for the old man's life. Clearly, Zhao Xian belonged to the former category. This presented an opportunity for Zhao Yizhu to engage Zhao Xian in discussions about medicine, hoping to glean insights into his techniques for antidotes and perhaps even learn the acupressure techniques she had heard from their eldest sister. Ah, I am indeed his sister, his own flesh and blood, a true sister born of the same mother. He would certainly not refuse me. Zhao Xiaojun, the fourth sibling, believes her brother possesses remarkable qualities, and she admits to feeling a modicum of admiration for him. She has heard that Zhao Xian is set to attend the prestigious Imperial Capital University, and when the time comes, if he encounters difficulties, he can simply call upon his brother. Zhao Xian, with a swift flick of his butterfly knife, would effortlessly resolve the matter, leaving others green with envy at this moment. The second, third, and fourth siblings ponder. A biological brother. If not to bully, then what use is he? The eldest sister, Zhao Xiumei, finds herself at a loss for words. As if she has discerned the thoughts of her three younger sisters, yet feels utterly helpless. She is immersed in her work at the company, and it would be unreasonable to seek out Zhao Xian under the pretext of business. Moreover, this rascal of a brother knows nothing of company affairs. With her life revolving between the office and home, she realizes that once Zhao Xian begins his studies at the university, their interactions will diminish significantly. How vexing! However, upon further reflection, she considers, wait a moment, there's more to this. With her sisters so eager to curry favor with Zhao Xian, once he inherits the family business, old grievances will be settled in one fell swoop. The first order of business would be to arrange marriages for the three of them, that in doing so, she, as the eldest sister, would diligently manage the company for Zhao Xian, ensuring she never offends him, thus positioning herself as the safest of all. This thought brings her a semblance of balance. At this juncture, none is more distressed than Zhao Tianda. Approaching 50, his face is as wrinkled as a chrysanthemum. Alas, it's all over. He had anticipated that Zhao Xian's character would inevitably lead to trouble. With the old man currently recuperating, he, as the head of the family, had hoped to educate Zhao Xian once he misbehaved. Should the situation escalate, he could invoke the Zhao family's disciplinary measures to assert his authority. But now, it seems he cannot scold or strike him, that if he were to discipline Zhao Xian, it is likely that the old man would turn around and chastise him instead. Strike? That is absurd. If he were to lay a hand on him, what if Zhao Xian, one day in passing, retaliated and dismantled him, his frail old bones? Oh, the discomfort is unbearable. This is not merely reclaiming a son. It feels like acquiring a father that in his youth he toiled for the old man, and now, in his later years, he finds himself laboring for his son. Such is the burden of his life. The old man is now the grand patriarch, while Zhao Xian has become the patriarch of all patriarchs that on his way to the office. Zhao Tianda took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiumei. I want to be able to work for many more years before retiring. Once Zhao Xian graduates from university, I will hand over the company to him and retire to enjoy my old age. You must assist Zhao Xian and this rascal of a son well. Upon receiving this message from her father, Zhao Xiumei immediately felt displeased. Having toiled her entire life, must she continue to be a workhorse forever? Does he think she wants to marry right away if he expects to retire? You'd better work yourself to the bone in the company. She retorted. She promptly replied, Dad, I suddenly want to get married. Zhao Tianda responded, No, dear daughter, you mustn't. The company needs you now. Zhao Xiumei replied, Dad, thank you. Zhao Tianda countered, What are you thanking me for? This is what you ought to be grateful for. Zhao Xiumei exclaimed, Get lost! Chapter 19. A moment of clarity, having returned from their shopping excursion. Zhao Xian and Su Yin found the house bustling as the maids and servants were moving boxes into Zhao Xian's room. It took them nearly 20 minutes to finish. This shopping spree had cost over 20 million in the past. Spending 2,000 would have made Zhao Xianwei's future earnings. Now, however, money felt like an external entity, buying and spending as one pleases. Zhao Xian's room, the largest on the second floor, featured a private bathroom, a dressing room, and dozens of clothing cabinets, now all filled to capacity. The bed alone measured 5 meters in length, adorned with the finest silk bedding. Never had Zhao Xian seen such a grand room. His previous quarters in Medicine God Valley had only a bed, a desk, and a small cabinet. With the assistance of the maids, Zhao Xian changed into a white suit. Having always been handsome, he looked even more striking in the suit, especially after styling his hair. His charmingly roguish demeanor drew the gaze of many maids, leaving them practically drooling. Zhao Xian had also bought a high-end silver needle set and a needle pouch, which he tied around his waist. When the need arose, he could swiftly retrieve a needle like he was drawing a weapon. As he emerged, Met with the starry-eyed admiration of the maids, Zhao Xian had not forgotten his obligation to perform acupuncture and brew medicine for the old man. While changing clothes, he had dispatched a servant to inform the driver, who was already waiting diligently at the door for this esteemed young master. Upon exiting, Zhao Xian was greeted respectfully as the driver opened the car door for him. After Zhao Xian settled in, the driver closed the door and drove off in a Rolls-Royce toward the old villa. Zhao Xian had not studied vehicles and was unaware of the car's value. But given its spacious interior, it must surely be expensive. Had his thoughts been overheard by the Zhao family, they would have scoffed at his ignorance, for their wealth surpassed that of this vehicle many times over. It was simply due to the car's comfort that they used a Rolls-Royce to transport the Zhao family, while the young master and young ladies typically drove supercars. The vehicle smoothly arrived at the old villa's entrance. Prior to departure, Zhao Xian had called the old man, who had already instructed the security personnel to grant immediate access upon seeing Zhao Xian's car. Zhao Xian entered the living room of the old villa without obstruction. To his surprise, it was the head of the bodyguard team, Wang Daniu, who came to greet him. Zhao Xian was puzzled as to why a bodyguard captain would personally welcome him. Where was Uncle Fu? Unbeknownst to Zhao Xian, Wang Daniu had volunteered to greet him, profoundly impressed by Zhao Xian's previous display of skill. Seeing Wang Daniu hesitating, Zhao Xian spoke up. "Brother Wang, if you have something to say, feel free that we are all men here. No need to be so reserved." Wang Daniu was taken aback by Zhao Xian's casual demeanor, which lacked any airs of superiority, as if conversing with a friend. This was a stark contrast to those who flaunted their privileged backgrounds without restraint. Encouraged by Zhao Xian's words, Wang Daniu revealed, "Your previous display of skill left a deep impression on me. My admiration for you flows like the endless river." Zhao Xian interrupted in plain terms, "You think that was impressive and want to learn, right? I'll teach you." Wang Daniu eagerly awaited this affirmation, his excitement contagious. Much like a child, Zhao Xian shook his head in exasperation, but his immediate priority was to attend to the old man's acupuncture. As he entered the living room, the old man's eyes gleamed. "Wait, who are you?" "Oh, it seems to be my eldest grandson, Damai, with a little grooming. He looks quite dashing, reminiscent of my youthful days." After completing the acupuncture session, Wang Daniu approached with the brewed herbal medicine. The old man noticed Wang Daniu casting glances at Zhao Xian and casually inquired, "Daniu, how long have you been with me?" 15 years, Wang Daniu replied respectfully. "You have faithfully served me for 15 years, and I know your character well. However, you will soon be leaving my side." Wang Daniu immediately broke into a cold sweat, fearing dismissal. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, the old man continued. "Do not worry. I am not sending you away, that I merely wish for you to follow my grandson. While he may not require your protection, there are matters that still necessitate attention. After all, he is the future heir and must not bear any blemish." Both Wang Daniu and Zhao Xian understood the old man's intent. Without hesitation, Wang Daniu knelt on one knee, cupping his fists, and declared, "Old master, Daniu is willing to risk life and limb for the young master, to brave fire and water without hesitation." However, Wang Daniu's agreement alone was insufficient. It also depended on Zhao Xian's wishes. From the moment Zhao Xian laid eyes on Wang Daniu, he recognized him as a loyal and trustworthy individual. It seemed the old man was beginning to plan for Zhao Xian to gradually assume control of the Zhao family's influence. Thus, Zhao Xian did not refuse. "Grandpa, Brother Wang is a good man, and I have no objections, that I just tend to stir up trouble, so I hope Brother Wang won't think poorly of me," he added, scratching his head awkwardly. Chapter 20. A new day begins with a beatdown of my brother. Such words from the young master. Ever since the brothers witnessed your combat prowess, they have been thoroughly impressed and hope to fight alongside you once more. Wang Daniu exclaimed excitedly, "That I in that case, Daniu, assemble those from the previous encounter, along with the elite members of the bodyguard team, to accompany Xianer from now on." The old man instructed. "That is unwise, Grandpa. To my own combat abilities are sufficient, and by deploying all the elites to me, you risk exposing yourself to the hidden assailants who threaten you. That wouldn't that be akin to placing yourself in the enemy's line of sight?" Zhao Xian hastily countered. "Not a problem. One must engage directly to overcome adversity. I have never shied away from difficulties. Moreover, do you truly believe I lack means of defense? I shall be frank. It is customary for families like ours to cultivate a few hidden guardians. With them by my side, there is no need for concern. The old gentleman spoke with utmost seriousness, stating, moreover, should I encounter an unfortunate incident, these will serve as your hidden cards. Although your father possesses considerable acumen in managing the company, he has always approached matters with trepidation. Our status. When a prominent family begins to decline, other families will invariably seize the opportunity to kick them while they're down, eager to ensure they never rise again. Yet your father is incapable of such actions. At times, even when opportunities present themselves, he opts for self-preservation. This is a ruthless world. If you do not instill fear in others, you will inevitably face treachery. Consider the Yang family from the 10th prominent clan, who faced upheaval, while the other 8 families eagerly sought to claim their share. Your foolish father was the only one extending a helping hand. I do not imply that his intentions were misguided. Rather, I commend his ability to refrain from adding to their misfortunes and to offer assistance when others are in dire straits. Such conduct is rare indeed. However, we are all merchants, and in business, self-interest reigns supreme. Everyone seeks profit. Your father may believe he is helping during their time of distress, but what of the dignity of the other 8 families? He is attempting to support a family that has lost all favor, simultaneously provoking the ire of several other prominent clans. Such an approach is nothing short of irrational. You must understand that among the elite, it is all about interests. Even one's dearest daughter may be sacrificed for the sake of familial advantage through strategic alliances. What else do you think they would not dare to do? Some matters merely remain unspoken. The old gentleman's words made Zhao Xian realize that the world of the elite was not as liberating as it seemed. Rest assured, grandfather, that my purpose at university is to forge connections with the heirs of these families. I will endeavor to win over those I can, and even if I cannot, I will ensure they understand the consequences of crossing the Zhao family. Zhao Xian spoke earnestly for once. Truly, my grandson. With your words, I find solace that I trust you will recognize those with genuine capability for the company. Let your father and elder sister manage it for now. Their administrative skills are commendable enough to ensure stability until you establish your own network and circle. The old man and Zhao Xian conversed for an extended period. Zhao Xian, who had never encountered the harsh realities of this world nor managed a company, nonetheless exhibited forward-thinking ideas and perspectives. While some steps were fraught with peril, they showcased his resolute spirit and courage to confront challenges, traits reminiscent of the old man's own youth. This eldest grandson undoubtedly surpassed that foolish son by leaps and bounds. Even if Zhao Xian never learns to manage the company, he possesses the capability to utilize others effectively, that he had ensured that a number of his own people remained in the company, allowing him to gradually pass on his connections to Zhao Xian. Soon he could comfortably retire. That evening, upon returning to the villa, Zhao Xian bid farewell to Wang Daniu, the head of the bodyguards, needing to arrange the logistics for those who had transitioned from serving the old gentleman to now serving Zhao Xian, while also giving them a motivational talk. That be why the time Zhao Xian returned. It was nearing 10 o'clock. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the study lights still aglow. He approached and overheard his elder sister, Zhao Xiumei, and their father, Zhao Tianda, discussing business matters. Zhao Xian knocked on the door, and after receiving permission to enter, he gently opened it. His elder sister, Zhao Xiumei, was the first to speak. What took you so long? Was grandfather reluctant to part with you? Of course. He treasures me dearly, Zhao Xian replied cheekily. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Xian inquired whether Su Yun had already gone to bed. Hearing this, Zhao Tianda's face lit up with relief. Indeed, at this hour, I am usually in the room with your mother. She often struggles to sleep through the night, and I have to massage her aching limbs while coaxing her to rest. However, after her acupuncture session today, she fell asleep shortly after I began to massage her. Thank you, Zhao Xian. Your mother hasn't had a good night's sleep in quite some time. Upon learning that his mother was now able to enjoy restful sleep, Zhao Xian refrained from asking further questions. That he was, after all, still quite ignorant of business matters. Not that he was entirely clueless, but since he had never been exposed to them, he figured that with time and experience, he would eventually demonstrate his own management abilities. As he walked back to his room, Zhao Xian felt a warm sensation in his heart. This was family. No matter how arduous or taxing life might be, one must always strive to support their loved ones. His father worked tirelessly at the company during the day and returned home at night to care for his mother's sleep, enduring considerable hardship. And then there was his elder sister, who had devoted herself to learning various disciplines, business, politics, arts, since childhood, never having a moment to herself, all while being burdened with the hopes of the family to sustain their business. This had resulted in Zhao Xuemei, now 27, having never experienced a romantic relationship. Once he perfected the elixir for nurturing energy, he would first reward these hard-working family members. For now, however, he needed to return to a restful slumber. And tomorrow, he would find the time to give Zhao Chen a good thrashing. After all, a new day must commence with a good dose of sibling rivalry, his kindness manifesting as stern love for his younger brother. Chapter 21. Still sleeping. How can someone your age still be asleep? The next day, Zhao Xian rose early to facilitate waking his brother. He had specifically requested a spare key to Zhao Chen's room. Zhao Xian quietly approached Zhao Chen's door, took out the spare key, and gently opened it. Since a true family member does not engage in deception, if Zhao Xian had declared his intention to give his brother a good beating, then Zhao Chen would indeed receive a proper thrashing. Zhao Xian tiptoed to the bedside, observing Zhao Chen still lost in slumber. The clock read 5:20. What as Zhao Xian descended the staircase. He greeted everyone with a cheerful good morning. Once he settled into his seat and the entire group was present, Zhao Tian signaled for the dishes to be served. Upon seeing the breakfast spread of milk, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and plain congee, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel that it paled in comparison to the sumptuous dinner from the previous night. Concerned that Zhao Xian might not appreciate the meal, Su Yun inquired what he would prefer, suggesting that the cook could prepare something fresh for him. Zhao Tianda also encouraged Zhao Xian to voice his preferences for meals at any time, assuring him that the cook would cater to his tastes exclusively. The daughters, overhearing this, expressed their disbelief at the apparent double standards. When we were children, we were punished for being picky eaters, which made us reluctant to voice our desires. We were even told to control our portions. Yet now our brother can indulge in whatever he wishes without consequence. Are we not his biological siblings? Zhao Xian, however, did not trouble the cook for any special treatment. He simply allowed her to heat 10 cups of milk and fry 30 dough sticks. He devoured them with little regard for decorum, shoving a stick into his mouth, taking a hefty bite, and washing it down with milk, ultimately finishing all 30 sticks. After breakfast, he belched contentedly and elegantly wiped his hands and mouth with a napkin. Everyone stared in astonishment, muttering, "How remarkably graceful." With his hunger satiated, it was time to attend to more pressing matters, particularly to confront the troublesome younger brother, the green tea brother. How can you enjoy yourself? If you are happy, then I cannot be. Conversely, if you are unhappy, I will find great joy in that. Zhao Xian mused that I end Chapter 22. Zhao Xian timidly expressed, "Brother, I just returned home, and everyone has been so kind to me. I wish to buy gifts for everyone, but I am uncertain of their preferences. Would you accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen felt dread. If he were to accompany Zhao Xian, he might find himself subjected to a lecture on love. Yet unwilling to outright refuse, he gently replied, "I'm sorry, brother, but I have plans to study with friends. With August half over, I must cherish every moment to learn." Zhao Xian thought to himself, studying. I wonder how well you will fare in school from now on. Zhao Xian commenced his performance of the Green Tea Act. I simply wish to purchase a gift to express my gratitude to my family for their support. That it's still early. Buying a gift won't take long. Brother, do you think I've come home to overshadow you? Hence your displeasure? Woe is me. Zhao Chen was at a loss for words, incredulous at such manipulation. However, their mother, Su Yun, interjected, "Chinner, ever since Xianer returned, you've become increasingly taciturn. You were raised by us. Yet Xianer is also a child of the Zhao family. It is essential for your relationship to improve." What studying? It seems you merely wish to flaunt your disdain for us because we have been kindred to Zhao Xian recently. Zhao Xiaojun remarked sarcastically. Enough. We are all family. Little Chen should accompany Little Xian. Let us not disregard Xian's heartfelt intentions. Zhao Tiana decreed, "Today is Thursday, and we plan to host a welcome banquet for Xian on Saturday. That I will send out the details this afternoon. Sisters, please prepare some gifts for him. No one is to be absent." With Zhao Tian's decision made, Zhao Chen realized that to oppose it would only tarnish his reputation further, so he reluctantly agreed. But he cast a resigned glance at Zhao Xian, who, upon meeting his gaze, smirked, suggesting another day of torment lay ahead. After preparing a medicinal concoction for Su Yun, Zhao Xian took the unlimited credit card gifted by their father and headed out with Zhao Chen. Throughout their journey, Zhao Chen dared not breathe too loudly. As Wang Daniu, Zhao Xian's personal bodyguard and assistant drove. Behind them trailed several vehicles filled with elite bodyguards, all handpicked by Zhao Xian from their father-s ranks. Zhao Chen felt an unprecedented sense of humility that on the way, Zhao Xian proposed, "Would it be acceptable for you to choose the gifts while I handle the payments?" It was less a question and more a proclamation. Should he find the gifts unsatisfactory, Zhao Chen would face retribution. What an affront! Just because you find me bothersome, you treat me this way. What if you make a poor choice? Zhao Chen navigated the shopping experience cautiously, consulting Zhao Xian whenever they encountered items his family might favor. Ultimately, the decision rested with Zhao Xian. Despite Zhao Chen's subservience, for Zhao Xian had no qualms about delivering a sharp slap when provoked. Why are you asking me everything? What purpose do I serve in this outing if you have no opinions of your own? Do you dare to glare at me? Zhao Chen felt his temper boiling. Enduring such treatment at home was one thing, but in public, Zhao Xian's blatant disregard for their family's reputation was infuriating. If others were to label the Zhao family's eldest son as having violent tendencies, who would be to blame? Initially, he accepted the beatings, but now Zhao Xian had the audacity to strike back. How is it that someone so young enjoys using his face to hit my hand? My hand is sore. Zhao Chen thought bitterly. You Incon, I placed a wager of 5 million on my son's victory. The crowd exclaimed, "Who on earth is so shameless?" They quickly dispersed, forming a large circle, with Zhao Xian and Zhao Nilan standing defiantly in the center. Zhao Tianda, ever considerate, took on the role of referee. Keep it light. No injuries, let the contest begin. Zhao Nilan was the first to adopt a combat stance, while Zhao Xian maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Zhao Nilan charged forward, her anxiety palpable. She could tell from Zhao Xian's calmness that he possessed formidable skills. With a swift flying knee strike, Zhao Xian sidestepped, and Zhao Nilan, quick to react, landed in a bow stance, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. Zhao Xian turned to respond with a series of Tai Chi movements, block, parry, and strike, sending Zhao Nilan retreating. She regained her balance and resumed her fighting stance, realizing that Zhao Xian was indeed a formidable opponent. Zhao Xian sensed that his sister was serious about this match. Showing full effort was a sign of respect for his adversary. With a graceful motion, he discarded his upper garment, revealing his sculpted physique, muscles rippling, biceps and triceps defined, a chiseled chest, and a set of 8-pack abs, with veins prominently visible on his forearms. Zhao Nilan felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Even in the face of criminals, she had never experienced such an oppressive feeling. Zhao Xian extended his arms to gather energy, then executed an elbow strike. Zhao Nilan and the crowd were stunned. Is this Tai Chi? Zhao Xian lunged toward Zhao Nilan, who quickly adopted a defensive stance that as he approached, he threw a powerful punch. But Zhao Nilan managed to flip away just in time. Following through with a left kick, Zhao Nilan leaned back to evade, realizing she could not afford to confront him head-on and could only dodge with great effort. Yet Zhao Xian's assault did not relent. With his left foot planted, he raised his right leg for a downward strike. Zhao Nilan performed a backflip to evade, but the ground beneath him cracked from the force of his strike, leaving the spectators in awe of his terrifying strength. After the downward kick, Zhao Xian swiftly lifted his left leg for a spinning kick aimed at Zhao Nilan's side. She could only hurriedly raise her knee and lower her arm to block the powerful blow. The impact sent her sprawling to the left, and she stumbled several steps before regaining her footing. However, as Zhao Nilan was propelled away, Zhao Xian dashed after her, as soon as she steadied herself. Zhao Xian was already before her, and she realized there was no escaping his next move. She braced herself for a cross-arm block. Zhao Xian, younger brother, show some mercy. Zhao Tianda and the three sisters exclaimed simultaneously. Zhao Xian, initially intending to deliver a heart strike, adjusted to a shoulder slam. Though he tempered most of his strength, Zhao Nilan was knocked down, lying on the ground, struggling to rise. Zhao Xian, perplexed, remarked, "Is this a scam?" I clearly held back. Zhao Nilan lay on the ground, wailing, oh no, he has assaulted me. My brother has beaten his own sister. Everyone come quick. Can't handle it." Chapter 24. How can you, a police officer, be more shameless than me? Zhao Xian approached to help Zhao Nilan up, but she rolled on the ground, refusing to get up. Come on, I'm not being that harsh. I barely exerted myself that you a police officer. How can you be more shameless than me? Don't take advantage of me. This is outrageous. Everyone come look. Zhao Xian has assaulted a police officer in public. Zhao Xian. The crowd. What a disgrace. You proposed this duel, and now that you're losing, you're rolling on the ground throwing a tantrum. You're the second miss of the Zhao family and a police officer. How can you be so shameless? Zhao Xian's forehead pulsed with veins as he gritted his teeth, smiling. I will teach you martial arts from now on. Can you get up now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Nilan sprang up like a carp, dusting off her clothes, and replied with a playful expression. All right then, since my younger brother insists on imparting his knowledge, I, as the elder sister, can only reluctantly agree. With that, she strutted off to her room, leaving Zhao Tianda feeling utterly embarrassed. What is this nonsense? You're an adult, yet you're lying on the ground throwing a fit. I ask this how you conduct yourself as a police officer. Zhao Tianda dismissed the crowd, sending everyone back to their posts. Wang Daniyu and his elite bodyguards gazed at the cracked floor with excitement, yearning to be trained by Zhao Xian. Not just trained, but molded by him. As some rejoiced. Others despaired. Those who had bet on Zhao Xian's victory were celebrating their winnings, particularly Zhao Tianda, who had wagered 5 million. Others who had also placed bets on Zhao Xian's victory had earned varying amounts. But Zhao Yeju's expression remained dark. Useless third sister. What good are you? You couldn't even defeat a doctor with no combat skills, and I foolishly believed in you. Friendship over. Humphed as the crowd dispersed, the Zhao family returned to the living room. Zhao Tianda said to Zhao Yeju, help your sister with a checkup. See if she's injured. Zhao Yeju casually tugged at Zhao Nilan's hair, remarking, she's fine, won't die. Zhao Nilan replied, well, it seems I disappointed you by not winning. If you're not going to examine me, I'll find my younger brother. Zhao Yeju thought to herself, we share the same mother. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? I'll discuss medicine with my brother. You just suffer there. Zhao Xian dressed and entered the living room, where both women spoke simultaneously. Zhao Xian. However, before they could continue, Zhao Xian interrupted. No time. Next time for sure. Second sister, it's just superficial injuries. A bit of ointment will suffice. Zhao Yeju and Zhao Nilan. Zhao Nilan felt that allowing her brother to treat her injuries deprived her third sister of the opportunity, raising the stakes to the third level. Zhao Yeju believed she had deciphered her second sister's intentions, pulling her brother away to deny Zhao Nilan treatment, reaching the fifth level. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian disrupted their plans, interrupting before they could speak, taking it straight to the atmospheric level, that we are all from the same mother. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? Zhao Xiaojun cheerfully went around collecting money. Having made quite a profit, the eldest sister, Zhao Xuemei, handed her 1 million from her own bet on Zhao Xian's victory, stating it was earned through his own merit, and she was merely assisting him. Zhao Xian graciously accepted the money, promising to treat his eldest sister to lunch. Zhao Xuemei cast a triumphant glance at her second and third sisters, as if to boast, take a lesson. Your elder sister is, after all, your elder sister. Zhao Nilan and Zhao Yeju. 6th at 18 noon, Zhao Xian was dropped off by the driver at Zhao's company building. This was his first encounter with his family's enterprise, a towering edifice. Resplendent and sophisticated, boasting multiple elevators, including those exclusive to the chairman and CEO. As Zhao Xian entered the building, he approached a somewhat attractive receptionist. Excuse me, how do I get to the CEO's office? Upon seeing him, the receptionist thought to herself, isn't this handsome young man the Zhao family's eldest son? She promptly led him to the door of the exclusive elevator, even pressing the button for the 88th floor before cautiously stepping back. Zhao Xian reached the entrance of the CEO's office and knocked, but no one answered. Thinking his elder sister might be napping, he knocked again. Who is it? What are you doing lurking outside the CEO's office? Zhao Xian noticed a young man with bleached hair, dressed smartly but exuding an air of a pretentious dandy, reprimanding him while ostentatiously flaunting a Hermes watch. What are you doing here, you bumpkin? Trying to sneak around? Security! Get this bumpkin out of here. Everyone thinks they can meet the CEO nowadays. Zhao Xian chuckled coldly. How could there be a dog barking in such a grand company? What do you mean? The blonde retorted angrily. Oh, you know where this is. Xingchen Group, the Zhao family's company. Oh, you know the Zhao family. The foremost aristocracy of the capital. You, a mere bumpkin, must be one of Zhao's sycophants. Right? Look at your pathetic appearance. Do you think you belong here? Don't harbor unrealistic aspirations. Zhao Xian scoffed, finding it amusing that his elder sister's hiring standards seemed lacking to allow such individuals into the company. Ignoring the blonde's insults, he leisurely pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Taking a puff, he exhaled a plume of smoke. The blonde's expression soured. Who was this guy? His calm demeanor and fearless aura were alarming, especially since he was smoking right outside the CEO's office in Zhao's company. Did he wish to court disaster? Or was he perhaps a kept man of the CEO upon observing Zhao Xian's striking appearance? The young man with yellow hair had already concluded that Zhao Xian was the kept man of Zhao Xuemei. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow and thought, "How dare you, Zhao Xuemei? After all this time I have pursued you, you have not even spared me a glance. Yet behind my back, you indulge in a secret affair." This indignation stirred within him, compelling him to seek retribution not from the illustrious CEO, but rather from the young man she was purportedly maintaining. Chapter 25. He is my brother, the heir of the Zhao family, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and one hand tucked casually into his pocket. Zhao Xian stood there, mockingly observing the yellow-haired man, who felt a sense of unease under Zhao Xian's scrutinizing gaze. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to point at Zhao Xian and shouted, "Security! This guy has no appointment and has sneaked into the company. And now he brazenly smokes here, disregarding the rules. Take him away and search him thoroughly to prevent any theft of company secrets. Steal company secrets? Haha, how utterly amusing. Do you really think I would pilfer from my own home?" Zhao Xian could not contain his laughter. Realizing that the young man was in a state of panic, that he asked the security guards prepared to intervene. They hesitated, unsure of the consequences of confronting someone who might indeed be part of the Zhao family. Fearing for their own livelihoods, seeing the security guard's reluctance to act, the yellow-haired man barked, "What are you all doing? Didn't you hear me order you to take him down? I am the assistant to the CEO. I can have you all dismissed." Hearing this, the security guards, now aware of the potential threat to their jobs, steeled themselves for action. That moment, Zhao Xian calmly interjected, "He does not possess the authority to dismiss you. Your jobs are secure, I assure you." The yellow-haired man, infuriated, retorted, "You think I lack the qualifications? I am a favored aide to the CEO, and with a mere word, I can dictate the fate of numerous employees. I presume you have received quite a few gifts in return for your position. Haven to you. What nonsense are you spouting?" He shouted, "Security! Why are you still standing there? Act!" The yellow-haired man nearly let slip too much. Driven by desperation, Zhao Xian, unhurriedly finishing his cigarette, took the final drag, flicked the butt to the ground, and advanced toward the yellow-haired man. Feeling cornered, the latter stumbled back until he reached a wall, having nowhere else to retreat. In a frantic voice, he yelled, "Are you security guards ready to lose your jobs? If I get hurt, you will all suffer the consequences." Zhao Xian swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the yellow-haired man's abdomen, channeling 80% of his strength. Such toxic individuals, wielding authority like a feather, were detrimental to any organization. Zhao Xian, taking it upon himself to rid the company of such scum, decided to show mercy by dealing with this nuisance. Still reeling from the blow, the yellow-haired man knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, unable to articulate a word. Zhao Xian, indifferent to his plight, stepped forward, grasped the collar of the yellow-haired man's shirt, and hoisted him off the ground. With the other hand, he unleashed a flurry of slaps, delivering 100 swift strikes, each one landing with precision. The yellow-haired man was soon knocked unconscious, and Zhao Xian discarded him to the floor like refuse. Turning to the security personnel and inquiring, "Where is Zhao Xuemei now?" The onlookers gasped, astonished that he would address the so casually. He certainly seemed to possess some standing, as few would dare to openly assault someone so closely associated with the CEO, who was widely recognized as a suitor of Zhao Xuemei. Would this not lead to trouble? Trembling, the security guards pointed toward the upper floors. "Thank you," Zhao Xian replied, disregarding the expressions of those around him as he dragged the yellow-haired man toward the elevator. Upon reaching the conference room on the 89th floor, Zhao Xuemei was in the midst of a meeting with the company executives when a knock at the door disrupted the proceedings. "Who dares to interrupt at this hour? It must either be of utmost importance or my father," she mused. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Xuemei was determined to ascertain the cause of the interruption. Once granted permission, Zhao Xian opened the door, dragging in the yellow-haired man like a lifeless dog. The executives looked on with displeasure, clearly unaware that no one should disturb the CEO during a meeting. They wondered why the two couldn't wait until after the meeting to resolve their issues privately. Upon recognizing Zhao Xian, Zhao Shuemei's initial shock quickly transformed into understanding as she noted the disheveled state of the yellow-haired man, who had been soundly beaten. Furrowing her brow, the executives assumed Zhao Xian's actions had displeased her, and they prepared to reprimand him. "Is this your assistant?" Zhao Xian inquired of Zhao Shui, made that he is the assistant to the chief assistant. Zhao Shuemei replied, "Da. Then surely he does not have the authority to dismiss anyone on his own, does he?" Zhao Xian continued, maintaining a stoic expression. Realizing her brother was genuinely upset, Zhao Shuemei responded, "Dismissals must follow proper procedures." "Understood," Zhao Xian said before, in front of the assembled executives. He proceeded to break the yellow-haired man's limbs. The latter, who had been dazed from the earlier blows, was jolted awake by the pain, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Afterward, Zhao Xian wiped his hands with a tissue and lit a cigarette, taking a deep breath that I can't be bothered to explain the specifics. "You may review the surveillance footage outside the CEO's office. I will be waiting for you downstairs." With that, he departed without a backward glance. The executives, shaken by Zhao Xian's ruthless demeanor, exchanged glances, apprehensive of his cold-blooded nature. They had encountered fierce individuals before, but one who could so casually inflict such harm without flinching was a rarity, especially considering his youth. One executive finally spoke up. "CEO, do you know the young man from earlier?" Zhao Shuemei sighed, rubbing her temples. "His name is Zhao Xian, my younger brother, the heir of the Zhao family." Despite the prior announcements throughout the company and the detailed information shared in their work group, the executives remained oblivious to his identity. Once Zhao Xian dealt with their phones, they would soon learn who he truly was. Zhao Shuemei instructed that the yellow-haired man be taken to the hospital and formally dismissed him, promising to cover 3 times his salary as compensation and all medical expenses. After concluding the remaining matters with the executives, she descended to find Zhao Xian. Chapter 26. A distinguished guest arrives at the hospital. Zhao Shuemei found Zhao Xian downstairs at the company, and they drove to a nearby Western restaurant. "Goodness, I am your elder sister, and yet you expect me to treat you and drive you as well," she exclaimed. "That I don't have a driver's license," Zhao Xian replied. "Very well, let's focus on the meal," she conceded. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhao Xian, ever the gentleman, handed the menu to Zhao Shuemei, allowing her to choose first. Touched by his gesture, she noted that her once impudent younger brother had matured. Demonstrating consideration for her, she proceeded to order a few of her favorites before handing the menu back to him. As Zhao Xian scanned the menu, he was struck by the complexity of the foreign words. Feeling utterly lost, Zhao Shuemei, noticing his discomfort, chose not to assist him, finding amusement in teasing her younger brother. It dawned on her how she had come to understand her 3 younger sisters through a similar lens of rivalry, deriding them, despising them, only to ultimately become one of them. Zhao Xian, aware of his limitations, instructed the waiter to triple the order of the dishes Zhao Shuemei had selected. After a satisfying meal, Zhao Xian expressed his intention to visit the hospital. Zhao Shuemei, realizing he sought to confront Zhao Yizhu regarding the yellow-haired man, dropped him off at the hospital before returning to the company. Upon entering the hospital, Zhao Xian noticed a significant reduction in the usual medical staff. This piqued his curiosity, for how could the largest hospital in the capital be so understaffed? As he meandered through the corridors, he overheard discussions among patients, which clarified the situation. It seemed a distinguished patient had arrived, an elderly general from a military district. All the doctors were currently attending to him. Zhao Xian held great respect for soldiers, particularly this general, known for his long-standing service at the border and personal involvement in various conflicts. The general's family was comprised entirely of military personnel, each contributing to the nation's defense and earning numerous accolades, a true paragon within the military community. Eventually, Zhao Xian located a nurse and inquired about Zhao Yizhu's whereabouts. The nurse, fortuitously heading in the same direction, guided him to her office. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Xian entered, only to find Zhao Yizhu seated at her desk, her hands pressed against her forehead, her brow furrowed with worry. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Yizhu looked up to find her brother. However, she was too preoccupied to engage in pleasantries. Without wasting time, Zhao Xian cut straight to the point. "How is the elderly general's condition?" Realizing her brother was indeed a doctor and a direct disciple of the esteemed medicine god, Zhao Yizhu thought he might possess a solution. "It's complicated. Come with me," she stated, taking his hand and leading him outside. Zhao Xian allowed himself to be guided, and after a few minutes, They arrived at the door of the general's hospital room. "This is General Ye's room. His condition is quite dire. Perhaps you can help," she urged. Zhao Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, this is the VIP room." Zhao Yizhu escorted Zhao Chun into the hospital room, where a number of esteemed figures in the medical field gathered, all wearing somber expressions, their faces a tableau of despair as they shook their heads and sighed in silence that Yi Leo Jiangjin's son was named Yi Huchen, and his granddaughter, Yi Linglong, watched with reddened eyes as the medical luminaries expressed their hopelessness. Was her grandfather truly beyond salvation? Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, Zhao Yizhu entered with Zhao Xian, announcing, "Uncle Yi Linglong, I have brought a miraculous doctor. Perhaps he can save Yi Leo Jiangjin." Upon hearing this, Yi Huchen and Yi Linglong looked up, while Zhao Xian, being led by Zhao Yizhu, also caught sight of the Yi family. Both Yi Huchen and Yi Linglong were clad in military uniforms. Yi Linglong sported a sleek high ponytail, devoid of a military cap and makeup, yet her natural beauty remained striking. Double eyelids, large expressive eyes, delicate eyebrows, and a cherry-red mouth, complemented by a perfect figure that made her the epitome of a military flower. Zhao Xian's initial impression of Yi Linglong was one of disdain. He thought, this person seems like a rogue. Can he really be called a miraculous doctor? Does he possess the ability to heal? Without lingering on his thoughts, he directly inquired about the patient's whereabouts that Yi Huchen, Yi Linglong, and the assembled medical experts fell into a profound silence, all harboring doubts about the young man's capabilities. However, after a moment's hesitation, Yi Huchen gestured, "Follow me, young brother." Zhao Xian felt a sense of appreciation. It was commendable that a soldier maintained such politeness unless faced with an adversary. But Yi Linglong was displeased. "Dad, look at him. Do you truly believe he can heal? My grandfather's condition is critical. We should send someone to fetch Dr. Su X. In. Yi Linglong spoke with urgency, yet Zhao Xian remained unfazed, embodying the forthrightness characteristic of soldiers that if I cannot save him, neither can Qin Su X in. Zhao Xian replied, stepping into a small room as directed by Yi Huchen. Initially, Yi Linglong clung tightly, unwilling to let him proceed, until her father's words broke through. The old gentleman's condition is dire. Delaying further is tantamount to signing his death warrant. Will you forsake this last glimmer of hope? At this, Yi Linglong released her grip, allowing Zhao Xian to approach her grandfather's bedside. Zhao Xian felt the pulse of the frail, emaciated elder, and the onlookers held their breath, recognizing that even the most advanced medical devices had failed to provide relief. Could a mere young, traditional practitioner succeed where they had faltered? If he miscalculated and caused the old gentleman's demise, his reputation in the capital would be irreparably tarnished. Zhao Yizhu, observing her brother's examination, inquired, "How is it, brother? Can you heal him?" The term brother caught everyone's attention. Could this indeed be the true heir the Zhao family had recently reclaimed? Zhao Xian furrowed his brow that Yi Leo Jiangjin's condition is severe. Having spent years at the border, he has endured harsh climates. His age, compounded by numerous gunshot wounds, leaves him vulnerable. Most critically, a shrapnel piece lies perilously close to his heart. Unless removed, his life remains in jeopardy. His diagnosis bore the weight of a comprehensive examination conducted by the most sophisticated medical equipment that Yi Linglong, moved by Zhao Xian's insights, decided to take a chance on him, declaring, "If you can save my grandfather, I, Yi Linglong, will be at your beck and call henceforth." Zhao Xian smiled. "Very well. I shall reluctantly accept your offer, and I will consider your grandfather's recovery as my dowry, given our pre-existing engagement." Upon learning of Yi Leo Jiangjin's identity, Zhao Xian had already deduced Yi Linglong's status as the only daughter of the esteemed Yi family, one of the 10 prominent families in the capital, although they ranked towards the bottom among the elite. The Yi family's military connections and Yi Leo Jiangjin's influence were formidable, as many leaders from various military districts and provincial authorities had once served under him. Zhao Xian cast a glance at Yi Huchen and his daughter, as well as Zhao Yizhu and the assembled medical experts, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 27. I Can Heal. Zhao Xian looked at the gathering with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I can heal him. For reasons unknown, Yi Linglong felt a wave of relief wash over her at his gentle smile, truly believing that Zhao Xian could save her grandfather, though he appeared somewhat unruly. She found his looks and physique commendable. If he could indeed save her grandfather, she might begrudgingly consider a future with him. Did I guess it true? Yi Huchen exclaimed, gripping Zhao Xian's arm with excitement. Yes, I can heal him. But after this, Yi Lao Jiangjin must refrain from returning to the border. He will require a life of tranquility, Zhao Xian stated. Very well. I shall remember that. I appreciate your efforts, young brother. Yi Huchen responded respectfully. Zhao Xian then retrieved silver needles from his waist. Transitioning from his previous flippant demeanor to the composed seriousness of a physician, I asked that the Ghost Gate 13 needles, an astute elder physician discerned. Ghost Gate 13 needles? Isn't that art thought to be lost? Murmured another. This young man possesses remarkable skills. He must be a disciple of some reclusive master, for not everyone can learn the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Whispers circulated as they watched, aware that the 13th needle could either save a life or extinguish it. Zhao Xian aimed to pull the old gentleman back from the brink of death. As the final needle was inserted, Zhao Xian exhaled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He had never approached acupuncture with such gravity before. After completing the procedure, he discreetly stepped aside, while the others rushed to observe Yi Lao Jiangjin's condition. The old general's eyelids fluttered before gradually opening. That he has awakened, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Such youth and mastery of the Ghost Gate 13 needles suggested he was a protege of a renowned medical figure. Surely a connection worth cultivating. Yet first, they needed to allow Yi Lao Jiangjin to regain his strength at Yi Linglong. Witnessing her grandfather's slow recovery, felt tears welling in her eyes, unable to contain her emotions. Throughout her rigorous military training, she had never shed a tear. Yet now, she could no longer hold back. As the old general opened his eyes and saw the crowd surrounding him, he furrowed his brow. Rebellious children, I told you, if this old body is to perish, so be it. Must you create such a commotion? You'd summon every doctor in the capital for an old man like me. What of the other patients? Yi Huchen, touched by his father's resilience, stepped forward to salute Zhao Xian with a formal military gesture. I am deeply grateful to this young brother for saving my father's life. From this day forth, you are a benefactor of the Yi family. Should you require anything, I, Yi Huchen, will be at your service. Your words are too kind. I merely did what little I could. Good fortune favors the righteous. Zhao Xian replied with politeness. Meanwhile, Zhao Yizhu pondered, why has this insufferable brother become so courteous? Is he perhaps smitten with the young lady? After reassuring Yi Linglong, Yi Lao Jiangjin turned to the physicians, saying, I appreciate your tireless efforts to save an old man like me. The Yi family shall not forget your kindness. I implore you to continue your duties and not allow my impending death to hinder the treatment of ordinary citizens. The elder physicians responded graciously, acknowledging that it was not they who had saved him, but rather a young man who had treated him successfully. Their skills were insufficient to merit such respect. And soon, the doctors began to depart the ward at Yi Lao Jiangjin, then addressed Yi Linglong. Linglong, did they just say it was a young man who saved me? Yes, grandfather, it was a doctor brought by Zhao Yizhu. He is waiting outside. Would you like to meet him? Yi Linglong replied. Let that young man in, Yi Lao Jiangjin said weakly. Yi Linglong then called for Zhao Xian, Zhao Yizhu, and her father to enter. Upon entering, Zhao Xian asked Yi Lao Jiangjin, do you remember me? The room fell silent in astonishment. Had Zhao Xian previously met the old general? Yi Lao Jiangjin squinted at Zhao Xian, scrutinizing him until realization dawned. You are my granddaughter's fiancé? Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? Yi Linglong interjected immediately. I speak no nonsense. This young man is quite extraordinary, that he is a direct disciple of the medicine god. During the border conflicts, he happened to accompany him on his travels. His master treated numerous soldiers suffering from the after-effects of war, including me. Had it not been for his master's treatment, I would have long been reassigned due to health issues, unable to continue safeguarding the borders for so many years. Ah, so this fellow is a direct disciple of the medicine god. No wonder he claimed that if he could not heal, neither could Su Exin. The realization struck that they were indeed fellow disciples. Zhao Yizhu, astonished, pondered, if I wish to learn the Ghost Gate 13 needles, will my brother teach me? Yi Linglong's astonishment was considerable. Good heavens, this Dr. Zhao has casually summoned a formidable figure. General Yi, it is still too early to rejoice. Zhao Xian interjected at an inopportune moment. There is a bullet fragment lodged in your chest, and if it is not removed, You may face life-threatening danger at any moment. What shall we do? Young brother, you must assist to the very end. Can you remove the bullet from my father? Hu Chun was growing anxious. Enough, enough. It is of no consequence. This bullet has been in my body for so many years. I am still living quite well, so do not trouble others. However, there is one more thing I wish to inquire of the young divine doctor. General Yi stated, there is no need for such formality. Old sir, you may simply call me Zhao Xian. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong and Yi Hu Chun realized he was the Zhao family's recently reclaimed young master. And oh wonder, Zhao Yuzhu was able to invite the disciple of the medicine god. It turns out he is your brother. When General Yi saw Zhao Xian's humble demeanor, devoid of any airs of a second-generation aristocrat, he nodded in satisfaction. Are you aware that you have a betrothal with my granddaughter? The young man is aware. And what do you think of my granddaughter? She is hardworking, beautiful, caring towards her family, and possesses a kind heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong was surprised to learn that she held such an image in his mind. How could he say such things in front of my grandfather? How embarrassing! So, Linglong, what do you think of Zhao Xian? Yi Linglong did not respond. Her face flushed as she nodded and quickly lowered her head. After all, she had previously promised Zhao Xian that if he could save her grandfather, she would be at his disposal. Then, Zhao Xian, are you willing to honor the betrothal? The old man asked at last. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Xian's answer, including Yi Linglong. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xian spoke. To speak frankly, I have a total of 7 such betrothals. Whether I fulfill them or withdraw from them, I will inevitably come into contact with those involved, and I cannot guarantee that I will only fall in love with Linglong. Therefore, it would be wise for you to consider Linglong's future. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's response, Yi Linglong was at a loss for how to react. She hoped he would agree, yet she understood that such an exceptional man would surely attract the affection of others. Could she truly safeguard Zhao Xian from unwanted attention? The heir of the foremost family in the capital, the disciple of the medicine god. These 2 identities alone were sufficient to allure many women. And Zhao Xian was also remarkably handsome. What if, by following him, she found herself in a situation where he had other fiancés willing to fulfill their betrothal? Abandoning Zhao Xian was unthinkable, for he was the only outstanding man who had captured her heart after all these years. Could she bear to share him with several other women? Her pride, stemming from her military family background, did not permit such a notion. What a conundrum! Zhao Xian noticed Yi Linglong's inner turmoil, but did not press her for an immediate answer. It was better for her to ponder the matter carefully. He did not wish for the issue of their betrothal to cloud her judgment. Regardless of her decision, they could at least remain friends, that he owed a debt of gratitude to the Yi family, who would not forget kindness. And even if Yi Linglong ultimately consented, he would ensure she did not suffer any grievances. Though he was somewhat of a libertine, he was not a scoundrel. No matter how many women chose to follow him, he would treat them all fairly. That he then departed the hospital room with Zhao Yuzhu. Chapter 28. The banquet. After leaving the hospital room, Zhao Yuzhu did not mention Yi Linglong, as whether she could become his sister-in-law remained uncertain. However, Zhao Xian's medical skills were undeniably remarkable. Brother, was the acupuncture technique you used on old Yi the ghost gate 13 needles? You know about that? Who told you? Never mind who informed me. I want you to teach me. You a surgeon, learning acupuncture? Moreover, even if I wish to teach you, you might not be capable of mastering it. How will I know unless I try? Let us discuss this later. We haven't even addressed the main issue yet. Main issue? Otherwise, why do you think I came to find you? It can't possibly be just to miss you. Well, it's not a problem to think that way, Zhao Yuzhu replied, feeling somewhat wronged. Yesterday afternoon, a yellow-haired man came to the hospital. You can check the records in the inpatient department that he is a rat in the company, using my sister's name to act tyrannically and accepting bribes while threatening to kill me. I broke his arms and legs. He is currently lying in the hospital. That don't let him have it easy. Once you take care of this matter, I will find time to teach you the ghost gate 13 needles. Dealing with him is easy enough, but don't go back on your word that if you don't teach me later, I'll just learn from second sister. Zhao Xian. Do you even look like an older sister? Rolling around like a child, can't you at least act like a fairy? Upon returning home, Zhao Xian found it was nearly dinner time. His elder sister, Zhao Xuemei, was already in the living room, incessantly boasting to the second and fourth siblings about how Zhao Xian had helped rid the company of a malignant tumor and had sincerely invited her regardless of his antics at that time. All the blame will ultimately fall on Zhao Qian's shoulders. Having him welcome the guests is merely a way to collect some interest up front. Today, Zhao Qian donned a tailored black suit, styled his hair. And with his tall stature, perfect physique, and handsome visage, he undoubtedly commanded attention as the undeniable protagonist. Today, as the clock struck 8 in the evening, after all the guests had entered the Zhao family banquet hall. The elder Zhao finally descended from the upper floor, accompanied by Zhao Qian. The moment Zhao Qian made his entrance, a profound silence enveloped the room. Numerous heiresses gazed at him, nearly drooling at his extraordinary handsomeness. Many affluent heads of families began to contemplate. Aligning with Zhao family's 4 daughters could never yield as much benefit as an alliance with Zhao Qian himself. Furthermore, with his looks and status, associating with him would surely be respectable. Many families with daughters intended to encourage their girls to engage with Zhao Qian. After the banquet concluded, in the crowd, Zhao Qian's eyes burned with fury. The more conspicuous Zhao Qian became, the more determined he felt to undermine him. Why should a mere rustic, who had not experienced the sophistication of 18 years of higher education like himself, be his equal? He longed to instigate a conversation that would allow everyone to question Zhao Qian's background, but seeing Zhao Qian had successfully summoned the elder Zhao today, it seemed his plans were doomed to fail. Damn it, why hasn't that old man passed on yet? Zhao Guozhu led Zhao Qian onto the stage, where the elder Zhao took the microphone to proudly introduce Zhao Qian to the assembled guests. When he mentioned that Zhao Qian was the direct disciple of the divine doctor, he cast a glance at the other elderly patriarchs, as if to flaunt. Behold, my grandson is the disciple of a divine healer. You will certainly find yourselves beneath his shadow. The more Zhao Guozhu pondered, the more elated he grew, while the other elderly patriarchs, some eyeing their grandsons with envy, others lamenting the lackluster appearances of their granddaughters, watched as those with even modest beauty were discreetly urged by their grandfathers to engage in whispered conversations. Their sole aim was to strategize how to secure Zhao Qian's affection for their daughters. As Zhao Guozhu delivered his impassioned speech, the grand entrance of the banquet hall swung open, revealing unexpected arrivals. Chapter 29. Awaiting your return with answers as the banquet hall doors gradually opened. Yi Huqing wheeled in General Yi, followed closely by Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong dazzled in a purple evening gown, adorned with a crystal necklace and rows of diamonds, coupled with shimmering crystal high heels, making her radiant in the banquet hall. Many heirs were left speechless, captivated by her beauty. Having only heard tales of Yi Linglong's stunning looks, they now realized the rumors were true, perhaps even understated. They wondered which wealthy young man would be fortunate enough to catch the eye of such a beauty tonight. Elder Zhao approached General Yi with graciousness, while Zhao Tianda extended his hand to Yi Huqing. Zhao Qian, meanwhile, moved beside Yi Linglong, taking a moment to admire her. Truth be told, the young lady, when properly adorned, possessed considerable allure. Yi Linglong, shy under Zhao Qian's scrutiny, mustered her composure and remarked, "The black suit suits you very well. You look quite dashing. You appear more beautiful in a dress than in military attire." As their conversation unfolded, Elder Zhao discreetly led Zhao Tianda and General Yi away, creating space for the two. At that moment, standing together, Zhao Qian and Yi Linglong seemed perfectly matched, with Zhao's 4 sisters conceding that in terms of appearance, they fell slightly short compared to Yi Linglong. Many wealthy young men were eager to approach and win her favor. Yet Yi Linglong remained steadfastly beside Zhao Qian, leaving them no opportunity to engage. Next to Yi Linglong, Zhao Qian caught a whiff of her jasmine fragrance, suggesting she had spent considerable time preparing for this gathering. Observing Yi Linglong beside Zhao Qian stirred feelings in Zhao Chun that he could not deny. It would be a lie to say he was unaffected that he now desired to seize everything Zhao Qian possessed, including Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong presented a beautifully crafted small box, saying, "This is a gift I prepared for you." She handed the box to Zhao Qian, who opened it to reveal a necklace, its top adorned with a polished bullet casing, engraved with a dragon, and the base inscribed with the character Zhao. "Thank you, Linglong. I truly appreciate it. Would you mind helping me put it on?" Zhao Qian asked. Yi Linglong agreed, taking the necklace from the box and gently fastening it around his neck. During this intimate moment, Zhao Qian teased, "Not only are you beautiful, but you're also quite skilled and gentle. You will surely make a wonderful wife." Yi Linglong offered no reply, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you for the necklace. I will wear it always, Zhao Xian said, gazing deeply into Yi Linglong's eyes at that moment. Her gaze shifted from uncertainty to newfound determination. Once I complete my mission, I will provide you with an answer. Zhao Xian, taken aback, thought to himself, are you setting yourself up for failure? If you proceed with this mission, it may end badly. I cannot allow such a beauty to perish. When do you depart for your mission? He inquired. Are you reluctant to part with me? Yi Linglong responded shyly. Indeed, I wish to personally see you off. Please ensure you contact me before you leave. All right, but do not shed tears when I depart. Zhao Xian teased that I'll be too joyous to cry. She retorted playfully. Their flirtatious banter was observed by Elder Yi and the Zhao family, who mused, this young couple seems perfectly matched. Why not hastily arrange a marriage? Zhao Chun, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene. Fearing they might inadvertently plan a civil ceremony, he approached, exclaiming, Brother, the sisters are looking for you. They have something they wish to discuss. The Zhao sisters exchanged puzzled glances. When did we seek him out? What scheme is he concocting now? Zhao Xian turned to Zhao Chun, smirking. How traditional. Rather than beating around the bush, you could simply tell me to step aside while you discuss matters of the heart with my fiancé, Yi. And perhaps even speak ill of me. However, Zhao Xian chose not to confront him directly. Since he wished to play games, he would indulge him. Thus, Zhao Xian took Yi Linglong's hand and led her toward his four sisters, stating, Come, let me introduce you to my sisters. Who knows, perhaps our families will engage in business together in the future. Ignoring Zhao Chun's fiery glare, he confidently strolled with Yi Linglong in tow. Behind them, Zhao Chen's expression contorted with rage. Damn Zhao Xian, why won't you just disappear? This infuriates me. As Zhao Xian held Yi Linglong's hand, her heart raced with anticipation. What is this? Meeting the family. I'm not prepared for this. Chapter 30. A charming rogue Zhao Xian brought Yi Linglong before his four sisters, introducing her one by one that this is my eldest sister, Zhao Xiumei, the current executive president of our company. Should the Zhao and Yi families collaborate on any projects in the future, you may consult her. This is my second sister, Zhao Nilan, a police officer. She enjoys causing a ruckus, so don't emulate her. Zhao Nilan retorted, You're the one who enjoys causing a ruckus. Your entire family does. This is my third sister, Zhao Yizhu. Ah, you already know her, let us skip that. Zhao Yizhu interjected, What? Just like that? And this is my fourth sister, Zhao Xiaojun. Well, that is all. Zhao Xiaojun demanded, Is that it? What else do you have to say? Hearing Zhao Xian's rather irreverent introductions of his sisters, Yi Linglong felt a pang of sympathy for them. With a brother like this, one wondered whether it was a stroke of luck or a burden. After the banquet concluded, the patriarchs of several prominent families gathered to discuss. Now that the Yi family has aligned with the Zhao family, we must find a way to insert ourselves into this alliance. Zhao Xian's identity is bound to lead him to great heights, and the Zhao family will undoubtedly pave the way for him. Should he forge connections with even more powerful families, given his audacious character, it would only be a matter of time before he overshadowed our own families. One must either find a way to eliminate Zhao Xian, disrupt the union of the two families, or integrate oneself into the mix to share in the spoils. At present, Zhao Xian has only just returned to the Zhao family, and their protection of him is undoubtedly impenetrable. Even if the union were to be sabotaged, Zhao Xian has saved the Yi family from peril. And in the face of such significant moral dilemmas, Old Master, you would not foolishly abandon this invaluable ally. Thus, the only option left is to engage with him. The grandson should cultivate a better rapport with Zhao Xian. It would be ideal to form a bond. And even if that proves impossible, he mustn't make an enemy of him. As for the granddaughter, one must see if she can capture Zhao Xian's interest. Initially, many had hoped to secretly support Zhao Chen's ascension, yet Zhao Xian's reputation is far too formidable. Any sensible person would not forsake the esteemed Zhao Xian in favor of Zhao Chen, the adopted son. Moreover, given Zhao Xian's character, he would inevitably eliminate this adopted son, especially since the entire Zhao family now stands firmly behind him. It is perplexing to witness people lining up to offer their granddaughters to someone who is essentially a rogue. One would think there are no charming rascals among the rogues, were it not for Zhao Xian's status as the Zhao family's heir and the protege of the medicine god. Such a person would likely not even merit a glance. Yet, such is the irony of fate. Despite knowing Zhao Xian's unsavory nature, one is compelled to regard him with respect. Furthermore, the elders, having lived for decades, can surely discern Zhao Xian's true character. He is not as simple as he appears on the surface. He is composed and deeply astute, with a decisive nature, making him indeed suitable to inherit the family legacy. In contrast, Zhao Chun pales in comparison, merely a superficial second-generation heir with an inflated sense of self-worth. It is no wonder those old men wish to covertly elevate Zhao Chun. Such a person, once in power, would allow them to reap the benefits of the Zhao family. Now, even if they were to support Zhao Chun, it would be futile. Zhao Xian might very well retaliate against their clan. In the past, they united to guard against the Zhao family, but now, anyone who aligns with the Zhao family is bound to soar, as being a protege of the medicine god is no trivial matter. A good relationship with Zhao Xian equates to an extra lease on life. The more one's status ascends, the more one values life itself. This evening, Zhao Xian indulged in considerable libations, as Zhao Guozhu dragged him around to toast various guests, both to introduce Zhao Xian to potential allies and to familiarize him with their circles. Zhao Chun was nearly on the verge of exploding with frustration. After having spent 18 years within the Zhao family, he was barred from engaging with the company's core matters, denied the opportunity to establish connections, and deprived of a villa, let alone any inheritance. The Zhao family, as the foremost prestigious house in the capital, saw through Zhao Chun's petty aspirations, which is precisely why the old master harbors disdain for him. Should the Zhao family ever fall into his hands, not only would the family fortune be squandered, but the fate of the four Zhao sisters would also be grim. That is for why Zhao Chun was not expelled. It was merely to preserve the family's dignity, even in the capital. Sometimes the pressures of public opinion can topple a family, and the Zhao family wishes to avoid any negative reputation. Zhao Xian, however, is an entirely different matter. Although he may appear somewhat arrogant, he is, after all, a direct descendant of the Zhao lineage and the favored disciple of the medicine god. To offend Zhao Xian is tantamount to offending the entire Medicine Valley, which holds a preeminent position in the medical field. Boasting numerous leading figures, many of whom may merely be external disciples or nominal students, their status nowhere near that of Zhao Xian or Qin Suxian. And no matter how much of a scoundrel Zhao Xian may be, he would never harm his own sister. In contrast, should Zhao Chun take the reins of the Zhao family, it is likely that everyone within the family would become his target. This explains why, despite being fully aware of Zhao Xian's roguish demeanor, many prefer to align themselves with him, while Zhao Chun, despite his handsome appearance, is transparent in his intentions. Discerning eyes can easily pierce through his facade. While Zhao Chun possesses a certain depth, it pales in comparison to Zhao Xian's sophistication and capability. Previously, he had relied on his status as the Zhao family's young master to offend numerous individuals. But now that Zhao Xian has returned, should Zhao Xian decide to confront Zhao Chun, the latter would find himself utterly isolated, with no one to turn to. Chapter 31. Alchemy in Recent Days. Zhao Xian found himself relatively idle. Zhao Chun, now confined to his quarters, had felt a growing sense of crisis ever since Zhao Xian rejoined the Zhao family. However, on the night of the banquet, Zhao Chun's sense of urgency reached its zenith, that he must devise a plan or risk losing his place within the Zhao family altogether. Previously, the family had refrained from expelling him out of respect. But now that Zhao Xian has returned, even if Zhao Xian openly targeted him before the entire capital, Zhao Chun would have no choice but to endure. After all, a false heir is still a false heir. Moreover, prior to Zhao Xian's return, Zhao Chun had already offended numerous individuals. Although he is merely a false heir, he is still recognized as the Zhao family's false heir, regardless of the circumstances. Others would not dare to brazenly bully a member of the Zhao family. Zhao Xian is not one to be trifled with. However, should he be cast out from the Zhao family, Zhao Chun fears that he might meet an untimely end while merely walking down the street. A deadlock indeed. Meanwhile, after the banquet, Zhao Xian provided Butler Fu with a list of medicinal herbs. Over the past days, Fu had dispatched individuals to gather the necessary materials. Zhao Xian had already decided to concoct a life-saving elixir for Yi Linglong when she mentioned embarking on a mission. He enlisted the help of his third sister, Zhao Yizhu, and his fourth sister, Zhao Xiaojun, to grind the herbs in the Zhao family's backyard. The reasoning behind choosing them was twofold. Zhao Yizhu is a doctor and should learn quickly, while Zhao Xiaojun serves as free labor. Since returning to the Zhao family, Zhao Xian has never informed Zhao Chun of any matters he deems significant, always remaining vigilant against him. The three siblings busily ground the herbs until they were reduced to powder. Once all the herbs were prepared, Zhao Xian opened a pre-prepared alchemical furnace and poured in the materials, subsequently retrieving his lighter. Alchemy is a time-consuming endeavor, and the process can be quite tedious. The two sisters frequently entered and exited, restless with curiosity about the nature of the elixir Zhao Xian was crafting. Zhao Xian, however, kept them guessing, refusing to divulge any details. Were he to reveal such information, they would likely pester him incessantly for assistance in the future. The alchemical process consumed over 10 hours. When the moment seemed ripe, Zhao Xian approached the furnace, extinguished the flames, and slowly lifted the lid. His sisters, now resembling two curious children, fixated their gazes on the furnace. Eager to discover what had been produced, as the lid was removed, an enticing aroma wafted forth. What a delightful scent! What treasure is this? Zhao Xiaojun exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Zhao Xian fanned the heat from the furnace with a hand fan, then cautiously reached in to extract a pure white pill. He produced a box for storing the elixir, placed the pill within, sealed the box, and tucked it away without acknowledging his sister's incessant queries. Seeing Zhao Xian prepare to leave, his sisters grew anxious. "You must tell us what kind of pill this is. Hurry up and say it," they clamored, sticking to him like glue, desperate to learn the nature of the elixir. Zhao Xian, growing increasingly impatient with their incessant chatter, finally relented, stating that it was a life-saving pill to be utilized in critical moments. He added that if a fourth person were to learn of this, he would craft a pill for each of his other two sisters, but would not make one for them. Furthermore, he would arrange their marriages, promising that if he had sufficient materials, he might consider concocting pills for them as well. As the saying goes, one must first strike with a stick before offering a sweet date. And Zhao Xian skillfully navigated this situation. However, one might wonder why Zhao Xian did not prepare such a pill for the old master when he was nearing death. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, the old master's health was far too poor, and the alchemical process is time-consuming. It was uncertain whether he could last long enough to see the elixir completed. Secondly, sourcing the required materials also demands considerable time. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, his sisters were elated, resembling two jubilant baboons, dancing with delight. Zhao Xian left them to their merriment, dined, and then retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, he picked up the latest model of a smartphone and sought out Yi Linglong. "Xian, little beauty, are you there?" "Yi, your manner of chatting makes you sound like a sycophant." "Xian, what you said has hurt my feelings. I might just cry unless you give me a kiss tomorrow to make it all better." "Yi, feel free to cry. Just remember to film it and post it online, then I'll be sure to like it." "Xian, woman, I spent over 10 hours preparing a farewell gift for you today." "Yi, a gift? What kind of gift? If I like it, I might just consider your request." "Xian, woman, you'll find out tomorrow." After sending the message and disregarding whether Yi Linglong replied, he closed the chat window. Gazing at her profile picture, which featured him in military attire, Zhao Xian shook his head, thinking, "You're fortunate to have encountered me. With so many scoundrels out there, what would you do if you were deceived? Only someone as kind-hearted as I would never trick you." That if Yi Linglong were privy to Zhao Xian's thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort, "You're a good person? You wouldn't deceive me? You read just after my body. You old lecher. Get lost." On the other end, Yi Linglong gazed at Zhao Xian, who had prepared a gift for her for tomorrow's identification task. Her heart was tumultuous with emotions, as she typically approached missions with a resolute acceptance of death. This was the first time she found herself yearning to return alive. The mere thought of Zhao Xian's roguish charm and extraordinary looks made her feel increasingly bashful. She lay on her bed, burying her head beneath her pillow, yet her jade-like feet, swaying in the air, betrayed her current state of mind. Chapter 32. Wait for me to return the next morning. Wang Daniu, the driver and bodyguard, drove Zhao Xian to the Yi residence. Knowing Zhao Xian was coming, Yi Linglong arose early, fussing over her hair, preening and primping incessantly, at Yi Huchen and Madame Yi exchanged incredulous glances. Bemused by her efforts, with just a few strands of hair, what could she possibly achieve? "You're not going on a date, my dear daughter. You're heading to the border for a mission." Madame Yi, recognizing her daughter's infatuation, approached her. "Linglong, no matter how much you fuss over your hair, It won't make a difference that if you're so eager to see him, focus on executing your task properly and return safely. Your grandfather has already made arrangements. Once you finish this mission, you can attend university with Zhao Xian in the capital at that time. No one will hinder your budding romance. Mom, what are you talking about? Who would fall for that scoundrel? Yi Linglong retorted, feeling as though her secret was laid bare. Madam, you found her daughter's naivety amusing. Did she not know her own feelings? If she liked him, what was the problem? The family had no objections. Besides, with Zhao Xian's esteemed background as the favored disciple of the medicine god and a scion of the Zhao family, it was a fortunate match. In the capital, as long as Zhao Xian was around, no reckless heirs would dare lay a hand on her. Moreover, with her grandfather returning, he would oversee the collaboration between the Yi family and Zhao family businesses. This was a win-win situation. After waiting at the entrance for a while, they spotted a Rolls-Royce approaching, signaling Zhao Xian's arrival. As he stepped out of the car and strode towards Yi Linglong, she, usually so poised, appeared almost like a shy maiden, her hands awkwardly fidgeting. Zhao Xian approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a moment, she regained her composure, realizing how audacious he was to hug her so openly in broad daylight, especially in front of her parents. How embarrassing! I can't believe this, she thought, her face turning crimson. That all the Yi family members watched. Bemused, it seemed Zhao Xian did not regard them as outsiders. However, they found her bashfulness rather endearing and wished to see more. After a brief embrace, Zhao Xian released Yi Linglong and presented her with a small box. This item can safeguard your life at a critical moment, but be sure to keep it safe. Remember, I want you to return alive to see me. With an almost commanding tone, he instructed her. Yi Linglong opened the box to discover a pearl, but upon closer inspection, she noted a fragrant aroma. Is this a pill? She pondered, staring at Zhao Xian in confusion. Zhao Xian, amused by her innocent expression, explained, this is a nirvana pill that as long as you have breath left in you, consuming it will allow you to come back to life, with no side effects. However, one can only take it once in a lifetime. A second will have no effect. If Zhao Xian's two sisters learned that he had concocted a pill capable of reviving someone even on the brink of death, they would likely throw a tantrum until he agreed to create one for them. Upon hearing the miraculous effects of the pill, Yi Linglong was taken aback that if word of this pill got out, it would surely incite a frenzy among the affluent families. The fact that he had gifted such a precious item to her made her feel both cherished and suspicious. That he must be after my body, she thought, feeling conflicted yet grateful as she accepted the pill. Yi Huchen, overhearing Zhao Xian's explanation, became increasingly agitated, determining that the bride price would now include at least one, if not two, nirvana pills. Otherwise, no one would dare seek his daughter's hand. As Yi Linglong bid farewell to Zhao Xian, she skipped to the military vehicle, paused, and turned back to him, teasing rogue. When I return, I'll twist your head off. She made a playful face before boarding the vehicle. As the military truck departed, Zhao Xian stood still, lost in thought. That really it? I was promised a kiss. Yet here I am, being threatened with decapitation. Women are truly deceptive, he pondered, reflecting on how she was the first woman to receive a pill from him without offering any token of gratitude. After chatting with his future mother-in-law, Zhao Xian boarded the Rolls-Royce. Heading to the capital hospital, he intended to check on the yellow-haired boy, seeking solace in mischief because he believed he deserved some fun after feeling downcast. Chapter 33. Is someone plotting against Zhao Xian? On his way to the hospital, Zhao Xian engaged in casual conversation with Wang Daniu, then instructed him to find a secluded spot to pull over. Though puzzled, Wang Daniu complied with Zhao Xian's command. Once parked, Zhao Xian leaned against the car door, producing a cigarette and offering one to Wang Daniu. The latter accepted it respectfully, and they both enjoyed a smoke together. Wang Daniu, perplexed, questioned, Young master, if you want to smoke, why not do it in the car? You're not one to adhere strictly to rules. After smoking halfway, Zhao Xian asked Wang, do you feel something is off? Wang Daniu replied, not really. Zhao Xian chuckled at Wang Daniu's puzzled expression. It is surprising you, a top-tier bodyguard, can't sense the obvious. Wang Daniu remained perplexed, genuinely unaware of any oddity. Zhao Xian, dismissing further explanation, tossed his cigarette butt aside, placing his hands in his pockets as he called out to the air. Stop hiding. I know you're there. Instantly alert, Wang Daniu dropped his cigarette, realizing the gravity of the situation. Moments later, a dozen figures in black emerged from the surrounding foliage. Wang Daniu exclaimed, "What the? How'd they even get here?" Zhao Xian, sensing his confusion, clarified, "They've been lying in wait since I left the Yi residence, intending to ambush me." Wang Daniu queried, "If you knew they were after you, why did you stop here?" Zhao Xian replied, "Do you think I could drive past? They likely scattered nails on the road ahead, necessitating a stop anyway. Besides, since someone has prepared such a grand welcome for me, how could I possibly refuse?" At this moment, Wang Daniu was at a loss for words. His young master, fully aware of the danger posed by these men, remained calm enough to enjoy a smoke. Zhao Xian's composure and confidence only deepened Wang Daniu's admiration. He felt fortunate to follow Zhao Xian, believing he might witness greatness in the making. The black-clad figures, all dressed in matching attire and masks, aimed to conceal their identities. Their leader, somewhat surprised, asked, "You're the Zhao family's young master. How did you discover us?" Zhao Xian smirked. "Your pathetic hiding skills are laughable. I could spot you even without looking. Yes, I am Zhao Xian. Which unfortunate soul sent you to trouble me?" Inwardly, Zhao Xian had his suspicions. Knowing he was the favored disciple of the medicine god and a Zhao family heir, it was audacious for anyone to attempt to harm him, especially given the ongoing collaboration between the Zhao and Yi families. "Never mind who sent us. You should know you've crossed the wrong person. Now he wants you dead. Comply, and you may suffer less," the leader threatened. Wang Daniu thought to himself, "You're quite arrogant to threaten my young master. Does he need my protection? I fear he might soon see me as a burden." "Young master, should we call the police?" He dutifully inquired. "Why bother? The arrival of the police would only dampen the fun. We'll call them after we're done." Zhao Xian replied with an unchanging expression. "You go to the car first. Wait for me to finish before you come down." After speaking, Zhao Xian took out a butterfly knife from his pocket. Flamboyant as ever, and with a face of mockery, he strode towards the group of over a dozen men in black. Many of the black-clad figures were bewildered. Shouldn't this bodyguard be protecting the young master? Why does it look like the young master is protecting the bodyguard instead? As Zhao Xian approached slowly, all the men in black drew their knives, ready for confrontation. Zhao Xian ceased his flamboyant maneuvers, gripping the knife with a sinister hand, and charged directly at the group. The men in black raised their large cleavers to strike at Zhao Xian, while Wang Daniu in the car watched intently. Fixated on his young master's warlike demeanor, his agile movements amidst the throng, and his swift, sharp blade that dispatched one enemy after another. Even outnumbered, the young master was capable of severing the enemy's head from the body amidst a sea of foes. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, the leader of the black-clad men mentally cursed his employer's ancestors, questioning why he had been told that Zhao Xian, the wealthy young master, was merely a helpless practitioner of traditional medicine. The calmness with which he wielded his knife, his impeccable agility, and the murderous intent in his eyes were not traits typical of a mere second-generation heir. Huixactl the Elder's analysis is astute. To dare to lay hands on Zhao Xian under such circumstances is truly audacious. Although this time they have failed, one cannot discount the possibility that next time they may enlist the assistance of more individuals, or even venture to recruit some desperate renegades or mercenaries. Zhao Xian cannot afford to face any further mishaps. Consequently, the Elder has entrusted Zhao Xian with all the resources at his disposal. Save for the management rights of the company, everything has been meticulously arranged, and Zhao Xian has taken to his hospital bed, feigning unconsciousness after administering 2 injections to himself. The Zhao family members are gathered in the hospital room, deliberating over the details when, in the afternoon, a knock sounds at the door. Zhao Yizhu opens it to find the heads of the prominent families from the capital, accompanied by their sons, come to visit Zhao Xian. Given the large number of visitors, all of whom had coordinated their arrival beforehand, the Elder refrains from inviting them in, citing Zhao Xian's precarious condition and his concern that their presence might disturb him. As he speaks, his voice quivers and his eyes redden, creating the impression that Zhao Xian is on the brink of death. The heads of the families express their understanding. After all, which family would not cherish a grandson? Diligently sought for over a decade, who has proven to be so exceptional. Just as he was confirmed as the heir, such calamity has befallen him. The Elder leads the Zhao family members outside the room, offering heartfelt thanks to each of the family heads. They all pledge their utmost efforts to assist the Zhao family in uncovering the culprit, though the sincerity of their promises remains uncertain. As the elder departs, he deliberately leaves the door ajar, allowing those outside to catch a glimpse of Zhao Xian lying on the bed. This moment, Zhao Xian's complexion is ashen, numerous bandages cover his body, and blood seeps through in places that a breathing mask obscures his face, presenting an image of someone who could meet their maker at any moment. Observing this, the family heads begin to weigh the implications of Zhao Xian's demise on their potential collaboration with the Zhao family, as the most advantageous scenario would vanish with him. Inside, Zhao Xiaojun notices the family heads casting furtive glances in Zhao Xian's direction. Igniting her theatrical instincts, she strides purposefully out of the room, closing the door behind her, and confronts the family heads. That is it you? Is it you who has harmed my brother? He has only just returned. How could you lay a hand on him? As she speaks, tears brim in her eyes, giving her the appearance of a distraught woman. Zhao Nilan, her second brother, attempts to restrain her, fearing she might lash out. The Zhao family members observe the fourth sister's exaggerated display, their eyes twitching in disbelief. Yet they feel compelled to support her performance. That I shall feign ignorance while you act, but do remain calm, fourth sister. Zhao Xian's plight has nothing to do with them. Do not get agitated, the elder pretends to scold. Humph. If I discover that you are behind this, I shall feast upon your flesh and wear your skin. Listening to his fourth sister's dramatic outburst from his bed, Zhao Xian muses internally about her talent for performance. Such a gift should not go untapped. Her ability to immerse herself in character far surpasses that of Zhao Chun, that little wretch who can barely muster tears. Furthermore, Zhao Chun, do not think I am unaware that you orchestrated this attempt on my life, that I shall not let this slide easily. You will experience the full spectrum of human suffering. That it may be inconvenient to act at home, as I am, after all, your ostensibly devoted elder brother. But in school, can you endure being ostracized by the entire faculty and student body? I can hardly wait. Look at you, seeking my demise, and yet I harbor no ill will towards you. Truly, I am far too benevolent, he cackles. Chapter 36. Surprise or not at this moment, Zhao Chun, anxiously awaiting news at the Zhao family villa, learns of Zhao Xian's grave condition. He is severely injured and on the brink of death. The entire Zhao family has initiated a citywide bounty for the assailant, while other prominent families are visiting Zhao Xian in the hospital. Indeed, Zhao Xian is perilously close to death. Zhao Chun can hardly contain his excitement, his body moving restlessly within the confines of the room. Zhao Xian, your misfortune stems from your own actions. You brought this upon yourself by competing with me for the family fortune. Would it not have been better for you to remain quietly in the Medicine God Valley until your demise? Instead, you sought recognition. Once you are gone, the Zhao family's assets will be mine, as will my sisters and your fiancé, Yi Linglong. When you learn of this from beyond the grave, will you not be furious enough to rise from your tomb? Ha ha ha, Zhao Xian, you deserve this. Nonetheless, Zhao Chun is determined to witness Zhao Xian's state firsthand, wary that the Zhao family and other clan heads might be conspiring to deceive him, though the likelihood seems slim. He prefers to trust only what he can see. As night falls, the Zhao family members take their positions according to Zhao Xian's plan, leaving only Zhao Xiaojun to keep him company in the hospital. The others begin to leverage their influence to scour the area for the perpetrator. Zhao Chun feigns concern, purchasing fruit, though he secretly wishes to tamper with it. However, given Zhao Xian's current state, it's uncertain if he is even conscious. Even if he is, he likely would not eat for some time. Moreover, should anything occur, should Zhao Xian actually consume the fruit and perish, the basket would undoubtedly be subjected to scrutiny, and he cannot afford to reveal his intentions. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhao Chun inquires with the front desk nurse about Zhao Xian's room before making his way there. Zhao Xian lies in bed, although the breathing mask has been removed, and he is engaged in conversation with Zhao Xiaojun. Zhao Chun knocks on the door, and Zhao Xian exchanges a glance with Zhao Xiaojun before resuming his act of feigned unconsciousness, while Zhao Xiaojun adopts a weary demeanor. When Zhao Xiaojun opens the door and sees Zhao Chun, she exclaims, "Little Chun, what brings you here?" Her voice is feeble, her eyes rimmed with red, though no tears fall. Zhao Chun assumes that she has cried all afternoon, unaware that she is incapable of shedding tears. This does not hinder his growing resentment. Why is it that when he was bullied, they all turned a blind eye? Why does everyone revolve around Zhao Xian? Who merits their tears? He is the brother they have raised for 18 years. Internally, Zhao Chen harbors a desire to see Zhao Xian suffer, yet he maintains a faade of concern. Fourth sister. I came to check on brother. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaojuan's permission, he strides into the room, placing the basket he carries on the table beside Zhao Xian's bed. Gazing at Zhao Xian, a smirk involuntarily creeps onto his lips. Zhao Xian, look at you now. Did you think that simply because you have the affection of our parents and grandfather, you could act with impunity? Ultimately, you have fallen into my hands, suppressing his smile. He turns to Zhao Xiaojun, saying, Fourth sister, you must be exhausted after your long afternoon. Why not go home and rest? I can stay here to care for brother, and you can return in the morning. Catching Zhao Xian's approving nod behind Zhao Chun, Zhao Xiaojun offers some parting advice, and then leaves as soon as Zhao Xiaojun steps out. Zhao Chun eagerly shuts the door. However, when he turns around, he is taken aback. Zhao Xian is awake, sitting at the edge of his bed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. After taking a puff, he turns to Zhao Chun with a grin, saying, Dear brother, surprise or not? Unexpected, perhaps? Are you happy? Comfortable? I trust. Chapter 37. Zhao Chen's breaking point. How is this possible? You were supposed to be. Zhao Chen stammers, barely believing his eyes. Were you not informed that I was on the verge of death? Zhao Xian quips, Oh my foolish little brother. How remiss of me not to mention that I am adept in both medicine and martial arts. Those who sought to trouble me have either met their demise or sustained grave injuries. Right now, Wang Daniu is interrogating their leader, and I believe we will soon have results. Zhao Chen's face pales instantly. This is disastrous. If any clues are uncovered, he will find himself in dire straits. However, Zhao Xian is not yet inclined to eliminate Zhao Chen. Doing so would be too merciful. Brother, you appear unwell. Is your health failing you? Do take care. Dear brother, that a little indulgence is fine, but excess can be detrimental. Overindulgence can lead to ruin. Zhao Xian jests, eyeing Zhao Chun with a hint of suspicion. Zhao Xian is beginning to doubt his own safety. Should any leads be discovered, the current Zhao family would not protect him. Other families, valuing the true heir who is Zhao Xian, would prioritize him over Zhao Chun, the adopted son, that if Zhao Chen's true nature were revealed, he would be completely at Zhao Xian's mercy, and it is no wonder his complexion is so ghastly. I trust that this incident was not orchestrated by you, dear brother. After all, you have received 18 years of Zhao family education and would not stoop to such disgraceful acts. Surely, you have not used your position as Zhao family heir to bully others. Nor would you resort to threatening young women or bullying your peers, that as long as you have not committed such heinous acts, I can ensure your future comfort. However, should you exploit your status to oppress others or engage in unspeakable acts, I would have no choice but to take drastic measures. Zhao Xian concludes, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Chen. At this moment, Zhao Chen's face is turned ashen. This is an unmistakable threat, and the troubling truth is that he has indeed crossed that line. Yet he cannot afford to admit it, for if Zhao Xian were to investigate, all would be revealed. Previously, as the young master of the Zhao family, no one dared to reprimand him at school. Now that Zhao Xian has returned, should his past actions come to light, Zhao Chen knows he would be ostracized, that if expelled, he would lose face for the Zhao family, and they would undoubtedly disown him. Would he have to resort to hiring another assassin? This approach is futile as well. Setting aside the fact that Zhao Xian managed to escape unscathed from a multitude of assassins, I have nearly exhausted my pocket money in hiring one myself. Typically, the Zhao family entrusts their finances to Su Yun, who allocates a mere 10 million for my monthly expenses. Gifts or personal desires are generally procured by the Zhao family, although my parents and 4 sisters occasionally provide me with a small allowance. It amounts to only a few $100,000 at this time. I genuinely find myself devoid of funds to engage an assassin. What will I do if Zhao Xian decides to cut off my allowance entirely in the future? Observing Zhao Chun standing silently with his head bowed, I realized that he had indeed acted upon my casual remark that, my dear brother, once you commence your studies, will you be able to maintain your facade? Zhao Chun felt utterly dazed. Usually, when he faced grievances, a performance of tears in front of our parents would elicit their sympathy. Yet, Zhao Xian seemed to see through him entirely. Such tactics were utterly ineffective with him. Instead, if Zhao Chen shed a tear, Zhao Xian would swiftly respond with a slap, ridiculing him for crying like a child, that a grown man should bleed. not weep that if you enjoy acting like a girl. Should I arrange for a hospital visit to remedy that? At this moment, Zhao Qian owned an additional property, bringing his total to 3, humorously categorized as Zhao Qian's left atrium, right atrium, and his dilapidated defenses. Chapter 38. Zhao Qian's request in despair. Zhao Qian returned home, utterly unsure of how to proceed, that he needed to devise a solution swiftly. Otherwise, the forthcoming school term would spell disaster for him. Zhao Qian left in a state of dejection. Zhao Qian paid him little heed. Was such a minor setback sufficient to unravel him? If he crumbled so easily, what audacity did he possess to hire someone to kill me? This was merely the beginning. He must not succumb to mental collapse, or the ensuing events would lose their intrigue. My beloved brother. Zhao Qian lit another cigarette, standing by the window contemplating life, that if only I could acquire the truth, it would wield far greater influence than any silver needle. After all, with truth in hand, all beings are equal to A.S. if summoned by his thoughts. The esteemed General Yi, who had been recuperating at home, rushed to the hospital upon hearing of Zhao Qian's assassination attempt, eager to ascertain the condition of his grandson-in-law. Upon entering the hospital room, he found Zhao Qian standing by the bed, smoking and pondering life. General Yi felt a wave of frustration. He had hurried over, worried sick, only to discover Zhao Qian unscathed, exaggerating his situation to the point of mockery. You even deceived me, your future grandfather, the DOU believe that once you marry my granddaughter, I want to demand her return to the Yi household frequently, leaving you alone in an empty home. Torn between anger and relief, General Yi was at a loss for words regarding Zhao Qian. Upon noticing the general's presence, Zhao Qian quickly discarded his cigarette and assisted General Yi to sit on the hospital bed, locking the room door behind him, that he then regarded General Yi with a sly grin, making the elder feel quite uncomfortable. Speak. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Qian succinctly recounted the events to General Yi. Initially, upon learning of Zhao Qian's assassination, General Yi was consumed by rage, wishing to mobilize the army against the shadowy figures behind the attack. However, upon hearing that Zhao Qian had single-handedly eliminated the assassins, he was taken aback, impressed by the youth's capabilities. Yet a flicker of dissatisfaction surfaced. Why had Zhao Qian concealed so much from him? Whether it was the feigned illness or the assassination attempt. Even his martial prowess was hidden, that if you don't invest a bit in the betrothal gifts, I shall not tolerate this, that do you not consider me family. Are you so afraid I might harm you? Zhao Qian quickly shook his head, clarifying that his intentions were to protect General Ye's health and that he had planned to disclose everything the following day. However, he had not anticipated the general's midnight visit. Since General Yi was already present, there was no need for further concealment. He shared his plans and sought the Yi family's assistance in creating a favorable public image. General Yi agreed without hesitation, but was soon called back by Zhao Qian, who, with a conspiratorial glint in his eye, rubbed his hands together and said, "Old sir, I have an unconventional request." General Yi replied, "Spit it out. Could you procure a firearm for me, given your military position? This should not pose much difficulty." General Yi retorted, "It's not that it's impossible, but what do you need a gun for? Are you intending to bring one to school?" Indeed, General Yi had contemplated this since hearing of Zhao Qian's assassination. But firearms were no toys. They could not simply be carried at will. Zhao Qian explained, "Such incidents are likely to recur, especially as my return will unsettle many interests. One can never be too cautious." General Yi countered, "With your skills, do you truly require a firearm?" Zhao Qian replied, "As the saying goes, a gun is swift from 7 paces away, yet precise and quick within 7 paces. Should I lead the charge every time an assassination attempt occurs?" General Yi conceded. "You make a valid point," that he continued. "I will arrange for the firearm and the necessary permits, but do not inform Ling Long. We wouldn't want her distracted during her assignments." Zhao Qian reassured him. "Do not worry, old sir. I shall be careful. Once you have recovered a bit, I will assist you in removing the bullet fragment lodged in your chest. You know my medical skills are impeccable." General Yi, still skeptical, inquired, "Are you truly capable of that? The bullet is perilously close to my heart. One misstep could prove fatal. Many doctors are at a loss in such situations, and the surgical risks are considerable. Given my status, most physicians would hesitate to undertake this." Zhao Qian confidently stated, "Consider it done." General Yi nodded, neither fully agreeing nor refusing. After bidding farewell, he departed the hospital to arrange for Zhao Qian's request. Chapter 39. An unexpected visitor for the past few days, the entire capital had been turned upside down by the Zhao family, leaving even its members bewildered. Zhao Xian understood that the mastermind was Zhao Chen. Why then was he putting on such a grand show? Zhao Xian opined that the more ostentatious his display now, the more it would serve him when Zhao Chen's true colors were eventually revealed. He would be unable to claim that the genuine heir had targeted the foster son he had raised for 18 years. Curious about the duration of this farce, the others inquired. Zhao Xian assured them it would conclude soon. Once a particular individual arrived. The Zhao family was indeed quite busy, struggling to balance their obligations while aiding Zhao Xian's public relations efforts. With the school term approaching, if Zhao Xian failed to report to the capital university, what significance would all this turmoil hold? Surely, the capital could not remain in disarray solely due to Zhao Xian's assassination attempt. After a few days, the Zhao family received a call from Zhao Yazhu, stating that Zhao Xian wished for them to come to the hospital for a discussion. The family hurried to the hospital. Zhao grandfather asked, "Is the farce nearing its end?" Zhao Xian replied, "Yes, grandfather, it will conclude once she arrives." He left them in suspense. Moments later, the door to the hospital room was knocked upon. Zhao Shumei answered, only to find a stranger, a girl clad in white, her long, straight black hair cascading to her waist. Her beauty rivaled that of Yiling Long, yet her demeanor and eloquence suggested an even higher caliber. "Hello, may I inquire if this is Zhao Xian's hospital room?" Qin Suxin asked gently. Zhao Shumei was about to respond when Zhao Xian's voice called out. "Ah, you've arrived." Zhao Shumei stepped aside, allowing Qin Suxin to enter, and then closed the door behind her. The family, captivated by this graceful and lovely girl, turned to Zhao Xian, asking, "Do you know her?" Zhao Xian replied, "Not only do I know her, but you all do as well. This is merely your first time seeing her in person. She is my senior, the renowned divine physician Qin Suxin." Upon hearing the name of the legendary physician, the Zhao family eagerly invited her to take a seat. Zhao Shumei poured her a cup of tea, to which Qin Suxin graciously expressed her thanks. The combination of her elegant demeanor, gentle voice, and the appearance of a perfect daughter-in-law endeared her to Zhao Tianda and his wife, leaving them feeling discontented with their 4 daughters. Zhao Tianda mused that if this divine physician could become his daughter-in-law, or at the very least, a goddaughter, it would alleviate his worries for his son, that he lamented that without his guidance, the family would inevitably fall apart, that their family members melted under Qin Suxin's gentle visage. Zhao Xian knew the reality of her character. She was quite shameless, a fact that might be difficult for his family to accept. What is the purpose of this performance? Qin Suxin's gentle voice resonated throughout the room. What else could it be? To openly target a certain individual in the future, Zhao Xian replied nonchalantly. "Why did you summon me? You seem quite capable of standing on your own. You don't require my medical assistance." She remarked, "It's merely for show. Only with your presence can I legitimately discharge myself from the hospital afterward." Zhao Xian responded. Upon hearing that Zhao Xian had summoned Qin Suxin from afar merely to provide her with a suitable reason for leaving the hospital, Su Yun was immediately displeased. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Qin Suxin, she envisioned her as a future daughter-in-law, finding her increasingly endearing. That Su Yun swiftly activated her protective mode. "Zhao Xian, your actions are somewhat excessive. There are numerous ways to facilitate your discharge. Summoning Suxin, the divine healer, from such a distance is truly inconsiderate. You ought to treat her with more respect." She then donned a gentle smile, taking Qin Suxin's hand, and continued, "I apologize, divine healer Suxin. This little rascal has a bit of a temper. You two grew up together, and I can only imagine the trouble he has caused you. How about this? Allow me to host you for a couple of days at the Zhao residence. We can extend our hospitality. Should he ever bully you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure he receives his due." Zhao Tianda and the 4 sisters also urged Qin Suxin not to refuse, expressing that it was a rare occasion for her to visit the capital. And as Zhao Xian Sr., she was practically family. Seeing the Zhao family extend such courteous invitations, Qin Suxin felt compelled to accept. Only Zhao Xian pondered whether Zhao Chen would make any mischief upon seeing Qin Suxin. It was certainly a situation to behold. Chapter 40. Zhao Chen's self-delusion. As Zhao Xian had indicated, the Zhao family departed the hospital to return to their respective duties, leaving only Zhao Yazhu and Qin Suxin behind. Before leaving, Su Yun reiterated her warnings to Zhao Xian, urging him to be polite to Qin Suxin, to which Zhao Xian could only nod in silent acquiescence. Zhao Yezhu soon left the ward to attend to a patient in need of surgery. Leaving Zhao Xian and Qin Suxin alone, Zhao Xian lit a cigarette and remarked to Qin Suxin, "You are quite exceptional, having captured the hearts of my family so swiftly. Modesty is key. After all, I am someone who is adored by all, am I not?" Qin Suxin, feeling at ease without others present, dropped her facade. Indeed, she was gentle and kind-hearted. After each instance of providing free medical care, she had felt a twinge of guilt and had sought to recoup her expenses from Zhao Xian. For she was, after all, quite noble in spirit. There is a foster son in the Zhao family. You will undoubtedly find him pursuing you to AS for his character. You will discern that for yourself. You have learned the art of Zuai fortune-telling. So, I need not elaborate further. What would you like to eat? I can order takeout. Are you suggesting I settle for takeout? I've come all this way, and your illustrious Zhao family offers me mere takeout. Qin Suxin protested. Consider yourself fortunate. Do not forget my current circumstances that I am still a patient, and I can only order takeout using my sister's phone, that if you desire something more delectable, wait until I am discharged and return to the Zhao residence. Then you will certainly not be disappointed. Zhao Xian replied without reservation. Qin Suxin adorably pouted, feebly voicing her discontent. Zhao Xian disregarded her objections and ordered an extravagant takeout meal. Shortly thereafter, a bodyguard from the Zhao family personally delivered the food. Zhao Xian handed the bodyguard a cigarette, who then respectfully exited. The bodyguard, thrilled by the gesture, could not contain his excitement, having previously run errands for various young ladies, but now being treated with such generosity by the young master. Even being invited to share in the meal, that he rushed downstairs to boast to his fellow guards about the young master's kindness, as if Zhao Xian had significantly raised his salary. Qin Suxin spent 2 days in the hospital, indulging in takeout, and on the 3rd day, Zhao Xian was finally discharged. The Zhao family's grand convoy escorted Zhao Xian and Qin Suxin back to the Zhao villa, with Qin Suxin supporting Zhao Xian as he walked, appearing quite unsteady on his feet. The journey that should have taken only a few minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Qin Suxin thought to herself, "We are already at the doorstep." And yet he continues to feign difficulty. Upon entering the living room, Zhao Xian immediately dropped the pretense, confidently striding to the sofa and propping his leg up while lighting a cigarette. Zhao Xian could not help but reflect on the perks of wealth. He could smoke without concern, unlike before when a single cigarette seemed to last an eternity. Qin Suxin settled onto the sofa opposite him, her focus not on Zhao Xian's intentions but rather on whether they would continue to indulge in takeout that day. Before long, the elder Zhao and the rest of the family entered the living room, immediately showering Qin Suxin with concern. "Have you been tired from your vigil? Are you comfortable in the hospital? Has Zhao Xian given you any trouble?" They completely ignored Zhao Xian, who began to question whether Qin Suxin might be a lost child of the Zhao family, given how his own family seemed to treat her more like kin than him. Qin Suxin adopted her gentle and elegant demeanor, one that Su Yun would have eagerly had her bring to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Chen emerged from his room, spotting Qin Suxin, surrounded by the Zhao family, and was immediately smitten. This woman was stunning, strikingly similar to Yi Linglong. Upon further reflection, Zhao Chen realized that the Zhao family clearly held her in high regard, likely considering a union. Given Zhao Xian's engagement to Yi Linglong, such a match would inevitably reflect upon himself. Zhao Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he slowly descended the stairs, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Mom, Dad, Grandfather, have we had a visitor?" The family, initially in high spirits, suddenly fell silent upon hearing Zhao Chen's voice. Zhao Xian observed their expressions shift in an instant, internally scoffing, "Why so glum? Do you not enjoy smiling? If only you knew that Zhao Chen is currently scheming regarding my senior sister." Zhao Chen paid no mind to the family's reaction, approaching Qin Suxin with a disarmingly polite demeanor, extending his right hand. "Greetings, beautiful lady, I am Zhao Chen. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" He presented a self-satisfied smile, convinced of his charm. Zhao Chen thought, "Surely, I can win her over." However, Qin Suxin did not reciprocate his handshake, instead sizing him up with confidence. Zhao Chen mused, her direct gaze. "Does she truly hold an interest in me? If I win her affection, I will have contributed to the family, And when Zhao Xian turns against me, the family will surely come to my defense. Qin Suxin disregarded Zhao Qin's self-delusions and, having assessed him, spoke candidly. Your cunning is profound. Your heart is ruthless. You lack integrity, and your jealousy is fierce. You craft a facade of a gentleman while embodying the essence of a hypocrite. Her disdain was unmistakable. Zhao Chun, feeling flustered, managed a polite smile. I assure you, miss, I am not jesting. Qin Suxin replied, I do not jest. I speak earnestly, Zhao Xian Sr., if I can discern your true nature at a glance. It stands to reason that Zhao Xian perceived your character as well. She then turned to Zhao Xian, stating, I have no desire to associate with this individual. Please make arrangements accordingly. The Zhao family, witnessing Qin Suxin's blatant rejection of Zhao Chun, began to consider the necessity of relocating him. After all, should Qin Suxin become part of the family, it would be impractical for her to continually avoid him. Zhao Xian, upon hearing his senior sister's words, flashed a carefree smile, affirming, all is well. At that moment, Zhao Qin felt as though he could gnash his teeth in frustration. Why did Zhao Xian receive all that he desired while he was labeled a hypocrite? Why did none of them come to his defense? Just wait. One day he would bring ruin to the Zhao family, ensuring the downfall of all who were associated with Zhao Xian. Chapter 41. The Art of Zuai Fortune-Telling. The Zhao family ignored the still-standing Zhao Chun, asserting that they would not allow any opportunity for him to encounter Qin Suxin in the following days. Zhao Chun, feeling increasingly restless amidst their familial warmth, sought an excuse to leave, making his way to the Yisei bar. This establishment was the largest and most luxurious in the capital, where Zhao Chun intended to find solace in the company of women to mend his wounded spirit, having entirely forgotten Zhao Xian's words. Excessive desires lead to calamity. Cut them off for lasting peace. Naturally, this did not prevent Zhao Xian from dispatching individuals to monitor Zhao Qin's movements. Once Zhao Qin departed, the Zhao family resumed their warm demeanor, with the elder Zhao posing a crucial inquiry. Suxin, how did you discern so quickly that Zhao Chun is a hypocrite? And if, as you say, Zhao Xian could also see it, how is that possible? It dawned on everyone that Zhao Xian had indeed targeted Zhao Qin ever since their encounter at the airport, suggesting he too had perceived Zhao Qin's true nature. Qin Suxin, feeling overwhelmed by the questions, nervously fidgeted with her hands, prompting Zhao Tianda and his wife to exchange glances, their hearts melting at her endearing demeanor. Zhao Xian, you better pursue this divine healer earnestly, or I shall break your legs. That I in her moment of distress. Qin Suxin glanced at Zhao Xian for assistance, and he, understanding her unspoken plea, stepped forward to ease the tension. Allow me to clarify, he said, taking a sip of tea. We identified it through the art of ZY fortune-telling. The family responded, ZY fortune-telling? Zhao Xian, indeed, this is a method by which one can discern a person's true character merely by observing their facial features. Additionally, the Ziwei divination technique can be employed to predict significant future events in that person's life. However, the results derived from such calculations cannot be disclosed, as those who practice divination often fear becoming entangled in karmic repercussions. But fret not, for my senior sister's Ziwei divination can only assess one's facial features. After all, we are ultimately physicians, not fortune-tellers. Our study of this art is merely a precaution to prevent patients from concealing their ailments or fabricating symptoms while seeking treatment. Zhao Xian deliberately stated that Qin Suxin's Ziwei divination could only interpret facial features, omitting mention of his own abilities, as he indeed could foresee certain aspects of the future, albeit he could not divulge them. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their astonishment, inquiring whether this knowledge could be taught or if it was a closely guarded secret. Zhao Xian promptly interrupted their speculation. This Ziwei divination is not something just anyone can learn. Both my senior sister and I are direct disciples, and initially, our master had no intention of imparting this knowledge to her. It was only after much pleading on my part that the master eventually consented to teach her. According to our master's words, this technique is traditionally passed down to male disciples only. Upon hearing this, the four sisters visibly deflated, lamenting the unfairness of the practice. Well, do not overthink it. This merely serves as a tool in our medical practice. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, and this is merely the observation aspect. Now, let us hasten to dinner. My senior sister has been protesting daily, claiming she no longer wishes to eat takeout. After explaining, Zhao Xian deftly shifted the topic. Observing the alleviation of tension, Qin Suxin breathed a sigh of relief. She truly feared that the Zhao family might inadvertently lead her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, for she did not wish to marry her junior brother, at least not at this moment. The elder gentleman had instructed Aunt Lu to arrange a sumptuous feast of delicacies, gazing at the table laden with culinary delights. Qin Suxin's mouth watered, though she maintained an air of feigned restraint. Zhao Xian had no intention of aiding Qin Suxin in her charade. He encouraged her to continue her pretense, for otherwise there would be insufficient food left for him alone. Neither Zhao Xian nor Qin Suxin had ever feasted on such lavish fare before. They had both been taught by the same master, and thus one could not claim prior experience over the other. Nevertheless, Qin Suxin elegantly sampled her food in small bites, while Zhao Xian, observing her continued pretense, chuckled lightly and began to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, Qin Suxin grew increasingly anxious, urging him to eat more slowly. "Can't you see I'm still eating? Slow down. Shouldn't someone from the Zhao family be serving me? Where's my help? Someone please serve me some dishes before this insatiable glutton devours everything." Chapter 42. "You are truly a dog," Qin Suxin inwardly protested. "You gluttonous wretch, just you wait. I am your senior sister, and you show no consideration for me, do you? Fine, consider yourself clever. If I do not enjoy this meal, even if your parents beseech me, I shall never marry you." Zhao Xian, however, remained oblivious to Qin Suxin's inner turmoil. Having grown up together, he was well aware of her thoughts that he continued to relish his meal. While Qin Suxin felt her anxiety mounting to that moment, she noticed a beam of light approaching her. It was Su Yun, who had come to serve her a generous portion of meat. Qin Suxin felt a swell of gratitude, expressing her thanks while internally she fervently wished for more. Zhao Xian would not truly consume the entire banquet alone, and after finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and stepped outside to smoke, kindly sharing with the security guards. The guards were deeply moved, as this young master exhibited no airs, treating them with respect, unlike a certain impostor who had begun to think himself a lord after residing in the Zhao household for some time, flaunting an arrogant demeanor that was quite irksome. Now, all they desired was to be the loyal companions of this true young master. Once Zhao Xian departed, the Zhao family members began to serve Qin Suxin dishes while inquiring about her childhood memories with Zhao Xian. Women understand women best. Su Yun had begun to suspect that Qin Suxin harbored feelings for her son. Regardless of the nature of those feelings, love could surely blossom over time. The thought thrilled Su Yun immensely. She had been taking the medicine prescribed by Zhao Xian, and her health had improved significantly. Perhaps she could assist in raising their future children. Su Yun even began to ponder what name would be fitting for her grandchild. After a considerable time of dining, Qin Suxin finally felt satisfied. She excused herself to take a stroll, and Su Yun promptly called Zhao Xian over, urging him to accompany Qin Suxin, under the pretense that the siblings had not seen each other for quite some time and should catch up. In truth, Su Yun's heart yearned for them to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau and obtain their marriage certificate. Zhao Xian and Qin Suxin strolled around the villa, and once they noticed no one was around, Zhao Xian spoke up. "Do you really need my mother to serve you food? Are your hands that precious?" Qin Suxin retorted without hesitation. "I may not be human, but you are undeniably a dog. What's wrong? Do you feel you won't have the opportunity to enjoy such exquisite dishes again? You eat as if you're a starving ghost, gobbling down your food as if you're racing to the next life. Am I the one forcing you to maintain your pretense? Or is it that my family forbids you from eating more? Whom should I blame?" Zhao Xian mocked. "You know I am shy and reserved. Couldn't you show a little more concern and serve more food into my bowl? After all, I am your senior sister," Qin Suxin challenged boldly. Zhao Xian clearly wished to steer the conversation elsewhere and inquired, "Do you have a driver's license?" "I do. What do you want?" Qin Suxin responded, puzzled that to buy you a car, Zhao Xian declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing that Zhao Xian intended to buy her a car, Qin Suxin felt a surge of excitement that nearly made her tremble. But she quickly regained her composure. "If you're deceiving me, then what will you do?" Zhao Xian pressed. "I shall never speak to you again." Qin Suxin huffed, turning her head away in a playful pout. All right, I won't deceive you. Come on, let us go buy a car." "Brother Xian is not short on money," Zhao Xian replied, leading Qin Suxin back to the villa, arranging for someone to take them to the largest 4S dealership in the capital. Upon hearing that Zhao Xian intended to purchase a car for Qin Suxin, the Zhao family members felt a wave of satisfaction. This young man had finally come to his senses to go for it. Seize the opportunity. I can help with the children, they encouraged. Zhao Xian now possessed an unlimited secondary card, far more generous than Zhao Qin's previous monthly allowance of 10 million. This disparity was now glaringly evident. On the way, Zhao Xian also mentioned that after buying the car, he would accompany her shopping for clothes, generously proclaiming that today's expenses would be covered by young Master Zhao. Upon hearing this, Qin Suxin realized that with Zhao Xian's newfound wealth and his courteous offers, she had no choice but to give him face, albeit reluctantly. After all, she was kind-hearted. Her junior brother deserved her affection. Observing Qin Suxin's excited demeanor, Zhao Xian shook his head. It was only natural to spoil his senior sister a little. The two indulged in their own reverie as they journeyed for half an hour. Chapter 43. Open the door. I want to get out. Zhao Xian brought Qin Suxin to the largest 4S dealership in the capital. Prior to their departure, old Master Zhao had already informed the manager at the dealership, who was now eagerly waiting at the entrance for Zhao Xian's arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Xian, the manager instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, showering him with compliments. Zhao Xian interrupted the manager's flattery, directly stating his intent to purchase a car for his senior sister. The manager, upon hearing the term senior sister and recognizing her as the renowned healer Suxin, was quick to connect the dots. That he recalled the rumors of Zhao Xian's near demise and now understood that it was the esteemed healer who had restored him to health. This was precisely Zhao Xian's intention, to spread word of Qin Suxin's healing abilities through others, allowing him to venture out openly. The dealership manager promptly led Zhao Xian and Qin Suxin inside to select a vehicle. Zhao Xian encouraged Qin Suxin to choose freely, assuring her that he was not constrained by monetary concerns. That he too began perusing the cars. Although he currently lacked a license, securing one should be easy given the Zhao family's status. He planned to practice driving around the villa in the coming days, preparing to drive himself to school when the term began. After browsing for some time, Qin Suxin selected a white Mercedes priced at over 4 million, while Zhao Xian chose a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million. After swiftly completing the transaction, he instructed the driver to take his LaFerrari back. Initially, Zhao Xian intended to return home in a Rolls-Royce, but he was unable to resist Qin Suxin's insistence that he experience her newly purchased car, eager to showcase her driving skills. With no other option, Zhao Xian reluctantly took the passenger seat. Once buckled in, he noticed Qin Suxin hesitating to start the engine, and a wave of apprehension washed over him as he nervously asked, "Aren't we going to leave?" Without lifting her head, Qin Suxin replied, "I just need to study this for a moment." Zhao Xian realized he had walked into a trap. Today could prove dangerous. He quickly attempted to open the door, but found it locked. Qin Suxin's voice rang out, "No exiting mid-journey. Buckle up. I'm about to start the engine." Zhao Xian protested urgently, "No, please listen. Let me out first." Qin Suxin paid no heed to Zhao Xian, engrossed in igniting the vehicle. Zhao Xian, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Open the door. Hurry, I need to get out. Let me out." His voice echoed with urgency. The car door was sealed shut, and Qin Suxin, brimming with excitement, declared, "Buckle up. I'm about to speed." Zhao Xian felt as though his life was hanging by a thread. "Dear grandfather, father, mother, sister, and Ling Long, I am truly sorry. We shall meet again in the next life." He sat in the passenger seat with a look of despair, gripping the seatbelt tightly, that if things went awry, disaster was imminent. That a mere 15 minutes later, Zhao Xian returned to the car dealership with Qin Suxin, intending to purchase her a new vehicle. The dealership manager was bewildered. "Didn't you just buy a car minutes ago? Is it that Suxin, the divine healer? Didn't he fancy it?" Nearby, Qin Suxin lowered her head, her small hands fidgeting nervously, her cheeks flushed, remaining silent. And my senior sister hasn't driven in quite some time and is a bit rusty. She inadvertently wrecked the car. Please, find her another one, preferably something simple and easy to handle. The manager was taken aback. "Wait, did you just total a multi-million-dollar vehicle in mere minutes? A road hazard?" Nevertheless, he respectfully guided Qin Suxin to select a new car. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a tow truck hoisted a $400,000 white Mercedes from a ditch. Zhao Xian reflected, "I was utterly terrified. I've narrowly escaped death this time. From now on, I will never ride in Suxin's car again. Anyone who suggests I do shall face my wrath." Chapter 44. Zhao Chun is up to no good after exiting the dealership. Zhao Xian adamantly refused to ride in Qin Suxin's car again. Instead, he settled into a Rolls-Royce, while Qin Suxin leisurely drove behind them back to the Wanshan villa. Zhao Xian mused, "Surely, you didn't acquire that driver-s license legitimately. You nearly scared the life out of me, especially when you plunged into the ditch. I could almost see my great-grandmother beckoning me that I end the dimly lit nightshade bar." Zhao Qian was reveling with his dubious companions in a presidential suite. Across from him sat a young man named Li Fei, wearing black-rimmed glasses, standing at 1.75 meters tall, clad in a sleek black suit. That Li Fei was the second son of the Li family, one of the 10 prominent families in the capital. His older brother, Li Peng, similarly to Zhao Xiumei, had been groomed for the family business from a young age, characterized by his astute, meticulous, and bold demeanor. Consequently, Li Fei had always been compared to his elder brother, and despite his relentless efforts to carve out his own identity, he remained overshadowed by Li Peng. Gradually, he succumbed to despair and embraced a life of debauchery alongside Zhao Chun. Engaging in bullying at school, they drank and conversed. A girl squatted nearby, playing music. When Zhao Chun broached the topic of Zhao Xian's return to the Zhao family, his eyes burned with animosity. Wishing he could devour Zhao Xian alive, Li Fei empathized, lamenting his own brother's brilliance that gnawed at his insides. Zhao Chun recounted how Suxin, the divine healer, had visited their home, seemingly seeing right through him and expressing a desire to possess her for his own gain. Creating public opinion against Zhao Xian and utilizing the patient she had previously treated, Li Fei, acting as a strategist, proposed an audacious plan. Why not take advantage of the situation? Once the deed is done, you can claim her as your own. After all, the Zhao family aims to have Suxin as a daughter-in-law. Who ends up with her will depend on your skills. That if that gets out, I want to even need Zhao Xian to intervene. My parents and sisters would kill me on the spot. Come on, consider your current predicament that you've drank so much. If it fails, just claim you were intoxicated and didn't know better. They won't dare to harm you too much, given the circumstances. But if you succeed, it would be the best outcome. Zhao Qin pondered for a long moment, realizing that his situation was precarious. One misstep could lead to his demise. Yet it seemed unlikely that Zhao Xian would easily dispose of him. Damn it, I'm all in. That he gritted his teeth, consuming several more drinks before hailing a cab back to the Zhao residence. As Zhao Qin exited the bar, a message promptly arrived on Zhao Xian's phone. Reading the message, Zhao Xian smirked slyly. "You wish to force yourself upon my senior sister. What audacity! If I don't teach you a lesson today about your place in the world, you might forget entirely." That evening, Zhao Xian intended to share this incident with Qin Suxin, only to find her room empty. Suxin's room was intentionally situated next to his by Su Yun to encourage their private interactions. Realizing she was likely indulging in snacks somewhere, Zhao Xian searched around and found her, indeed, in the kitchen, perched on a small stool, slurping noodles. Upon seeing him enter, Qin Suxin nervously looked up and, upon recognizing Zhao Xian, resumed her meal. Zhao Xian rolled his eyes and directly stated, "Finish eating. Tonight, you'll sleep in my room while I sleep in yours." Qin Suxin was about to retort when Zhao Xian interjected. "My room is filled with exquisite snacks, and there's an esports room where you can munch while watching movies that we can stay up late tonight. There's a thrilling show to catch, the mention of snacks." Qin Suxin instantly acquiesced, by the time it neared 10 o'clock. Zhao Qin returned, but he made a beeline for Qin Suxin's room, having bribed a maid to ascertain her whereabouts. Zhao Xian deliberately left the door to Qin Suxin's room ajar, anticipating Zhao Qin's nocturnal intrusion. That moment, Zhao Qin stealthily approached her door, turning the handle gently to his surprise. The door swung open easily, revealing that Suxin had lowered her guard around the Zhao family. Making it convenient for him, he tiptoed inside, quietly shutting the door behind him as he moved towards the bed. Chapter 45. Next time, I'll castrate you. Meanwhile, hidden in the bathroom, Zhao Xian watched Zhao Qin's antics with amusement. What kind of fool is your strategist to suggest such a reckless plan? You've clearly had your fill of alcohol, he mused, preparing to sober him up. Zhao Chun, oblivious to the empty bed, approached it, but suddenly the room was illuminated, blinding him momentarily. In that instant, Zhao Xian lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Qin's chest, sending him crashing against the door, before Zhao Chun could recover. Zhao Xian followed up with a kick that sent him hurtling out of the room, door and all. The door slammed against the wall with a loud crash, illuminating the Zhao residence as everyone rushed to investigate the commotion. The third floor was exclusively occupied by Zhao Xian, as the other rooms were prepared for future daughters-in-law, while Zhao Tianda and his 4 daughters resided on the second floor. Upon arrival, Zhao Tianda and his daughters found Zhao Xian pinning Zhao Chen to the ground, raining punches upon him. Zhao Nilan, not out of concern for Zhao Chun, but fearing Zhao Xian might accidentally kill him, intervened to pull him away. Qin Suxin also emerged from Zhao Xian's room, and as the family wondered why she had been in there, Zhao Xian seized the opportunity to confront Zhao Chen. "What do you think you are? A despicable creature, lower than a pig or dog. My senior sister has made her disdain for you abundantly clear. Yet you dare to sneak into her room at night. What are your intentions?" The Zhao family erupted in outrage at Zhao Chen's intentions to ambush Qin Suxin, especially Zhao Xiaojun, whose temper flared as she kicked Zhao Chen twice, only to be restrained by their eldest sister. "What on earth is going on here?" Zhao Shumei questioned, her brow furrowed, clearly displeased. Zhao Chun, panicked, thought, "Why is Zhao Xian in the room? Why did Qin Suxin come out of his room? How did Zhao Xian know I was coming back tonight? Damn it all." Despite his inner turmoil, he had to concoct a plausible explanation, or he would surely be expelled from the Zhao family that night. Ignoring the pain, Zhao Chun knelt before his family, tears streaming down his face, that "I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, sisters. I truly didn't mean it. I was just drunk. Please believe me, I never intended any harm." That the scent of alcohol wafted from Zhao Chun. The crowd began to entertain the possibility of believing his words. Noticing that the accusations against him had ceased, Zhao Chen felt a glimmer of hope and sought to further absolve himself. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Xian was fully aware of Zhao Chen's nefarious intentions. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap that caused Zhao Chen's mouth to bleed. "What are you crying about? Do you truly have the audacity to concoct excuses? Are you so inebriated that you cannot find your own room? If you were lost, surely there are servants downstairs who could guide you. How is it that you fortuitously ended up in my senior sister's room? If I hadn't been vigilant, you might have been assaulting her right now, you beast." Upon hearing this, the Zhao family members began to see the truth. How could it be that he coincidentally wandered into the room of Qin Suxin on the 3rd floor? They had almost fallen for this beast's deceptive tale. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen continued to wail, claiming he was too drunk to remember anything, desperately apologizing. Zhao Xian, wishing not to disturb others' rest, found a storeroom and had Zhao Chen taken there. Zhao Xian unceremoniously hurled Zhao Chen onto the bed within the storeroom, a smirk playing on his lips. "That my dear brother, are there many questions swirling in your mind about how I knew you would attempt to ambush my senior sister tonight? Guess what? But allow me to offer you a friendly warning. Should I discover your intentions toward my woman again, I shall ensure you are rendered impotent, dear brother. From now on, this shall be your room. Good night." With that, he disregarded Zhao Chen's expression and shut the door behind him, his grin more triumphant than any weapon could achieve. Qin Suxin, who had followed Zhao Xian downstairs, felt a rush of embarrassment upon hearing him declare her as his woman. "Who said I am yours? You haven't even sought my consent and refused to ride in my car. I refuse to be your woman, you insufferable younger brother." Zhao Xian returned to his room, ready for rest, while Qin Suxin retired to Zhao Xian's quarters. Only Zhao Chen remained in the storeroom, shedding tears of regret. The pain in his body was overshadowed by a sense of despair. He felt betrayed by Li Fei, who he believed had set a trap for him to curry favor with Zhao Xian. Why else would Zhao Xian be aware of his intentions at that moment? Li Fei also fell under Zhao Chen's wrath. Zhao Xian, known for his ruthlessness, was aware of how to inflict pain without leaving visible injuries. Even a hospital visit would yield no results. Thus, while Zhao Chen bore the aches of his punishment, he appeared unscathed. Chapter 46. Are you stealing my snacks? Due to Zhao Xian's heavy-handedness that night, Zhao Chen had been recuperating in the storeroom for several days, with servants bringing him food and drink. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian enjoyed a rare period of leisure. Following the recent events, the Zhao family had completely lost faith in Zhao Chen, regardless of how Zhao Xian dealt with him in the future. They chose to turn a blind eye, acknowledging that Zhao Chen had brought this upon himself. Turn left, good. Now accelerate. A driving instructor was currently guiding Zhao Xian in his lessons during these past few days of practice. The family had managed to secure a driver's license for him, but Zhao Xian preferred to hone his skills further before venturing onto the roads that he had no desire to be like his senior sister. A deadly driver. Since the instructor had been hired by the Zhao family for one-on-one training, Zhao Xian enjoyed ample time to practice, unlike those in driving schools who had to wait in line. If money could resolve an issue, it was hardly a problem at all. The instructor, eager to earn a bonus for his effectiveness, was wholly committed to teaching Zhao Xian, knowing that if he failed, the consequences would fall upon him as well. After 3 days of practice, Zhao Xian felt confident enough to take to the streets, albeit only around the villa where there were few cars or pedestrians, perfect for sharpening his skills. During this time, Qin Suxin relished her days at the Zhao residence, enjoying exquisite delicacies and the attentive care of the Zhao family. She began to feel that if she did not marry Zhao Xian, it would be a disservice to them for their kindness. While Zhao Xian enjoyed this peaceful interlude, news spread throughout the capital that he had been discharged from the hospital, with the skilled healer known as Suxin having treated him. The relationship between Suxin and Zhao Xian, as fellow disciples, was now public knowledge. Everyone was eager to meet the illustrious Suxin, hoping to secure a connection for their sons and grandsons. Thus, numerous affluent families began to devise plans to visit Zhao Xian under the guise of congratulating him on his recovery, all the while hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary healer. Zhao Xian, aware of their intentions, arranged for Qin Suxin to stay at the old villa of the family patriarch and declared to the outside world that Suxin had departed days prior. No matter how they pressed for information, the answer remained the same. Suxin was not present. The cunning old foxes were not easily deceived. They stationed people at every exit, ensuring no one left the Zhao residence. Although Qin Suxin enjoyed the luxurious lifestyle and the kindness shown to her, she realized that if she did not leave, the incessant visits from these families would continue to trouble the Zhao family. Thus, she conferred with Zhao Xian and decided to depart for another location, confident in her identity as a disciple of a renowned healer, unafraid of potential dangers, except from fools like Zhao Chun. Zhao Xian suggested she head to Haishu, where their fifth junior sister resided, providing her with a measure of safety. Days passed, and on August 29th, Zhao Xian prepared to report to school. Qin Suxin packed her belongings and, under the secret escort of the Zhao family's convoy, left the residence late at night. Before her departure, Su Yan thoughtfully handed her a bank card containing a few million, not due to stinginess, but as a deliberate gesture, advising her to reach out to Zhao Xian if she ever needed more funds. That Su Yan thought to herself, if you can't win over Qin Suxin after all this help, I might have to practice aside. As Zhao Xian watched Qin Suxin leave, he reflected on how enjoyable the time spent with her had been. Their playful banter, the mutual affection they shared, and their occasional skirmishes revealed their true feelings for one another. Later that evening, Zhao Xian returned to his room, intending to indulge in a movie while snacking, a simple pleasure. However, tonight he found himself perplexed. Where on earth have my snacks gone? Did they sprout legs and escape? He recalled a large black bag in the back seat of Qin Suxin's car and quickly opened his phone to message her. Xian, did you steal my snacks? Qin, steal? You're recovering from a serious illness. These are unhealthy for you, that I simply disposed of them for your benefit. How kind of me, right? Kisses Xian. Kindness my foot. Followed by an extensive monologue of gratitude toward Qin Suxin. Qin, oh please, you're so wealthy, and yet you can't part with a few snacks. Look at your miserly ways. Xian, get lost. Zhao Xian acknowledged that he had been somewhat provoked by Qin Suxin, leaving him in a rather foul mood. What should he do to alleviate this? Perhaps he could take it out on his younger brother. A good bout of sibling rivalry could lift his spirits. After all, as a kind-hearted individual, how could he possibly endure such grievances? Chapter 47. The start of the school year before retiring for the night. Zhao Xian made a visit to the storage room, where Zhao Chun resided, delivering 2 slaps to him, justifying it by claiming that his actions had frightened his senior sister, causing her to flee in the dead of night. Zhao Chun, feeling utterly wronged, was well aware of the family elders visiting the Zhao residence recently. Tio think they had to concoct an excuse to take a swing at him. How considerate of them. After spending a couple of days leisurely driving around the house, Zhao Xian could finally be deemed competent behind the wheel. That the young master of the Zhao family. He could not afford to drive a luxury car to school without attracting the attention of the fairer sex. Such a university experience would be incomplete otherwise. Zhao Xian was acutely aware of his positioning. An uneducated individual attending a prestigious university in the capital. Would he truly grasp the lectures? That was simply out of the question. The Zhao family had donated a building to the institution, merely facilitating Zhao Xian's admission to gild his reputation, while simultaneously attempting to forge connections with heirs from other prominent families. Whether he engaged with his studies was of little consequence. Attendance was irrelevant as long as he did not engage in unlawful or disgraceful behavior detrimental to the school's interests. As the first day of classes arrived, the Zhao family had already arranged everything with the university. The family showed no concern for Zhao Qian's attendance. He could come or go as he pleased. In contrast, Zhao Xian received countless admonitions from Su Yun. Most importantly, if he were to pursue a romantic relationship at school, it was imperative that he did not lack in attractiveness compared to Yi Linglong and Qin Suxin. For families of their stature, lineage and progeny were of equal significance. What if Zhao Xian, like himself, ended up with only daughters? The Zhao family could certainly afford to raise a few children, and with Su Yun's health improving, she could assist Zhao Xian with childcare in the future. Zhao Tianda, listening to this, could hardly contain his disbelief. What double standards were these? Zhao Xian could court multiple partners, while he himself would face dire consequences for merely glancing at another woman. Why was this not disclosed before marriage? Only to reveal such nature afterward. Zhao Xian was well aware of his circumstances as he drove his $2 million Ferrari LaFerrari towards the university that as a young master of a prominent family. One-handed driving was a fundamental skill. Zhao Chun, understanding that his family would not intervene, had already taken a taxi to school. Zhao Chun had begun elementary school at 6, graduating high school at 17, thus entering university a year earlier than Zhao Xian. Yet their ages remained the same, though Yi Linglong also enlisted at 18, making her a year older than Zhao Xian. Today marked the commencement of the academic year, with numerous second- and third-year female students gathering at the entrance to welcome the newcomers. As Zhao Chun arrived at the school gate, he was met with derisive remarks from several wealthy young masters. "Oh, isn't this our little Zhao Chun? I assume life has been quite pleasant for you lately, now that your brother is looking out for you. Alas, we are merely only children and can only imagine what it's like to have an older sibling to shield us." Upon hearing the taunts from the affluent youths, those nearby began to gossip about Zhao Chun. "Did you hear? This usually arrogant fellow is actually the fake young master of the Zhao family. The real one has returned. That I heard the true young master is not fond of him, so he will undoubtedly face various forms of targeting at school. Could this debauched pretender finally be facing retribution? When Zhao Dasha targets him, I will be right there cheering him on." Some new students, bewildered by the commotion, were informed by the seasoned students of the situation. It turned out that Zhao Chun had previously leveraged his status as the Zhao family's young M. Zhao Xian entered the room to find an elderly gentleman seated at a desk, diligently reviewing documents. The old man, with his hair tinged with gray, exhibited a remarkable vitality, adorned with a pair of reading glasses. Upon noticing Zhao Xian's arrival, he promptly rose to greet him. The principal, known as Li Weimin, had a granddaughter named Li Shishir, who was also enrolling that day. Although the Li family was not among the elite of the capital, they were nonetheless a family steeped in scholarly tradition. With generations of educators that Li Weimin, along with his son and daughter-in-law, were all educators, and his granddaughter Li Shishir aspired to follow in their footsteps. However, 2 years prior, she had fallen victim to a peculiar ailment, feeling an unrelenting chill that permeated her very being, even in the sweltering heat of September. During this time, the Li family had scoured numerous hospitals, yet the cause of her affliction remained elusive. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. When the elder Zhao had previously greeted him, Li Weimin had already surmised that this young man was none other than his granddaughter's fiancé, given Zhao Xian's reputation as a miraculous healer. It seemed only fitting that he should treat his future bride himself. Thus, Li Weimin arranged for Zhao Xian to share a classroom with his granddaughter, fostering both their relationship and the possibility of healing her ailment. A splendid arrangement indeed. Li Weimin informed Zhao Xian that the day was merely for new students to register, with classes commencing the following day. That he then handed Zhao Xian a form, instructing him to fill in a few details before departing, assuring him that he would guide him to the classroom the next day. This personal attention from the principal would surely elicit envy among the other students. What an enviable opportunity to impress. Once Zhao Xian completed his personal information, he left the school and returned home. In truth, Zhao Xian had no need to provide personal details. The elder Zhao had already conveyed his situation to Li Weimin. The principal was primarily interested in Zhao Xian's contact information, should his granddaughter's condition worsen. After all, one must care for their own fiancée. lest they find themselves without a wife. And besides, their Shirshir was a beauty of the highest order, certainly not a loss for Zhao Xian. Chapter 49. This girl is quite peculiar. The next day, Zhao Xian arrived at the principal's office as agreed, where Li Weimin was waiting for him. Without allowing Zhao Xian a moment to greet him, Li Weimin hastily led him to the freshman classroom, which was already filled with students, a consequence of the early morning schedule. Upon entering, Li Weimin announced to the class, "Allow me to formally introduce Zhao Xian, the newly returned young master of the Zhao family." That moment, Zhao Xian's attention was not on his classmates, but rather on a peculiar girl in the corner. Despite the September weather, she was clad in a thick, fleece-lined beige coat and wore fur-lined boots, sitting alone as others regarded her with suspicion, thinking her mad for wearing winter attire in such heat. Even through her mask, Zhao Xian could discern that she was exceptionally beautiful. Noticing Zhao Xian's gaze upon his granddaughter, Li Weimin felt reassured. Sure, I've done all I can for you. The rest is up to you. Don't feel embarrassed about seeking the healer's assistance. There's no shame in it. He advised her to find a seat and to avoid engaging in any unlawful activities. That Li Weimin's words were clear, as long as she did not overstep. He would turn a blind eye to her affairs at school. Zhao Xian chose a vacant corner to sit, passing by his classmates who murmured amongst themselves that this truly the young master of the Zhao family in our class. I wonder what he's like. Will he turn out to be like that infamous scoundrel? One remarked, "You don't know? Yesterday morning at the school gate, he generously allowed fellow students to take pictures with his luxury car and was exceptionally polite to the seniors. No wonder the principal is personally escorting him to the classroom. Does he have a fiancée? Another speculated. Even if he does, what is there to fear? If you play your cards right, you might just become his secret lover. He is quite handsome. You wouldn't be at a loss." Zhao Xian paid no heed to the whispers, his focus solely on the girl, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The girl seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head briefly to find him staring intently before quickly averting her eyes. Shyly, at the end of the first class, Zhao Xian resolved to leave, having deduced the nature of the girl's ailment during his observations. He intended to concoct a medicinal pill to treat her condition, motivated purely by his benevolence, not by any infatuation with her beauty. Before leaving the school, he had one more important task, to visit his younger brother. Finding the location of Zhao Chen's classroom was a simple endeavor, given Zhao Xian's striking looks and his brother's notorious reputation at school, that he easily inquired with a female student to learn where Zhao Chen was situated. Upon arriving at the classroom, Zhao Xian found his brother slumped over at the front, eyes closed in slumber. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp smack. "At your age, how can you possibly sleep? Look around. Your classmates are all awake. Yet here you are dozing off. Your home life so oppressive that you can't rest there?" The classmates, along with Zhao Chun, were taken aback by this sudden reprimand. Who is this guy daring to strike Zhao Chun in front of everyone? They wondered. Zhao Xian quickly adopted a gentler demeanor, addressing the class. "Greetings, seniors. I am Zhao Xian, Zhao Chen's elder brother. This fellow has had his fair share of mischief in the past and has pledged to reform. Therefore, should he engage in any further outrageous behavior, please inform me that I will discipline him. I'm just downstairs in the classroom. If I'm not around, you all can keep an eye on him. I hope you will supervise him diligently." With that, he offered a courteous bow. The students were elated to learn that Zhao Xian was the recently recognized young master of the Zhao family. Rumors of discord between him and the so-called young master had circulated, and his words implied that if anyone found Zhao Chen insufferable, they could take matters into their own hands and report back to him. What a powerful position he holds. They thought that, Zhao Chun, how the tides have turned. Before departing the classroom, Zhao Xian earnestly advised his brother, "You've finally made it to the capital university. Our family supports you. You must study hard and repay their kindness." He left with a knowing smile that hinted at his intentions. "Enjoy your time at school, dear brother." Zhao Xian drove his sports car back to the Wanshan villa, instructing his butler, Fu Bo, to procure some medicinal herbs, preferably ready by today. Understanding that Zhao Xian was preparing to refine pills once more, Fu Bo promptly assured him that he would gather everything needed by the day's end. Chapter 50. Fire Spirit Pill. Fu Bo was remarkably efficient, securing the required herbs before noon. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Zhao Xian retreated to the backyard to grind the herbs into powder. He planned to concoct not one, but 2 different medicinal pills. Having observed Li Shirshir during class, Zhao Xian had determined that she was afflicted by a curse, and he aimed to produce a pill capable of dispelling it. Following that, he would create the Fire Spirit Pill to nurture her health. The Fire Spirit Pill was particularly effective against cold toxins and rheumatism, with a gentle efficacy. After all, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes nourishment. Thus, he commenced his work. Lacking the assistance of several sisters as he had before, the process was considerably slower, but he did not trust all the household staff, particularly in light of Zhao Qin's prior bribery of a maid to learn about Qin Suxin's room. It took Zhao Xian nearly an entire afternoon to prepare the herbs that he then began the alchemical process. Utilizing 2 cauldrons to brew both pills simultaneously, as the afternoon wore on and his sisters returned from work. Their presence made the task more manageable. The intricate nature of pill refinement often required one to labor until the wee hours, and his sisters eventually left to rest, leaving Zhao Xian to continue alone. Finally, as midnight approached, his pills were complete. Meanwhile, Li Shishir, having learned from her grandfather that Zhao Xian was indeed her fiancé, felt a mix of emotions that he had been placed in her class to support her. And while she contemplated the implications of their engagement, she also recognized the potential benefits of having him heal her. Torn between her aspirations to be a teacher and the prospect of becoming a wealthy young lady, she decided that should Zhao Xian successfully cure her, she would agree to engage with him, that if they ultimately found themselves incompatible, they could part ways amicably, thus sparing both her grandfather and Zhao Xian any embarrassment. With this resolution, she drifted into a restless sleep. Before retiring for the night, Zhao Xian made one last visit to the storeroom where Zhao Qin resided, although Zhao Qin had locked the door. It posed no challenge for Zhao Xian, who possessed a key. Observing his brother deep in slumber, he delivered another sharp slap. Random inspection. Did you cause any trouble at school today? Zhao Qin felt a wave of injustice wash over him. He had done nothing wrong, yet it seemed he was perpetually targeted. What Zhao Qin was unaware of was that Zhao Xian found the situation concerning him to be quite amusing. After imparting a lesson to Zhao Qin, Zhao Xian felt a sense of fulfillment for the day and retreated to his room for a pleasant sleep, indifferent to whether he attended school or feared being late. The following day, Zhao Xian rose close to 10 o'clock before heading to school. By the time he arrived, the second class had already concluded. Zhao Xian walked straight to Li Shishir's desk, removed her mask, and was quite pleased. Indeed, she was a beauty worthy of being called a campus flower, confirming his discerning taste in women. Before Li Shishir could regain her composure, Zhao Xian produced a small box from his pocket. Revealing a black pill nestled within, he gestured for her to consume it. But Li Shishir hesitated, unwilling to bring the pill to her lips. Zhao Xian, disregarding her reluctance, promptly placed the pill in her mouth and covered her mouth to prevent her from spitting it out. Observing this scene, the surrounding students speculated whether Zhao Xian was force-feeding Li Shishir poison. Moments later, Li Shishir clutched her stomach, gasping for air, causing her classmates to grow concerned and attempt to approach. Only to be rebuffed by Zhao Xian. That moment, Li Shishir, with both hands on her abdomen, exhaled icy breath, resembling the steam of winter breath, as she began to convulse. Her classmates were frantic, yet Zhao Xian refused to let them intervene, prompting some students to seek out Li Weimin. The students began to view Zhao Xian as overly domineering. Suddenly, Li Shishir vomited profusely, expelling undigested food and stomach acid from the previous night, and astonishingly, the vomit began to freeze on the ground. In September, amidst 30-degree weather, the ground actually froze. Among the vomit, a minuscule, wriggling worm became visible, its crystalline body emanating a chill that Li Weimin, alerted by the students, hurried to the classroom. Arriving just in time to witness Li Shishir's moment of distress. Staring at the frozen mess on the floor, he and the students were left astounded by this bizarre phenomenon. Li Weimin, bewildered, approached Zhao Xian to inquire about the situation. Zhao Xian pointed to the frozen vomit and stated, "Your granddaughter has been afflicted by a curse known as the Celestial Crystal Cold Curse. I trust the symptoms require no further elaboration. I have extracted the curse for her." He casually tossed a small vial to Li Weimin, advising him to give Li Shishir one pill daily from within, and upon consumption, she would be entirely healed. With that, Zhao Xian drew his butterfly knife and swiftly dispatched the celestial crystal cold worm. Before sheathing the blade and departing, Li Weimin hurried forward, concerned, to ask how Li Shishir was feeling. Li Shishir, still in shock, noted that ever since her vomiting, the cold sensation had dissipated, though her body still retained residual chill that would require gradual recovery. After a brief moment, Li Weimin retrieved a pill from the vial. Its fiery red hue indicating it had been specially concocted for Li Shishir's condition. With newfound respect for Zhao Xian, Li Shishir consumed the flame spirit pill, feeling warmth gradually returning to her body. Observing her improving condition, Li Weimin nodded in approval, thinking, "That scoundrel has done well, that I suppose I can reluctantly consent to him marrying my granddaughter." Chapter 51. In pursuit of truth upon leaving the classroom. Zhao Xian made his way directly to Zhao Chen's classroom. Eager to discover how the little rascal had fared in his absence upon arrival, he found Zhao Chen seated alone in the far corner. Isolated from his classmates who were unwilling to sit near him, Zhao Xian entered. Several classmates rushed forward to share grievances, recounting Zhao Chen's past misdeeds at school, some of which seemed almost fabricated. However, Zhao Xian paid them no mind and seized Zhao Chen by the collar, dragging him toward the restroom that a number of male students trailed behind, eager to witness the spectacle, while the female students awaited their return for the juicy details. Once in the restroom, Zhao Xian wasted no time and delivered a thorough beating to Zhao Chen, who cowered in the corner, hands over his head, repeatedly apologizing. The surrounding male students relished the scene, silently wishing for Zhao Xian to hit harder. Yet this time, Zhao Xian was somewhat restrained. He did not intend to break Zhao Chen in one go, as he had plans to continue this little game. After all, Zhao Xian's initial intention was to allow Zhao Chen to experience the myriad facets of life. As he pummeled Zhao Chen, he admonished him, "I've told you time and again to avoid causing trouble at school and to focus on your studies. You refuse to listen, and now your classmates have come to me with complaints. Your actions reflect poorly on me and the Zhao family. Now be mindful in the future, or I shall have to teach you a lesson each time." After delivering his lesson, Zhao Xian felt an immense sense of relief. Deep down, he mused, "I wonder how long this little brat can endure it if he lacks a backup plan. It is entirely possible that one day he might drive himself to madness." While Zhao Xian was still reveling in his secret delight, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a message from the venerable Master Yi. The message was succinct, just a few words. "The gun is ready. Come collect it." Zhao Xian immediately responded with an enthusiastic acknowledgement, never expecting that Master Yi would actually procure a firearm for him, that in the future, should anyone dare to provoke him, he could ensure equality among all beings. With a heart brimming with excitement, Zhao Xian sped towards the Yi family's ancestral residence in his Ferrari LaFerrari. Upon arriving, he found Master Yi waiting for him. Calmly, Master Yi retrieved a box from the cabinet. Zhao Xian eagerly accepted the box and opened it to reveal a sleek black handgun, accompanied by 2 boxes of ammunition and a magazine. Master Yi then produced a firearm license from his coat pocket and handed it to Zhao Xian, who received it with both hands. Gazing at the firearm and the license before him, Zhao Xian felt that subduing the heirs of various families would be a simple matter from now on. Curious about Yi Linglong's situation, Zhao Xian inquired after receiving confirmation of her safety. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Master Yi, he enjoyed a meal at the Yi residence before returning to school. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat alone in a corner of the classroom, disheveled and however, although he has yet to agree to this marriage, the circumstances at home do not permit her to refuse any longer. Her parents and grandfather have reached a critical juncture, making it exceedingly difficult for them to advance any further. Previously, when Li Weimin informed his parents that he and Zhao Xian were betrothed, they expressed a desire to consent, yet they still wished for Li Shishir to make her own choice. Even if she were reluctant, they would not force her. Li Shishir found herself in a quandary. Pondering what to do if she accepted the marriage, her parents' and grandfather's positions would surely improve, and given the connection with the Zhao family, she might find herself soaring to great heights, even if she did not work. The Zhao family would ensure that her family was well provided for. Conversely, if she declined, she had just recently been cured of her ailment by Zhao Xian, who implied that he did so because of her looks, when in truth, it was her status as his fiancée that motivated him to act. Such a great favor. What could a family of modest means like hers possibly offer in return? Li Shishir ruminated on her predicament. Sighing, she thought, what else could she do? He was her fiancé, after all, and she ought to indulge him. Moreover, Zhao Xian was indeed handsome, with a well-defined physique and tall stature. As a boyfriend, he was certainly impressive. Furthermore, while Zhao Xian had a penchant for flirtation, he was not malicious. His interest seemed to stem purely from desire rather than capriciousness. Besides, he had not yet crossed any lines with her. If she did not bear the title of Zhao Xian's fiancée, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from other wealthy suitors. Weighing the pros and cons, it seemed the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As for her roguish fiancé, she could simply acquiesce to his minor demands. During lunchtime, Zhao Xian made his first visit to the school cafeteria. While queuing, he gallantly informed Li Shishir that he would wait in line for food, urging her to secure a spot for him. Upon seeing Zhao Xian queuing, everyone instinctively yielded their places for him, believing he had been sent by the heavens to punish the demon, Zhao Chun. Regardless of whether Zhao Xian was another formidable adversary, he had never bullied his classmates with his status and consistently treated them with respect. Thus, he effortlessly cut to the front of the line. Upon recognizing him, the cafeteria lady, who had longed Zhao Xian in a state of despondency, remarked. Upon hearing Zhao Xian invite Li Shishir to take a seat in his Ferrari, the surrounding female classmates were nearly consumed by envy. Zhao Xian, are you still in need of a little lover? Rest assured, I shall never let your fiancé find out that Li Shishir settled into Zhao Xian's LaFerrari. He pressed the accelerator, speeding towards her home. In the passenger seat, Li Shishir was on the verge of losing her composure. Could you slow down a bit? It's not as if we're racing to the afterlife. Her voice trembled with each word. Yet, Zhao Xian found her flustered demeanor rather amusing, disregarding her protests and continuing to speed. Fortunately, they arrived at Li Shishir's doorstep without incident. That as she exited the vehicle, her legs felt weak. If he drove like this again, she vowed never to ride with him again. Li Shishir resided in a modest apartment complex, which compared to the opulent houses in the heart of the capital, was certainly less impressive. However, families living here typically boasted savings of at least 10 million. Otherwise, affording a home in such a location would be impossible. Upon witnessing Zhao Xian's sports car enter the community, the nearby neighbors began to whisper among themselves. Whose child is this? So successful that they can afford a luxury car? Isn't that the direction of the Xiao Li family? Could it be that Xiao Li has struck it rich? Wasn't he on the verge of being laid off? It can't be Xiao Li. Perhaps it's his daughter? That car is certainly not inexpensive, indicating she might have secured a wealthy suitor. That it's quite possible. The daughter of the old Li family is quite attractive, which is what modern young men tend to favor. Listening to the gossip from the elderly neighbors, Li Shishir felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she have brought Zhao Xian home after knowing him for such a short time? But with Zhao Xian's status accustomed to living in a villa, would he look down upon her humble abode? However, Li Shishir was overthinking. Zhao Xian had lived as a country bumpkin for 18 years, and the conditions he had endured were far less favorable than this. Li Shishir extracted her keys to open the door. She called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm home." Her mother emerged from the kitchen, ready to instruct her to wash up for dinner, but paused upon noticing a handsome young man standing beside her daughter. "Hello, Annie. I am Zhao Xian." He introduced himself politely, omitting the fact that he was Shishir's fiancé, intending for her to disclose that information herself. Upon learning that this charming young man was the eldest son of the Zhao family and appeared to have a good rapport with her daughter, Li's mother was increasingly fond of him. He was courteous and displayed none of the arrogance one might expect from someone of his stature. "Come in, both of you," she urged, and just then, Li's father descended the stairs. Sure. Have you brought a friend home?" However, upon seeing the man beside his precious daughter, Li's father's expression darkened. "Are you trying to court my daughter?" "Dad, this is Zhao Xian. He was the one who healed my illness." Li Shishir quickly interjected, sensing her father's discontent. "Humph, and what if Zhao Xian is involved? That doesn't mean he should be here." Suddenly, realization struck Li's father as he processed the name Zhao Xian, the eldest son of the Zhao family, the fiancé of his daughter, and the reputed disciple of the revered medicine god. If it were indeed Zhao Xian, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. If his daughter married into the Zhao family, he could retire early from his mundane job. In an instant, the father's demeanor transformed. So it's young Master Zhao. I am Li Shishir's father. Thank you for healing our Shishir." The way he phrased it was quite clever, implying that Shishir belonged to both families. Seeing the two men engaged in lively conversation, Li Shishir excused herself to change clothes. During dinner, Li's mother persistently served Zhao Xian more food, growing increasingly fond of him. Zhao Xian, unreserved, accepted whatever was offered. Meanwhile, Li Shishir, observing that Zhao Xian's focus was solely on the food, felt an inexplicable irritation. Seizing an opportunity while her mother was in the kitchen and her father pouring wine, she discreetly kicked Zhao Xian under the table. Turning to her, Zhao Xian noticed her slowly pulling up her pants, revealing a section of her leg clad in black stockings. She quickly let go, pretending nothing had happened as she continued to eat. Zhao Xian paused, realization dawning upon him. Could that be stockings? How infuriating. If only you had shown me more. Following this, Zhao Xian's enthusiasm for the meal diminished, as his mind was preoccupied with the brief glimpse of her stockings. As Zhao Xian had to drive, he refrained from drinking that evening. When it was time to leave, Li's mother asked Li Shishir to see Zhao Xian off. Li Shishir changed her shoes at the entrance. Zhao Xian caught sight of her feet in black stockings once again. How maddening. Can't you just let me see those stockings in full? Li Shishir, noticing Zhao Xian's reaction, smirked that I'll only show you a little. If you want me to wear stockings, you'll have to work for it that if you ever upset me, I want to even let you see my stockings. She escorted Zhao Xian to his Ferrari, and he expressed a desire for one last glimpse that Li Shishir made a face at him, turning away without a backward glance, leaving Zhao Xian in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 56. Could you please remove your hand from my leg? The following day, Zhao Xian arrived at class brimming with resentment. That as he sat beside Li Shishir, he cast her a glare that seemed to say, if you don't show me those stockings, I will fixate on you. Surprisingly, Li Shishir felt a sense of delight. Oh, I wonder if I can't handle you. During class, she suddenly shivered and turned to Zhao Xian, whispering, what are you doing, you lecher? Zhao Xian replied with utmost sincerity, you've misunderstood me. I am a paragon of virtue, entirely above reproach. Are you certain you embody such virtue? She retorted, absolutely. He asserted confidently. Li Shishir rolled her eyes. Then, noble gentleman, might you remove your hand from my leg? The scene unfolded as Zhao Xian's hand wandered across Li Shishir's thigh. She attempted to shift her leg away, but he firmly held her in place. When she tried to dislodge his hand, it felt as if it were a vice, gripping her thigh with unyielding force, causing her discomfort. After struggling in vain, Li Shishir decided to relent. Fine, let this lecher enjoy a little taste. I'm exhausted. She shot Zhao Xian a significant eye roll before turning her attention back to the lecture, completely ignoring the hand resting on her thigh. Finally, dinner time arrived. Once again, Zhao Xian and Li Shishir found themselves in the cafeteria, their dynamic resembling that of a pair of playful adversaries. Much to the amusement of their peers, that Li Shishir mused that having someone to fetch her food daily was rather pleasant. After all, she couldn't accept free meals without contributing something, and Zhao Xian's charm certainly helped her acquire more meat than she could on her OW. It seems I should make good use of Zhao Xian's title as my fiancé. While they dined, Zhao Xian suddenly stiffened that Li Shishir, puzzled, inquired about his reaction. Zhao Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed on a particular direction. Turning to see what had captured his attention, Li Shishir realized it was Zhao Chun. That insufferable brat, that it was unusual for him to be spotted in the cafeteria. Li Shishir turned back, her expression filled with questions as she regarded Zhao Xian. He shrugged, indicating he was equally perplexed. Although he surmised that Zhao Chun must have run out of money. With his previous allowance, how could he be broke? Had he squandered it all on hiring assassins? Zhao Chun, indeed, had little money left. The Zhao family hadn't provided him with living expenses in quite some time. Following the incident with Qin Suxin, the Zhao family had cut him off completely to obtain money. He would have to ask Zhao Xian. But it was clear that Zhao Xian would never give him a dime. Having exhausted his savings from previous expenditures, and with Wang Lili still absent from the capital, he had no choice but to scrape by in the cafeteria. It was a far cry from his former glory as a young master of the Zhao family. All thanks to Zhao Xian, that as Zhao Chun waited in line for food, several classmates cut in front of him. After enduring this indignity a few times, he nearly lost his temper. He tapped the shoulder of the most recent offender, prepared to unleash a torrent of insults. However, the student merely smirked at him, gesturing to something behind him. Turning around, Zhao Chun was struck dumb. Zhao Xian was there again. Why was he everywhere? For the sake of his own mental health, Zhao Chun refrained from acting out in Zhao Xian's presence, biting his tongue and swallowing his anger. Finally, when he reached the front of the line, the cafeteria lady recognized Zhao Xian as the campus troublemaker. Without a hint of pretense, she ladled a spoonful of vegetable broth for him, completely ignoring Zhao Xian's expression as she called for the next person in line. Zhao Chun felt utterly defeated. Was this truly the fickle wheel of fortune? He had once basked in glory, But never had he imagined that Zhao Xian, a mere country bumpkin, could orchestrate his downfall. Lily, return home soon. Your brother misses you. Chapter 57. I have applied for benefits on your behalf, during afternoon classes. The first thing Li Shishir did upon sitting down was to drape her jacket over her legs. Zhao Xian thought to himself, what are you doing? Are you guarding against ghosts? I am your future husband. Do I not even have the right to touch your leg? Li Shishir, indifferent to Zhao Xian's thoughts, firmly clutched her coat, not out of fear of ghosts, but to guard against the lecherous hands of the old pervert Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian mused to himself. So, this is how you want to play it, huh? Consequently, his wandering hand abandoned the pursuit of Li Shishir's thigh, and just as she was secretly reveling in her triumph, she was suddenly jolted again. Instead of her thigh, Zhao Xian had opted to encircle her slender waist. Li Shishir was nearly at her wit's end, realizing he truly would not miss any opportunity to take advantage of her. It dawned on her that staying close to Zhao Xian while avoiding his advances was an impossible feat, so she ceased her struggles, cast aside the coat draped over her legs, and wore a face that seemed to say, come on, beast. Noticing Li Shishir's compliance, Zhao Xian felt compelled to indulge further, once again letting his hand wander to her thigh. At that moment, he lamented. If only she were wearing black stockings. That Li Shishir was at a loss for words. Did he truly wish for her to wear black stockings? Previously, after school, she either took a taxi or rode the bus, but now, with Zhao Xian personally picking her up and dropping her off, she felt that it was hardly fair for him to take advantage of her daily. Did he think that a beautiful girl's legs were so easily accessible? The following day, before the first class, Zhao Xian swaggered to the podium and cleared his throat. That Li Shishir sensed that he was about to stir up trouble again. This scoundrel was notoriously mischievous. Classmates, he began, as we are now in September and the weather is scorching. I know that having early classes every day must be quite taxing for you. To commend your diligent studies and relentless pursuit of progress. I have discussed with the principal and secured some benefits for you. Upon hearing Zhao Xian mention benefits for them, the students below transformed into adoring fans, showering him with praises. Brother Xian is magnificent. The young master is incredible. I want to be the young master's dog. Only Li Shishir harbored an ominous premonition. Did they not know Zhao Xian well enough? He relished finding amusement during idle moments. Just as everyone was expressing their gratitude, Zhao Xian continued. Therefore, to enhance everyone's physical fitness for better learning in the future, I have negotiated with the principal for a military training session lasting half a month, starting next Monday. The students' reactions turned sour upon hearing that the benefit was military training, and they grumbled in unison, showering Zhao Xian with exasperation. Damn it, you absolute jerk. Zhao Xian relished the students' mixed feelings of gratitude and indignation. After all, as a wealthy heir, he had countless ways to avoid military training, while ordinary students would face the brunt of it. In the past, at the Imperial Capital University, military training was only mandated for leadership roles, with time generally allocated for students to study. After all, those who attended such an esteemed university were not just any ordinary students. Being noticed by a wealthy heir could open doors for them in prestigious companies, and if they proved to be exceptional employees, donations to the school would follow, thus significantly reducing meaningless activities. However, Zhao Xian felt that a university life devoid of military training was far from perfect, so he conferred with Li Weimin and organized a half-month military training session for the students. Treating it as a holiday that he had endured far more strenuous training over the years, and surely this batch of top students could manage a mere 10 days. That moment, his classmates were already pulling out their phones, frantically purchasing sunscreen on a certain shopping platform. With such weather, failing to apply several layers would undoubtedly leave them burnt to a crisp. Zhao Xian, feeling quite pleased with himself, found a strange sense of accomplishment in all of this. Chapter 58. Let us go shopping, Li Shishir remarked. You are truly shameless. Zhao Xian replied. What do you mean? I am merely considering everyone's health. I am so benevolent that Li Shishir felt utterly speechless, contemplating whether she should distance herself from Zhao Xian. What if her classmates sought revenge and chose to target her instead? With no classes in the afternoon, Zhao Xian planned to take Li Shishir out for a meal and some shopping, followed by a visit to his company, but their plans were thwarted by the arrival of his enchanting fourth sister. Zhao Xiaojun inquired, I heard you were starting military training next week for half a month. Zhao Xian replied, I proposed it. Zhao Xiaojun teased, oh, how shameless of you. Zhao Xian responded, Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Xiaojun chose to ignore him, turning to the beauty beside him. You must be Li Shishir. Hello, I am Zhao Xian's fourth sister. Zhao Xiaojun to Li Shishir was flustered. Fourth sister, hello. Unlike Zhao Xuemei, who exuded an intimidating presence, Zhao Xiaojun approached and linked arms with Li Shishir. Come, sister-in-law, let us go shopping. Zhao Xiaojun was remarkably friendly, rivaling Zhao Xian in familiarity, clearly a product of the same upbringing. Li Shishir glanced nervously at Zhao Xian, who nodded in approval, but later regretted his decision. Zhao Xian became their chauffeur and laborer, while the two sisters roamed various shopping malls. Today, even the usually extravagant fourth sister was meticulously choosing her items. Previously, she would have simply swept everything into her cart. Most importantly, they tossed their purchases to Zhao Xian to carry and ultimately left him to foot the bill. Zhao Xian found himself laden with bags, trailing behind them for over 5 hours. Damn it. You girls can barely run 1,000 meters in PE class without collapsing, but you can shop for 5 hours without breaking a sweat. Women are truly remarkable creatures. After enduring this relentless shopping spree, they finally sat down for a meal. Zhao Xiaojun led them to a Western restaurant, but this time, she did not sit next to Li Shishir. Considering that the girl was now her sister-in-law, it was better to let them sit together. Word had it that this pair was quite the comedic duo, and perhaps they would even share food with one another. Which was a delightful thought. Zhao Xian, unusually gentlemanly, handed the menu to Li Shishir first, allowing her to choose. However, as she perused the menu filled with pricey dishes, she hesitated to order. Zhao Xiaojun noticed Li Shishir's discomfort. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Order whatever you like. If it looks good, just go for it. After all, you have your husband to pay. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaojun refer to Zhao Xian as her husband, Li Shishir's cheeks flushed with shyness as she pointed to a few appealing dishes and handed the menu back to Zhao Xiaojun. Having never dined at such a level before, and considering her recent illness, she had not enjoyed a day out like this in a long time. Truth be told, she was quite grateful to Zhao Xian for helping her recover. Zhao Xian, upon hearing Zhao Xiaojun label him as Li Shishir's husband, felt a surge of approval for his fourth sister and discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Zhao Xiaojun, catching his gesture, scoffed, as if I'm merely here to shop. I am genuinely invested in your lifelong happiness, my foolish brother. You better seize the opportunity. In all honesty, Zhao Xian's prowess in courting girls was far less effective than having a well-versed wingwoman assisting him. During their meal, Zhao Xian attentively served Li Shishir, responding to Zhao Xiaojun's subtle cues, offering her food and even wiping away crumbs with a napkin, that he even donned gloves to peel shrimp for her. Zhao Xiaojun, observing this, nodded in approval. Ah, the child can indeed be taught. Li Shishir was baffled. Why was Zhao Xian behaving so differently? Shouldn't he be devouring the food ravenously? Instead, he exhibited remarkable patience, serving her and helping peel shrimp. Nevertheless, with Zhao Xian attending to her, Li Shishir found herself enjoying the meal immensely. Zhao Xiaojun, meanwhile, slyly snapped photos of Zhao Xian feeding Li Shishir shrimp and wiping her mouth, sharing them on the campus forum with the caption, "Brother and sister-in-law are just too sweet. They are truly adorable together." Zhao Xiaojun was being deliberately mischievous. With someone like Yi Linglong, who had faced life and death struggles, she could not guarantee that Zhao Xian could win her over alone. Yi Linglong would have to rely on Zhao Xian's efforts. Women were inherently attracted to strength, and with Qin Suxin having her mother as assistants, Zhao Xiaojun could only do her utmost to help Zhao Xian win Li Shishir's heart. However, with Li Shishir being a fresh college student, Zhao Xiaojun found it quite easy to assist Zhao Xian in capturing her. After their meal, Zhao Xiaojun suggested visiting the night market, where there were numerous snack stalls to satisfy their cravings. Before long, Zhao Xiaojun excused herself, clearly intending to leave the two alone. As she departed, she said to Li Shishir, "Sister-in-law, if you want to eat or buy anything, just ask your husband. He is currently the wealthiest in the Zhao family, and everyone is working for him. If anyone bullies you, just fight back. If you can't handle it, call for your fourth sister, but I'll come to help you." Li Shishir feels a rush of shyness each time Zhao Xiaojun mentions that Zhao Xian is her husband. Although he enjoys teasing her, he is genuinely considerate, and his sister treats her with such kindness that she believes marrying into the Zhao family would ensure she is not mistreated. The thought of him becoming her husband doesn't seem entirely out of reach. As Zhao Xiaojun departs, she casts a knowing glance at Zhao Xian, who exclaims, "You truly are my biological sister. You really mean it." "Oh, my foolish brother," she muses, "I can only assist you this far. The rest is up to you. If you can't win her over even with this, then you are hopeless." Unbeknownst to Li Shishir, her resistance to Zhao Xian has considerably diminished. In Chapter 59, Old Husband, Zhao Xian and Li Shishir stroll through a night market. Zhao Xian takes her small hand in his, and though she blushes, she does not withdraw it. Truth be told, she has grown accustomed to having this charming rogue by her side, coming from a conservative family of scholars. Once she decides on a man, she remains steadfast. Unless he betrays her, "I wish to buy some sunscreen," Li Shishir whispers shyly. The day is drawing to a close, and tomorrow is Saturday that we can explore more. "If there is anything else you want, I'll buy it, and I can also get some gifts for uncle and aunt." Zhao Xian replies earnestly, "My goodness, he has grown so serious. He even considers the time." "All right," she concedes, feeling less shy than before. With their fate seemingly sealed, she decides to relish the present. As they wander, Li Shishir spots a stall selling grilled skewers and playfully pouts. "I want to eat some skewers." "Okay." While saying this, she gently shakes Zhao Xian's arm. Zhao Xian finds her adorable, understanding why girls who act coy are often showered with affection. "Call me husband, and I'll buy them for you," he teases. Although Li Shishir can accept many things, calling him husband in public makes her blush furiously. Zhao Xian gazes at her intently until she finally relents and whispers, "Old husband." Her voice is barely a whisper. Yet Zhao Xian does not dwell on it. Waving his hand grandly, Li Shishir happily enjoys her skewers, knowing her parents would forever dismiss such treats as junk food, regardless of their opinion. She relishes the moment, thinking, in the past, "I wasn't allowed to eat these, but now that Zhao Xian is here, I will indulge." She holds Zhao Xian's hand with one hand while the other clutches a skewer, and he carries the rest of her order. Whenever she finishes one, he hands her another. He does not eat himself, but watches her delight as she devours skewer after skewer. Previously forbidden treats now tempt Li Shishir, and she yearns to savor them all, knowing Zhao Xian will remedy any consequences. Should her family scold her, he will take the blame. Unwittingly, she realizes she has come to depend on Zhao Xian. Thoughts of him fill her mind, wondering how to call him, and how to call him again. Zhao Xian escorts Li Shishir downstairs. He assures her he will pick her up tomorrow. Li Shishir now rarely declines Zhao Xian's requests. Bouncing upstairs with her takeout in hand, before stepping into the elevator, she playfully calls back, "See you tomorrow, old husband." Without looking back, she enters the elevator. Upon hearing her call him husband, Zhao Xian feels his heart melt. Men adore hearing their girlfriends call them that, just as they enjoy hearing their friends refer to them as dad. With a smile, he drives his Ferrari back to the Wanshan villa. Upon returning home, Zhao Xian finds the family gathered. An unusual occurrence everyone's here, he announces before entering the "What brings you all together?" Upon Zhao Xiaojun's return, she has summoned her sisters and parents to share the details of her efforts to help Zhao Xian pursue Li Shishir. Girls naturally enjoy gossip, and the Zhao family is no exception. The sisters and Su Yun listen intently, eager to learn more about the girl named Li Shishir, what she looks like, and her personality. Zhao Xiaojun reassures them, "Don't worry. If she weren't attractive, would Zhao Xian be interested? Besides, she is the granddaughter of Principal Li Weimin, from a scholarly family, a shy little girl." As they chat, the main character arrives, prompting Su Yun to rush forward and inquire about Zhao Xian's progress. A barrage of questions catches Zhao Xian off guard. It feels as though his family is more invested than he is. He responds, "My fourth sister is righteous. It's nearly a done deal." Zhao Xiaojun adds that she can help facilitate connections at school in the future. However, Zhao Xian has more than gossip on his mind. He discusses the possibility of purchasing a villa near the school. The family is puzzled. Zhao Xian is not known for his studiousness, that he clarifies that he intends for Li Shishir to move into the villa, sparing her the daily commute. The Zhao family collectively exclaims, "Oh, we know what you're thinking. You want to cohabit with Li Shishir to cultivate your relationship. How lofty your words are. If you weren't family, I might have almost believed you." Yet this plan requires the elder's approval, as he wishes to avoid any unforeseen mishaps for Zhao Xian. After Zhao Tianda informs the elder, he ponders for a while before agreeing, instructing Zhao Xian to select a few trustworthy servants for the villa. The elder will send people to scout suitable options later. After arranging his plans, Zhao Xian initially intends to return to his room happily. But then a troubling thought strikes him. If he moves out, what if Zhao Chun, that troublesome brat, stirs up trouble at home? He realizes he must keep a close watch on Zhao Chun. An idea forms in his mind, and with a mischievous smile, he heads to his room. Lying on his bed, Zhao Xian opens his phone and initiates a chat with Li Shishir. Zhao, are you there? Little darling? Li Shishir replies instantly. Li, you rascal. What mischief are you up to now? Zhao, oh, you cheeky girl. Today you were calling me husband so cheerfully, and now you call me a rascal. Li, that was forced upon me. I refuse to admit it. On the other end of the phone, Li Shishir remained obstinate. Zhao, let us not dwell on this any longer. Can you wear something tomorrow that will truly catch my eye? Li Shishir was aware that he was still fixated on her wearing black stockings. What could she do? She might as well indulge her own husband. After all, they were not in school anymore. Tomorrow, she would finally go shopping with Zhao Xian. That if she dressed beautifully, it would reflect well on Zhao Xian too. Nevertheless, Li Shishir still held her ground. Li, no, I simply want to wear it. Zhao, all right, if I don't get to hear you call me husband for a day, that would be an injustice to the torment I've endured. The next day, Zhao Xian arrived early, driving to Li Shishir's residence. When she emerged, he was taken aback by her appearance. Today, Li Shishir was adorned in a blue and white JK outfit, complemented by the Balenciaga stockings she had long yearned for. Zhao Xian found this little girl quite endearing. Though she claimed she wouldn't wear them, she was actually very obedient. As Li Shishir stepped out in her ensemble, she initially felt shy, but Zhao Xian's unwavering gaze filled her with joy. After all, Zhao Xian could now be considered her boyfriend, and if he was happy, so was she. The blissful state of a woman in love. Seeing her daughter dress so beautifully, with black stockings to boot. Li's mother immediately surmised that she was going on a date with Zhao Xian. Observing the significant transformation in her daughter for Zhao Xian, she couldn't help but think, the position of a wealthy son-in-law as mother-in-law is secured. As Zhao Xian drove, his hand was rather mischievous, wandering over Li Shishir's thigh clad in black stockings. Initially, she would swat his hand away each time he attempted to touch her, but soon realized that Zhao Xian was utterly shameless. After some contemplation, she ceased her struggle and allowed Zhao Xian's hand to roam freely. Zhao Xian mused, indeed, driving a luxury car with one hand is an essential skill for every wealthy young master. The previous night, Li Shishir found herself reflecting on her transformation, wondering if she had become unable to live without Zhao Xian. Scrolling through her phone, she stumbled upon a post by Zhao Xiaojun, filled with photos of Zhao Xian peeling shrimp for her, wiping her mouth, and feeding her shrimp. Oh dear, it seemed she truly couldn't part with him. If they were to break up, she might be labeled a heartbreaker. Someone who toyed with the affections of a wealthy young master. What a wretched fate. Chapter 61. The right approach to Zhao Xian. The couple arrived at the largest shopping district in the capital. As they strolled, they were met with envious glances from passers-by. Truly a pair of handsome and beautiful individuals, appearing quite well-matched. Numerous staff members at the malls approached Zhao Xian, eager to curry favor with him. Yet he merely offered perfunctory responses. Soon, a keen-eyed female salesperson decided to take a different approach, showering Li Shishir with compliments. Xiao, is this your girlfriend? She is absolutely stunning, with a figure like hers. She would look beautiful in anything. You two are a match made in heaven. The saleslady praised Li Shishir while subtly suggesting that Zhao Xian should purchase her more clothing. Zhao Xian, impressed by her tact, took Li Shishir's hand and allowed the saleswoman to guide them into the store. As they entered, the array of beautiful clothes reignited Li Shishir's shopping spirit, breaking free from Zhao Xian's grip. She eagerly surveyed her surroundings, spotting numerous garments she adored, and Zhao Xian patiently followed her lead. However, she suddenly halted before a display. Coming from a cultured family, she preferred a more conservative style. Had it not been for Zhao Xian's preferences, she would likely never have donned such stockings. Zhao Xian, noticing the abundance of long pants on display, felt discontent. It's September. Are you really shopping for long pants? Moreover, if you buy those, how will I see your legs? He tugged Li Shishir towards the hosiery section, but she stood resolutely like a wooden post, pouting and pointing at a pair of long pants on the wall. Husband. Zhao Xian was charmed by her playful tone. Sweeping his hand dramatically, by Li Shishir had seemingly discovered the perfect way to engage Zhao Xian. Whenever she saw something she liked, she would tug on his arm and point, saying, husband. Zhao Xian would enthusiastically reply. Bye-bye. But it's no wonder Zhao Xian could not resist the charms of his beautiful girlfriend calling him husband. What man could? After a morning of shopping, Zhao Xian completed the transactions and intended to take Li Shishir out for lunch. The mall owner kindly offered him a discount and arranged for home delivery. After a long morning of shopping, Li Shishir felt a bit fatigued. They arrived at a couple-s restaurant, and after calling him husband all morning, she gradually became accustomed to the term, fully embracing her role as Zhao Xian's girlfriend. As they dined, their affectionate exchanges drew the attention of numerous women nearby, who urged their own boyfriends to take notes. In the afternoon, Li Shishir accompanied Zhao Xian as he shopped for gifts for his parents, intending to make amends for his previous visit when he had come empty-handed. Observing Zhao Xian's thoughtful demeanor, Li Shishir felt content with this lifestyle. After purchasing the gifts, Zhao Xian, just like the previous night, took Li Shishir to stroll through a street filled with snacks, occasionally indulging in treats. After exploring the snack street and enjoying a movie, Zhao Xian brought Li Shishir to a park where they sat on a bench to rest. Truthfully, a day of strolling was quite exhausting to that moment. Many couples from the capital's universities were walking about. Some of Zhao Xian's classmates spotted him with Li Shishir and merely approached to greet them, wishing them a lasting relationship before departing. Young couples often preferred privacy in their romantic endeavors. Leaning against Zhao Xian, Li Shishir gently rested her head on his shoulder while he reciprocated by resting his face against her hair, their gestures radiating sweetness. Li Shishir then asked Zhao Xian, I know you have many engagements, so while I'm still not completely infatuated, can you assure me that you will treat me the same way in the future? Li Shishir had genuinely fallen for Zhao Xian and could no longer fathom a life without him. She was frightened, terrified that if Zhao Xian took another wife, she would be cast aside. Zhao Xian playfully pinched her nose, saying, Silly girl, you can call me a rogue or a lecher, but never a scoundrel. Regardless of how many fiancés I may have in the future, I swear to treat all my women equally. Is that true? You will never abandon me. Li Shishir's eyes glistened, her voice tinged with emotion. Zhao Xian, gently stroking her head, responded in a soft yet firm tone. Indeed, I swear Li Shishir quickly interjected, no need for oaths. I trust you. Their gazes locked, and as their lips inched closer, Zhao Xian sensed movement behind the tree. Chapter 62. Tomorrow, bring your siblings home for dinner. Zhao Xian turned to peer behind him, and Li Shishir followed his gaze. Realizing they had been discovered, the individuals behind the tree no longer hid. To their surprise, it was Zhao Xian's 4 younger sisters. Li Shishir instantly lowered her head in embarrassment, mortified to be caught. Zhao Xiaojun remarked, we were just concerned you might bully our sister. So we came to check on you. Don't misunderstand. She chuckled awkwardly. Zhao Xuemei, being the eldest, calmly approached Li Shishir, offering a warm smile before turning to Zhao Xian. Bring your siblings over for dinner tomorrow. Our parents would like to meet her. Then, the 4 sisters sauntered away nonchalantly, leaving Zhao Xian feeling a mix of excitement and frustration. Just when he was about to kiss her, they chose to appear. Couldn't they wait until after the kiss? Curse it. One must guard against fire, theft, and sisters. After being interrupted by his sisters, the couple lost interest in their intimate moment. Zhao Xian drove Li Shishir home, during which she queried, why did you ignore the flattery from those other people? Yet when someone praises me, you buy things? With one hand on Li Shishir's thigh and the other steering the wheel. Without glancing back, Zhao Xian replied earnestly, what man wouldn't be pleased to hear others compliment his girlfriend's beauty? The more beautiful a girlfriend, the more pride a man feels. Li Shishir turned her head back thoughtfully, implying that with so many beautiful women as your wives, your face must be quite esteemed, perhaps even thickened from all the flattery. Zhao Xian drove to the foot of Li Shishir's building, retrieved the gifts he had purchased for her parents during their shopping excursion, and took Li Shishir's hand as they ascended the stairs. The onlookers, mostly elderly neighbors, quickly recognized that the daughter of the Li family had indeed attached herself to a wealthy man, noting that the gifts he brought were evidently extravagant. Alas, there was little to be done. They had raised a splendid daughter, and one could only imagine how numerous the wealthy suitors must be, all vying for her attention. In contrast to his previous visit, Zhao Xian's arrival this time felt far more formal. Upon entering, Li Weimin was also present, and seeing his granddaughter hand in hand with Zhao Xian filled his heart with joy indeed. There was potential here. Perhaps he could consider an early retirement. Li Mu, ever the gracious host, promptly welcomed Zhao Xian, insisting that he need not have brought gifts. Zhao Xian had primarily acquired some health supplements and fine liquor. He chose the supplements wisely, opting for those that were moderately priced yet effective. As for the alcohol, the pricier, the better. He had procured some exquisite bottles of wine, including some that cost tens of thousands per bottle, and aged varieties that Li Weimin had never had the pleasure of tasting throughout his long life. Although these wines might not compare to those crafted by a master vintner, the master treated his creations with the utmost reverence, unable to indulge himself, often needing to sneak some away from the winery. The dinner table was filled with merriment, with Li Fu and Li Weimin continually toasting Zhao Xian that Li Shishir, no longer shy, urged Zhao Xian to drink less while also serving him dishes that Li Mu couldn't help but exclaim how accomplished her daughter had become. Even daring to manage Zhao Xian, in the spirit of camaraderie, the men began to discuss various topics, including international affairs, as they drank that Li Fu, clearly enjoying himself, began to share the frustrations of his work life with Zhao Xian. Not wishing to disrupt the delightful atmosphere, Li Mu interjected, urging Li Fu to keep his remarks brief. Zhao Xian, unfazed, remarked that the meager salary from his job was hardly worth the trouble, though he acknowledged Li Fu's lifelong dedication to teaching, which he genuinely loved. Zhao Xian assured him it was a minor issue and made a call to the director of the Education Bureau. The director, a contact of Li Weimin, had even attended Zhao Xian's return banquet. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's request, he readily agreed to take care of the matter. Zhao Xian, understanding the nuances of human relationships, promised to express his gratitude in person, an act that deeply moved the director, who offered to assist Zhao Xian in any way possible. After this small interlude, the three men resumed their drinking. Noticing the situation escalating, Li Shishir quickly withdrew the alcohol, suggesting they save it for another time. Zhao Xian, however, remained indifferent. Having grown up in a medicinal environment, he was far from intoxicated, but both Li Weimin and Li Fu, having consumed a considerable amount, were nearing the point of dozing off at the table. After the meal, as Zhao Xian prepared to leave, Li Mu offered him a place to stay for the night, which he politely declined, asserting that he was not intoxicated. Li Mu then asked Li Shishir to see Zhao Xian off. Once downstairs, Li Shishir shot Zhao Xian an exasperated glance, scolding him for not drinking too much himself while her father and grandfather were in such a state. She advised him to take his time on the way home, to which Zhao Xian responded that he would return the next day to invite Li Shishir to his family for dinner. After a brief moment of intimacy downstairs, Zhao Xian drove back to his villa. Chapter 63, 3,000 Living Expenses. Zhao Xian awoke the next day around 10 o'clock. After washing up and changing into some comfortable home attire, he summoned a few maids to the utility room. At that moment, Zhao Chen was lying on a small bed, lamenting to Wang Lili on his phone. After listening to Zhao Chen's woes, Wang Lili reassured her that she would teach Zhao Xian a lesson when she returned. Without knocking, Zhao Xian kicked the door open, startling Zhao Chen. They got straight to the point. In the near future, I plan to purchase a villa outside and move out, so I cannot leave you alone in the Zhao family. From now on, you will stay at school. Ignoring Zhao Chen's protests, Zhao Xian instructed the maids, help the young master pack his belongings and arrange for a driver to take him to school. I've already made arrangements there. I will cover his accommodation fees for the next few years and provide him with 3,000 in living expenses each month. He shouldn't return to the Zhao family unless necessary. Without waiting for Zhao Chen's response, Zhao Xian directed the maids to gather his clothes and thoughtfully arranged for a bodyguard to keep an eye on Zhao Chen, warning that any resistance would result in consequences. The dormitory Zhao Xian arranged for Zhao Chen was where he had previously encountered the group that had come to complain about him. The thought of Zhao Chen's future living conditions excited Zhao Xian. As Zhao Chen was being escorted out by the bodyguard, he turned back, tearfully pleading with his parents and sisters for support, but the Zhao family adopted an attitude of indifference, neither listening nor caring. Zhao Xian mentioned he was going to pick up Li Shishir, as he didn't want her to see such a disgrace in the Zhao household. Upon hearing that Zhao Xian intended to bring Li Shishir home for dinner, Su Yun immediately instructed the maids to prepare a lavish feast for the future daughter-in-law. Zhao Tianda was also curious, since the last time when his 4 daughters had followed Zhao Xian. Praising Li Shishir, he had yet to meet her and was eager to see the girl who had captivated his son. Although Zhao Tianda had a slight preference for Qin Suxin, he was intrigued nonetheless. After Zhao Xian left to fetch Li Shishir, he messaged her on the way to Li Shishir, having tidied herself up, was waiting downstairs for him. As they drove away, Many of the neighbors flocked to the Li residence to congratulate Li Weimin and Li Fu, expressing their hopes that if the family were to become prosperous, they should not forget their neighbors. Listening to the flattery, Li Fu felt as if he were floating on air. After all, he had raised a remarkable daughter. When Zhao Xian's car arrived at the Zhao villa, Su Yun and Zhao Tianda were already waiting eagerly at the entrance. As Li Shishir stepped out of the car, Su Yun immediately approached. Taking her hand and leading her into the villa, Li Shishir, overwhelmed by Su Yun's warm demeanor, felt a bit flustered that as she walked inside, she couldn't help but admire the sprawling Zhao villa. It was truly magnificent. Would she soon be the mistress of such a grand home? It was heartening to know that Zhao Xian, despite living in such luxury, was still willing to accompany her to street food stalls. Moreover, with his parents treating her so warmly, she felt reassured about any future difficulties in their relationship. It seemed that choosing Zhao Xian had indeed been one of the best decisions she had made. Although Li Shishir was not Zhao Xian's only partner, she had certainly spent the most time with him. At the dining table, Su Yun and the four sisters showered Li Shishir with warmth. Filling her bowl with various dishes, Su Yun, with a serious expression, assured Li Shishir that this would also be her home, and if Zhao Xian were to mistreat her, she should come to Su Yun for support. Zhao Xiaojun also mentioned that if she faced any issues at school, Li Shishir could count on her. Deeply moved, Li Shishir felt overwhelmed by the Zhao family's kindness. Previously, she had feared the complexities of marrying into a wealthy family. But it was clear that the Zhao family genuinely embraced her. Her earlier worries were unfounded. Now, all she needed to do was cherish her relationship with Zhao Xian. After dinner at the Zhao residence, each of the Zhao family members, including Zhao Tianda and his four daughters, presented Li Shishir with generous gifts, encouraging her to feel at ease and to approach them whenever needed. Overcome with emotion, Li Shishir began to cry, then laughed through her tears, feeling an immense sense of joy. The Zhao family treated her so well, as did Zhao Xian, and she was determined to reciprocate their kindness. As Zhao Xian drove Li Shishir home, she sat in the passenger seat, lost in her feelings. Zhao Xian handed her a tissue to wipe her tears and then said, "I plan to buy a villa near the school, and we'll move there together. That it will be conveniently located close to both our homes and the school, and I've chosen it with great care. In truth, it was the elder who dispatched individuals to assess the chosen location for several days, only for Zhao Xian to seize the opportunity and claim the credit for himself. Li Shishir has now completely convinced herself that she is Zhao Xian's wife, obediently adhering to his wishes and asserting that as long as Zhao Xian has consulted with her parents, everything is satisfactory. Li Shishir no longer resists. She has even learned to take the initiative to place Zhao Xian's hand on her thigh. Zhao Xian muses to himself, "How delightful it is to have a girl who encourages me to touch her leg." Chapter 64. Military training. While Zhao Xian and Li Shishir were engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, on the other side, Zhao Qian found himself encircled by 3 roommates in the dormitory, discussing the rules. Zhao Qian activated his shadowy ability, I Endure. Wang Lily has not yet returned from abroad. Once military training concludes, she will return, and none of this group will escape my grasp. Upon returning home, Li Shishir shared with her parents the treatment she received at the Zhao residence. Showcasing the gifts presented to her by the Zhao family, at last, the anxieties of Li's father and Li's mother were completely alleviated, knowing that their daughter would not suffer any grievances in her new family. They could finally rest assured in entrusting Li Shishir to Zhao Xian. Li Shishir refrained from hastily informing her parents about her plans to move out with Zhao. Zhao Xian spoke to Song Zhe. Song Zhe, the second son of the Song family in the imperial capital, was known for his honest and simple nature. The Song family worried that such traits might leave him vulnerable in the business world, fearing he would be swindled to the point of losing everything. Fortunately, his sister, Song Jie, was intelligent and outstanding. Having been involved in family affairs from a young age, she was capable of managing the family business, earning her the title of one of the 2 shining jewels of commerce in the capital, alongside Zhao Xuemei. Thus, the Song family allowed Song Zhe to grow independently, as his gentle disposition was unlikely to cause trouble. They were content for him to live a peaceful life. Song Zhe was also one of Zhao Xian's most devoted admirers, aspiring to live as freely and elegantly as Zhao Xian did. He assured Zhao Xian that he would accomplish the task at hand without fail. Zhao Xian left the school holding Li Shishir's hand. She marveled at his opulence, to which Zhao Xian replied that it was merely a means to win people as hearts. This indicated that Zhao Xian was not as frivolous as he appeared. Rather, he was astutely perceptive, skilled in understanding human emotions. Upon returning to their Qinghua villa, Li Shishir indulged in a relaxing bath. With her spirits high, she opened her wardrobe to change into something beautiful, only to be taken aback by the numerous pairs of black stockings that had mysteriously appeared. Without a doubt, they were purchased by her bumbling husband, leaving her utterly exasperated. How many pairs did he buy, and when would she ever wear them all? Eventually, she donned a white dress but ultimately opted for a pair of black stockings, complemented by modest heels and a touch of makeup. Enough to leave Zhao Xian utterly enchanted. The moment Zhao Xian saw Li Shishir emerge in black stockings, he couldn't resist and pulled her onto his lap, playfully admiring her long legs clad in the delicate fabric. Li Shishir sensed that her eccentric husband found satisfaction in the simplest of things. Zhao Xian, dressed in a sleek black suit, was transformed by Li Shishir's careful grooming, leaving even her in awe of how handsome he appeared in formal attire. Indeed, a person's beauty or handsomeness often hinges on the right attire. Driving Li Shishir to the hotel, they were greeted by their classmates who had been waiting for their arrival. As they stepped out of the car, they instantly became the most striking couple in the room. Zhao Xian, with his breathtaking good looks, and Li Shishir, resembling a celestial being, made for a perfect match. Zhao Xian ushered their classmates into the hotel, gesturing grandly, "Eat and drink to your heart's content. Tonight, all expenses are on me." The classmates erupted in cheers. In Chapter 66, Wang Lili returned to the country. Zhao Xian hosted a lavish feast at the Manzhua Grand Hotel, where classmates took turns toasting him. Observing the numerous toasts, Li Shishir quickly intervened, insisting they toast together to prevent Zhao Xian from getting too intoxicated. The classmates, witnessing Li Shishir's protectiveness, felt that the couple was indeed a perfect match. Zhao Xian, who thrived on pampering, agreed to limit his drinking to as the gathering concluded. Many classmates expressed their gratitude to Zhao Xian, almost kneeling in appreciation, their reverence palpable. The extravagant meal cost over 8 million. But the hotel manager graciously offered a discount out of respect for Zhao Xian. Previously, Li Shishir had been meticulous about expenses, but since being with Zhao Xian, she had grown indifferent to prices. With her husband by her side, she felt free to purchase whatever she desired. Today marked Li Shishir's first experience in high heels, but she found them uncomfortable and painful. She resolved to ask Zhao Xian for a foot massage when they returned home. Undoubtedly thrilled at the prospect, upon reaching the villa, she pulled Zhao Xian's hand, feigning a pout. "Husband, my feet hurt." Zhao Xian, unable to resist her charm, scooped her up and placed her on the sofa, patiently massaging her delicate feet clad in black stockings. Zhao Xian found immense joy in the act. His massage skills rivaled those of any professional, providing Li Shishir with tremendous relief. However, he felt his efforts were insufficient and continued to play with her feet, prompting Li Shishir to sigh contentedly and lay back to fully enjoy his menaced Wang Lili. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, found herself considerably calmer. Despite her fondness for Zhao Chun, she knew she could not allow him to enter the Wang family home. Otherwise, her father would surely take drastic measures against him. Nevertheless, this did not deter Wang Lili's arrogant demeanor, as she intended to instruct the two bodyguards behind her to teach Zhao Xian a lesson. This illustrates the reason why many public positions often commence without any clear indication. It is a matter of informational disparity. Having spent an extended period abroad, Wang Lili came to confront Zhao Xian without fully understanding the situation. Had she merely inquired, she would have learned of Zhao Xian's dual mastery in medicine and martial arts. Moreover, Zhao Chun, that insufferable creature, was merely using her as a pawn, failing to disclose crucial information. Yet Wang Lili remained blissfully unaware, enjoying her role. When her classmates observed the bodyguards preparing to take action, they instinctively shielded Zhao Xian, who felt a flicker of gratitude. However, they were merely two insignificant bodyguards. Zhao Xian dismissed the crowd along with Li Shishir, instructing someone to block the exit, while the class leader personally ensured the entrance was sealed. Zhao Xian approached the two bodyguards and swiftly incapacitated them with a few deft moves, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for some time. It was only then that Wang Lili began to feel a twinge of fear. I am a member of the Wang family in the capital. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not let you go unpunished. Wang Lili attempted to leverage her identity. I am also the eldest grandson of the Zhao family and a direct disciple of the medicine god Valley. Do you not wish to unleash your bodyguards upon me? Zhao Xian replied with an impassive expression. What? He is a direct disciple of the medicine god Valley. Why did Zhao Chen not inform her of this? All he said was that Zhao Xian was a genuine heir recently retrieved from the mountains, and upon returning to the Zhao family, he faced various forms of hostility, but he revealed nothing else. And at this moment, Wang Lili realized she had been used as a weapon by Zhao Chen. Brother Zhao Chen, why have you treated me this way? Chapter 68. If you dare to insult my woman again, I shall sever your tongue. Wang Lili now felt somewhat intimidated. In terms of background, the Wang family could not compare to the Zhao family, and in terms of personal capability, she was no match for Zhao Xian, a direct disciple of the medicine god. However, Wang Lili had been arrogant for over a decade, and her pride would not allow her to yield. She feigned calmness as she gazed at Zhao Xian. At that moment, Li Shishir stepped forward to mediate, urging Zhao Xian to spare Wang Lili this time, as she did not want her husband to bear the stigma of striking a woman. Yet Wang Lili was unyielding. Who do you think you are, you little wretch? What right do you have to speak here? With skin as well maintained as yours, I presume you have been well taken care of by this esteemed young master. Wang Lili openly mocked Li Shishir, insinuating that she had risen through the ranks by leveraging her body. Li Shishir felt deeply wronged. I was merely speaking on your behalf, and you repay me with scorn. Zhao Xian, upon hearing Li Shishir being derided, struck Wang Lili across the face. The visible swelling on her cheek was a testament to the might of a martial artist's blow. You dare to hit me? Wang Lili exclaimed in disbelief, for among the elite, there was an unspoken understanding to maintain a facade of respect towards one another's family lineage. It was uncommon for the offspring of one noble family to strike the progeny of another. As it was not merely an individual being assaulted, it was a blow to the dignity of an entire clan. Zhao Xian remained unfazed. Should I hear you insult my woman again, I shall cut out your tongue. Behind him, Li Shishir thought to herself that Zhao Xian, fiercely protective of his wife, was undeniably handsome. You will pay for this. The Wang family will not let you go unpunished. Wang Lili continued to speak defiantly. Zhao Xian responded, I shall return your words in kind, that I hereby formally notify you. The Zhao and Wang family shall be locked in a feud until the end. Zhao Xian was indeed enraged, and given his long-standing desire to confront the Wang family, this presented an opportune moment. Upon learning of the incident, Wang's son was infuriated, disregarding Wang Lili's swollen face as he struck her again. Do you not realize that Zhao Chen, that despicable wretch, dared to orchestrate an assassination against Zhao Xian, the true heir? Zhao Xian is a direct disciple of the medicine god Valley. You are complicit in his self-destructive plans, and you wish to place the entire Wang family at risk for your impulsiveness? I have warned you time and again that Zhao Chen is not a good person, yet you refuse to listen. And now, look at the mess you've created. You have jeopardized our entire family for that pretender. Wang Sun was exceedingly vexed. After the passing of the old master, he had to navigate a treacherous environment filled with cunning old foxes. Now, he had unwittingly provoked Zhao Xian, who wielded terrifying power. The foremost noble family in the capital, the globally renowned medicine god Valley, and the illustrious Yi military family to offend Zhao Xian was to simultaneously challenge these three formidable forces. All for the sake of a false noble, Zhao Chen. Upon returning home, Wang Lili was placed under house arrest by Wang Sun, who decreed that no one was to release her until the matter was resolved. He was solely focused on finding a way to ease the tension, never anticipating that his foolish daughter would engage in such a reckless act. It seemed he had indulged her far too much in the past. Wang Sun was already prepared to visit in person to offer apologies, that he knew that the old master would not allow Zhao Xian to act recklessly in matters of great importance. At worst, he would have to make some concessions to the Zhao family to navigate this crisis. However, confined to her room, Wang Lili directed all her grievances towards Zhao Xian, vowing to eliminate him. She then placed a phone call that on the other end, there was silence. Wang Lili, undeterred, declared 300 million. Help me eliminate a person, that I will send you the details shortly. Upon completion, I shall grant you an additional 200 million. With that, she hung up the phone. Chapter 69. Zhao Xian encounters an assassination again. Following the brief interlude with Wang Lili, Zhao Xian found himself surrounded by classmates, all of whom were in awe of his prowess when he struck down the two bodyguards. Particularly, Song Zhe appeared ready to kneel and pay homage. Who would have thought that a young master could be so down-to-earth, hurling insults that were undeniably personal? They had assumed that young masters from noble families were only capable of issuing threats. Yet here was Zhao Xian, speaking with such candor. Zhao Xian instructed the crowd to return to their seats, taking Li Shishir's hand as they settled into the last row, with only the two of them sharing a table. To soothe Li Shishir's tender heart, which had just been scolded by Wang Lili, Zhao Xian placed one hand on her thigh while the other wrapped around her waist. Throughout the entire episode, Li Shishir sported a pouty expression that was utterly endearing. In the afternoon, the classmates, wishing to express their gratitude for Zhao Xuan's generosity during military training, bringing water and ice pops, as well as treating them to a meal at the Manjusri Hotel, spontaneously organized an outing to invite him to a nearby street stall for drinks that evening. Unlike other wealthy young masters who would refuse to eat anything deemed cheap or unappealing, or that came with poor service, Zhao Xian possessed an approachable demeanor. He was known for his willingness to eat whatever was available, which endeared him to others far more than the typical affluent heirs, that if one were unaware of Zhao Xuan's status, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary classmate. Later in the afternoon, a peculiar figure appeared outside the school, an imposing man with a long braid. Reminiscent of an art student, he was quite handsome, with fair skin that appeared even paler against his all-black attire, that he casually approached several classmates, bribing them to gather information about Zhao Xuan's whereabouts and his plans for the evening. Arriving early at the street stall to scout the location, he busied himself in a secluded corner before departing, awaiting Zhao Xuan's arrival. Truth be told, ever since the last assassination attempt by Zhao Chun, the elite families of the capital would surely think twice before attempting anything so reckless again. If it were discovered who was behind it, Zhao Xuan's three formidable backers would undoubtedly unleash their wrath. The seasoned elders were not foolish enough to provoke such a reaction, which is why Zhao Xian refrained from carrying his weapon during school hours, when Li Shishir had previously seen the weapon during their move. She was taken aback, but Zhao Xian had carefully explained its significance. She promptly forbade him from revealing it to anyone else, and Zhao Xian adhered to her wishes. Otherwise, why would she only now be learning of it? Yet, it was commendable that his little partner was looking out for him. That evening, the classmates playfully pushed Zhao Xian to the street stall, where the mysterious figure had been waiting for quite some time. However, he did not rush into action, having already tampered with all the food and drinks. The meal turned out to be delightful, with classmates enthusiastically toasting him. Although Li Shishir had initially intended to intervene, she soon lost herself amidst the chorus of young lady and madam. As Zhao Xian poured her drinks while she lit his cigarettes, that in all honesty, Zhao Xian consumed even more alcohol than during his previous encounter at the Li residence. Despite the numerous toasts from his classmates, he found himself overwhelmed, and by the time the last bottle of liquor was presented, he felt the need to showcase his prowess. His classmates eagerly encouraged him, with some even offering more drinks if he ran out. Amidst the raucous cheers, Zhao Xian boldly demonstrated his drinking skills with a bottle of baijiu. However, after finishing it, something felt amiss. The alcohol's potency was unsettling. It was anhydrous ethanol with an alcohol content of 95. Yet, Zhao Xian was not one to succumb easily to inebriation, but the aftereffects were indeed intense. Many classmates mistakenly believed he was merely intoxicated. Laughing and joking amongst themselves at that moment, a mysterious figure approached from behind Zhao Xian, resembling a cross-dresser. Initially perplexed, his classmates were taken aback when Song Zhe directly inquired about the stranger's intentions. The cross-dresser did not respond but instead launched a kick at Zhao Xian. Although Zhao Xian typically possessed remarkable agility, the effects of the anhydrous ethanol rendered him somewhat unsteady. Witnessing the attack on Zhao Xian, several classmates contemplated retaliating with their bottles, while others considered seeking the proprietor for assistance. However, those attempting to find the owner collapsed midway, and those who had just risen with their bottles also faltered, leaving patrons slumped over their tables. That Li Shishir, currently in a recuperative phase and abstaining from alcohol, was the last remaining sober individual. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she promptly pulled out her phone to call the police, only to discover there was no signal. The cross-dresser had effectively jammed the surrounding communications to ensure a flawless operation. Zhao Xian rose unsteadily from the ground, his gait wavering. Yet he urged Li Shishir to flee first. The cross-dresser, however, had no intention of letting her go easily. Zhao Xian stepped forward to block the assailant, relying on his martial arts skills. But the cross-dresser seized the opportunity to shatter Li Shishir's phone, in a panic. Li Shishir dashed outside, hoping to reach the police station to find her sister. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian, feeling the effects of the alcohol, struggled to maintain his balance and was enduring a one-sided beating. Even the cross-dresser had to concede, this guy is incredibly resilient. He must have taken a beating before. Chapter 70. Wait, is that Drunken Fist? Zhao Xian found himself on the receiving end of an assault, unable to stand firm. Did anyone believe he would be rescued by the arriving police or passersby? Not at all. Zhao Xian staggered to his feet, reaching for an unopened bottle of liquor from a nearby table, swiftly breaking the neck of the bottle and downing its contents in one go. The figure in black did not approach. Instead, he observed Zhao Xian with a derisive smirk. Upon finishing the drink, Zhao Xian cast the bottle behind him, his gaze now filled with murderous intent, and his steps steadied. The counterattack was about to commence. Raising his glass as if to pour a drink, the cross-dresser suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Drunken Fist. There is something to it." Yet today he is undoubtedly doomed. It seems he has underestimated the current Zhao Xian, who has unleashed his dual abilities of invincibility and overwhelming might. Mistakenly believing victory was assured. Soon, Zhao Xian will remedy the void in his childhood. Zhao Xian strides directly before the foam maiden, who, intoxicated, wields a jug like El Dongbin, but as the maiden retreats a step to evade, Zhao Xian executes an acrobatic flip. The maiden raises a hand to cross and block, while Tai Guai stands upright, offering a toast. Zhao Xian's kick sends the maiden flying several meters backward, nearly igniting sparks from the friction against the ground that at this moment. The foam maiden senses the shift in tides, but Zhao Xian grants him no opportunity to react as he advances to toast once more. The maiden retaliates with a high sweeping kick aimed at Zhao Xian's head. However, Zhao Xian, now empowered with dual abilities, along with pain immunity, remains unfazed, observing his attacks fail to penetrate Zhao Xian's defenses. The maiden contemplates retreat, yet Zhao Xian denies him that chance that a low sweep from the maiden meets Zhao Xian's counterattack, a precise strike to intercept. The ground rolls beneath them as Zhang Guolao drunkenly tosses his cup, delivering a series of kicks, while Han Zhongli, also intoxicated, embraces the altar in a defensive stance. Zhao Xian spins in midair, completing a 720-degree rotation, colliding his head against the maiden's chest, causing her to stagger backward. Clutching her chest, rising, Zhao Xian continues his relentless assault, with Chao Guijiao, the immortal, locking the maiden's throat with a toast, and Tai Guai executing a shoulder charge. The foam maiden is mercilessly hammered from the bustling eatery to the outside. El Dongbin, still intoxicated, performs a dual flying kick, and the maiden finds himself utterly despondent, realizing that while he feels no impact when struck by Zhao Xian, the slightest blow in return feels like impending death. Yet, given the maiden's endurance against Zhao Xian's relentless strikes, it is evident he possesses some skill, albeit limited. Now overshadowed by Zhao Xian's dominance, that Zhao Xian grows increasingly exhilarated, performing a toast with a casual flair. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. With a series of impressive moves, he continues his onslaught, leaving the foe maiden increasingly fatigued, nearly unable to withstand the barrage. In a desperate attempt, the maiden executes a powerful kick, using every ounce of strength to push Zhao Xian back 2 meters. But as he attempts to flee, Zhao Xian seizes his clothing, yanking him back. With deft maneuvers and graceful movements, Zhao Xian continues to press the attack, while the foe maiden feels his strength waning, aware that he is on the brink of collapse. Just then, Zhao Nailin arrives in a police car with Li Shishir, rushing to the scene. They disregard traffic signals in their urgency, eager to assist Zhao Xian. However, upon witnessing the foe maiden being battered by Zhao Xian's drunken fists, they silently retreat to the vehicle, observing the unfolding drama. The foe maiden senses his imminent demise. In typical martial encounters, one generally begins with cautious probing, adjusting tactics after discerning the opponent's moves. Yet, Zhao Xian defies convention. His unpredictable style leaves the maiden bewildered. Though he appears unsteady, his ferocity in combat is unparalleled, making it impossible to anticipate his next move. This is the terrifying essence of drunken boxing, that as the duel progresses, the foe maiden finally crumbles under the relentless assault, succumbing to Zhao Xian's final strike that sends him crashing to the ground. Utterly devoid of the will to fight back, Zhao Xian, still swaying, recognizes the battle's conclusion. Zhao Nailin and Li Shishir hastily exit the vehicle, with Zhao Nailin handcuffing the foe maiden while Li Shishir supports Zhao Xian. While Li Shishir's concern for Zhao Xian prevails, she cannot shake the worry that should he succumb to inebriation in the future, his drunken boxing might turn violent against her slender frame. Meanwhile, Zhao Nailin contacts the police station, requesting they dispatch personnel to escort the foe maiden back, and informs the Zhao family of the current situation. Upon learning of the incident, the elder Zhao is consumed by fury. Nearly fainting from rage, that he vows to hold the mastermind behind this accountable, yet is somewhat relieved to know Zhao Xian prevailed against the foe maiden. Chapter 71. Danger looms for the Wang family. Zhao Xian is brought back to the villa by his concerned family, where Zhao Yizhu conducts a thorough examination, revealing only minor external injuries and intoxication. Zhao Xian, now completely unconscious from the effects of the alcohol and the adrenaline of the skirmish, lies in a deep slumber. It is remarkable that he remained conscious long enough to conclude the battle. The news of Zhao Xian's assassination attempt quickly spreads, igniting a scandal throughout the capital. Many prominent families choose to spectate, curious about which scion dared to instigate such perilous actions. The elder Zhao is thoroughly enraged. Not only has there been an assassination attempt, but there was also an attempt to drug Zhao Xian in a public establishment. This crosses a line, and he is resolute that retribution is necessary. Zhao Xian finally awakens the following afternoon, whereupon Li Shishir, having returned from the eatery, remains vigilantly by his side. Upon seeing Zhao Xian awaken, she rushes over, inquiring about his condition and whether he feels any pain. Zhao Xian, touched by her concern, reflects on the distance she must have traveled, considering the eatery's remoteness from the police station. He resolves to find an opportunity to reward her with a foot massage. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianda and his wife express their satisfaction with their daughter-in-law, feeling their affection has not been in vain. In contrast, within the police station, the foe maiden endures brutal interrogation. Officers, now aware of his role in the assassination attempt as well as the drugging incident, press him for answers, despite sustaining severe injuries from Zhao Xian. The maiden remains steadfast in his loyalty to his employer, refusing to divulge any information. Observing his stubbornness, Zhao Nailin devises a strategy. She approaches the foe maiden, unlocking his handcuffs and falsely informing him of his release. The maiden scoffs, suspecting a trick. Regardless of his decision to leave, Zhao Nailin turns to exit, casually mentioning that Zhao Xian has awakened and intends to confront him as he's en route. Upon hearing this, the foe maiden's demeanor shifts. He has been subdued by Zhao Xian's prowess, especially in his inebriated state. Now faced with a fully alert Zhao Xian, the maiden realizes he stands little chance. Fearing that Zhao Xian will not only settle old scores but also inflict fresh grievances. Zhao Xian, being a skilled healer, knows precisely how to torture him without endangering his life. That the foe maiden hesitates. Zhao Nailin orders 2 officers to escort him out. Ultimately, the maiden capitulates, revealing the existence of a phone in his drawer that contains only one number. His employer asks that Zhao Nailin retrieves the phone from the maiden's residence, and upon investigation, discovers the number belongs to Wang Lili, a reckless individual. A call is made to the Wang household, where Zhao Guizhu learns that the Wang family has orchestrated an attack against Zhao Xian due to Zhao Chen's involvement. He immediately issues a declaration of war against the Wang family, stating that anyone who aids them shall be considered an enemy of the Zhao family. Wang Sun, having acted hastily, merely confined Wang Lili and failed to suspend her accounts. This news, once disseminated, sends shockwaves through the capital's elite, leaving the Wang family in peril. Chapter 72. An apology too late. Wang Sun visibly ages upon realizing his daughter's involvement in the assassination attempt on Zhao Xian. He summons Wang Lili, demanding to know whether she hired someone to kill Zhao Xian. Initially taken aback, she stubbornly denies it. However, Wang Sun, understanding his daughter well, recognizes her guilt from her anxious demeanor. Wang Sun elucidates the gravity of the situation, explaining that, due to her actions, the Zhao family has allied with the Yi family to retaliate against the Wang family, that he warns that anyone who dares assist the Wang family will be deemed an enemy of the Zhao family. The heads of the prominent families are not fools. No one will risk their standing by aiding the Wang family, given their self-inflicted predicament. Wang Lili trembles as she processes this information, struggling to accept its veracity. She reaches out to her acquaintances among the elite, only to find that her so-called friends have distanced themselves, declaring their refusal to intervene and hastily blocking her from their lives. Faced with this isolation, Wang Sun realizes he must take action to safeguard the Wang family. He decides to personally apologize, yet despite multiple attempts, he is repeatedly rebuffed by the elder Zhao, who refuses to see him, in desperation. Wang Sun approaches Zhao Xian, who is currently relishing the moment as he massages Li Shishir's delicate feet. Upon learning of Wang Sun's arrival, Zhao Xian instructs his servant to convey that it is too late for apologies. From the moment Wang Lili sought assassins for Zhao Chun, the consequences should have been anticipated. Zhao Xian, indifferent to their presence, was preoccupied with playfully toying with Li Shishir's delicate feet, occasionally teasing the soles, which resulted in Li Shishir playfully retaliating by thrusting her foot against Zhao Xian's face. Wang Sun, accompanied by Wang Lili, returned to the Wang family in a daze. Despite the dire situation, Wang Lili remained hopeful, wishing for Zhao Chun to persuade the Zhao family on their behalf. Given Zhao Chun standing within the Zhao family, did he truly possess any authority? Zhao Xian had already resolved his plans, intending to deal with Zhao Chun thoroughly after dismantling the Wang family. Within a matter of days, the Zhao and Yi families commenced a concerted attack on all of the Wang family's business ventures. Wang Sun found himself overwhelmed, and soon the Song family joined the fray. Truth be told, to be ranked among the top 10 powerful families in the capital, each must possess some substantial foundation. It was somewhat challenging for the Zhao and Yi families alone to comprehensively dismantle the Wang family, as total assets do not equate to liquid capital. Upon learning the news, Zhao Xian's devoted admirer hurried home to inform his family. After conferring with Song Jie, the head of the Song family decided to lend Zhao Xian a hand. Many heads of noble families were perplexed. Even the typically neutral Song family had become involved, seemingly indicating that their youngest son shared a close relationship with Zhao Xian. It appeared that the Song family aimed to ally themselves with the Zhao family, pledging their loyalty. There are no permanent enemies, only perpetual interests. The other 6 prominent families recognized the Wang family's impending doom and eagerly joined in to partake of the spoils. Zhao Xian was aware of the ulterior motives of these crafty old foxes. Yet it would be challenging for just the 3 families to consume the Wang family whole. Since they were genuinely offering assistance, he could not neglect them. Whether they would turn against him in the future was a matter for another day. For now, the priority was to ensure the bankruptcy of the Wang family. Chapter 73. The bankruptcy of the Wang family. Although the Wang family was one of the top 10 noble families in the capital, boasting a commendable heritage, even the mightiest of families could not withstand the combined onslaught of the other 9, that within less than half a month, the Wang family's financial chain collapsed, officially declaring bankruptcy. Subsequently, Zhao Xuemei and Zhao Tianda began fervently acquiring the Wang family's assets. As for the shares acquired from the Wang family, Zhao Xian generously allocated 5% to each of the other 6 families, and 10% to both the Yi and Song families, retaining the remainder for himself. Observing Zhao Xian's generosity, the other family heads expressed their admiration, believing Zhao Xian to be quite adept at interpersonal relations, and they each visited to congratulate the Zhao family on their expansion. Thus, the capital's top 10 noble families saw the complete disappearance of one, with the Wang family exiting the historical stage. After the seizure of their assets, Wang Sun and Wang Lili planned to return to their hometown. Wang Sun was aware that Zhao Xian was the architect of their downfall, yet he could not entirely blame him. It was his foolish daughter who had sought to assassinate Zhao Xian in a misguided attempt to support Zhao Chun. Ultimately, Wang Sun had foreseen this outcome upon learning of his daughter's actions. Nevertheless, he felt a measure of gratitude toward Zhao Xian. Firstly, for allowing Wang Lili to see Zhao Chen's true nature, as she had been manipulated into acting against Zhao Xian out of fear of reprisal. Secondly, Zhao Xian had not annihilated the Wang family completely, merely acquiring their shares, while permitting those employees who wished to continue working to remain with the company, offering compensation to those who chose otherwise. Wang Sun, now disheartened, found his hair turned white overnight, while Wang Lili had come to a complete realization, blaming Zhao Chun for the family's downfall. She lamented her foolishness in opposing Zhao Xian despite her father's warnings. Realizing that her actions had led to this dire conclusion, she had sought to have Zhao Xian assassinated, yet Zhao Xian had not sought her destruction, regardless of whether this was a tactic to win over hearts. He had at least granted her the opportunity to live and seek revenge. Zhao Xian had considered this during his acquisition of the Wang family, understanding that if he were to eradicate them completely, it would instill fear in other families, potentially leading them to unite against the Zhao family, an outcome he did not desire. Moreover, retaining Wang Lili could prove advantageous. Wang Sun and Wang Lili made their way to the station, shouldering their burdens as they prepared to start anew in their hometown. Meanwhile, at school, Zhao Xian increasingly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Upon inquiring with Song Zhe, he learned that the only individuals aware of the assassination attempt were those in his class. Yet that cross-dressing individual had somehow become privy to the information, suggesting the presence of a mole within the class. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly and approached the podium. "Everyone, allow me to say a few words. The recent assassination attempt against me is not the fault of my classmates. That IT is unrelated to you. That cross-dresser hacked the school's surveillance and overheard it. Please do not blame yourselves or harbor any ill feelings towards one another." Zhao Xian's handling of the situation was commendable. He understood that the leak occurred due to casual conversations between his classmates and friends from other classes, granting the cross-dresser the opportunity to bribe someone for information. However, Zhao Xian refrained from exposing this, emphasizing that it was not their concern. Regardless of how the other students felt, those who had inadvertently let slip information were now touched to tears, realizing Zhao Xian had chosen not to reveal their identities despite facing an assassination attempt, thereby offering them a second chance. Look at that. Zhao Xian had an innate talent for manipulating human emotions. Regardless of the others, Li Shishir had become rather proactive, unconsciously resting her feet in Zhao Xian's lap upon returning home each day. Chapter 74. Merely a matter of losing a bit of flesh. Having dealt with the Wang family, Zhao Xian now intended to turn his attention to Zhao Chen. He had no desire to end Zhao Chen's life just yet, as tormenting him brought greater satisfaction, especially since Zhao Chen had attempted to utilize the Wang family against him. Now that the Wang family had crumbled, who could possibly assist him? Li Shishir, observing Zhao Xian's wicked grin, ventured to inquire, "Darling, are you planning to deal with Zhao Chen?" Li Shishir now effortlessly referred to Zhao Xian as darling, having shed the shyness from their early days together. Zhao Xian often delighted in playing with her feet, and she would occasionally retaliate by playfully thrusting her foot into his face, something no one else would dare to do. "That I've long intended to deal with him. It's just that I was preoccupied with the Wang family. Today is Friday, and with no classes tomorrow, I think I shall seek some amusement. Would you care to join me?" Zhao Xian replied that no, "I'm afraid you might lead me astray," Li Shishir retorted. Zhao Xian agreed that it would not be appropriate for a young lady like Li Shishir to accompany him, especially considering the rather twisted nature of his intended punishment for Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen had been elated upon learning that Wang Lili had sought to have Zhao Xian assassinated, eagerly anticipating Zhao Xian's demise. However, events had unfolded contrary to his expectations. Not only had Zhao Xian survived, but he had also turned the tables on the assassin. Now, with the Wang family gone, Zhao Chen found himself utterly devoid of support. Anxiety plagued him, prompting several days of absence from class as he remained holed up in his dormitory, hoping Zhao Xian would not seek him out. Yet, was that even a possibility? After dinner that evening, Zhao Xian, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, arrived at Zhao Chen's dormitory. Knocking on the door point, one of Zhao Chen's roommates opened the door, and upon seeing Zhao Xian, welcomed him in immediately. Zhao Xian graciously distributed cigarettes to the 3 of them, expressing gratitude for their care of Zhao Chen during this time. The 3 roommates politely insisted it was merely their duty, claiming it was an honor to assist Zhao Xian. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Xian instructed his bodyguards to drag Zhao Chen from his bed. Initially, Zhao Chen struggled fiercely against them, but his 3 roommates quickly intervened, and together they subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Zhao Chen, pressed against the floor, continued to hurl curses at Zhao Xian. Yet with each insult, he was met with a slap. Zhao Xian, uninterested in wasting words, delivered a single punch that rendered Zhao Chen unconscious, allowing the bodyguards to take him away. Before departing, Zhao Xian once again offered cigarettes to the 3 roommates, who felt that Zhao Xian was far more amicable than other young nobles did as for Zhao Xian's intentions with Zhao Chen. Who would dare to inquire? Zhao Xian transported Zhao Chen to an underground chamber, where an operating table awaited, and 2 doctors stood ready. Upon Zhao Xian's arrival, they greeted him with respect, acknowledging his recent accomplishment of dismantling one of the top 10 noble families, the Wang family. Although he had not executed the plan himself, the connections he had forged along with his status and the potential benefits of collaborating with him, had already garnered the admiration of many noble family heads. Zhao Xian instructed the bodyguards to secure the unconscious Zhao Chen to the operating table. The doctors indicated they were prepared to commence at any time. Zhao Xian nodded, signaling them to proceed, before stepping outside with his bodyguards. The following day, when Zhao Chen regained consciousness, he was immediately struck by intense pain in his groin. Spotting Zhao Xian beside him, casually smoking and sporting a mocking smile, Zhao Chen instinctively recognized that something was amiss that he threw off the covers. Glancing down at in that moment, Zhao Chen felt his resolve shatter. Gone, truly gone. Look at you, so disheartened that it's merely a matter of losing a bit of flesh, Zhao Xian remarked with a smirk. Zhao Chen was left in a state of shock. The loss of his manhood was an overwhelming blow. Once brimming with ambition, he had harbored dreams of soaring high like a majestic bird. Yet now he had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Zhao Chen screamed, howled, and vented his long-suppressed grievances and frustrations. Yet it was of no consequence. Zhao Xian paid no heed to his lamentations. Once again taunting, "Fear not. A man must be both offensive and defensive. You may no longer be able to attack, but I hope you can still defend yourself." Chapter 75. The confiscation of the tools of crime. Zhao Chen sat despondently on the bed, his spirit visibly waning, blood still seeping from his groin. With Zhao Xian's medical expertise, it would have been a simple matter for him to help Zhao Chen walk again in no time. Zhao Xian had even dispatched 2 individuals to monitor Zhao Chen, ensuring he did not succumb to despair. Upon returning home, Zhao Xian sent agents to the residences of the female classmates whom Zhao Chen had previously harassed, offering each family millions as compensation and informing them that Zhao Chen had been severely punished. With his tools of crime confiscated, he assured them that if they wished to return to study at Imperial Capital University, they were welcome to do so, and the Zhao family would cover their future tuition fees. Upon hearing this, the parents were moved to tears, overwhelmed that someone was finally advocating for them, nearly bowing in gratitude. The girls who had been wronged clung to their parents, weeping as they expressed their heartfelt thanks to Zhao Xian, promising to study diligently and one day return to repay him at his company. Thus, Zhao Xian had again significantly enhanced his favorability that on Monday, during class, Zhao Xian's behavior had become increasingly outrageous. He no longer merely rested his head on the desk, but had taken to lying across Li Shishir's lap. The long benches in the university classroom were more than sufficient for 2 people to lie down. Initially, Li Shishir gently caressed Zhao Xian's face, but as class drew to a close, she could no longer contain herself and delivered a playful punch to Zhao Xian's abdomen, rousing him from his slumber. "Get up. My legs have gone numb," she pouted, visibly annoyed. Zhao Xian sheepishly rose, stretched languidly, and kindly massaged her tingling legs. Listening to his classmates discussing whether to watch a newly released film, Zhao Xian overheard Song Zhe proclaim, "If I were in the film, I'd undoubtedly be a national hero." Many classmates teased, "With you, you'd be better suited to play a traitor." The class monitor added, "You'd be more fitting as a father-in-law." Zhao Xian interjected with a chuckle, "Well, being a traitor would mean letting down my elders. And being a father-in-law would mean disappointing my little brother." This elicited a chorus of laughter from his peers. Zhao Xian now resembled a gang leader, surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Even when heading to the cafeteria for a meal, he no longer needed to queue. Plenty of sycophants eagerly offered to fetch his food. He was no ordinary ruffian. He was a charming rogue with followers and a beloved partner. Zhao Xian thoughtfully arranged for Zhao Chen to take a few days off due to illness. In truth, it mattered little whether he did or not, as no one paid Zhao Chen any mind. His absence only seemed to ease the atmosphere that in the following days, the girls who had suffered at Zhao Chen's hands gradually returned to school. They recounted to their friends how Zhao Xian had sent people to their homes, and those friends regarded Zhao Xian as exceedingly kind, wishing they could switch classes to be with him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiumei and Zhao Tiando were preoccupied with acquiring the Wang family's assets, having worked tirelessly for several consecutive days, their dark circles betraying their exhaustion. Zhao Xiumei called Zhao Xian multiple times to voice her grievances, lamenting her unrelenting schedule at the company, her sleep disrupted while he frolicked at school, surrounded by admirers and sycophants. Zhao Xian merely responded, "If you're dissatisfied, hold it in. The old man has his ways of making you comply." Once you've completed the acquisition, I'll concoct a few calming elixirs for you. Zhao Xuemei requested an additional potion for beauty and vitality. Zhao Xian, stifling a smirk at her demands, acquiesced, planning to prepare several for his little wife as well. Envisioning the delightful taste of her soft lips that I end the afternoon, Zhao Xian wished to share a snack with Li Shishir, but she vehemently resisted, pushing against his chest with all her might and leaning back to protest. Zhao Xian was relentless, determined to indulge in the treat that day. Li Shishir exclaimed, "You want to kiss me in class?" How embarrassing! Amid their playful tug-of-war, Zhao Xian's phone rang. Upon seeing it was his grandfather calling, he answered and, after a brief conversation, prepared to leave. When Li Shishir inquired about the matter, Zhao Xian explained that someone had approached his grandfather seeking his medical expertise, that he arranged for Wang Daniu to escort Li Shishir back to the villa after class while he sped away in his Ferrari toward the old villa. Chapter 76. I am willing to fulfill the marriage pact. Arriving at the old villa in his Ferrari, Zhao Xian was greeted by a stunningly beautiful woman, her stature and grace rivaling those of Li Shishir and Yi Linglong. With exquisite features, an oval face, a prominent nose, and a shapely figure, she was further distinguished by a small beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, an embodiment of allure. However, her eyes were red, indicating she had recently been weeping. As soon as Zhao Xian entered, she rushed toward him, inquiring if he was Zhao Xian. Upon confirming his identity, she urgently introduced herself. "I am Zhou Zhiro. My father is gravely ill, and the doctors are at a loss. That I implore you, divine healer, to save him. That if you can heal my father, I am willing to fulfill the marriage pact." Zhao Xian's eyes widened in realization. It turned out she was his fiancée, Yi. He recalled the name Zhou from the marriage contract and thought, isn't she the daughter of the city lord? If that were the case, her father must indeed be the city lord, for reasons of both sentiment and propriety. This illness must be addressed. Zhou Zhirou's demeanor was markedly different from Li Shishir's shyness or Yi Linglong's forthrightness. She exuded a tranquil and decorous aura, befitting the daughter of a city lord. Displaying remarkable politeness and decorum, Zhao Xian bid farewell to his grandfather and sent a message to Li Shishir, explaining the situation before driving Zhou Zhirou straight to the hospital where the city lord was being treated. Along the way, Zhou Zhirou detailed her father's symptoms, which struck Zhao Xian as peculiar. It hardly seemed like a conventional illness. Could it be that he had been afflicted by some form of sorcery? The truth would soon reveal itself. Observing the tear-streaked face of Zhou Zhirou, he gently wiped her tears. She reiterated her willingness to marry him if he saved her father. Zhao Xian responded, "I would not wish for you to marry me out of gratitude for saving your father, as it might breed resentment in your heart. That if you do not wish to marry me, that is perfectly fine. I am a doctor, and it is my duty to save lives. Moreover, your father is the city lord, which opens many doors for me, making it all the more imperative that I assist him." Zhou Zhirou was taken aback by Zhao Xian's integrity and found herself reassessing him in a more favorable light. "If you are as infamous as the rumors at Imperial Capital University suggest, I will not allow you to touch me even if I agree to marry you. After all, while I might promise to marry you, I make no commitment to consummate the marriage. Besides, I am not as easily manipulated as the young girls at school. My father is the city lord. Should he treat me sincerely, I might consider the prospect." "Not so fast, my dear. You are currently third in line, and you might find there is no position left for you if you take too long to consider." Zhao Xian couldn't help but reflect on his previous conversation with Yi Linglong, where she had ominously warned him that she would return to sever his head upon her return. It seemed she had anticipated his tendency to stray. A woman's intuition was indeed formidable. Zhao Xian soon arrived at the hospital where the city lord was being treated, and Zhou Zhirou urgently led him to the ward. Inside, only two individuals were present: the city lord's wife and Zhou Zhirou's younger brother, Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Pingyan was a loyal and honorable young man, having once nurtured grand aspirations, though they had been squashed by his sister Zhou Zhirou's domineering nature, that he was dutiful, never allowing his parents to worry, regardless of the troubles he encountered elsewhere. Zhao Xian recognized Zhou Pingyan as a potential ally and approached him. Zhou Zhirou's mother quickly ushered Zhao Xian inside, while Zhou Pingyan knelt before him, pleading for help to save their father, promising to serve Zhao Xian faithfully in return. Unable to tolerate Zhou Pingyan's fervent pleas, Zhao Xian motioned for Zhou Zhirou to take him aside before stepping forward to examine the city lord's pulse. As Zhao Xian's expression grew increasingly grave, the tension in the room escalated. Someone desires the complete demise of your family, Zhao Xian stated ominously. Chapter 77. The curse following Zhao Xian's startling revelation. The three were left in shock. Zhao Xian then turned to Zhou Pingyan, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed, the city lord has been cursed. Someone wishes for your entire family to perish, Zhao Xian declared with unusual seriousness. Zhou Zhiro quickly inquired whether it could be treated, and Zhao Xian began to tease her. My dear beauty, you said yourself that if I were to save the city lord, you would marry me. Zhou Zhiro's face flushed with embarrassment. Can we focus on saving him first? Of course, Zhao Xian replied, requesting a pen and paper from a nurse, but he wrote down several medicinal ingredients and handed the list to Zhou Pingyan. I noticed a nearby pharmacy on my way here. These ingredients are not rare. You can easily procure them. Buy 2 of each and brew them in 5 bowls of water down to 1. Zhou Pingyan hastily seized the prescription and scampered out, while Zhao Xian extracted silver needles from his waist and proceeded to acupuncture the mayor. In a matter of minutes, the mayor opened his eyes. The first sight to greet him being Zhao Xian, who was in the process of removing the needles. Immediately, Zhou's mother and Zhou Zhiro rushed forward in tears. The mayor, still quite feeble, ideally should not have been awakened at this time. But if he remained unconscious, he would be unable to take his medicine. Zhiro, please fetch a basin of warm water, but do not fill it too full. 2/3 will suffice. Although Zhiro was puzzled, she complied with Zhao Xian's request. Shortly after Zhiro brought the warm water, Zhou Pingyan entered with 2 bowls of medicinal soup. Zhao Xian placed the basin at the head of the mayor's bed, lifted 1 bowl, and helped the mayor to drink. The mayor did not hesitate. After all, these were the people his wife and children had summoned, and they would not wish him any harm. After he finished the medicine, Zhao Xian swiftly stepped back, standing at a distance. The three in the room exchanged puzzled looks, questioning why Zhao Xian stood so far away. They soon discovered the reason. The mayor, having consumed the medicine, suddenly vomited a large pool of black liquid into the basin, instantly transforming it into a dark abyss teeming with writhing insects, enough to trigger a severe case of entomophobia in anyone who beheld it. Zhou Pingyan, standing closest, was splattered with the foul-smelling liquid. Overcome by the noxious odor, he retched and dashed outside to change his clothes to Zhou's mother and Zhou Zhiro, unable to withstand the sight of the vile, dark mass of insects, likewise succumbed to their nausea. Now, they understood why Zhao Xian had retreated so far. He had mischievously failed to provide any warning. Zhiro felt as if her stomach acid were about to spill forth. Conversely, the mayor, having vomited, appeared significantly more vibrant. Taking several deep breaths before lying back down, closing his eyes to avoid the sight of the floor, fearing another wave of nausea like that experienced by the 2 women. When Zhou Pingyan returned, he brought a nurse with him, instructing her to remove the basin filled with the repugnant black liquid. The nurse, grumbling and gagging, took the basin and left, just as Zhou Pingyan sighed in relief. Zhao Xian instructed him to drink the other bowl. Zhou Pingyan was about to comply. He was shooed outside by Zhou Zhiro, who insisted he drink in the restroom and return only after purging himself. Zhou Pingyan dared not resist. The pressure from his sister was indeed formidable. The nurse took away the basin. The mayor opened his eyes once more. Zhao Xian stepped forward to take his pulse, and upon finding no significant issues, he scribbled another prescription, advising that following it would restore his health within half a month. Zhou Zhiro exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed doctor, thank you. But please, next time, do give us a prior warning." She felt as if her insides were about to erupt. That pool was truly more repulsive than excrement. Chapter 78. From this day forward, you shall be my beloved brother-in-law Zhao Xian, ever considerate. Noted that Zhou Zhiro was regaining her composure, yet his thoughts were consumed with the image of her in black stockings, that he pondered whether she looked more exquisite than Li Shishir in such attire, and resolved to have Ling Long try them on when she returned. After a moment of recovery, the mayor sat up. Zhou Pingyan, upon seeing his father awake, immediately rushed to Zhao Xian's side. "Brother Xian, from this day forth, you are my beloved brother-in-law. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river." Zhou Zhiro could no longer bear to watch and yanked Zhou Pingyan's ear, lifting him off the ground and delivering a couple of kicks, urging him to refrain from embarrassing himself. Zhao Xian observed the genuine side of Zhou Zhiro. Akin to his senior sister, it seemed that due to the mayor's esteemed position, she had been compelled to maintain decorum and propriety, only revealing her true self in the presence of family or those closest to her. However, Zhao Xian was perplexed. The mayor was kind-hearted, and Zhou's mother was always gentle. The mayor was beloved by the people for his integrity and selflessness, so why would anyone wish to cast such a malevolent spell upon him? Zhou Zhiro approached her father's bedside, inquiring about his condition. The mayor, now donning a tender gaze, responded, "Silly girl, your father is fine. Do not fret." Zhou Pingyan echoed his concerns, but the mayor's demeanor shifted as he chastised. "You little rascal, you care about your father now? Such a trivial matter, and you make such a fuss. Can you not be as composed as your sister?" Zhao Xian, observing this exchange, truly witnessed the disparity between the esteemed daughter and the mischievous son. Zhou's mother clasped Zhao Xian's hand repeatedly in gratitude, while Zhou Pingyan offered to marry his sister to Zhao Xian as a token of appreciation, only to receive affectionate reprimands from both his father and sister. Zhao Xian, having no time for pleasantries, immediately inquired, "You must have begun to feel increasingly weak about half a month ago, correct?" The Zhou family reflected and confirmed that indeed, this seemed to be the case. Such curses typically start to consume the host's vitality within 2 weeks, and at most, in a month, the host would be reduced to mere bones. That I did not observe any signs of such affliction in your wife or Zhiro. But your son Pingyan appears to be affected as well. Please contemplate who you and Pingyan had contact with around that time, and if you consumed or drank anything from them. Zhao Xian cautioned that for the identity of the perpetrator. That was a matter for the mayor to investigate personally. Should he require assistance, Zhou Zhiro would undoubtedly reach out to Zhao Xian, having treated the ailment. Zhao Xian did not intend to linger. As he prepared to leave, Zhou's mother urged Zhou Zhiro to see Zhao Xian out. Zhou Pingyan wished to accompany them, but was met with a reprimand from the mayor. "Do not disturb them." Zhou Zhiro escorted Zhao Xian downstairs, where they exchanged contact information. Zhao Xian assured her that she could reach out if needed, and Zhou Zhiro reiterated her previous promise to express her gratitude once her father had recovered. Zhao Xian replied that it was merely a matter of convenience and did not require such formality, with a teasing reminder to wear black stockings when she visited. "Bah! You lecher! I would never wear those." Another defiant spirit took the stage as Zhao Xian drove back to the villa. Zhou Zhiro wore a smile on her face as she made her way back to the ward. "You have already gained a tremendous advantage by allowing me to visit. Do not even think about me wearing black stockings." Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Xian found Li Shishir nestled on the sofa, engrossed in videos. When she spotted him, she leapt up to him, showering him with attention like an affectionate puppy. "Come clean. Have you been seeing other women again?" she pouted. Zhao Xian remarked, "It's a shame you're not a police dog." Chapter 79. Why can't I get up? Don't you have any sense of awareness? Ever since Zhao Xian treated Mayor Zhou's illness, Li Shishir began to feel a sense of urgency. Previously, Zhao Xian had indulged her, catering to her every whim because she was his only fiancée. However, with the possibility of others entering the picture, she feared that his affection might wane. Se Linglong was currently away on a mission. Li Shishir was the sole companion at Zhao Xian's side. What if this newcomer was more beautiful or gentle than she? Or worse, what if she looked better in black stockings? The more she thought, the stronger her sense of crisis became. Ultimately, she decided to cast aside her worries and focus on nurturing her relationship with her husband. That evening, nestled in Zhao Xian's embrace, she shyly asked, "Darling, do you want me?" Zhao Xian thought to himself, "Isn't that a redundant question? I've wanted you for ages, especially after you used to kick me in the face." But he replied, "I want to pressure you until you are truly ready." Zhao Xian could discern between mere indulgence and genuine affection. That it seemed that Zhou Zhiro's presence had ignited a sense of competition in her. But to him, this was a positive development. The No wonder emperors in ancient palaces remained oblivious to the palace intrigues. It was all merely a means to please themselves. That Li Shishir cupped Zhao Xian's face and kissed him deeply, her gaze burning with desire. "Darling, I am ready." Their eyes locked, and the temperature in the room soared as their emotions intensified. Clinging to each other, they shared tender kisses, with Zhao Xian's hands wandering unrestrainedly over Li Shishir's delicate form. Remarkably, she did not resist. Thus, the two ignited a passionate fire, swept away by their desires. The subsequent events are well known to the author and will be summarized for the audience's benefit. As they indulged until the early hours, Li Shishir felt as though her bones were about to disintegrate. She was relieved that Zhao Xian had other wives. Otherwise, her slender limbs would not have withstood his fervor, snuggling like a small cat. She fell asleep in Zhao Xian's embrace. Zhao Xian gazed at the beauty in his arms, satisfied that he held Li Shirshir close, drifting into a deep slumber until the afternoon. Upon awakening, he noticed Li Shirshir still asleep. He gently kissed her, stirring her from her slumber. Exhausted from the previous night, she felt she had not yet had enough rest. "Lazy cat, it's time to get up and eat," Zhao Xian said with affectionate teasing. Li Shirshir rolled her eyes, adjusting her blanket. "Do you have any idea whether I can get up or not?" She turned away, attempting to return to her dreams. Zhao Xian, taken aback by her fierce demeanor, mused, "What a shame. She has forgotten to cherish what she has gained." However, Zhao Xian's primary focus was on pampering his wife, that he had ventured out to buy a considerable amount of skewers and fried chicken, favorites of Li Shirshir. Upon his return, he found Li Shirshir already dressed, sitting on the bed engrossed in her phone. Zhao Xian urged her to get up and eat, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to fall. She quickly wrapped herself back in the blanket, demanding Zhao Xian bring the food to her, understanding that her condition was likely due to the revelry of the previous night. Zhao Xian indulged her wishes and served her. Upon entering, he noticed the bed sheets had been changed rather swiftly. "That weren't you unable to get up? How did you find the strength to change the sheets?" He inquired, but Li Shirshir stubbornly refused to reveal how she had managed it. When Zhao Xian asked where the old sheet had gone, she remained tight-lipped until Zhao Xian playfully threatened her, saying, "Be careful tonight." Finally, she confessed that she had discarded the old sheet, but had preserved the vibrant red piece by cutting it off. Zhao Xian offered to massage her to alleviate her discomfort. "Get lost," Li Shirshir retorted. Chapter 80. Beware. I will report to mother-in-law after finishing their barbecue. Li Shirshir spent some time watching videos on the bed before heading off to shower, while Zhao Xian took it upon himself to clean up the remnants. When Li Shirshir emerged, Zhao Xian noticed that her skin appeared smoother than ever, her complexion rosy and vibrant, evidence that she had indeed been well taken care of the night before. Truly, the best skincare for a woman is a man. After her shower, Li Shirshir leaned against the wall, claiming she was too exhausted to walk. Zhao Xian, ever attentive, carried her to the vanity, where she sat in a chair while he gently dried her hair. Once her hair was dry, Zhao Xian carried her to the movie room on the third floor, where they found a horror film to watch. Each fright had Li Shirshir burrowing deeper into Zhao Xian's embrace. Precisely the reaction he had hoped for. After the film, Li Shirshir expressed her fear, insisting that Zhao Xian hold her tightly that night, where she wouldn't be able to sleep. That he readily agreed, as his primary goal was to pamper his wife. As they lay down to sleep, Li Shirshir pondered whether her parents would scold her for having entrusted herself so early, but then reminded herself that she would eventually become Zhao Xian's wife. It was merely a matter of time. And besides, she was now an adult. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt Zhao Xian's wandering hands growing restless. Panic set in. Her legs were still weak, and if this continued, she feared she might be bedridden for a month. With a fierce glare, she warned Zhao Xian, "If you dare to lay a hand on me tonight, I will tell mother-in-law." Zhao Xian, feeling a pang of sympathy for his little wife, refrained from any excessive advances that night. Though his hands remained restless, an extent that Li Shirshir found tolerable. The next day, after a full day and night of rest, Li Shirshir finally felt capable of getting out of bed. Zhao Xian believed it was merely a matter of her getting used to it. With a few more encounters, she would acclimate. Li Shirshir playfully kicked him in the face in response. Zhao Xian drove her to school, and as they entered the gate, they spotted Zhao Xiaojun rushing toward them. Upon seeing Li Shirshir's rosy complexion, she immediately donned a teasing grin. "Oh dear," Li Shirshir, realizing she had been seen, shyly protested, "Fourth sister, please don't tease me." Zhao Xiaojun then recalled the matter at hand. "Little brother, I heard another beautiful girl has agreed to fulfill her engagement. When will you introduce her to me?" "Who told you that?" Zhao Xian inquired. "Grandfather mentioned it, but he said she's the daughter of a significant figure." Zhao Xian couldn't help but scoff internally at his grandfather's gossiping. "Would you like to meet her?" Zhao Xiaojun nodded eagerly. "Yes." "Then keep dreaming," Zhao Xian replied, turning away as he walked off, seeing that she had gleaned no useful information from Zhao Xian. Zhao Xiaojun turned to Li Shirshir, who quickly waved her hands, insisting, "Fourth sister, I've never met her either." She then hurriedly ran up to hug Zhao Xian's arm. Zhao Xiaojun thought to herself, "I'll investigate myself." Girls have an inherent penchant for gossip, especially when it concerns their own brother. Zhao Xian was wary that his four sisters might disrupt his affairs, just as they had in the park previously. So he was determined not to let them see anything this time. After all, once they entered the Zhao family, they would see everything, wouldn't they? After lunch, Zhao Xiaojun returned, but this time not to see Zhao Xian. Instead, she took Li Shishir along, declaring that she would take her to buy gifts. That Li Shishir was puzzled about this sudden generosity, but Zhao Xiaojun explained that it was a gift from Zhao Xian as a token of appreciation. And the other three sisters would also be sending her presents, so she should simply accept them. The memories of that night flooded Li Shishir's mind, leaving her feeling weak, both pained and blissful, causing her to blush at the thought. Chapter 81. This reason for a curse is truly bizarre. In the afternoon, Zhao Xian first visited Zhao Chun, as he was a source of joy and absolutely could not be in trouble. During class, he dozed off on Li Shishir's lap, which annoyed her so much that she pulled out several of his nose hairs. When the break came, Li Shishir playfully punched him awake, claiming she needed to go to the restroom. As Zhao Xian sat up, yawning and preparing to rest his head on the desk, his phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from Zhou Zhiro. After a few brief exchanges, she hung up, prompting Zhao Xian to head outside, just as Li Shishir returned from the restroom. Seeing him about to leave again, she puffed up her cheeks in annoyance and ignored him as she entered the classroom. Zhao Xian found this jealous little wife rather endearing that he drove his Ferrari to the home of City Mayor Zhou. Although it wasn't a villa, it was still a standalone house with 3 stories. Surrounded by a garden filled with flowers that appeared to be cultivated by Zhou's mother, at the entrance, Zhou Pingyan was eagerly waiting, and as soon as Zhao Xian arrived, he rushed over. "Brother-in-law, you've finally made it. Come in quickly, my parents and sister are waiting for you." Zhou Pingyan grabbed Zhao Xian's arm and led him inside. Zhao Xian had to admit that being called brother-in-law sounded quite pleasant. He decided to let Pingyan be a competent little sycophant. Upon entering, Zhou's mother warmly welcomed him, while Mayor Zhou sat on the couch, sipping the herbal tea brewed according to Zhao Xian's prescription. Mayor Zhou appeared much better, hardly resembling someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. After taking a sip, his expression twisted in distaste. "As oh bitter. Ah, little Zhao has arrived. Please take a seat, but there's no need for such formality." "Just call me Zhao Xian," he replied as he approached the sofa. Despite the many empty seats available, Zhao Xian chose to sit next to Zhou Zhiro. She shifted slightly away, prompting him to follow suit. Seeing this, Mayor Zhou remarked, "You don't treat me as a stranger, do you? Please don't go too far in front of me. Little Zhao, can you add some honey to this herbal tea? It's terribly bitter." "Dad, good medicine is bitter, so just bear with it. Besides, it'll cure you, so be grateful," Zhou Zhiro interjected. Mayor Zhou raised an eyebrow. "What did I say? Are you already defending your husband? That's not being disloyal. It is practically hitting me in the face." Mayor Zhou was quite displeased, and the consequences could be serious. What would happen next? Just as Zhou Pingyan brought in 2 cups of tea, he was unexpectedly scolded by his father. Mayor Zhou felt much better, but Zhou Pingyan was left feeling down about his family's hierarchy. After some small talk, they began discussing serious matters, according to what you told me earlier. I've looked into it, and indeed, there is such a person, with only my son and I having a contact with him, that we both drank his tea, but my son only took a sip because he found it distasteful. Who? Deputy Mayor Kai Jingyang. Even if you and Kai Jingyang are at odds, he wouldn't go so far as to want your entire family dead, would he? Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhou sighed, taking a small sip of his tea before continuing. Ultimately, it's not about political disagreements. His son, Kai Kuan, has been pursuing my daughter, Zhou Zhiro, and has come to propose multiple times. However, I have always turned him down due to my daughter's engagement. Still, he remains persistent and even attempted to drug my daughter, but she discovered it first. Consequently, I took Pingyan to confront Kai Jingyang, and that is how we ended up cursed upon hearing Mayor Zhou's account. Zhao Xian was incredulous. What a bizarre reason. Was it unrequited love that led to hatred? Or was Kai Jingyang afraid that the incident of his son attempting to drug Mayor Zhou's daughter would come to light, prompting him to silence them? So, you didn't just bring me here to share this with me, did you? What exactly do you need my help with? Mayor Zhou nodded. I have served in office for 30 years. Maintaining integrity and treating the people as my own children. That good-for-nothing Kai Kuan wishes to harm my daughter, while that old scoundrel Kai Jingyang seeks to have my family exterminated. This is something no father could endure. Even a clay figure has some fire in it. Thus, I ask for your assistance. Surely, You wouldn't refuse your father-in-law, would you? Chapter 82. You, the dignified mayor, actually want to play mind games with me? The mayor's voice, when addressing his son-in-law, seemed to carry a tone of flattery, while also emphasizing that he was now the fiancé of his precious daughter. It was as if he were stating that now, with the whole family being bullied, as a direct disciple of the Yaoshan Valley, he ought to assist his future father-in-law in seeking justice. Zhao Xian fell in a deep contemplation, although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He had his own principles that he felt no connection to Kai Jingyang's family, and to cast a spell or poison them was a course of action he found hard to take. Moreover, if his master were to discover that he had resorted to such measures, he would undoubtedly break his legs in punishment. Seeing Zhao Xian still wrestling with his dilemma, the mayor remarked, "Even if not for me, surely you must seek justice for Zhiro, your fiancé, who was almost drugged." Zhou Zhiro remained silent, curious whether Zhao Xian would go so far as to cast a spell on the vice-mayor's family in her defense, that if he were genuinely willing to offend the vice-mayor's family for her sake, she would not hesitate to lend a hand. Casting a spell was not a trivial matter. Perhaps there were alternative methods. After much internal conflict, Zhao Xian finally spoke. Indeed, we should not put too much pressure on Comrade Zhao Xian." The mayor sighed, simultaneously rising and pulling Zhou Zhiro behind him. "What? Why does it feel like we're growing more estranged? If I refuse, will the next words be directed at this esteemed guest? And that gesture of pulling Zhou Zhiro behind you, was it a threat or merely a hint? This is too much. How can the esteemed mayor play such mind games with me?" The mayor gazed intently at Zhao Xian, as if to say, "If you do not assist me today, do not expect to marry my beloved daughter." Zhao Xian glanced at Zhou Zhiro, who returned his gaze with an innocent and unassuming expression. With a firm resolve, he thought, for the sake of beauty, he would comply that I can help with this, but on one condition. The spell I cast will not endanger their lives. It will merely serve to alleviate your grievances that I will not partake in such heinous acts as exterminating an entire family. Ultimately, Zhao Xian acquiesced. Zhou Zhiro, upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, felt that despite his flirtatious nature, he still possessed a moral compass and boundaries. Compared to other affluent heirs who readily resorted to threatening lives, perhaps this was a reasonable choice if, in the end, he proved himself worthy of her trust. Then she, upon hearing Zhao Xian's compromise, the mayor immediately donned a smiling facade. Well said, well said. I merely wish to vent some frustration, not to see their family annihilated." As he spoke, he ushered Zhou Zhiro back to her seat beside Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian felt as though he was being manipulated by the mayor. Indeed, as a novice in the world, he could hardly rival someone who had navigated the political arena for decades. Turning to Zhou Zhiro, he seemed to lament, "See, were it not for you, would I so easily be at the mercy of your father?" Zhou Zhiro playfully stuck out her tongue, displaying an expression of pure innocence, after a lengthy period of preparation in the kitchen. Zhou's mother summoned Zhao Xian to join them for dinner, that he readily accepted, positioning himself as close as possible to Zhou Zhiro, their chairs nearly touching. The mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law grew with every glance. While the mayor realized that the more pleased he appeared with Zhao Xian's presence, the easier it would be to manipulate him. Merely relying on his title as a young master would not suffice for marrying his cherished daughter. Tangible actions were required. Zhou Pingyan, the younger brother, eagerly addressed Zhao Xian as brother-in-law, expressing a desire to learn both medicine and martial arts from him, nearly bowing down to become his apprentice. Compared to Zhou Zhiro's innocent demeanor, Zhao Xian found her younger brother to be the truly naive one. That after dinner, Zhao Xian announced his departure to prepare, suggesting they contact him when they could invite the vice-mayor for a meal. The mayor instructed Zhou Zhiro to see Zhao Xian off. As they reached his vehicle, Zhou Zhiro stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked Zhao Xian's cheek, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Then playfully blinked at him with an adorable expression before smiling and returning home. Chapter 83. All is ready. Only the victim awaits, feeling as though he had been cornered. Zhao Xian returned home that night and took out his frustrations on Li Shishir several times. Li Shishir, feeling wronged, protested, "It's not like I made you angry. Why are you taking it out on me?" She curled up in Zhao Xian's embrace like a small cat, her tiny fists occasionally pounding on his chest. Yet, Zhao Xian was lost in thought, pondering what kind of spell he should cast that would not pose significant harm, yet effectively punish the entire family. After a night of contemplation, he had decided on the appropriate course of action and provided Fu Bo with a prescription. instructing him to prepare the necessary ingredients. Fu Bo's efficiency remained impeccable. The pills Zhao Xian concocted were not intended for the vice mayor's family. Rather, they were calming pills to aid those suffering from overexertion or lack of sleep. Additionally, there was a beauty pill prepared for his eldest sister. First, Li Shishir clung to Zhao Xian, playfully requesting a beauty pill for herself. Zhao Xian thought, "Do you truly need a beauty pill at this moment?" Glancing down, he startled Li Shishir, who promptly covered her rear and fled. Now, everything was in place. They merely awaited the victim. After dropping Li Shishir off at school, Zhao Xian drove to the Xingchen group. While others required appointments to see the president, Zhao Xian breezed in, facing no obstacles as he made his way to Zhao Xiumei's office. Upon entering, he was taken aback. "Who are you?" Zhao Xiumei, with disheveled hair and an unkempt appearance, bore heavy dark circles under her eyes, as though she had not slept well in ages. However, this did not prevent her from fixing Zhao Xian with a glare full of resentment. Zhao Xian thought to himself, if only I had a wife with a keen business acumen to help manage the group. That he presented the pills to Zhao Xiumei, which brightened her mood considerably. She explained that her father had been on business trips lately, leaving her to support the group alone. Her father's condition was not much better than her own. Zhao Xian also provided her with a set of pills for her father, instructing her to pass them on upon his return. That Li Shishir has just started university. Ling Long is still on assignments, yet it's evident she lacks business talent. Senior sister is in Haishir and Zhou Zhiro. Well, she seems to be merely a decorative figure. Fourth sister is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to gossip. Did I ask there truly no one among my fiancé's circle capable of managing the family business? The unfortunate truth was, there was not that it appeared he would need to recruit talent from the Yaoshan Valley. After much deliberation, Zhao Xian pulled out his phone and made a call. Once finished, he informed Zhao Xiumei that he had found someone to assist her, and that person, an inner disciple of the Yaoshan Valley, would be arriving in a few days to serve as her secretary. With that individual's assistance, she could also focus on her health. For Zhao Xian, his connections spanned numerous fields, yet he lacked individuals with genuine business talent. That in the current situation, ensuring smooth operations was not an issue, as the group had many skilled individuals. However, if he intended to continue merging with other families, he would need more hands on deck. He could not yet fully trust the Wang family, so it was imperative to cultivate more individuals with business acumen, starting with university students, who were often as malleable as blank slates. Zhao Xian called the mayor to inform him that he was prepared and awaiting their notification. Upon returning to school that afternoon, he did not head to class, but instead wandered the campus, hoping to discover more students with business potential through his divination skills. Chapter 84. An unexpected delight after a thorough search. He found no promising candidates, likely due to it being class time, that he would have to wait for the next group meal to reassess. Regrettably, Song Zhe's sister was preoccupied with managing her own business. It would have been ideal if she could join his company. After school, Zhao Xian picked up Li Shishir and drove towards the villa. While waiting at a red light, he unexpectedly spotted a boy, likely a student from the Imperial Capital University, presumably in the midst of an internship. The lad was clutching a cardboard box, appearing as though he had just been expelled. Zhao Xian observed his facial features, noting the dark shadows beneath his eyes that suggested his parents were unwell. However, what truly caught Zhao Xian's attention was that this boy exhibited the makings of a promising hacker, but he seemed to have face suppression in the company due to his intern status. Delighted by this unexpected find, Zhao Xian snapped a photo and sent it to Wang Daniu, requesting a thorough background check on the boy. He intended to recruit him. Li Shishir, unsure of the context, noticed Zhao Xian staring at the boy with a silly grin and snapping pictures. Oh no, he must not be attracted to men. How will I interact with this boy in the future? She thought, panicking. As Zhao Xian turned to her, he caught sight of her peculiar expression and hastily clarified, "This guy is a talent. I'm merely looking to recruit him, not that I have any interest in men." Upon hearing Zhao Xian's explanation, Li Shishir finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems her husband's inclinations remain perfectly normal. That evening in the villa, Zhao Xian sat on the sofa, perusing the materials sent by Wang Daniu, while Li Shishir embraced Zhao Xian from behind, also scrutinizing the documents on her phone. Shen Xingzhu, age 22, hailing from Binhai, currently a student at the Imperial Capital University. At 18, he participated in the national hacking competition and emerged victorious. defeating the runner-up with overwhelming prowess. This led to retaliation from a wealthy second-generation scion who had bet on the runner-up's victory. The scion hired someone to injure Shun Xingzhu's ailing mother and threatened that should Shin ever touch a computer again, he would shatter the hands of both him and his mother. Since then, Shin Xingzhu has refrained from using computers, while his mother remains hospitalized. Shin Xingzhu works multiple jobs daily to earn money for her treatment that Li Shishir, upon reviewing Shin Xingzhu's dossier, felt a stir of compassion. That wealthy second generation truly was despicable. Zhao Xian remarked that in such times, the more one intervenes, the more loyalty one garners in return. That Li Shishir implored Zhao Xian for assistance, but he stated that the moment was not yet ripe. Rather than offering help, he deemed it prudent to further undermine Shun, making future subjugation all the easier. That Li Shishir found Zhao Xian's tactics rather ruthless. Zhao Xian understood that a genius would not remain dormant forever. There would inevitably come a day of discovery. The choices were clear. Either win him over for one's own purposes or extinguish him altogether, should someone like him be courted by other families. It would prove detrimental in every conceivable way. Li Shishir contemplated this. Before meeting Zhao Xian, she had been merely an ordinary person, unaware of the burdens of a family legacy. That an exemplary heir must not be indecisive and must prioritize familial interests. Were all prominent families devoid of unsavory dealings? It was hardly conceivable. Even the Yi family, Zhao Xian held little belief that they had never partaken in dubious affairs that in the realm of affluent families. One would undoubtedly seek to recruit any who could be of use, even if they later disregarded them. At the very least, they would not cast them into the hands of rival families. Li Shishir couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Xian's gradual transformation from a rogue to a competent heir, but if she could not contribute to Zhao Xian's family, at least she could ensure the continuation of their lineage. She resolved to avoid causing Zhao Xian any trouble, choosing instead to quietly support him from the sidelines. Chapter 85. Subduing Shin Xingzhu in recent days, Zhao Xian had instructed his subordinates to issue warnings to companies in Shin Xingzhu's vicinity. Any who dared to hire him would face the wrath of the Zhao family. The owners of these companies were not fools, who would willingly offend such a colossal entity over someone inconsequential. Consequently, Shin Xingzhu found himself rejected by every company he approached for employment. That despair settled upon him. He sat alone on a park bench, lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhao Xian appeared before him, extending a cigarette. Shin Xingzhu accepted it with a murmur of thanks. After lighting his own, Zhao Xian spoke up. Who would have imagined that the hacking prodigy of yesteryear would find himself in such dire straits? Shin Xingzhu. Do you know me? Zhao Xian. More than merely knowing you, I am here to offer you an opportunity. Shin Xingzhu. And you are? Zhao Xian. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Zhao Xian. Your junior, in a sense. Shin Xingzhu. You're the young master of the Zhao family. His tone turned wary. Zhao Xian. Do not be alarmed. I am aware of your current situation, and I can assist you. Shin Xingzhu. What do you seek from me? Zhao Xian. Nothing much, merely your service. Unlike the grueling toil at other firms, my company will allow you to fully express your passions. Zhao Xian rose. Rest assured. I have arranged for your mother to be in a special care unit at the Imperial Capital Hospital, where she will receive the finest treatment. That I will also cover any subsequent expenses. Regardless of whether you choose to join my company or not, your mother will remain in the hospital until she recovers. With that, he departed. Shin Xingzhu drew on his cigarette. He found himself engulfed in deep conflict. Logically, working under Zhao Xian would enable him to utilize his skills while ensuring his mother received optimal care, all while being shielded from the wealthy scion's vengeance. Yet, the conflicts among affluent families were often fraught with peril. Would it truly be wise to involve himself? After much contemplation without resolution, Shin Xingzhu resolved to visit his mother in the hospital. Upon arriving at her ward, guided by the information from the front desk, he found her enjoying fruit, looking significantly better. Clearly, she had received excellent care. As he inquired about her condition, she expressed a newfound sense of ease, alleviating Shin Xingzhu's worries. That he then shared Zhao Xian's offer to work at his company. Shin's mother did not impose a decision upon him, but merely questioned Zhao Xian's character. That a fellow student at Imperial Capital University, Shin Xingzhu had heard whispers of Zhao Xian's commendable leadership. His mother further inquired what benefits might accompany working for Zhao Xian. Once again, Shin Xingzhu fell into contemplation, but after a moment, clarity emerged. After bidding farewell to his mother, he he sought out Zhao Xian at school, expressing his willingness to join him in his endeavors. This outcome was anticipated by Zhao Xian, who warmly welcomed Shun Xingzhu into the Zhao family conglomerate that he then produced a property deed, leaving Shun Xingzhu bewildered. Zhao Xian encouraged him to peruse the document, which prominently bore Shun Xingzhu's name. Still reeling from the shock, Zhao Xian declared, "This residence is a gift for you, conveniently located near both the company and the hospital. You need not worry about neglecting your mother. Upon joining Xingchen Group, your monthly salary will be 100,000, with additional bonuses contingent on your performance that I trust your skills remain sharp." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shun Xingzhu teared up, vowing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to Zhao Xian's cause. Zhao Xian reassured him that the apartment was still undergoing furnishing. He could first spend time with his mother at the hospital, and once the home was ready, he could move in and commence his role at Xingchen Group. Leaving with heartfelt appreciation, Shun Xingzhu's classmates marveled at Zhao Xian's generosity. Such was the nature of the wealthy, who could bestow homes and salaries of 100,000 with ease. Many classmates inquired if they too could find employment at Zhao Xian's company, wondering if he would extend similar offers to them. Nearby, Li Shishir stifled a laugh at the absurdity. Zhao Xian regarded his classmates with bemusement, reminding them that Shun Xingzhu's talents justified his lucrative salary. Should they prove themselves capable, he too could offer them 100,000 or even a friendship price to have them work for free. Chapter 86. To use my husband's words, you are a great fool. The following day, after dropping Li Shishir at school, Zhao Xian paid a visit to the pitiful Zhao Qin. The once vibrant young master of the Zhao family now appeared disheveled and lethargic. Zhao Xian mused that a mere loss of a couple of pounds had rendered him such a wretched sight. Should he descend into despair, it would rob Zhao Xian of much amusement. Zhao Xian produced a calming tonic he had concocted, insisting that his bodyguards administer it forcefully. That he then arranged for a servant to provide Zhao Qian with a bath before sending him back to the school dormitory. Having resolved Zhao Qian's affairs, Zhao Xian received a call from Zhou Zhiro, confirming their dinner at 7 p.m. in the number 1 private room at the Radisson, where the deputy mayor would be present. Zhao Xian assured her he would arrive punctually. After an uneventful afternoon of classes, he returned home, ensuring Li Shishir looked impeccable for their evening outing. Her keen eye for aesthetics transformed Zhao Xian into a striking figure. Nearly causing her to swoon, Zhao Xian revved his Ferrari LaFerrari and made his way to the restaurant. He found Zhou Zhiro waiting outside. Upon seeing his attire, she feigned indifference, though her heart betrayed her. She naturally linked her arm through his, leading him to the private room while inquiring how he planned to make a favorable impression. Zhao Xian replied that he would simply provide them with an opportunity for engagement. Upon entering the room, 6 individuals were already seated, and Zhou Ping'an exclaimed, "Wow, brother-in-law looks dashing today." After greeting everyone, Zhao Xian took his seat. The deputy mayor, Cai Jingyang, made a snide remark, "We're having a family gathering, and you've brought along an outsider." The mayor quickly retorted, "Cai, that is hardly fair. He is no outsider. He is my son-in-law. Have you not noticed how well he gets along with my daughter?" The mayor's implication was clear. His daughter was no longer available, and he hoped Kai-san would refrain from harboring any inappropriate feelings. The conversation began earnestly enough, discussing work, but Kai Kuin, unable to bear Zhou Zhiro's constant attention on Zhao Xian, abruptly tossed his chopsticks aside in frustration. Zhao Xian found the display amusing. Who was he to act so entitled? Yet, Zhao Xian approached him with warmth, raising a glass of wine. "Kai, why the long face? There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one?" Zhao Xian raised a toast to Kai Kuin, who completely ignored him. Zhao Xian, undeterred, proceeded to toast Cai Jingyang. After all, having lived a substantial portion of his life, some degree of respect was due. And Cai Jingyang casually clinked glasses with Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian downed the contents of his glass in one gulp and returned to his seat, discreetly nodding to the mayor to signal that the curse had been cast. With the objective achieved, the mayor dropped his pretense. "Old Kai, you still haven't given me an explanation regarding the incident where your son drugged my daughter." "Explanation? My son's interest in your daughter is an honor for you. Is there a need for an explanation?" Cai Jingyang dismissed the mayor with disdain, viewing him as someone still under the influence of a curse, potentially on the brink of death. "Uncle Kai, you are mistaken. Even if you were the deputy mayor, you cannot condone your son's wrongdoing," Zhou Zhiro interjected. What do you have other than a pretty face? In the future, You will merely be a plaything for capitalists. What is wrong with my son taking advantage of that? Zhou Zhiro was infuriated, slamming her hand on the table and standing up. Cai Jingyang, I spoke to you courteously out of respect for your seniority. But your son has committed a crime that you are being arrogant here. To quote my husband, you are nothing but a disgrace to the this moment. Zhou Zhiro completely abandoned her demure demeanor, unleashing a torrent of harsh words. After speaking, she turned to Zhao Xian, her gaze firm as she nodded in affirmation. Chapter 87. Dr. Wang. Zhao Xian looked at Zhou Zhiro's nod with utter disbelief. When had he ever called Cai Jingyang a disgrace? Why was she placing such a heavy burden upon him? The mayor, hearing Cai Jingyang's blatant remarks, was also enraged. He cherished his daughter dearly and could not allow her to be insulted so openly. Zhou Ping'an could no longer contain himself. Slamming his hand on the table, he hurled a plate at Cai Jingyang, who barely managed to dodge it. Old Deng, why don't you take a look at what kind of character your precious son has? All he does is cause trouble for women. My sister's beauty is her own merit. You have yet to face the consequences for drugging her, and you dare to shamelessly curse us? You wish for our entire family to perish. Do you deserve to be a father or an official? Zhou Ping'an unleashed a barrage of accusations. Cai Jingyang frowned at the accusations, pondering how he knew about the curse. His gaze shifted to Zhao Xian. Seeing Cai Jingyang looking his way, Zhao Xian smirked playfully. Zhou Ping'an continued his tirade. Old Deng, luckily my brother-in-law is a disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. Otherwise, you would have succeeded in your schemes that in more pretense. I'm laying my cards on the table. The curse you cast has already been lifted by my brother-in-law, that on the contrary, it is you who are now cursed by him. And I am eager to see who can lift the curse cast by a direct disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. Cai Jingyang grew anxious, pointing at Zhao Xian. Who exactly are you? Zhao Xian lit a cigarette and casually propped his feet on the dining table. I am Zhao Xian, the eldest son of the Zhao family, also known as a direct disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. And currently Zhou Zhiro's fiancé. To be honest, I initially intended to cast this curse merely as a punishment. However, your arrogance in speaking ill of my fiancé, he has led me to decide against helping you lift it. Cai Kuan maintained an indifferent demeanor. You, a direct disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. Don't make me laugh. The Zhou family, too, in this day and age, thinks they can intimidate others by merely finding some random person. Let me tell you, I know direct disciples of the Divine Medicine Valley myself. In fact, it was that person who bestowed the curse upon us. Zhao Xian, intrigued, replied, Oh, then bring that person here. I would like to see which inner disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley has the audacity to cast such a malicious curse on others. Cai Kuan, seeing Zhao Xian's arrogance, swiftly took out his phone to call that inner disciple. Dr. Wang arrived within 10 minutes. That if you regret it now, there is still time, that I'll give you a chance. You and Zhou Ping'an. That mad dog, kneel and apologize to my father and me, and deliver Zhou Zhiro to my bed, and I will graciously forgive you. Cai Kuan continued to bluster. Zhao Xian ignored him, merely teasing Zhou Zhiro. Cai Kuan, witnessing the closeness between Zhou Zhiro and Zhao Xian, was filled with rage. Just wait. When Dr. Wang arrives, I will have him poison this pair of lowlifes. Time passed swiftly, and the voice arrived before the person. Who has offended the esteemed Cai Kuan? I am eager to witness it. As the door to the private room swung open, a slender man entered, his voice high-pitched and delicate, resembling that of a eunuch dressed in loose black garments. Dr. Wang. These people claim you lack medical skills, that your curses have been lifted by them, Cai Kuan immediately reported. The mayor's family frowned, recognizing that Cai Kuan had indeed summoned a disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. Yet Zhao Xian remained composed. Wang Chong, who gave you the audacity to cast curses that could annihilate entire families? Zhao Xian had already known who it was upon hearing the voice. Wang Chong, upon realizing he was being reprimanded, turned to see the source of the voice and nearly collapsed in fear. Zhao Shixiao. His voice trembled. Upon hearing Wang Chang's words, everyone understood that Zhao Xian was indeed a direct disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. Cai Kuan began to panic, while Zhou's family wore expressions of pride. After all, their son-in-law was not someone whom just anyone could challenge, especially Zhou Zhiro, who felt Zhao Xian exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Chapter 88. The punishment of Wang Chong as an inner disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley Instead of healing the sick and saving lives, you exploit the valley's name for harm. Speak. Who gave you the audacity? Zhao Xian's tone grew cold. Wang Chong stood there, cowering and unable to respond. From today onwards, you are no longer a disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. Furthermore, you are forbidden from using anything learned there. Otherwise, you will face a complete industry ban, and you too will be purged. You should remember how swift my junior sister's blade is. What qualifications do you have to punish me? You are just a direct disciple. You are not the Valley Master. The MY Master has yet to speak. Wang Chong retorted defiantly. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Zhao Xian replied, pulling a token from his pocket and tossing it onto the table. Do you remember what this is? The Valley Master-S token. How do you possess the Valley Master-S token? Wang Chong panicked, still not understanding. I'm the next Valley Master of the Divine Medicine Valley. Now, the entire valley is at my command. Do you still believe I lack the authority to punish you? Wang Chong, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately knelt before Zhao Xian, bowing fervently. I was wrong. Shi Xiao, that I should not have succumbed to greed. Please give me another chance. I beg you. Zhao Xian ignored Wang Chong's pleas and directly called, Wang Chong, taking advantage of your status as an inner disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. You attempted to curse the mayor's family, wishing for their entire family to perish. This is a heinous act that I hereby announce that Wang Chong is expelled from the Divine Medicine Valley, and anything learned there is forbidden from use. If discovered, death will follow. Wang Chong sat on the ground, defeated. It's over. It's all over. My life as I knew it has come to an end. Only an endless abyss awaits. Out of respect for our shared roots. I will not kill you today. Leave the capital as far away as possible and never show your face again. Zhao Xian dismissed Wang Chong. Now, what backing do you have left? Feel free to bring it forth. Zhao Xian addressed the now terrified Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan and Kai Jingyang were genuinely frightened. Wang Chong had been expelled from the Divine Medicine Valley, and Zhao Xian was indeed a direct disciple. Even the next Valley Master, having cursed them, who in the capital could possibly lift it? Anyone daring to attempt to lift Zhao Xian's curse would be provoking him, challenging the entire Divine Medicine Valley. No one would be foolish enough to jeopardize their entire career to confront Zhao Xian's medical prowess. Zhao Xian stood and patted Kai Kuan on the shoulder. Arrogance requires a foundation. Merely relying on one's father will eventually lead to one's downfall. This meal is on me, as a token of gratitude for allowing me to eliminate a malignant tumor from the Divine Medicine Valley. Zhao Xian said to Kai Jingyang, Let us go. Zhao Xian called to Zhou's family. As they reached the door, he paused and turned to Kai Jingyang's family. Your precious son enjoys causing trouble for women, leading to disasters that I will help him break this obsession. You should thank me. With that, he left the private room without looking back. Once outside, Zhou Pingyan could no longer contain himself. Brother-in-law, what did you mean by those last words? It means I have cursed Kai Kuan. Should he harbor any wicked thoughts, he will endure the torment of countless curses that I also planted a love curse on him, ensuring that whenever he has idle time, he will be plagued by those thoughts. Zhao Xian explained to his brother-in-law. The Zhou family was taken aback. Goodness, that's ruthless. Unless Kai Kuan becomes a eunuch, he'll be in constant torment. Xiao Zhao. Didn't you say you had a bottom line? How could you cast such a cruel curse? The mayor's family was horrified by Zhao Xian's methods. That I initially had no plans to curse him. But he insulted my wife. How could I tolerate that? I refrained from castrating him on the spot out of concern that my wife might be frightened. Zhao Xian, in the presence of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, casually referred to his fiancée as wife. Nearby, Zhou Zhiro felt a wave of embarrassment and annoyance. After all, she hadn't even crossed the threshold yet. Technically, she was still just a fiancée, yet how could he call her a wife? However, the way he stood up for her was undeniably handsome and commanding. The city mayor nodded in approval, reflecting that any man who wouldn't defend his wife was hardly a good man. Zhao Xian had thus successfully passed the father-in-law's test. Observing Zhao Xian's affectionate demeanor towards his daughter, the mayor felt reassured that his beloved girl would not suffer or be mistreated in Zhao Xian's care. Moreover, it was evident from his daughter's expression that she had developed feelings for Zhao Xian. With this, Zhao Xian had not only won over the father-in-law, but also Zhou Zhiro. The only remaining hurdles were the mother-in-law and the younger brother. which he had already overcome. The mayor glanced at his daughter, presuming that she would soon pack her bags to follow Zhao Xian, sighing inwardly, lamenting the inevitable departure of his cherished daughter. Chapter 89. Let us go. Little Xian, hold the reins for me. Upon returning to the mayor's residence, Zhou Zhiro hurried to her room to pack her belongings. The doting father felt a pang of sadness, nearly brought to tears. Whispering to himself, "My precious daughter, must you truly leave your father behind?" Zhou's mother elbowed the mayor, admonishing him not to embarrass himself at his age. "Did you ever consider how your own father might feel when you were pursuing me?" Zhou Ping'an interjected, "Brother-in-law, although my sister may seem delicate, I hope you won't mistreat her, that if she suffers, I will." Before he could finish, Zhao Xian pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Ping'an. Understanding Zhao Xian's generous nature, Ping'an accepted it. Yet he retorted, "Don't think bribing me will work, that if my sister is mistreated." Again cut off, Zhao Xian produced a Patek Philippe watch and presented it to him. Ecstatic, Ping'an exclaimed, "If my sister misbehaves, you can just slap her." Zhao Xian glanced at the father, whose expression twitched. He realized that Ping'an might soon be the one in trouble. The father, already engulfed in sorrow over his daughter's departure, felt a twinge of sympathy for the younger brother. Once Zhou Zhiro finished packing, she came downstairs and tossed her suitcase to Zhao Xian, declaring, "Let us go, little Xian, hold the reins for me." Zhao Xian and the mayor were taken aback. Where had the previously polite and well-mannered young lady gone? Had it all been an act? In front of her family, Zhou Zhiro showed her true self. Realizing that home is not merely a physical space, that it is a place filled with warmth and comfort, where one can reveal their most unrefined side. The loving father watched his precious daughter drive away in Zhao Xian's Ferrari, a tear escaping his eye. After Zhao Xian's car had disappeared from sight, the father wiped his tears, reasoning, "It's just a change of residence. She can always return whenever I wish to see her." Zhou's mother remarked dryly, observing her husband's forlorn demeanor, "Well, it seems the mood has shifted. I wish I could laugh, but I simply can't." The mayor quickly composed himself, erasing any trace of his earlier sorrow. Zhou Ping'an was oblivious to all of this. He only recognized that he was about to become prosperous. Just as he began to revel in his newfound fortune, his father snatched the Patek Philippe watch from him, trying it on while saying, "I must admit, my son-in-law has good taste. This watch suits my style perfectly. Consider it mine now." The mayor's maneuver left Ping'an momentarily speechless, ready to protest when Zhou's mother took his bank card, declaring, "You don't need so much money now. I'll save it for your bride price." Ping'an looked skyward, battling back tears that moment. A fitting background tune played. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls. The world is a desolate expanse. Only he, the son, bore the brunt of this emotional turmoil. Once Zhao Xian and Zhou Zhiro returned to the Qinghua villa, Zhou Zhiro eagerly explored the surroundings, observing every detail. Zhao Xian instructed the maid to prepare her room, conveniently located next to Li Shishir's. Zhou Zhiro perused each room, noting the youthful decor adorned in soft pinks. Clearly, this style was beyond Zhao Xian's abilities. Ultimately, she discovered Li Shishir seated on the balcony, engrossed in a book, and their eyes met. Chapter 90. My life is like walking on thin ice. Zhou Zhiro and Li Shishir locked eyes, prompting Li Shishir to set down her book and rise. Zhou Zhiro approached, and they stood face to face in silence. Both were struck by the same thought. "Wow, she's stunning. Should I address her as sister or younger sister?" Zhou Zhiro broke the tension first. "Hello, I'm Zhou Zhiro, one of Zhao Xian's fiancé." "Yes," Li Shishir replied. "Hello, I'm Li Shishir, also one of Zhao Xian's fiancé." "Yes." Zhou Zhiro added, "Then we shall be sisters from now on." Li Shishir agreed. "Yes, if Zhao Xian ever bullies you, I'll kick him to death." As Zhao Xian entered, he found Zhou Zhiro and Li Shishir deep in conversation, plotting his demise. That evening, the three gathered in the movie room to watch a film. Zhou Zhiro sighed repeatedly, prompting Zhao Xian to inquire, "What is wrong? Why the sighing?" Zhou Zhiro lamented, "Alas, my life feels like walking on thin ice." Zhao Xian interrupted, "Speak plainly." Zhou Zhiro continued, "I heard your 7 wives are all beautiful. I wonder where I rank among them." Zhao Xian replied, "Oh, if you don't mind, I could place you as the 6th. Zhou Zhiro retorted, "Get lost. Who wants to be 6th? You are the 6th." The following day, as Zhao Xian was about to take Li Shishir to school, Zhou Zhiro theatrically exclaimed, "Oh, so soon you wish to abandon me for that woman?" just after arriving, and I'm left to guard an empty house. How can you be so heartless? Zhao Xian felt he had acted hastily, having been dazzled by her beauty that he thought to himself that had he known she was so fond of drama, he wouldn't have brought her home so quickly to ITS just school. We're both still students that don't you have school to attend? Zhou Zhiro replied, Oh, I graduated. Zhao Xian was surprised. You graduated at such a young age? High school. Zhou Zhiro rolled her eyes. Sister is a genius. I skipped grades and earned my PhD at 18. Praise me. Zhao Xian and Li Shishir responded in unison. Impressive. Zhao Xian added, Yet a young PhD who seems to be merely ornamental. All that knowledge must have gone to waste. Zhou Zhiro shot back. Nonsense. I graduated from the top finance school abroad. How dare you underestimate me, you illiterate country bumpkin? Someone, drag him out and give him 80 lashes. Zhao Xian ignored her theatrics. Are you really a finance major? Zhou Zhiro snapped. Of course. Do you want me to fetch my diploma to prove it? Zhao Xian suggested. Why not come work at my company? My older sister could use some help. Zhou Zhiro declined. No thanks. I've never had a job. Zhao Xian thought, so you're all talk, then a useless decoration. He quipped. What use do I have for you? Zhou Zhiro declared, I'm a wealthy young lady now. Why would I need to work? I'm marrying you to enjoy life, not to toil away. In AJ, Li Shishir mused over how Zhou Zhiro was entirely different from the person she had met just yesterday. This was no act. She was refreshingly direct. Zhao Xian felt slightly defeated, vowing, just you wait. If you can get out of bed tomorrow, I'll admit my defeat. When Linglong returned, he would make her train Zhou Zhiro properly. Just as Zhao Xian turned to leave, Zhou Zhiro stopped him, extending her hand. Confused, Zhao Xian asked, What now? Zhou Zhiro insisted, What are you dawdling for? Hand over some money. You're off to school with her while I'm left to spruce myself up. Zhao Xian retorted, You're the daughter of the mayor. Don't you have any money? Zhou Zhiro proclaimed, ISNT had a husband's duty to provide for his wife. If you a wealthy Zhao heir, want to spend on your wife, what good are you to me? Zhao Xian felt cornered, realizing he had unwittingly married a woman even more audacious than himself, that he handed Zhou Zhiro a bank card before taking Li Shishir to school. While Zhou Zhiro playfully blew him a kiss, exclaiming, Love you, dear husband, as she prepared to indulge in shopping. Chapter 91. Life and Death Stakes After School. Zhao Xian treated Li Shishir to a barbecue, ordering 50 servings of oysters, 30 skewers of lamb kidney, and 5 plates of chives. The barbecue owner looked at Li Shishir with pity, causing her to instinctively squeeze her legs together in fear. Once everything was grilled, they took it back to the Qingfeng villa, where Zhou Zhiro had just finished dinner and was showering. Without hesitation, Zhao Xian dove into the feast, devouring the enormous spread. Afterward, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and took out a pill from his pocket, swallowing it whole. You should sleep in another room tonight. Tomorrow, Wang Gu will take you to school, then I'm going to have it out with her tonight. Zhao Xian entered Zhou Zhiro's room after speaking. Li Shishir, fearing that something untoward had occurred, was certainly not driven by mere curiosity to eavesdrop. She approached the adjacent room, pressing her ear against the wall to listen intently, and could vaguely discern Zhou Zhiro's voice from the other side. Oh no, you're going to kill me. Have you never seen a woman before? Ah, be gentle, be gentle. I was wrong. Next time I won't dare. If you don't like it, just hold it in. Help, I'm going to die. The following morning, Zhao Xian emerged, leaning against the wall, his legs trembling as if he had endured a fierce battle the night before. Li Shishir, having listened half the night, was sleep-deprived and bore dark circles under her eyes. Upon waking, she hastened to Zhou Zhiro's room to ascertain the situation, hoping nothing serious had transpired. Pushing the door open, she was taken aback to witness the room's disarray, evident signs of their tumultuous encounter. Zhou Zhiro lay in a deep slumber. Any woman would be unable to withstand such a night of exertion. Li Shishir gazed at the crimson stains on the bed, letting out a resigned sigh and shaking her head. Others say Zhao Xian and I are playful adversaries, but you and Zhao Xian are undoubtedly mortal foes. Zhou Zhiro did not awaken until nearly 9 in the evening, feeling as though her entire body had been disassembled, utterly devoid of strength. Were it not for the sharp pain in her lower abdomen, she might have thought herself drugged. That wretched Zhao Xian, as if he has never encountered a woman before, completely ignorant of cherishing the delicate. One day, you shall pay for this. Ah, it hurts so much. Zhou Zhiro began her complaints as soon as she regained consciousness. She attempted to rise for a shower, but the mere thought of movement sent jolts of pain through her wounds. Damn it. What is this? Does he wish for me to be bedridden for an entire month? A life and death struggle. You dog, Zhao Xian. Just you wait. Once I recover, I shall give you a taste of being unable to rise from bed. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. How could he be so cruel, devoid of any understanding of tenderness? Does he not know that patience is key? Zhao Xuan's condition was not much better. He slept until the afternoon, waking to find he could scarcely feel anything below. What a blunder! If only that stubborn fool had begged for mercy sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Now we are both injured. Damn it, after I recuperate for a month, we shall have another life and death encounter. Even if I have to crawl out, I will make you call me father. Li Shishir was exasperated with both of them. Inflicting harm upon each other. What folly is this? Zhou Zhiro, that is one matter. But Zhao Xian, you are the heir of the Zhao family and a direct disciple of the Medicine God Valley. What will become of your family's reputation if word gets out that you are harming women? What will happen to your family, and to me? You speak of sex leading to disaster, yet you do not take heed. You have only 2 wives now. What will you do when you gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Do you wish to make a wish or become a dried corpse? Li Shishir was utterly speechless. Zhao Xian and Zhou Zhiro were wreaking havoc, leaving her to foot the bill for their misdeeds. Chapter 92. The beast Zhao Xian steals my wine after resting for 2 days at the villa. Zhao Xian returned to Wanshan Villa, requesting a private plane from his family that he intended to visit the Medicine God Valley to see his master and, on the way, procure some wine. During these 2 days, Zhou Zhiro had indeed been unable to leave her bed. As soon as she regained some strength, her first order of business was to cut away the blood-stained sheets and dispose of the rest, replacing them with fresh ones. Upon hearing that Zhao Xian was heading to the Medicine God Valley, Zhou Zhiro insisted on accompanying him. Zhao Xian warned her that the area was filled with poisonous miasma, where those who succumbed to it could become unrecognizable or even perish. Did she still wish to go? Zhou Zhiro, upon further reflection, realized her desire to accompany him was diminished, primarily because her body had yet to recover, and certainly not due to fear of being poisoned. She had entirely forgotten that Zhao Xian, as a direct disciple of the Medicine God Valley, would have antidotes at his disposal. Zhao Xian informed them that he would return the same day. Once on the Zhao family's private helicopter, Zhao Xian soared towards the Medicine God Valley. Upon disembarking, he was followed by 2 bodyguards carrying an array of supplies that he handed each a poison antidote and led them towards the place where he once resided. As he walked, he mused, "Though I have only been away from the Medicine God Valley for 2 months, it feels as though I have been gone for over a decade." Upon encountering Gu Long, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard, Zhao Xian immediately adopted the demeanor of a doting son, rushing into Gu Long's embrace, exclaiming how much he missed his master, that I sent you down the mountain to pursue a career. Yet you seem to have become lost in the soft embrace of a woman. Look at you now, how feeble you have become. Gu Long's words hit hard. Zhao Xian had just endured a life-and-death encounter with Zhou Zhiro, so his current appearance was understandable. Zhao Xian replied, "What can I say? A man with a delicate wife is hard to treat. Even the great Hua Tuo would find it challenging, while Bian Ke would shake his head in dismay." After speaking, he instructed his bodyguards to deliver the gifts he had brought to Gu Long's room, slipping in a bag filled with cash for good measure. "Well, at least you have a semblance of conscience. Master, do you not always advocate for the teachings of the Buddha? From your state, it seems you have not refrained from visiting the bathhouse." Zhao Xian and Gu Long began to exchange jests that Ji Yu Long retorted. "Bathing is but another form of the way. My methods are merely different. And you, daring to question me, have you forgotten who fed you from infancy?" Seeing his master so lively eased Zhao Xuan's heart. It seemed Gu Long would live for many more years. Once he had eliminated the other families in the capital, he would bring this elder to live out his days in comfort. After a brief exchange, Zhao Xian expressed that his bodyguards were keen to explore the area. The Ji Yu Long shrugged. "It matters not, for this desolate place harbors little of value." After wandering for a while, Zhao Xian prepared a sumptuous feast for Gu Long using the ingredients he had brought. The bodyguards were astonished. The young master had personally taken to the kitchen, demonstrating great respect for the medicine god. It was a rare honor to witness the true visage of the medicine god in their lifetimes. After the meal, Zhao Xian recounted the incident with Wang Chong to Gu Long, who approved of Zhao Xuan's actions. hoping he would not let the name of the medicine god Valley fade, and to support his fellow disciples. After Zhao Xian departed, Gu Long moved the lounge chairs from the courtyard inside. Upon entering, he noticed a note on the table and picked it up. "Master, I am seeking some wine." Ji Long quickly realized the situation was dire. Had that wretch brought his bodyguards to peruse the grounds for this purpose? Rushing to the wine cellar, he discovered that of the 4 large barrels, only 2 remained. Ji Long was incensed. "You beast! Zhao Xian, you scoundrel! When you return, I shall break your legs." On the other side, aboard the helicopter, Zhao Xian gazed at the 2 barrels of wine before him, unable to suppress a grin of triumph. Finally, he had secured his prize. Chapter 93, Daddy. Zhao Xian is bullying me on the weekend, within the largest zoo in the capital. She merely wished to have a pet. "Why must you be so fierce?" Li Shishir exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian retorted, "I told you, no pets. Do you not understand human language?" At that moment, Zhou Zhiro stood there, her face a picture of grievance, tears welling in her eyes, looking utterly pitiable. That Li Shishir embraced Zhou Zhiro, offering her support while chastising Zhao Xian. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely believe Zhao Xian had genuinely bullied the young girl. What had instigated this conflict? On that weekend, Zhao Xian had taken Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro to the zoo for a day of fun. Zhou Zhiro, glancing around, spotted an adorable little creature and immediately expressed her desire to adopt one to Zhao Xian. However, declared it impossible, and no matter how much Zhou Zhiro pouted and pleaded, Zhao Xian remained resolute. Overcome with emotion, she burst into tears, leading to the earlier scene. Feeling utterly heartbroken by Zhao Xuan's indifference, Zhou Zhiro fled home to complain to her father. As soon as she arrived, she leaped in her father's arms, crying and lamenting how Zhao Xian had treated her, denying her even a small pet. The father could not bear to see his beloved daughter so distressed. Having just welcomed her home, he feared that if he did not reprimand Zhao Xian, the boy would grow too bold. After comforting his daughter, he called Zhao Xian. As soon as Zhao Xian answered, the father's furious voice rang out. "Zhao Xian, get over here this instant." Zhao Xian drove to the father's residence, entering to find a man glaring at him with palpable anger. Zhao Xian stood his ground, unflinching. "Did you bully my precious daughter?" the father demanded. "How could I have bullied her?" Zhao Xian replied. "The Zhao family is wealthy and powerful. You want to even allow her to have a pet? Is your family so precious that you fear it might become soiled? Is this really about keeping a pet?" Zhao Xian countered that it's so wrong for my daughter to want a pet. You can take on numerous women, yet you want to let my daughter have a small companion. She wants to keep a golden silk monkey. It not merely a golden silk monkey, and you still refuse? Wait, did you just say golden silk monkey? Zhao Xian nodded slightly. The mayor felt as though this fire had been ignited in the wrong place. Indeed, it was not Zhao Xian's fault. Yet the mayor remained unconvinced, intending to inquire whether his daughter truly wished to raise a golden silk horse. "Dear daughter, is what Zhao Xian said true? Do you genuinely desire to raise a golden silk horse?" The mayor asked Zhou Zhiro with a hint of uncertainty. Zhou Zhiro pouted her lips, her face radiating innocence and purity as she nodded. At that moment, the mayor found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. Zhou Zhiro remarked, "Look at how small it is. It's so adorable." Zhao Xian replied, "If you raise it when it's small, the country will care for you when you're old." Zhou Zhiro retorted, "I don't care. I want to raise it. I'm going to tell Grandma." With that, she pouted and stormed out, leaving the 2 men in disarray. The mayor sighed, "You little rascal. You've worked hard." Zhao Xian replied, "Not hard, just unfortunate." Zhao Xian followed Zhou Zhiro as she merrily made her way to the Wanshan villa. Upon entering, Zhou Zhiro flung herself into Su Yun's embrace, launching a barrage of accusations against Zhao Xian, claiming that even her own father was not helping her. If Su Yun did not come to her aid, she believed she could not survive. Upon witnessing their daughter-in-law weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Zhao Tianda and his wife assumed Zhao Xian had bullied Zhou Zhiro. Zhao Tianda discreetly retrieved his 7 wolves, intending to let Zhao Xian experience a taste of paternal love. As Zhao Xian stepped inside, Zhao Tianda and his wife immediately reprimanded him, questioning how he could bully his own wife, insisting he was not acting like a man. "You can handle so many wild animals in the mountains. What is wrong with your daughter-in-law wanting to raise a pet?" Zhao Xian astounded them with his reply. "The crux of the matter is that she wants to raise a golden silk horse." The couple fell silent, realizing that Zhao Xian was not in the wrong. An awkward silence ensued until Su Yun finally suggested to Zhou Zhiro, how about you consider a different pet? Zhou Zhiro, feeling aggrieved, replied, I just want to raise a golden silk horse. Why does it feel like I've committed a crime? Ultimately, Zhao Xian managed to placate Zhou Zhiro with a luxury car worth over 8 million, saying Ling Long, hurry back and take care of her. Chapter 94. The banquet. Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Xian reflected that he had yet to interact with the other young masters from prominent families. Without understanding their characters, how could he decide how to deal with which family in the future? Therefore, Zhao Xian consulted the elder and arranged a banquet to be held 3 days later, sending invitations to everyone he could. This could be considered a celebratory feast for the Zhao family's acquisition of the Wang family. At school, Zhao Xian simply informed Song Zhe to notify his family, while the elder would handle the rest of the invitations. Of course, it was also time for his two wise families to meet his family, and most importantly, Zhao Chen could not miss out. He was counting on him to bring some amusement. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen had been moping around ever since the loss of his second brother, skipping classes and isolating himself in the dormitory, and no one knew what he was thinking when Zhao Xian called to inform him about the banquet in 3 days. Zhao Chen contemplated making one final desperate move. He planned to sabotage the young masters from the other families, intending to act as an insider, thus plotting a complete betrayal of the Zhao family. In the days leading up to the banquet, the 4 Zhao sisters took Li Shih and Zhou Zhiro shopping at various malls, while Zhao Xian stated he had important matters to attend to, leaving everyone wondering what he was up to in the backyard. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the day of the banquet, Zhao Xian chose to wear a black suit. With the assistance of Li Shih and Zhou Zhiro in his grooming, he appeared remarkably handsome. Li Shih and Zhou Zhiro donned white and purple evening gowns, respectively, each linking their arms with Zhao Xian. The 4 Zhao sisters also dressed elegantly, prompting many to express a desire to live in the Zhao household. Surrounded by such beauty, the family of the invited Li Shih was considerably more reserved, as they encountered affluent aristocrats they had never met before. They were merely a middle-class family and had never attended an event of such grandeur. Su Yun, however, comforted her in-laws by linking arms with Li's mother. The mayor's family remained notably composed, although their economic standing could not compare to those wealthy families. Being the mayor of a city afforded them a certain respect. Zhao Xian instructed his 2 aides, Song Zhe and his son Zhou Pingyan, to welcome the guests. When Zhao Xian made his entrance with the 2 lovely ladies, many young lords from affluent families stepped forward to congratulate him, both on his successful acquisition of the Wang family and for having 2 such stunning wives. Typically dramatic, Zhou Zhiro transformed into the demure and polite version of herself, for although she could cause mischief at home, she had to maintain the facade of a virtuous wife in public, as she could not tarnish her husband's reputation. Top 10 aristocratic families in the imperial capital: Zhao, Wang, Yi, Song, Yang, Long, Sun, Bai, Zhang, and Li families. After interacting with these young lords, Zhao Xian had a clearer understanding of their characters, that he took to the stage to express gratitude to those families that had previously supported him against the Wang family, stating that he believed in reciprocating kindness and vengeance alike, hoping to foster peaceful relations with the various families moving forward. Though the words were merely formalities, the old foxes were well aware of the underlying truths. However, as the star of the evening, Zhao Xian was afforded the respect he deserved. Amidst the crowd, a girl, whose beauty rivaled that of Li Shih and Zhou Zhiro, donned a black evening gown and held a glass of red wine. Smirking at Zhao Xian on stage, the banquet proceeded smoothly, but Zhao Xian pondered why Zhao Chen had yet to arrive. Scanning the room, he spotted Zhao Chen conspiring with several wealthy young masters. Zhao Xian smiled at his brother, and upon seeing the cunning grin on her husband's face, Li Shih and Zhou Zhiro realized that Zhao Xian was up to something. While they felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Chen, they were nonetheless eager to witness the unfolding events. Chapter 95. The defecating superhero Zhao Chen. As Zhao Chen conversed with several wealthy young masters, Zhao Xian unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder from behind, startling Zhao Chen. Just as Zhao Chen turned around, Zhao Xian swiftly dropped a small pill into Zhao Chen's drink, so quick that even the nearby wealthy young masters were oblivious to it. "What are you doing hiding here? Now that you're here, shouldn't you go greet Mom and Dad and your sisters? Are you plotting something?" Zhao Xian inquired, feigning ignorance. Zhao Chun, not wanting to reveal his intentions, replied, "I'm not saying anything. Just chatting with them, that I just arrived and haven't had the chance to see Mom and Dad yet." The other wealthy young masters chimed in, insisting they were just having a normal conversation. Zhao Xian, however, was well aware that their conversation was anything but normal. Yet he chose not to expose them, stating that he would take Zhao Chun to see the family first and excused himself. The other wealthy young masters readily agreed that as Zhao Chun followed Zhao Xian, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if a storm was brewing, threatening to erupt at any moment. Zhao Xian observed Zhao Chun struggle and knew the effects of the drug were beginning to take hold. "My dear brother, how long can you hold on?" Zhao Xian first brought Zhao Chun to his four sisters. The siblings had previously agreed that when Zhao Xian brought Zhao Chun over, they would delay as much as possible. The sisters, though puzzled, complied with the plan. Beginning with the eldest sister, she earnestly lectured Zhao Chun on the importance of studying diligently and repaying the family, insisting he must reform his past bad habits. She rambled on for about 10 minutes. Zhao Chun felt he was nearing his limit. As soon as the eldest sister finished, he immediately affirmed her words, declaring he would heed her advice, and was about to make an excuse to leave when the second sister began her lecture. The four sisters, Mei Lan Juju, took turns discussing various topics, dragging on the conversation. Zhao Chun's face flushed as he desperately tried to hold it in, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He just wanted to use the restroom. What had he done wrong? The fault does not lie with you. It lies with the world, Zhao Xian thought, refusing to let him simply go to the restroom. You cannot relieve yourself until you've made me proud with the effect of the drug. Finally, after the sisters finished their lengthy discussions, Zhao Chun thought he would finally be liberated. Little did he know that the nightmare was only beginning. Zhao Xian then dragged Zhao Chun to meet his two wives. Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro, having been briefed beforehand, knew just what to do. They each began to chatter endlessly, and Zhao Chun remarked how talkative his sisters-in-law were. Zhao Chun's sphincter was straining against the pressure. After the sisters-in-law finished, Zhao Chun was on the brink of losing control, intending to rush to the restroom, but Zhao Xian was not about to grant him that wish. Instead, he began to impart wisdom, affectionately draping an arm around Zhao Chun's shoulder while steering him in the opposite direction of the restroom. Zhao Chun wished he could vanish. Why is everyone so talkative today? After Zhao Xian finished his lecture, he playfully slapped Zhao Chun on the backside, causing a foul stench to permeate the air. Zhao Chun ultimately could not hold it any longer and let it out. Zhao Xian feigned shock, exclaiming, "What the hell, Zhao Chun? How could you do that at a banquet? Don't you know to go to the restroom?" Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, the crowd turned their gaze towards him, behind Zhao Chun. A large stain of excrement had formed, with clumps of feces cascading down his pant leg and onto the ground, accompanied by a foul puddle of yellow liquid. Zhao Chun stood there, dazed and oblivious. As the mess continued to spill forth, the ground now marred by a significant soiling, with no sign of cessation from him. Around him, the sounds of retching erupted. Good heavens! Can this young master of the Zhao family not be a little more mindful of his image? Defecating in public, do you not fear being cast out from the Zhao family for such disgrace? Ugh, I shall dub you the defecation Superman. Ugh, stop it already. I'm about to vomit. Ugh, in all my years, I have never witnessed anyone dare to defecate publicly at a banquet. Zhiro, ugh. What do you think? Li Shishir inquired. Zhou Zhiro replied, I refuse to look. Ugh, I cannot bear it any longer. If I don't leave now, I shall surely regurgitate my last meal. With that, Zhou Zhiro grabbed Li Shishir and hurriedly fled. This moment, Zhao Chun remained in a state of disarray amidst the filth, having been expelling for over 5 minutes. With no indication of stopping. Chapter 96. Expelling Zhao Chun from the Zhao family, Zhao Chun stood there, eyes vacant, finally ceasing the flow of yellow liquid after more than 10 minutes. The mess had spread several meters. With onlookers keeping their distance, vocally condemning Zhao Chun et al., I sure and Zhou Zhiro felt that Zhao Xian had gone too far. It was one thing to drug Zhao Chun, but another to not even inform them beforehand. After all, she was his wife. Could he not have warned them of such a revolting spectacle? Zhao Tianda observed his wife and 4 daughters retching, their stomachs heaving with disgust, and he could no longer contain his fury. Did such a person truly deserve to be a member of the Zhao family? The 4 sisters, equally appalled, lamented Zhao Xian's cruelty for not giving them a heads up, fearing they would not sleep well that night. Zhao Tianda approached the edge of the foul mess, pointing at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, you wretch! Has all the education received from the Zhao family over the past decade gone to waste? Do you possess no sense of shame? Ugh, to defecate in front of the aristocracy of the capital, you have brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. Indeed, what is false will ultimately reveal itself, that my son Zhao Xian, in his mercy, could not bring himself to cast you out, but I declare that there is no longer a place for you in the Zhao family, that I hereby announce. Zhao Chun, ugh, you are permanently expelled from the Zhao family. You are hereby disowned, begone, you societal disgrace. The surrounding crowd murmured in agreement, believing Zhao Tianda had acted justly, viewing the expulsion as a gesture of compassion considering past nurturing. Had it been a member of another family, they would have faced immediate and severe punishment. Tears streamed down Zhao Xian's face, his eyes devoid of light, as he remained silent, expressionless, stepping away from the banquet hall, one deliberate step at a time. Following Zhao Qin's disgraceful display, the banquet lost all purpose, and other noble families began to exit through different doors that as the cleaning crew arrived, they grumbled and gagged, while Zhao Tianda awkwardly offered them double pay. Li Weimin and the city officials believed this was undoubtedly Zhao Xian's doing. Only he could orchestrate such a vile act. After Li Weimin and the city officials departed with their families, the four Zhao sisters and Zhao Xian returned to the villa. Upon entering, the eldest sister, Zhao Xuemei, chastised Zhao Xian for not informing them beforehand. Zhao Xian retorted that had he told them, they would not have assisted him. The sisters shook their heads vehemently. The third sister, Zhao Yizhu, remained relatively unfazed, being a surgeon who had witnessed far worse. The youngest, Zhao Xiaojun, was a mere onlooker and could not handle such a scene. I cannot take it anymore. Ugh! With that, she rushed towards the bathroom, covering her mouth. The other three sisters, having just regained composure, began to retch again upon hearing the sounds of their youngest sister vomiting. Truly, what a calamity! Zhao Xuemei inquired of Zhao Xian how he planned to deal with Zhao Qin. She was not sympathetic towards Zhao Chun. She merely wished to avoid any fatal repercussions for Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian replied that he intended for Zhao Qin to experience the myriad hardships of life. Zhao Xuemei was taken aback by her brother's vindictiveness. Had she been in Zhao Qin's position, she would have faced insurmountable difficulties in finding a husband in the future. Zhao Xian presented each of his four sisters with a rejuvenating pill as an apology, which finally quelled their indignation towards him. Upon returning to his villa, he found Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro still gasping for breath, evidently having expelled quite a bit upon their return. Upon seeing Zhao Xian, their resentful gazes nearly condemned him, declaring that he was to sleep separately from them for 3 days as punishment. Zhao Xian protested, I have accomplished a significant task, ridding the Zhao family of a malignant tumor. How can you not be a little more understanding? Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro replied, understanding is not possible. If we cannot sleep tonight, it will all be your fault. Zhao Xian suggested that if they couldn't sleep, they could embrace him. Each sister placed a small foot against his face. Chapter 97. Expulsion from the Zhao family is just the beginning, not the end. The following day, Zhao Qin lay listlessly in his dormitory. Tears long dried up. Upon returning the previous night, his 3 roommates had seen him covered in excrement and refused him entry until he had cleaned himself. Zhao Qin was left with no choice but to wash himself in the bathroom. While his soiled pants, now dried and caked with filth, proved impossible to clean. Glancing at his departing second brother, Zhao Qin felt utterly hopeless, even contemplating the unthinkable. Yet Zhao Xian would not allow such an easy escape. He proclaimed that expulsion from the Zhao family was merely the beginning, not the end. The next day, without any need for Zhao Xian's intervention, the news spread like wildfire, ignited by Zhao Qin's 3 roommates, who sensationalized the event. The students at school, though disgusted, found satisfaction in the spectacle, especially when Zhao Qin's roommates revealed the scandalous details of his expulsion. The students nearly erupted in celebration. The most devastating blow came when Zhao Xian announced that Zhao Chun had been cut off from all financial support from the Zhao family. Oh, so you wish to hide in your dormitory and avoid the world? Without money, I doubt you will remain hidden for long, unless you wish to starve. But fear not, for I am a doctor and will still offer my assistance out of kindness. Zhao Chun often contemplated ending it all, feeling as though there was no place left for him in this world. Yet he was unwilling to surrender so easily. How could he allow Zhao Xian to live on? Unscathed, while he suffered? He vowed to ensure Zhao Xian experienced a life of torment equal to his own. However, he ultimately forgot that he had no means to contend with Zhao Xian now. Had he not amassed so many enemies while basking in the privilege of being the Zhao family's young master, he might have had a fighting chance against Zhao Xian. But now, it seemed as though every faction in the capital was aligned with Zhao Xian. Who would come to his aid against him? One is not to be underestimated. Assisting you could very well lead to the downfall of one's own family. You are merely a discarded offspring of the Zhao clan, lacking the influence to incite other families against Zhao Xian. Engaging in such a venture would result in far more harm than benefit, and they are unlikely to fall for it. After enduring 3 arduous days. On the 4th day, Zhao Xian demanded to be cradled on either side. Only through such affection could his wounded spirit find solace. What else could be done but to indulge one's own husband? That evening, Zhao Xian nestled comfortably, one arm around each companion, sleeping soundly. Yet as he slumbered, he pondered how his brother Zhao Chun, that foolish lad, managed to survive in the dormitory without proper sustenance the following day. When he inquired of his classmates, he learned that one could order takeout, which would be left at the dormitory entrance for the students to retrieve. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian was astounded. How could such a prestigious university allow takeout to permeate its grounds so casually? He promptly consulted Li Weimin, advocating for a ban on all food deliveries to the campus during this period. Initially, Li Weimin hesitated, but Zhao Xian insisted that if he did not comply, deliveries would henceforth be prohibited entirely. This was merely a temporary measure until Zhao Chun was compelled to withdraw from school. Reluctantly, Li Weimin acquiesced, and that very afternoon, he announced the ban on takeout deliveries. Zhao Xian then ascended to the classroom to instruct Zhao Chen's 3 roommates to keep a vigilant watch over him. Should he dare to sneak a meal, they were to report him immediately. The trio readily agreed, boasting of their proficiency in reporting misdeeds, assuring Zhao Xian of their commitment to the task. Generously, Zhao Xian bestowed upon them 3 cigarettes, urging them to share with the rest of the class for collective oversight. Thus, another classroom became an extension of Zhao Xian's influence. After 2 days of surviving solely on takeout, Zhao Chen received a call from the delivery person on the 3rd day, informing him that the school prohibited deliveries from entering the campus, urging Zhao Chen to come and collect his order himself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen suspected Zhao Xian's machinations. However, when he went downstairs to retrieve his food, the doorman informed him that his order had already been collected, purportedly by his roommates. Zhao Chen felt as though the world had turned to ash. Any thoughts of retaliating against Zhao Xian were rendered moot. As survival itself became a pressing concern, in Chapter 98, Zhao Chun, having learned from the unfortunate interception of his takeout, instructed the delivery personnel to wait at the entrance while he retrieved his order. Yet each time he approached, he discovered that his food had already been taken. The doorman, loyal to Zhao Xian, would notify him upon the arrival of Zhao Chen's deliveries, prompting Zhao Xian to dispatch his roommates to intercept the food. Zhao Xian had long since provided Zhao Chen's contact details to his roommates, who would masquerade as Zhao Chun and present his phone number to claim the food. Starved for 2 days. Zhao Chen devised a plan. He would wait at the school gate whenever he saw that his order was still a kilometer away. However, each time he waited, the status would change to delivered. Confused, Zhao Chen would exclaim, "What do you mean delivered? I haven't even picked up my food yet." Meanwhile, as Zhao Chen anxiously awaited his meals, Zhao Xian was in the classroom, happily sharing his takeout with Li Shishir, exclaiming how delightful it was to have free food. Li Shishir, while eating, playfully criticized Zhao Xian for being so wicked. After days of hunger, Zhao Chen resorted to drinking water to stave off his hunger. But it proved insufficient. Just when he felt he might perish from starvation, the water in the dormitory ran out, and his roommates ceased to buy more, opting instead to purchase their own bottles after class. In class, Zhao Xian had previously only dared to embrace Li Shishir's slender waist and caress her thigh, but he had grown bolder, now encouraging her to rest a leg across his lap while he toyed with her delicate foot, indulging in the pleasure of touching her legs. Initially, Li Shishir felt shy, but gradually, it became a habit for her to drape a leg over Zhao Xian's lap as soon as class began. Li Shishir herself, Li Shishir, joined in. "Yes, darling, what they say is true. At the beginning of the school term, he even attempted to harbor ill intentions towards me. Had I not invoked your name, I fear I would have fallen victim to his nefarious designs." Zhao Chun, listening to his classmates' theatrical performance, already felt a chill in his heart, Li Shirshi's words were even more outrageous. When had he ever plotted against her? The first time he laid eyes on her was at the last banquet. Zhao Xian, seizing the opportunity to accuse Zhao Chen of scheming against his wife, delivered another blow to him. Feeling that he had accomplished enough for the day, Zhao Xian sent Zhao Chen back to the dormitory to pack his belongings and leave the school. Chapter 100. Wishing you a safe journey. Li Weiman believed that Zhao Chen, in his current state, probably lacked the strength to gather his belongings, that he granted Zhao Chen a day's grace, instructing him to depart the school by the following morning. With only one day left at school, Zhao Xian's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to send Zhao Chen off in a manner that would pierce his heart. The next day, with a face obscured by pixelation, Zhao Chen stepped out of the dormitory only to find the path to the school gate lined with students, forming two neat rows to bid him farewell. Upon seeing Zhao Chen emerge, his roommates notified Zhao Xian, who promptly played background music over the intercom. All the students began to sing in unison. When you shoulder your burdens and release that glory, I can only let my tears flow silently within. With a faint smile, I wave my hand vigorously, wishing you a safe journey. As you step onto the platform and walk alone from now on, I can only deeply bless you, my dearest friend, wishing you a safe journey. Such a melodious student choir was jarring to Zhao Chen's ears. It was yet another scheme devised by Zhao Xian, a heart-wrenching mockery. With money lost, status vanished, fame and love gone, home deserted, and even his second-in-command missing, Zhao Chen found himself at a loss for the meaning of existence. Aimlessly wandering the streets, he was oblivious even to the fact that he had run a red light. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of a driver, he might have ended up in the hospital shortly after leaving school. The driver scolded him in anger, but Zhao Chen was completely detached from his surroundings, immersed in his own world. Zhao Xian dispatched several individuals to keep a watchful eye on him, issuing strict orders to nearby shops to prevent Zhao Chen from working there. Zhao Xian neither wished for his demise nor sought to ensure his survival. He simply wanted him to linger in a state of half-life. Zhao Chen found himself sleeping in a park, only to be chased away by Zhao Xian's men. With no choice left, he took refuge beneath a bridge. Once the proud young master of the Zhao family, he now found himself reduced to scavenging for food that on the weekend, the dramatic Zhou Zhiro urged Zhao Xian to take them out for an outing. Having learned from past experiences, Zhao Xian resolutely refused to take them to the zoo again. Fearing that the same troublemaker might attempt to acquire another silver bracelet, to be honest, Zhao Xian felt that life was treating him quite well. He was cherished by his family, grandparents, parents, and sister. While at school, he had the support of his classmates and the affection of two devoted wives. Most importantly, he had Zhao Chen to provide him with amusement, and life was simply delightful. Zhao Xian drove his two wives home. They passed a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. From a distance, he noticed a wealthy young man attempting to flirt with a female doctor in the clinic. The young doctor appeared demure, exuding an inherent grace unlike Zhou Zhiro's feigned demeanor. Her beauty surpassed that of both Zhou Zhiro and Li Shishi, with fair skin that suggested she preferred reading at home over basking in the sun, though she did not appear ill. Zhao Xian, not considering himself a paragon of virtue, was nevertheless incensed at the thought of such a beautiful woman being harassed. Just as he prepared to intervene heroically, an elderly doctor with a white beard emerged, exchanging a few words with the wealthy young man, who then departed. Zhao Xian found the elderly doctor familiar, though he could not quite place him. With the excitement gone, Zhao Xian obediently drove his two wives back to the villa, where they would continue to enjoy each other's company that evening. Chapter 101. Wang Lili approaches Zhao Xian again, while Zhao Xian was living this simple yet fulfilling life. One day after school, he was holding Li Shishi's hand while they were at the night market buying snacks when he suddenly spotted an old acquaintance. The figure approached them, wearing a baseball cap and a black mask. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman, albeit with a rather flat chest, dressed in an oversized, thick sweatshirt. However, the way she swayed her hips confirmed Zhao Xian's suspicion. Feeling unnerved by the unusual individual approaching them, Li Shishi hid behind Zhao Xian, cautioning him to be careful. Zhao Xian, sensing no malice from her, stood his ground and awaited her arrival. As the woman drew closer, she called out Zhao Xian's name and removed her mask. Zhao Xian's eyes widened in recognition. It was their old acquaintance, Wang Lili. What could she possibly want? "May I have a word with you, Zhao Gongzi?" Wang Lili inquired. Zhao Xian, still holding Li Shishi's hand, led Wang Lili to a nearby CAF. Upon removing her cap, Zhao Xian noticed that Wang Lily's complexion had darkened since they last met, and her hair lacked its previous luster, suggesting she had faced considerable hardships back home. However, Zhao Xian was no saint. Wang Lily had previously sought to hire an assassin to eliminate him. Had it not been for his deft, drunken boxing skills, he might not have fared so well. He had spared her life out of a sense of mercy. But he had no intention of letting her off the hook entirely. "What brings you here?" Zhao Xian inquired. "Do you know where Zhao Chen is now? I heard he was expelled from school today." Wang Lily stated bluntly, "Duh, and what business do you have with him?" Hoping to rekindle old flames. "Missing your Zhao Chen gidge?" Zhao Xian mocked. Wang Lily showed no reaction to his taunt, replying flatly, "Zhao Xiao. You misunderstand. That beast has caused my family to fall apart. That my father has been in a state of melancholy since returning home, his health deteriorating day by day. Each time I see my father, I am reminded of Zhao Chen. It is my fervent wish to see him meet a gruesome end to quell my hatred." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "You may wish to deal with him, but killing him is out of the question. That if he were to perish, my life would lose much of its amusement." Zhao Xian stepped back, intrigued to discover Wang Lily's intentions regarding Zhao Chen. "If Zhao Xiao is interested, you are welcome to join me in witnessing the proceedings," Wang Lily offered, lowering her stance. That Li Sure, overhearing Wang Lily's invitation for Zhao Xian to accompany her, grew apprehensive, fearing that Wang Lily harbored ulterior motives and sought to ensnare Zhao Xian in a trap. Wang Lily subtly tugged at Zhao Xian's sleeve, signaling him not to agree. Zhao Xian gently patted Li Shure's hand, reassuring her that all was well. Wang Lily, having once been a Li Shure hesitated for a moment after listening, yet ultimately resolved to trust Wang Lily one last time. Zhao Xian inquired how Wang Lily intended to deal with Zhao Chen, to which he requested Zhao Xian to bring Zhao Chen to a basement, with the location to be arranged by Zhao Xian himself. She would bring a few individuals later, allowing Zhao Chen to thoroughly experience the exuberance of life, by delegating the choice of location to Zhao Xian. Wang Lily aimed to demonstrate her loyalty to Li Shure, assuring her that she would never betray Zhao Xian. After all, she would be on their territory then, and she certainly wouldn't disregard her own safety. Upon hearing Wang Lily's instruction to let Zhao Xian choose the place, Li Shure felt considerably reassured. She also planned to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 102. Wang Lily's revenge. Upon learning that Wang Lily wished for Zhao Chen to experience the vibrant colors of life, Zhao Xian readily agreed to her request. Eager to discover just how exhilarating it would be, he instructed his subordinates to bring Zhao Chen, who was still asleep under a bridge, and thoughtfully arranged for someone to give him a shower with a high-pressure water gun. Zhao Chen, who resisted fervently, was unceremoniously tossed into a basement by Zhao Xian, who also took the liberty of placing numerous medicinal supplies for injuries inside, along with a bottle of alcohol for disinfection. Sensing that it still wasn't sufficient, Zhao Xian added a few bottles of safflower oil, should Zhao Chen suffer severe injuries and require relief. If necessary, he could intervene himself. Satisfied, he sent the location to Wang Lily. Li Shure, observing Zhao Xian's actions, immediately grasped his intentions. While Zhao Xian was adept at gauging the level of force to employ, she was uncertain whether the individuals Wang Lily had summoned would exercise similar restraint. This was not a scene suitable for a naive young girl like herself, prompting her to decisively flee, regardless of Zhao Chen's cries for mercy, claiming he had not eaten for days and would surely die if beaten. Zhao Xian coldly reassured him that he would not perish with him around, completely disregarding Zhao Chen's pleas. That he sat on a stool, engrossed in a conversation with Li Shure and Zhou Zhuro on his phone. After about 20 minutes, his subordinates informed him that Wang Lily had arrived with 4 henchmen. Zhao Xian, filled with anticipation, instructed his men to let them in. Upon their entrance, Zhao Xian was struck by the sight of 4 muscular men. If these fellows were to be Zhao Chen, his frail body would surely not withstand it. Wang Lily instructed the 4 to ensure that Zhao Chen experienced society's brutality, beating him until he was left with but a breath. Zhao Xian added that if Zhao Chen was on the verge of death, he would step in, urging them to proceed fearlessly. Once inside, the 4 muscular men promptly locked the door, determined to give this loser a taste of society's harshness. Zhao Chen, seeing them enter the basement, felt a wave of despair. If they surrounded him, he would indeed perish. The 4 hulks brandished steel pipes, preparing to strike, initiating a chaotic game of chase within the confined space. No matter what, surrender was not an option for Zhao Chen, who unleashed a rare burst of potential, refusing to be captured. However, outnumbered and cornered, he was soon met with a barrage of blows. Zhao Qian, watching the live spectacle, remarked on the brutality of it all. With Zhao Qian's delicate frame, it was likely his bones would shatter within 10 minutes. Wang Lili, while maintaining a stoic expression, was still filled with rage. The four fitness enthusiasts showed no signs of mercy, and Zhao Qian instructed them to avoid critical areas, targeting elsewhere instead. Zhao Chun, in agony, cried out for mercy, warning that if they continued, he would die, at which point they would all be murderers. The four brawny men paid no heed to his threats and continued their relentless assault, diligently fulfilling their task. Eventually, after exhausting themselves, the four took turns attacking Zhao Chun, who lay in the corner, barely clinging to life. Following Zhao Qian's directives, they disregarded Zhao Qian's pleas, remaining steadfast in their duties. Fearing that they might actually kill him, they discarded the steel pipes and resorted to slapping him. The room saturated with the scent of blood. Zhao Qian's subordinates, watching from outside, were terrified, realizing that offending this young master could lead to dire consequences for themselves. That as time passed, Zhao Qian grew somewhat bored. He pulled out a bottle of pills from his pocket, dispensing a few to his subordinates, instructing them to give Zhao Qian one every 20 minutes to keep him alive before he returned to sleep. Chapter 103. Zhao Qian's arrangements for Zhao Qian. The following day, Zhao Qian returned to the basement. Wang Lili had stayed there all night, only leaving after the workout concluded, having witnessed such fervor. Zhao Qian intended to engage with Li Shishir upon his return. However, Li Shishir, terrified by Zhao Qian's previous actions, kicked him into Zhou Zhirou's room, reasoning that since both were his wives, it made little difference with whom he became intimate. Upon returning to Zhao Chun, Zhao Qian found the place in disarray, drenched in sweat and smeared with an unidentifiable, bloody substance, leaving him with nowhere to step that moment. Zhao Chun lay on the bed, his rear in the air, truly embodying the phrase looking up at the sky. He was trembling, likely due to muscle cramps from intense training. Zhao Chun managed to mutter weakly, "Zhao Qian, may you suffer a terrible fate." To which Zhao Qian replied, "What kind of words are those? You seem to be undernourished. I deliberately arranged for 4 people to bring you food. That haven't you always enjoyed feigning illness to cling to your sisters when you were at the Zhao family? Now that you're grown, you should protect your sisters instead of hiding behind them. I am kind enough to have them assist you in exercising, strengthening your body, so you won't fall ill so easily in the future." Zhao Chun was left speechless. He had indeed enjoyed pretending to be sick to gain the attention of his sisters. However, this tactic was futile against Zhao Qian, who could see through the facade with a mere glance. The disciples of the Medicine God Valley would simply dismiss any genuine ailment as an act, for who would dare question their expertise? Zhao Qian ordered his subordinates to bring Zhao Qian some food, recognizing that such intense exercise necessitated timely nourishment to avoid low blood sugar. Although Zhao Qian was ravenous, he lacked the strength to rise and eat, especially after having endured concentrated training on his rear. Zhao Qian, oblivious to his struggles, remarked, "Look at you, so frail. I've arranged a path for you. Wang Lili inspired me. I plan to have someone take you for workouts every week to bolster your physique. See how benevolent I am?" Zhao Chun, overwhelmed, erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his voice hoarse, realizing he would forever live in Zhao Qian's shadow. Zhao Qian then sought out Wang Lili, inquiring about her satisfaction with the outcome. Naturally, she felt it was insufficient. After Zhao Qian relayed his words to her, her expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, Wang Lili was not satisfied. It was Zhao Qian who had arranged for Zhao Qian's workouts, and she had no intention of letting him off so easily. Thus, they agreed to bring people to train Zhao Qian every Tuesday and Saturday, thoroughly concerned for his frail state. Zhao Qian, after an indeterminate amount of time, regained some strength and crawled over to consume the food Zhao Qian had provided. He was famished, having gone several days without eating. During his hunger, he had resorted to rummaging through trash cans, and if the garbage truck arrived early, he would find nothing to eat. This was all orchestrated by Zhao Qian, who had ensured that the garbage truck did not arrive too early, knowing that if Zhao Chun were to starve, it would be a dire situation. Now, Zhao Qian no longer had to worry. He merely needed to keep Zhao Chun fed and watered in the basement, ensuring he would not go hungry again. Zhao Qian felt a sense of benevolence, believing he was providing a warm home for a hapless vagabond. Chapter 104. Li Shishir's strange behavior on Tuesday. While Zhao Chen still slept, he was stirred by noises outside, turning to see his nightmare materialize before him. The unforgettable scenes of his previous workouts resurfaced. The individuals who had been sent by Wang Lili to conduct his training had returned, this time equipped for the task at hand. As they entered the room, Zhao Xian's subordinates averted their eyes. Hastily vacating the premises to smoke outside, as the sounds of Zhao Chen's anguished cries echoed from within. They were filled with sorrow and despair, akin to the lament of wilting flowers. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian was unconcerned with Zhao Chen's plight. Instead, he sensed something was amiss with Li Shishir. Usually, she would casually drape a leg over his during class, but now it felt as if her legs were laden with lead, refusing to budge. Every time he attempted to place his hand on her leg, she would glare at him fiercely, leaving Zhao Xian's mind racing in confusion. Unable to decipher the change, he sought the counsel of someone well-versed in such matters. He approached Zhou Zhiro, sharing Li Shishir's peculiar behavior. Zhou Zhiro chuckled dismissively. Women! There are always a few days each month when they act like this that she's actually being quite tamed. That if it were me, I would be riding you and giving you a good beating during those days. Zhao Xian suddenly came to a realization, exclaiming, so it's the relatives who have come to visit. He wondered why his senior sister always seemed to inexplicably pursue him for a few days each month. Zhou Zhiro revealed the secret to Zhao Xian, instructing him to prepare a cup of brown sugar water for Li Shishir. With Zhao Xian's medical skills, alleviating her menstrual pain should pose no challenge. He could then charm her with a few sweet words, and wouldn't that be a surefire way to win her over? Zhao Xian praised Zhou Zhiro's wisdom and hurried off to make the brown sugar water. Once prepared, he entered Li Shishir's room, and Zhou Zhiro watched, declaring that the child was indeed teachable. However, less than a minute later, Zhao Xian emerged, looking utterly dejected. Was it truly possible for such a foolproof method to fail with Li Shishir? He sat beside Zhou Zhiro, a look of despair upon his face, prompting her to inquire about the situation. Zhao Xian recounted how he had followed Zhou Zhiro's advice, only to be promptly dismissed by Li Shishir. Zhou Zhiro insisted that could not be, suggesting they review the steps he had taken. Zhao Xian detailed how he had presented her with the brown sugar water, which had moved her. Zhou Zhiro affirmed this was a positive sign, asking how he had ended up being expelled. Zhao Xian explained, "You said I should use my medical expertise to help relieve her pain." Zhou Zhiro replied, "Exactly, and then what happened?" Zhao Xian continued, "I told Shishir I was a doctor and could assist her with the pain. I asked to examine her injury." Upon hearing Zhao Xian's audacious declaration, Zhou Zhiro could no longer contain herself, seizing a pillow and playfully striking him. "Where has your miraculous healing prowess gone?" Zhao Xian shielded his head, retorting, "What ailment? It's merely a natural occurrence, not an illness." Zhou Zhiro, gritting her teeth in frustration, shot back, "Can't you give her a massage?" Zhao Xian began, according to traditional Chinese medicine. Before he could finish, Zhou Zhiro interrupted him with another playful blow, exclaiming, "You imbecile." Zhao Xian pleaded, all right, enough with the strikes. I did administer acupuncture. She should be sleeping soundly now." Zhou Zhiro finally lowered the pillow, asking, "When did you do that?" Zhao Xian replied, "When I left, I performed a flying needle technique to alleviate her pain and promote better circulation. It should induce a warm sensation throughout her body." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiro calmed down, declaring that whenever she visited relatives, Zhao Xian would have to provide her with acupuncture as well. Zhao Xian, however, countered, "Given your recent attempt on my life, I hereby decree that during your next visit, you shall not see me for a week." In Chapter 105, Zhao Xian found himself unexpectedly intrigued again. For several days, he had been unable to enjoy the company of Li Shishir at school, and at home, he had to cater to her every whim. Life had lost its vibrancy, leaving him feeling quite stifled. A couple of days later, as Zhao Xian picked Li Shishir up from school, she stormed into the villa upon their arrival, slamming her door and demanding that he administer acupuncture to her. After performing the procedure, Zhao Xian exited to find Zhou Zhiro seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. That he sank beside her, but she merely glanced at him before returning her attention to the screen. Bored, Zhao Xian reclined against the sofa, supporting his head with his hands, lamenting, life has lost its color." Zhou Zhiro chuckled lightly, "If she won't let you touch her, why not touch me?" Zhao Xian, still in a daze, sighed, "I've lost interest." Zhou Zhiro playfully propped one foot on the coffee table, declaring, "What a pity." Noticing her foot, Zhao Xian's interest peaked again. He leaned forward to lift the hem of her pants, revealing a pair of black stockings. Just as he was about to indulge, Zhou Zhiro swiftly withdrew her foot and put her slippers back on, clearly teasing him. What a shame that someone has lost interest, especially when I'm wearing stockings today, she taunted. Zhao Xian grinned. Well, it seems my interest has suddenly returned. Hearing his mischievous laughter, Zhou Zhiro smiled and invited him to demonstrate his foot massage technique on her. Obediently, she slipped off her slippers and rested her feet on his lap. This was Zhao Xian's first close encounter with stockings, and he had to admit that his foot massage skills were quite exceptional. One might think he had previously worked in a foot spa. As he reveled in the moment, he felt joy returning to his life. Eventually, he found the pants too obstructive and requested that Zhou Zhiro remove them. Zhou Zhiro observed her husband enjoying the moment and smirked, thinking, "Oh, how well I know you. How do you like this? Captivated, I see." These past few days, having been unable to find solace with Li Shirshir, Zhao Xian sought compensation from Zhou Zhiro. After school, he fantasized about a future where all his wives donned stockings, black, white, gradient, fishnet. Just the thought thrilled him that as the head of the household, he believed it was certainly reasonable to request that his wives wear stockings. Zhao Xian, a simple villager from the mountains, found satisfaction in the little things. Unlike the wealthy heirs who had seen it all, he couldn't help but feel that none of the glamorous women they encountered could compare to his own beautiful wives, each capable of enchanting countless men. To be honest, even I marvel at Zhao Xian's fortune that Tio ensure his continued happiness. I plan to arrange for a fiancé, to stir things up for him soon. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun, who exercised twice a week, felt as though his bones were falling apart. Each workout left him gasping for breath, yet he was always subjected to rigorous training by a stern instructor. Thus, while Zhao Chun endured his trials, Zhao Xian basked in delight. In Chapter 106, the dramatic Zhou Zhiro. With Li Shirshir visiting relatives, she refused to share a bed with Zhao Xian, leaving him to weep silently while embracing Zhou Zhiro as he slept. However, Zhou Zhiro was compliant, wearing stockings each day, utterly captivating Zhao Xian. That on the 5th day of Li Shirshir's visit, she could no longer endure it. That I bleed and suffer daily, and you still flaunt your affection for Zhou Zhiro in front of me. You insufferable man. All men are just pigs, furious. Li Shirshir refused Zhao Xian's offer to drive her to school, instead seeking a ride from Wang Daniu. The poor man trembled behind the wheel, afraid to breathe. As he, the head bodyguard of the Zhao family, was now intimidated into silence by a mere woman. She berated him mercilessly, and he was too fearful to retort, which was utterly humiliating. This was just one woman. What would happen if all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, and each lady came to visit? One morning, Zhou Zhiro rose while Zhao Xian lazily slept in, relishing the rare opportunity to skip an early morning drive to school. She playfully shook Zhao Xian, but he remained unresponsive. Channeling her inner actress, she proclaimed, "Oh dear, Zhou Zhou's affection for her husband is at 90. The Zhao Xian still did not awaken. In truth, he was already awake, but knew one could never rouse someone feigning sleep. 80, 70, 60, 10. Oh no, Zhou Zhou's affection is critically low. Reboot required." With that, Zhou Zhiro lay down beside him, arms crossed over her abdomen, eyes tightly shut and utterly still. Zhao Xian was exasperated by her theatrics, asking, "How does one reboot Zhou Zhou?" She remained motionless but replied, "Only a kiss from my husband can reboot me." Zhao Xian, at a loss for options, decided to indulge her whims, kissing her for 5 minutes. Ding! Zhou Zhou successfully rebooted. "Dear husband, how may I serve you?" Zhou Zhiro stood up. "Could you make me a cup of tea?" Zhao Xian requested that. "Oh dear, Zhou Zhou's battery is low," she replied, showing no leniency. Zhao Xian's mouth twitched. "Then go change into a pair of black stockings." "Battery insufficient," she retorted. "How about getting breakfast?" "Battery insufficient." "Change into a JK uniform?" "Battery insufficient." Zhao Xian was utterly speechless. "What kind of battery do you have?" "Just a few seconds after being fully charged. And you're already low?" Tentatively, he suggested, "How about a shopping trip?" "Okay, husband." "Zhou Zhou is delighted to serve you," she chirped. "Please wait, I'll change now." Zhou Zhiro performed a mock curtsy, stepping back to change her clothes. Zhao Xian couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, "I really am fortunate." In the bustling shopping mall, Zhao Xian wore a face filled with resentment, while Zhou Zhiro gleefully hopped from store to store, indulging in extravagant purchases, luxurious clothing, designer handbags, and high-end cosmetics. After each acquisition, she would call out for Zhao Xian to settle the bill, in Zhou Zhirou's own words. Husband earns to support the family, while I am as beautiful as a flower. After a day of shopping, Zhao Xian found himself alone in the living room that evening, smoking contemplatively, his gaze fixed on the distance, with a hint of tears glimmering in his eyes. Ling Long, when will you return? Xian Ge misses you. Chapter 107. Shen Xingzhu takes office after completing her moving arrangements. Shen Xingzhu arrived at school only to discover that Zhao Xian was absent that day. After a day of accompanying Zhou Zhirou on her shopping spree, Zhao Xian returned to the villa, and before he could settle in, Li Shishir arrived with Shen Xingzhu. Just as Shen Xingzhu was about to express her readiness to start work, Li Shishir began to complain to Zhao Xian, lamenting how he only cared about shopping with beautiful women and neglected his responsibilities at the company. Zhao Xian dared not retort. After all, he had to pamper his wife, that he thought to himself. Once her relatives left, he would face the consequences of this unbearable situation. As Shen Xingzhu prepared to speak on Zhao Xian's behalf, Li Shishir redirected her ire towards her, leaving Shen Xingzhu trembling in place. Women could be truly terrifying. Perhaps it was best to focus on her career. Shen Xingzhu looked towards Zhao Xian for help, only to find him equally shaken. Thus, Li Shishir continued her lecture for what felt like an eternity until she became fatigued and thirsty. Zhao Xian promptly approached her with a cup of tea, but upon her remark that it had gone cold, she shooed both Zhao Xian and Shen Xingzhu from the villa, cast out into the wind. Shen Xingzhu and Zhao Xian, two grown men, found themselves ejected by a single woman. Especially galling for Zhao Xian, the esteemed young master of the Zhao family and a disciple of the Divine Medicine Valley. How could he be so disregarded? Shen Xingzhu glanced back at Zhao Xian, who coughed awkwardly, and then suggested they head to the company to familiarize themselves with the situation. Zhao Xian drove Shen Xingzhu to Xingchen Group, making a beeline for Zhao Xuemei's office. Ever since the Zhao family successfully absorbed the Wang family's assets, Zhao Xuemei had found her workload considerably lighter that moment. She was sipping coffee while reviewing documents. Zhao Xian knocked on the door, and upon being invited in, he entered with Shen Xingzhu. Zhao Xuemei was puzzled to see Zhao Xian accompanied by someone. Zhao Xian explained, "Elder sister, this is a hacking expert I've brought to the company. Perhaps you could entrust him with the management of our network security." Though Zhao Xuemei doted on her brother, she had navigated the business world for over a decade and couldn't simply hand over the entire network security department to a youth who appeared younger than her fourth sister, based on Zhao Xian's word alone. She replied, "To suddenly assign the entire network security department to a young individual could stir discontent among the upper management. That let's assess him first. If he passes the evaluation, he may gradually take over the department." Shen Xingzhu understood that without demonstrating his capabilities, it would be impossible to gain such a position in a large company like Xingchen Group, that he readily accepted the evaluation, stating that his purpose in joining the company was to repay Zhao Xian's kindness, not to seek a high-ranking position. Zhao Xuemei was pleased with Shen Xingzhu's attitude that if he proved his worth, coupled with Zhao Xian's personal recommendation, she could consider him for a minor leadership role in the network security department. She then led Shen Xingzhu and Zhao Xian to the network security department to acclimate him to the environment. The staff, upon seeing the president personally introducing someone to the work environment, understood the significance of the connection and thus were cautious not to offend. This was precisely the outcome Zhao Xuemei desired, ensuring that if this individual possessed genuine talent, he wouldn't be stifled by the old guard. Zhao Xuemei inquired when Shen Xingzhu could commence work, to which he replied that he was ready at any moment. She had HR prepare a contract, stipulating a salary of 100,000 per month, complete with all benefits, with one condition. After passing the evaluation, Shen Xingzhu could not accept a position in the network security department of any other family-owned company, which was Zhao Xuemei's bottom line and a safeguard for the company's confidentiality. Shen Xingzhu promptly signed, expressing his lifelong allegiance to the young master. Zhao Xuemei nodded in satisfaction, instructing Shen Xingzhu to officially report to the company the following day. Chapter 108. Li Shishir, I have been obedient. Please spare me a few days later. With Li Shishir's relatives finally departed, she reflected on her treatment of Zhao Xian over the past week and felt a pang of guilt. Consequently, she devoted her days to serving Zhao Xian with tea, massaging his shoulders, and wearing alluring black stockings, attempting to win his favor. Today, as usual, Li Shishir brought tea to Zhao Xian, who calmly sipped while smoking. After taking his pulse and confirming it was a safe day, Zhao Xian pulled out his phone to order takeout. When the food arrived, Li Shishir was horrified to see the familiar dishes laid before her. 50 oysters, 20 skewers of kidneys, 5 plates of chives, a bottle of beef, a bottle of strong liquor, and a cup brimming with goji berries. Fear gripped her heart. It seemed she was in for a long night. After Zhao Xian finished his meal, he produced a familiar pill and swallowed it, then hoisted Li Shishir over his shoulder. She ceased to struggle, resigning herself like a lifeless fish awaiting her fate. In the neighboring room, Zhou Zhiro remarked, "Ah, I know this storyline well," and proceeded to put on her headphones. While Zhou Zhiro immersed herself in a drama, Zhao Xian was engaged in his own tumultuous affair. With Li Shishir pleading for mercy, assuring him she would never misbehave again. Zhao Xian, however, thought to himself, if pleading for mercy worked, then all those meals would have been in vain. As Zhou Zhiro received a message notification on her phone. She opened it to find Li Shishir's desperate plea. "Sister Zhiro, save me." Zhou Zhiro found it amusing that even in such a predicament, Li Shishir could spare a moment to send her a message. She replied encouragingly, "You can do it." No matter how intense the situation next door was, it hardly affected Zhou Zhiro, who continued to enjoy her show. "Dear Shishir, there is nothing to fear, you'll get used to it. I'll help you take a couple of days off tomorrow." After a long day of exertion, Zhao Xian finally concluded this exhausting ordeal by 10 o'clock that night. Li Shishir lay atop him, utterly spent, lacking the energy to voice her grievances, and thus fell into a deep slumber on his chest. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xian was not in a much better state. Observing Li Shishir asleep, he murmured, "Will you dare to misbehave again?" before drifting off himself. They both slept soundly until the following afternoon. Upon awakening, Zhao Xian's hands began to wander, causing Li Shishir to feel a tingling sensation. She opened her eyes to find Zhao Xian gazing at her, his hands still exploring. Li Shishir's eyes widened with indignation. "I have been obedient, please spare me." Seeing her reaction, Zhao Xian realized she had learned her lesson and had indeed become submissive. He dressed and made his way to Zhou Zhiro's room, for he lacked the strength to engage in a second round and sought her assistance in easing his sore back. Meanwhile, Li Shishir's legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering her incapable of rising. She sent a message to Zhou Zhiro, requesting some food be brought to her room. Zhou Zhiro, recalling how Li Shishir had cared for her during her own tribulations, was more than willing to assist. She left Zhao Xian to fetch food for Li Shishir, and upon arrival, she even offered to massage her legs for relief. Li Shishir felt utterly aggrieved, thinking to herself, "Next time I have my period, if I anger you, you can just slap me. That would be more bearable than this." She winced at the pain, lamenting the lack of tenderness and understanding. How could one not appreciate the fragility of a woman? Ironically, at that moment, Li Shishir's thoughts mirrored those of Zhou Zhiro after her own grueling experience. Chapter 109. Zhao Nilan faces a crisis. Zhao Xian watched as Zhou Zhiro abandoned him, favoring Li Shishir instead, and resolved that once he had recovered, he would not spare her either. However, both Li Shishir and Zhao Xian had settled down, and he decided to focus on nurturing his health for the next few days. By the end of November, Zhao Nilan's birthday arrived. As a police officer, Zhao Nilan did not appreciate extravagant birthday celebrations. She preferred to simply enjoy a meal with her family. Zhao Xian, accompanied by Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro, meticulously selected a birthday gift for Zhao Nilan, believing that since she was not in need of money, a more practical gift would be preferable. On the evening of Zhao Nilan's birthday, the family gathered early at the Wanshan Villa, eagerly awaiting her return from work. The living room had been thoughtfully decorated, complete with a lavish spread of food and a grand 25-layer cake symbolizing Zhao Nilan's 25th birthday. As the guest of honor, Zhao Nilan arrived fashionably late, immediately apologizing for the delay caused by her overtime. The family expressed their concern and admiration for her, yet Zhao Xian remained silent, observing her furrowed brow with apprehension. Zhao Nilan assumed her brother was upset due to her tardiness, unaware that Zhao Xian sensed a darker omen. "Did you encounter a particularly challenging case, sister?" Zhao Xian finally spoke, unable to remain passive, as she was his beloved sister. "Indeed, there has been a recent string of homicides targeting young men, all around the age of 25. The killer employs particularly brutal methods, with victims being disemboweled and their organs removed. Not to mention that their manhoods have been severed. The motive appears to be revenge against scoundrels." Zhao Nilan disclosed, not concealing the grim details from her family. Zhao Xian was not a policeman and could not investigate. But his only concern was for his sister's safety, that he presented her with a small box, which Zhao Nilan accepted. Upon seeing it, the third and fourth siblings realized it was the Nirvana pill previously gifted to Ling Long, indicating that Zhao Nilan's situation was indeed perilous. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Zhao Nilan attempted to lighten it by mentioning that the police had narrowed down the killer's active area and would soon apprehend him. Zhao Xian urged his sister to keep the pill on her at all times and to inform him immediately if she encountered danger. Grateful for her brother's thoughtfulness, Zhao Nilan felt comforted. And even the strong-willed officer found her eyes misty. Zhao Xian, still uneasy, discreetly attached a locator to the waistband of Zhao Nilan's police uniform, ensuring he could find her at the earliest opportunity. As fate would have it, the following evening, while pursuing the killer, Zhao Nilan was lured into a dead-end alley. She immediately drew her weapon, but in the dim confines she could not see her assailant. The killer lunged at her with a fruit knife, and Zhao Nilan narrowly evaded the strike. The perpetrator was cunning, swiftly countering with a blow that struck Zhao Nilan's left shoulder and knocked the gun from her grasp. In her moment of desperation, Zhao Nilan retaliated with a powerful kick to the assailant's chest and sprinted towards the alley's exit. The assailant, regaining his footing, pursued her with a knife in hand. Do not question why the killer did not retrieve the gun. In a pitch-black alley where visibility was poor, he was unlikely to spot the weapon, and any delay in retrieving it would allow the injured Zhao Nilan to escape. The wound inflicted by the assailant was deep, rendering Zhao Nilan's left arm nearly immobile and causing significant blood loss. She realized that if this continued, she would succumb to the effects of blood loss before the assailant could catch her. It was then that Zhao Nilan recalled the pill her brother had given her. How foolish she had been to neglect his advice and leave it behind instead of keeping it on her person. Now, she truly faced dire consequences as her blood flowed freely. Zhao Nilan's consciousness began to fade. She lamented not heeding her brother's warnings. The killer was closing in, and ultimately, she lost her battle to stay conscious. Her vision darkening as she collapsed. Chapter 110. If you don't listen next time, you might lose your sister the next day. Zhao Nilan awoke to a stark white environment. Were it not for the excruciating pain in her shoulder, she might have believed she was in paradise. As her vision cleared, a handsome face intruded upon her view, so close that it nearly touched her nose. Startled, Zhao Nilan winced, the movement aggravating her injury. "You insufferable brother, were you trying to scare me to death?" Zhao Nilan scolded Zhao Xian. "Still have the energy to hurl insults, so you seem to be on the mend," Zhao Xian replied nonchalantly. "Where am I?" Zhao Nilan inquired. "My dear sister, can you not smell the antiseptic? Even if you cannot, surely you see the large red cross on your blanket. This is a hospital. How did I end up in a hospital?" "I was not," Zhao Nilan protested, perplexed. "Had it not been for your dashing brother arriving just in time, you might have truly reached the pearly gates that I told you to keep the pill on you. But you refused and stashed it away. Had you taken it, you could have easily turned the tables on the killer. If you dare ignore my advice again, I might just disown you as my sister." Zhao Xian admonished, frustration evident in his tone. It turned out that after Zhao Nilan fainted, the killer caught up with her, raising his knife to deliver the fatal blow, only to be thwarted by the timely arrival of Zhao Xian, who shot him down with precision. After staunching her bleeding, Zhao Xian rushed her to the hospital for a transfusion. The Zhao family was in a frenzy upon receiving the news, fearing for Zhao Nilan's life. Zhao Xian assured them he had treated her wounds, and after receiving blood, she was out of immediate danger. As for her injury, she would simply have to endure the pain for a few days to learn her lesson. During the following days, Zhao Xian stayed by Zhao Nilan's side in the hospital, along with Zhou Zhiro and Li Shishir. Zhao Xian's presence alleviated the burden on the medical staff as he tended to Zhao Nilan's needs. After all, what could be better than having a devoted brother? Every time Zhao Nilan summoned Zhao Xian for various tasks, he would feign annoyance, yet he complied without fail. This made Zhao Nilan feel that perhaps being injured was not so bad after all, as it allowed her to command her brother's attention. "Do you need me to help you with your bodily functions?" Zhao Xian teased. "I can manage the restroom myself," Zhao Nilan replied. "How about I assist you with changing your clothes?" "Leave that to my sisters-in-law. I wouldn't want to incite jealousy," Zhao Nilan retorted. Eventually, unable to tolerate her demands any longer, Zhao Xian pulled out a box of ointment and applied it to her wound. visibly speeding up the healing process. After a couple of days, the scar will fade, and if you dare command me again, I shall consider myself your loyal dog, Zhao Xian quipped. Upon learning of Zhao Nilan's injury, the police department quickly announced that she would receive paid leave until she fully recovered. After applying the ointment, Zhao Xian departed with his two wives, leaving the demanding Zhao Nilan to the care of their third sister, Zhao Yizhu, who groaned at the prospect. Zhao Nilan felt reluctant to part with Zhao Xian, or more specifically, she longed for the ointment he had. It was a truly remarkable remedy she wished to possess. Beg me, Zhao Xian teased, that I beseech you, my dearest brother. You know I hold you in the highest regard. Zhao Nilan replied playfully, winking mischievously. Zhao Xian simply replied, annoying, before departing with Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro, leaving Zhao Nilan to express her frustration in vain. Zhao Xian's departure was resolute. He had never left a woman's hospital room with such determination. Chapter 111. New Year's Eve dinner at the beginning of December. As school closed for winter break, Zhao Nilan took the opportunity to recuperate at home. Whenever she had the chance, she would invade Zhao Xian's Qingyue villa, determined to acquire that coveted bottle of ointment. On several occasions, as Zhao Xian playfully handled the black silk stockings, Zhao Nilan would burst in, declaring, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, how shameless. One evening, when Zhao Xian wished to engage in a profound conversation with his two wives, Zhao Nilan would incessantly knock on the door from outside. Zhao Xian, unable to contain his frustration, threw a tube of ointment at Zhao Nilan, who eagerly seized it and left with satisfaction that in his heart. Zhao Xian silently vowed that he would take care of their 7 children, determined to exhaust her. Soon, the end of October arrived, and the Zhao family, rarely gathering so many together, welcomed the elder from the old villa. Zhao Xian decided to host a reunion dinner for the families. The bodyguards, whom Zhao Xian had brought from the elder, kindly granted them a holiday. Zhao Xian welcomed Li Shishir, Zhou Zhiro, and Elder Yi to the Wanshan villa. As the families gathered, their conversations flowed joyfully, mainly revolving around work, careers, and romance, as is customary among relatives during the new year. The 4 sisters, Mylin, Zhilan, and Juhua, thrived in their careers, enjoying prosperous lives, which led their families to discuss potential suitors for them. The youngest sister, Zhao Xiaojun, delighted by the prospect of her sisters being set up on blind dates, took it upon herself to inquire about the suitors, claiming she was merely safeguarding her sister's interests. But in truth, she simply sought entertainment. The 3 elder sisters subsequently pulled Zhao Xiaojun into a room for a heartfelt lesson, and when she emerged, one of her eyes was bruised and her nose was bleeding, indicating that their affection was indeed abundant. That evening, Zhao Xian resolved to cook personally. Indeed, he intended to take on the culinary challenge himself. Who could have imagined that the esteemed young master of the Zhao family would don the chef's hat? Considering his own children, who rarely lifted a finger, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, Li Weimin, and the city mayor felt deeply gratified to be able to savor a meal prepared by Zhao Xian himself. Even if it were poison, they would gladly consume it. Zhao Xian busied himself in the kitchen, and Li Weimin and the mayor exchanged knowing glances with Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro, who promptly rushed to assist him. Even taking charge of serving the dishes in the living room, the families chatted amiably, while Zhao Xian toiled away in the kitchen for about an hour before finally presenting the completed feast. Although the appearance of Zhao Xian's dishes did not rival the aesthetic of those from high-end hotels, their aroma was undeniably appetizing. Zhao Xian claimed that he had added medicinal herbs to each dish for health benefits. The elder picked up his chopsticks and sampled a bite, exclaiming Zhao Xian's culinary skills to be exceptional, suggesting that a little wine would enhance the experience further. Zhao Xian, not one to hold back, brought 2 bottles of wine he had discreetly acquired from his master for everyone to try. The 3 elders took a sip, their expressions instantly lighting up with satisfaction. The wine was smooth, neither too salty nor spicy, and it left them feeling warm and invigorated with hints of herbal flavor. Zhao Xian explained that it was his master's special brew, which he cherished dearly, that a few days prior. When Zhao Xian had invited Gulong to join them for the New Year's dinner, Gulong, upon discovering Zhao Xian's pilfering of his wine, had angrily expelled him. Thus, the reunion dinner unfolded with joy and laughter among the 3 families. Even Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro, who typically abstained from alcohol, indulged in a few sips, finding that a modest amount of the wine indeed left them sober, yet pleasantly refreshed as the evening drew to a close. Zhao Xian thoughtfully gifted each of the mayor, Li Weimin, and Elder Yi a bottle of wine to take home, advising them to drink wisely, for it was a vintage of 40 to 50 years. And should they wish for more, it would depend on their longevity. Elder Yi also took a bottle back to the old villa, while Zhao Tianda requested half a bottle for himself. Zhao Xian complied and departed with Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro for their own villa. As the new year approached, he wondered how Zhao Qian had fared during this time of indulgence among the strong men. Chapter 112. A new year begins with Zhao Qian's bell on New Year's Eve. In the afternoon, Zhao Xian intended to visit Zhao Chun, but Li Shishir and Zhou Zhiro prevented him, insisting he spend the evening with them. Zhao Xian reassured them that he would return later and use the opportunity to buy gifts for the New Year visit to their home, which finally appeased them. They promptly informed their families to prepare for the visit. Zhao Xian first purchased gifts before driving to the underground facility where Zhao Chun was confined. The basement reeked of excrement. Although the floor had been cleaned, the odor lingered in the confined space. Zhao Xian understood that Zhao Qian's inability to control his bowel movements stemmed from his sphincter not contracting properly. Previously, upon seeing a man, Zhao Chun would tense up, but now, while he could still tighten, it was no longer effective. Two surgeons followed Zhao Xian, carrying a box that ominously suggested more instruments of torture for Zhao Qian. Zhao Xian was not one to exploit his employees. Having granted them a holiday, he simply required the services of the two doctors, who voluntarily came in, considering it just a few extra hours of work that would not interfere with their New Year's celebrations. He instructed the doctors to